Other elderly individuals approach the end of their days with integrity and dignity, striving to leave behind a commendable legacy. As I, in the twilight of my years, have become the most seasoned sycophant of the sect, I find myself either bestowing rejuvenating elixirs upon the enchanting elder or delivering warnings to the innocent female disciples. Even the enchanting master could not escape my grasp, even if everyone in the sect scorns me for my lack of respect for the elderly. I remain steadfast in my nature, only because I have awakened the 10,000-fold return system. As long as I bestow items upon the daughter of fortune, I shall receive immense rewards in return. Yet I had no intention of tarnishing my own reputation. Not long ago, I experienced a setback in my advancement to the transformation stage, resulting in a dramatic decline in my cultivation from the nascent soul stage all the way down to the foundation establishment stage. In a desperate bid to preserve my life amidst the storm of tribulations, I have exhausted all my resources, leaving me unable to present even a single decent gift. Just when I found myself at a loss, the enchanting Master Luoshi summoned both me and the sect leader's junior sister. It was only then that I learned my esteemed master was about to enter seclusion, entrusting my capable junior sister with the affairs of the sect. She cast her gaze upon me. The pastoral song, "You failed the divine thunder tribulation last month." With less than a year of life remaining, I possess a longevity pill, which can grant you an additional 50 years of life. Find a companion on your path and live well, preferably to leave behind progeny, so that your journey in this world will not be in vain. The disciple expresses profound gratitude to the master. With a heart full of excitement, I received the longevity elixir, overwhelmed with emotion and on the verge of tears. How wonderful it is! At last, I possess something valuable to bestow upon others. Detected a 3-star fortune girl. Rahi. Return multiplier 100 times. Note, 3-star fortune girl. First time gift guarantees a 10,000-fold critical hit. Affinity enhancement. Return multiplier gradually increases. Upon hearing the prompt, my hand trembled slightly as I held the longevity pill. To my astonishment, my master turned out to be a grade 3 luck daughter, the highest rank of luck daughter ever recorded. Even the esteemed junior sister, Murong Yin, is merely at the SS rank. Just as Luo, she was about to enter the secret realm for seclusion, I hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Then, I raised the only low-grade magical artifact in my possession, the slender wooden staff with both hands. Master is about to enter seclusion now, is the moment to seize the opportunity and offer a wave of support. Mu Ge, do you have anything to say? Master, upon your departure, I fear I shall never see you again. This is the final gift I can offer you, though it is merely a low-grade sword. It represents my filial piety in my last moments. I sincerely hope you will accept it. I spoke sincerely, yet I remained apprehensive that Luo, she might refuse. The system has its regulations. Gifts must be bestowed with natural appropriateness, for otherwise, they would be deemed invalid. Luo, she shook her head with a sigh, extending her delicate, snow-white hand to accept the wooden staff from me. Gazing at her silver-haired disciple, her eyes were filled with a mixture of concern and affection. Mu Ge, for these 50 years, you shall simply be immortal within the Miao Miao sect, relishing the pleasures of life. Having spoken, she stepped gracefully into the secret realm. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a low-grade magic sword. This marks the first successful gift. A 10,000-fold critical hit has been triggered, returning the magical artifact, the Southern Ming Leaf Fire Sword. I was filled with immense joy, for I had unexpectedly acquired a treasure of great significance. Within the entire Miao Miao sect, there are but 3 items that could truly be deemed as treasures of extraordinary value. Junior sister Murong Yin smiled as she looked over. Rest assured, senior brother, in these final 50 years, I shall find you a beautiful companion on your path. I gazed upon the strikingly beautiful junior sister, a hint of sigh escaping my lips. We were childhood sweethearts from the same village. It was during those years that Luoshi, enchanted by Murong Yin, took it upon himself to bring me along into the mysterious sect. Yet, after a millennium has elapsed, we remain merely as senior and junior disciples. I harbor no desire to extend my life for another 50 years. This longevity elixir shall be bestowed upon my junior sister. With a benevolent smile, I extend the porcelain white vial. Murong Yin furrowed her delicate brows. This is a special gift from Master to prolong your life. In due course, I shall find you a beautiful bride, so you may rest peacefully in the sect. Murong Yin gazed at her aging senior brother and sighed inwardly. She never anticipated that her senior brother, once the most handsome man in the sect, would so swiftly reach the end of his journey. Come, senior brother, I shall escort you back to the outer mountain. The mysterious peak is divided into the outer mountain and the inner mountain. A month ago, my cultivation regressed to the first level of foundation establishment, causing me to lose the ability to fly with my sword. Thus, the perilous terrain of the inner mountain is no longer suitable for my residence. I have, therefore, relocated to a secluded spot in the outer mountain to enjoy my retirement. Murong Yin summoned the flying sword and was the first to leap onto it. Senior brother, hurry up and join me. My aging frame takes small, hesitant steps forward, having lost my staff. Now my gait is somewhat unsteady. Oh, junior sister, I am too old to leap up. Murong Yin leapt down and embraced me. We both landed upon the soaring sword. As the sword ascended, I struggled to maintain my balance. I shifted my arms slightly. Murong Yin grasped my hand and pulled it down her waist. Senior brother, please don't move around. Just hold on my waist. I smiled awkwardly. Time has not been kind. My limbs are no longer as obedient. I apologized, junior sister. In our youth, although we never completed the final step, we had engaged in all that was necessary. Indeed, we were merely a step away from the culmination of our affection. Yet, by an unfortunate twist of fate, Luoshi arrived just in time to interrupt our moment of bliss. Reflecting on this incident fills my heart with a simmering frustration. Such a lovely bride, and yet she slipped away from me just like that. Do not come so close. Although Murong Yin felt somewhat uncomfortable, she did not resist. In her heart, she still harbored feelings for her senior, the younger one. I stood behind, my heart racing as I held Murong Yin close. Junior sister, please take it easy. Senior brother, I cannot endure such overwhelming excitement. The flying sword descended upon a secluded courtyard of a remote house on the outer mountain. Murong Yin retrieved a small pouch from her bosom. Inside lay 100 exquisite spirit stones. Keep this, it should suffice for your needs over the next 50 years. My expression instantly brightened. Excellent. This is yet another seed capital for the return system. I'm truly grateful to you. Senior brother, take care. In Murong Yin's eyes lingered a hint of complexity. As she soared away from the mountainside on her sword, the outer disciples nearby gazed at Murong Yin, their eyes filled with profound reverence. The sect leader has come once more to visit Elder Mu, a figure of great virtue and esteemed reputation, known for his benevolence and adherence to righteousness. How could it be that he failed to transcend the tribulation of thunder? How unjust the heavens are! At this moment, I find myself seated before my bed. A fleeting thought arises. The Nanming Lihuo Sword manifests in the air. With the assistance of the system, I have successfully refined it. With a subtle shift of my intention, the sword soars upward like a crimson meteor, piercing the heavens. Subsequently, it descended vertically with astonishing speed, effortlessly severing several colossal ancient trees before the Nanming Lihuo Sword gradually returned through the window. I am filled with exhilaration. As a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, I wield the Nanming Fire Sword with an attack power that rivals that of the nascent Soul Realm. Truly, it is deserving of its reputation as a treasured artifact. With a faint smile, I retract it into the system space. Subsequently, I consumed the longevity elixir bestowed upon me by Luoshi, swallowing it 7 times. My lifespan has now extended to 51 years, and my body has begun to regain its agility. A brief contemplation. I intend to first procure a batch of cultivation resources. One cannot carelessly deliver spirit stones to others. Otherwise, the young lady might mistakenly believe she is being courted for support. I retrieved a yellow message talisman. Send Xiao. Whenever you have the time, do come my home. I wish to descend the mountain to procure some items. Would you accompany me on this venture? Not long after the message was recalled, a robust and burly middle-aged man arrived at the courtyard on his sword. The disciple, Shouyuan Dan, respectfully greeted the priest. I gazed at the seemingly simple-minded middle-aged man, nodding with a smile. He is the disciple of my junior sister, Murong Yin, and currently holds the esteemed position of the Outer Sect's law enforcement elder, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th stage of the nascent soul. Dear Master, at present, I am merely at the foundational level and lack the ability to soar through the skies on a sword. I must rely on you to carry me aloft. Chun Dachuan reminisced about the times he had cared for his master. His eyes turned red, and tears burst forth uncontrollably. Rest assured, Master, as long as I am here, you may go wherever your heart desires. Your disciple shall accompany you on this journey for a lifetime. Chapter 4. Bestowing resources. The nearest grand city of the human race to the mysterious Cloud Sect is Tiger Roar City. Situated in the eastern part of the Panlong continent and belonging to the Donglai Kingdom, it is noteworthy that the mysterious Cloud Sect also resides within the boundaries of Donglai. However, as one of the most ancient sects on the Panlong continent, the mysterious Cloud Sect holds a status that transcends the confines of Donglai, remaining unbound by its regulations. Due to its proximity to the mysterious Cloud Sect, Tiger Roar City flourishes far more than several nearby towns, bustling with cultivators who frequent it as a vital hub for the exchange of goods. Master, we have arrived. Allow me to assist you down, Lu Danian courteously offered, helping the elderly man, with his white hair, disembark from the flying sword. They paused at the city gates, where a regulation forbade the use of flying swords within the city, a rule respected by all cultivators. Master, where shall we go to procure supplies? Lu Danian inquired, observing the throngs of people lining up at the entrance. Xiao stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, let us proceed to the largest merchant shop in Tiger Roar City, the Zilai Merchant House. I am quite familiar with it, and transactions there are swift. Understood. Please wait a moment, Master, Lu Danian said, patting his chest. And promptly a small carriage materialized before them. The carriage was exquisitely crafted, drawn by a mechanical horse, with a compartment at the back. This was a wondrous artifact, similar to the previous communication talisman, devoid of rank but convenient for daily life. After assisting Xiao into the carriage, Lu Danian took the reins. Tiger Roar City thrived with activity, bustling with countless individuals. The elegant mechanical carriage drew many eyes as it traversed the streets. Oh, it is an elder from the mysterious Cloud Sect. By the attire, he appears to be an Outer Sect elder. What a magnificent carriage! How I wish to possess one. The presence of the mysterious Cloud Sect is indeed formidable. Alas, if only I could join the mysterious Cloud Sect in this lifetime. Navigating through the crowd, the carriage soon arrived before an imposing 3-story pavilion, resplendent with gilded decorations, standing out majestically on East Street. The cultivators entering and exiting exuded a restrained divine aura, predominantly high-tier cultivators. A distinguished guest from the mysterious Cloud Sect. Esteemed elders, please, come in. Come in. The old steward promptly recognized Lu Danian and Xiao upon their arrival. When he beheld Xiao's countenance, his expression shifted to one of astonishment, his face flushing with excitement. Esteemed Elder Su, I am honored to meet you, the steward exclaimed, bowing deeply in reverence. Xiao's status within the mysterious Cloud Sect was exceptional. He was an inner sect elder, and even the proprietor of the Zilai Merchant House treated him with utmost deference. With a warm smile, Xiao responded, Steward Chun, I have come to acquire some items for the younger generation, and the quantity is considerable. I believe it would be best to discuss this on the 3rd floor. Certainly. Certainly. The steward replied with a flattering smile, please, allow me to escort you both to the elegant chamber on the 3rd floor. The proprietor will personally attend to you shortly. In the exquisite and fragrant chamber on the 3rd floor, a charming woman clad in a purple gown gracefully entered. Unexpectedly. It is Elder Su from the mysterious Miss Sect. It is indeed a privilege for our Zilai Chamber of Commerce to receive a visit from the esteemed elder. The woman in the purple dress gazed at the 2 men at the table, approached them with grace, and extended her delicate, jade-like hand to pour tea for them. Xiao lifted his gaze, observing the woman clad in a flowing purple gown. Her visage bloomed like a vibrant flower, exuding an enchanting allure. Her skin was as pale as snow, smooth and refined. She possessed a tall, slender figure with graceful curves, her pristine legs subtly visible beneath the hem of her skirt, exuding a captivating charm. The neckline of her dress slightly lowered, revealing her exquisite form. Most striking was the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, enhancing her allure and leaving one utterly entranced. She was Ziyun, the proprietor of Zilai Chamber of Commerce in Huixiao City. Ziyun, it has been quite a while. You have become even more extraordinary, Su Xiao remarked with a chuckle. How could I possibly compare to Elder Su? What brings you to our Zilai Chamber of Commerce this time? Ziyun responded, her smile radiant as she assured him, as long as Elder Su speaks. Our chamber shall certainly offer a satisfactory price. She gazed at Su Xiao, a flicker of light dancing in her eyes. Rumors had circulated that Elder Su of the mysterious Mist sect had failed his Thunder Tribulation a month prior, resulting in a decline in his cultivation to the Foundation establishment stage, and that he was nearing the end of his lifespan. However, observing his spirited demeanor, it seemed the rumors might not reflect the reality so severely. Just as Su Xiao was about to speak, a voice from the system echoed in his ear. Detected fortuitous woman. Zun. Fortune level. A. Return multiplier. 10x. Bond level. 1 in A-level fortuitous woman? Su Xiao's eyes flickered with intrigue. It was unexpected that the proprietor of Zilai Chamber, Ziyun, was a woman of such high fortune. In recent days, he had encountered numerous female cultivators and discovered that fortuitous women were quite rare, even C-level ones were not commonly seen. Calming his thoughts, Su Xiao smiled and said, well, I have quite a few items in mind, so I would trouble you, Ziyun. Ziyun's eyes brightened as she replied, Elder Su, please feel free to speak. The price is negotiable. Having prepared his list of desired items, Su Xiao gradually articulated 20 low-grade magical artifacts, 200 foundation establishment pills, and 20 essence gold pills. That should be all. Upon hearing this, Ziyun blinked in surprise. Nearby, Ludanian widened his eyes and questioned, Master, why do you need so many items? Do you have enough spirit stones? He felt somewhat bewildered as he had initially intended to cover the expenses for his master as an act of filial piety. But now he was at a loss for words. How about it, Ziyun? Are these items readily available? Su Xiao inquired with a smile. Since these were naturally appropriate gifts, such items were relatively easy to procure. Foundation establishment pills were essential for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, while essence gold pills were for those at the core formation stage. Additionally, low-grade magical artifacts were vital necessities in the realm of cultivation, serving as hard currency. Moreover, he himself required foundation establishment pills for his cultivation. Yes, of course. Delighted, Ziyun exclaimed. This is indeed a significant transaction. Elder Su, please follow me to the second floor, where a plethora of low-grade magical artifacts awaits your selection. A quarter of an hour later, at the entrance of the Zilai Trading Company, Su Xiao successfully spent 50 superior spirit stones to acquire what he needed. Among his purchases were 20 low-grade magical artifacts totaling 20 superior spirit stones, 200 foundation establishment pills amounting to another 20 superior spirit stones, and 20 essence gathering pills also costing 20 superior spirit stones. The total came to 60 superior spirit stones. However, due to Su Xiao's esteemed status as an elder of the Miao Miao sect and his status as a loyal customer, a discount was granted, and he was charged only 50 superior spirit stones. The enchanting and alluring Ziyun, along with Manager Chun, bid farewell at the door, their eyes sparkling with joy. 50 superior spirit stones was indeed a substantial sum. Lu Danian invited Su Xiao to board the carriage, but the latter turned to the captivating Ziyun and asked Lu Danian to wait a moment. He then produced a low-grade golden hairpin artifact that he had meticulously chosen earlier and presented it before Ziyun. Rubbing his white whiskers, Su Xiao smiled, Mistress Ziyun. This golden hairpin is so exquisite. It seems perfectly suited for someone as lovely as you. Since your esteemed establishment has granted me a discount of 10 superior spirit stones, I would like to gift this hairpin to you as a token of my gratitude. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, the smiles on Ziyun and Manager Chen's faces abruptly froze. Even Lu Danian behind them blinked in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. What was Master doing? Was he flirting? Chapter 5. The Nine Heavens Phoenix hairpin. Mr. Chun and Lu Danian stood awkwardly in place, while the enchanting Ziyun appeared momentarily lost in thought. How could a venerable elder, with his hair as white as snow, present a gift to Ziyun? A hairpin, no less, such an intimate token. They dared not utter a word. Given Elder Su's esteemed position within the mysterious Cloud sect, they were not bold enough to utter a sound. Ziyun regained her composure, gazing at the gentle smile adorning the elder's weathered face, blinking her beautiful eyes several times. A mix of surprise and confusion flickered across her features, soon followed by a hidden glimmer of delight. The old man, nearing the end of his days, still harbored thoughts of a beautiful maiden. Ziyun chuckled inwardly. She was no stranger to the ways of the world. What could the intentions of such a respected elder be in gifting her a hairpin, if not for more intimate aspirations? Yet, he was simply too old for her to accept. Indeed, even were he not so aged, she would never accept a gift from a man without clear cause. Thank you, Elder Su. Should you wish to procure anything in the future, do remember to support the business of my Zilai trading company. Ziyun graciously accepted the golden hairpin, concealing it within her embrace. Even if she could not accept it wholeheartedly, she could not allow this esteemed elder of the mysterious cloud sect to lose face before so many witnesses. Seeing this, Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled, of course. With Manager Ziyun here, should there be any needs in the future, I shall certainly patronize your esteemed establishment. Congratulations to the host for successfully presenting a low-grade hairpin. The first gift to Ziyun has triggered a 1,000-fold critical return, yielding the supreme-grade magical artifact, the 9 Heavens Phoenix hairpin. The 9 Heavens Phoenix hairpin, a supreme-grade magical artifact, capable of unleashing fiery phoenix attacks when infused with spiritual energy, with power scaling alongside the user's cultivation level. A supreme-grade artifact, the 9 Heavens Phoenix hairpin? Su Xiao's heart leapt with joy at the sight of the radiant hairpin in his spatial vault. This return was exhilarating. Although supreme-grade artifacts are considered a notch below the legendary treasures, they remain among the most coveted items in the realm of cultivation. Previously, at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, he had not possessed a single supreme-grade artifact. Even his junior sister, the sect master, only had 2 such items in her possession. If sold for spirit stones, it would command a staggering price. Ziyun observed Su Xiao's ethereal demeanor and righteous bearing, a smirk crossing her lips. The old fellow certainly played the part well. After their exchange, Su Xiao, with Lu Danian's assistance, boarded the carriage. The carriage ambled along East Main Street towards the city gates. At the entrance of the Zilai Trading Company, Mr. Chun watched the departing carriage with an odd expression, remarking, "Manager, I hear that Elder Su has but a year to live. Who would have thought he still harbored such sentiments? Truly, age has not diminished his vigor." Ziyun straightened her proud posture, a hint of self-satisfaction evident in her demeanor. "Hee. Does this not prove my exceptional charm as a manager? Now, Mr. Chen, off you go to work. Elder Su's time is limited. I suspect he will return to spend more spirit stones with us. We must treat him well, for he is indeed a great prize." The bustling Dongdaiji is alive with a ceaseless flow of people and various shops. On the carriage, Lu Danian cast a glance at Su Xiao, who was meditating, and with a somewhat pained expression on his honest face, said, "Master Uncle, please hold on a little longer. Master is already seeking a partner for you. Surely she will not be inferior to that Ziyun." Being a man himself, he understood the profound loneliness that weighed on his master uncle's heart. It was only natural for Su Xiao, in his twilight moments, to wish to experience the company of a woman. Lu Danian harbored a genuine understanding. Su Xiao opened his eyes and regarded Lu Danian as if he were a fool. The latter continued, "Master Uncle, if it's really unbearable, tomorrow I can send a few beautiful female disciples from the outer sect to attend to you." As the elder of law enforcement, they would not dare to refuse. Su Xiao's expression darkened as he exhaled heavily. He then slapped Lu Danian on the head, exclaiming, "You rascal, what are you talking about? Do you wish to impose such rules upon our sect's female disciples?" Su Xiao expressed his disdain, saying, "Do you think your master uncle is that sort of person? My gesture towards Ziyun was merely a matter of courtesy. You wouldn't understand, Danian. Your master uncle is not that kind of man. My motivations for giving Ziyun gifts are far more complex than you think. Just trust me." Lu Danian gazed at Su Xiao's sincere, aged visage and nodded earnestly. He thought to himself that someone of such high virtue would surely have no interest in mere superficial beauty. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. However, he refrained from inquiring further about the reasons, as he chose to unconditionally trust his master uncle. As the carriage approached a junction, they encountered a throng of people gathered around a shop, where raised voices indicated a dispute. "Boss, how dare you sell these 3 foundation establishment pills, so rife with impurities, to my junior sister?" A young man in a light blue robe shouted angrily at 4 or 5 shop assistants. Beside him stood 1 man and 3 women, all clad in the uniform of the outer sect disciples of the Piamiao sect. Among them, a delicate and beautiful female disciple clutched 3 white pills, her face a picture of grievance, with her eyes slightly reddened. At the entrance of the shop, the middle-aged shopkeeper maintained a semblance of politeness, smiling as he replied, "Dear patrons, once a sale is made, it is final. You left the shop some time ago after completing the transaction. How can we know that you didn't T-switch these 3 foundation establishment pills to extort us?" The male disciple, who had taken the lead, frowned and fell silent. The beautiful female disciple quickly interjected, "I didn't T-switch them. These 3 foundation establishment pills were indeed purchased from your apothecary. You are deceiving me." With a heart full of sorrow, her fair and lovely face bore a tinge of red. She felt deep distress. It had taken her considerable effort to gather 3 medium-grade spirit stones, all to procure 3 foundation establishment pills for her own advancement. Consequently, she encountered a most unscrupulous merchant. This was her entire savings. The surrounding male onlookers, captivated by the beauty of the female disciple, eagerly stepped forward to offer their support. These despicable merchants, deceiving even a fair maiden, are utterly shameless. Did they not notice that she is a disciple of the mysterious cloud sect? Are they not afraid of the repercussions from the sect? Under the collective scrutiny of the onlookers, the middle-aged shopkeeper calmly replied, "Gentlemen, please remain patient. Our establishment has always prided itself on integrity. We would never sell defective elixirs. I suspect someone has switched the elixir that this young lady purchased. I advise you to swiftly seek out the scoundrel who committed this theft. He likely hasn't fled far and may be apprehended." Upon hearing this, not only did the 5 outer disciples of the mysterious cloud sect become enraged, but the surrounding crowd also expressed their indignation. It was evident that this apothecary was engaging in extortion. The shopkeeper, noticing the crowd's unwillingness to disperse, subtly exuded the pressure of a core formation cultivator. Instantly, the expressions of the onlookers and the 5 disciples shifted. This shopkeeper was indeed a cultivator of core formation. Although fighting was prohibited within the city, those of higher cultivation naturally possessed more authority to defend themselves. The fair maideness face paled. She realized that recovering her 3 mid-grade spirit stones would be a formidable challenge. "What is happening?" On the carriage, Xiao inquired as he observed the congested crowd ahead. Lu Dajin replied, "Master, several outer disciples from our sect have encountered a dispute with a merchant. We need not concern ourselves. It should resolve shortly." The outer disciples of the mysterious cloud sect in Tiger Roar City were numerous, and such disputes occurred daily. Typically, minor issues regarding spirit stones and elixirs were left to be resolved independently by the parties involved. Otherwise, the sect would be overwhelmed with grievances. Xiao nodded in agreement. Detected fortune of the female, Lin Yenner. Fortune level, C. Return multiplier, 10 times. Bond level, 1. Hint. The fortune level can be enhanced through special opportunities. Oh, the system's voice resonated in his ear, causing Xiao's expression to shift slightly. Chapter 6. The gift of foundation establishment pills. The C-rank fortunate daughter also receives a 10-fold return at the start. Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly gestured. "Dinyan, halt the carriage. Since we have encountered disciples of our sect, let us take a look." Lu Dinyan nodded promptly. "Yes, master uncle." To him, his master uncle's words were akin to divine decree. Whatever was said was absolute. In the midst of the crowd, a middle-aged steward calmly observed a group of disgruntled customers, a faint smirk flickering in his eyes. The disciples of the mysterious sect were indeed like sheltered flowers, naive and easily deceived. He was in the right. And even if an elder from the sect were to arrive, they would be powerless against him. Moreover, matters concerning a few mid-grade spirit stones were beneath the notice of the mysterious sect. "Junior sister, let it go." Although these 3 foundation establishment pills are of poor quality, they still possess some efficacy. With a stroke of luck, one might still establish a foundation. 2 ordinary-looking female disciples offered words of consolation. It was evident that the proprietor had no intention of issuing a refund, leaving them with no recourse. The 2 male disciples accompanying them felt a sense of embarrassment. Lin Shimi was their cherished ideal. They too wished to defend her honor. Yet, facing an opponent who was not only in the right, but also a high-ranking cultivator in the core formation stage, they dared not escalate the situation. A crowd of onlookers simmered with indignation, resentful of the unscrupulous merchant, feeling that their pride was at stake in this city of Tiger Roar. Ahem, what is happening up ahead? Are our mysterious sect disciples being bullied? Just as the crowd prepared to disperse, an elderly voice resonated from the back. Soon after, Xiao, clad in a gray robe, appeared alongside Lu Dinyan in his blue robe. Upon recognizing the 8 trigrams blue robe adorning Lu Dinyan, the surrounding spectators froze in astonishment. An elder from the outer sect of the mysterious sect. In an instant, joy surged among the onlookers. Those vile merchants. Now that an elder from the mysterious sect had arrived, let us see how brazen they remain. The crowd was invigorated, their faces flushing with excitement as they anticipated the middle-aged steward's downfall. The 5 disciples, upon recognizing Lu Dinyan's appearance, were instantly filled with elation. Disciples. Pay respects to Elder Lu. As Lu Dinyin, an enforcement elder of the Outer Sect, was the most visible, nearly all Outer Sect disciples were familiar with him. Ahem. Lu Dinyin did not respond, instead casting a glance at Su Xiao beside him. The 5 disciples, upon scrutinizing Su Xiao's features, were struck with awe and immediately knelt before him. The beautiful, slender female disciple was nearly in tears, bowing her head and crying out. Disciple Lin Yin'er implores Elder Su to uphold justice for us. The commotion caused by the 5 disciples astonished everyone in the vicinity. The elderly figure, clearly of extraordinary status, held a position far superior to that of the Outer Sect elder beside him. Meanwhile, the middle-aged steward and his staff turned pale at the sudden appearance of this esteemed figure from the mysterious sect. The steward's eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Could it be that we have encountered misfortune by crossing paths with a high-ranking member of the mysterious sect? Awaken, my dear. If there are grievances, do share them with me. Su Xiao approached with a gentle demeanor, assisting Lin Yin'er and her companions to their feet, offering a slight smile as he regarded the young women before him. Lin Yin'er, clad in a delicate blue robe, possessed a slender and graceful figure, reminiscent of a willow branch swaying in the breeze. Her complexion was as fair as freshly fallen snow, and her beauty was akin to a captivating painting, resembling a blooming blue lotus that exuded an enchanting aura of youth. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, embodying a blend of warmth and innocence. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. She radiated a pure and charming essence, much like a girl next door. As the fated daughter acknowledged by the system, she certainly embodied the ideal of beauty. Lin Yin'er and her companions gazed at Su Xiao with excitement and astonishment. They had not anticipated encountering the illustrious Elder Su at such a pivotal moment. Renowned for his wisdom and kindness, he was a figure of great repute within the sect. One male disciple hurried forward, gesturing animatedly towards the unscrupulous merchants across the street, recounting the previous events with embellishment. With Elder Su lending them support, their confidence surged. Even if the city lord were to appear, they would ensure that Lin Shimi's spirit stones were returned today. The onlookers around them grew increasingly eager, with some even recognizing this esteemed elder from the Misty Sect. Isn't that Elder Su, a member of the Inner Sect? What? This venerable elder is Su Xiao, the senior brother of the sect leader? This is disastrous. The shopkeepers have picked a fight with someone from the Misty Sect, and now they are caught red-handed by Elder Su. Upon hearing the disciples' accusations, Su Xiao turned his gaze toward the middle-aged shopkeeper and his associates. Lu Daji, standing alongside, intentionally emanated an overwhelming aura of nascent soul pressure, enveloping the shopkeeper and his companions. As they felt this sudden and formidable presence, a few of them, including the middle-aged shopkeeper, crumpled to their knees. The shopkeeper's face turned pale, devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed. He had just realized that this white-haired elder was none other than Elder Su from the Misty Sect, the senior brother of the sect leader. Elder Su, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The shopkeeper, struggling to regain his composure, rushed to Su Xiao and Lu Daji, offering his apologies. Elder, there must be some confusion. This young lady's elixir must have been switched. Our shop had nothing to do with it. He dared not admit the truth, fearing that if he did, he would be reported to the city lord's office, leading to his ruin. He simply wished to settle the matter peacefully. Su Xiao reassured him, do not worry. The Misty Sect values justice. If it truly is a case of being switched, I shall apologize on behalf of these young ones. Turning to Lu Daji, he instructed, Daji, please retrieve those 3 foundation-building pills and ascertain their origin. Lu Daji nodded in agreement. Yes, Master Uncle. There's no need. The shopkeeper, now visibly shaken, interjected. There's no need to investigate. We will compensate. We shall offer 3-fold compensation. With a nascent soul cultivator, there were countless methods to trace the origins of the elixirs. Su Xiao smiled and asked, are you truly certain you do not wish to investigate? The esteemed sect of ethereal delusion would never take advantage of you. Truly. It is unnecessary. The middle-aged shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling apologetically. Senior Su, it is an honor for our humble establishment to have your esteemed presence. How could we trouble you with such trivial matters? Rest assured, we shall compensate that rogue with 9 mid-grade spirit stones. Having said this, he retrieved 9 luminous jade-white spirit stones from his storage pouch. These are mid-grade spirit stones, each equivalent to 10 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, a single high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 mid-grade ones. The 9 mid-grade spirit stones were handed directly to Lin Yin'er, who appeared momentarily stunned, her expression somewhat dazed. Subsequently, she gazed at Su Xiao, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Elder Su, this is truly wonderful. Su Xiao, witnessing her reaction, did not decline but smiled at the middle-aged shopkeeper, saying, in that case, thank you very much. Oh, no need for such formality. It is our duty. The shopkeeper wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling a sigh of relief within. Thankfully, the other party did not pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, the onlookers were thoroughly entertained by the shopkeeper's predicament before Su Xiao. Some even felt their faces flush with envy, secretly wishing for such a formidable senior to support them. After receiving a few more compliments from the shopkeeper, Su Xiao approached Lin Yin'er and said with a smile, "Are you Lin Yin'er?" Lin Yin'er was taken aback. Quickly bowing respectfully, "I am Lin Yin'er, an outer sect disciple." "Thank you, Elder Su. Observing your cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement. It seems you are in need of foundation-building pills." Su Xiao slowly retrieved 10 flawless, pure white pills from his spatial pouch and offered them to her, saying, "I happen to have a few foundation-building pills that are of no use to me. You needn't purchase any, consider them a gift." Upon hearing this, all present were rendered speechless. The 4 companions beside her displayed expressions of profound envy. Not only them, but even the onlookers gazed at Su Xiao in astonishment. Is this truly Elder Su of the inner sect of ethereal delusion? 10 foundation-building pills offered without a second thought? This girl has such extraordinary luck. Chapter 7, a 100-fold critical hit. The supreme beauty elixir. Lin Yin'er was gazed upon with envious eyes by her 4 companions. She extended her delicate hand, slightly trembling, to accept the 10 foundation establishment pills from Su Xiao. Her charming face flushed deep red to her neck. She was overwhelmed with excitement, almost unable to believe her extraordinary fortune. Disciple, thank you, Elder Su." As she looked at the 10 foundation establishment pills in her hand, they appeared significantly more translucent compared to the 3 she had previously received. These were undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Glancing at the elderly Su Xiao, whose hair was entirely white, she recalled the rumors she had heard outside the mysterious peak. It was said that Elder Su had only 1 year left to live. A wave of discomfort washed over her. She did not wish for such a remarkable elder to pass away so soon. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills. For the first gift to Lin Yin'er, a 100-fold critical hit has been triggered, returning the Supreme Beauty Elixir. The Supreme Beauty Elixir? Su Xiao's eyes brightened upon hearing the system's voice. The Beauty Elixir was a special type of pill, highly coveted among female cultivators. A product of supreme quality had never before been seen on the market. Even a single high-grade beauty elixir could easily fetch hundreds of high-grade spirit stones, and often it was still unattainable. This return was utterly delightful. Regaining his composure, Su Xiao looked at the respectfully reverent Lin Yin'er and spoke slowly. "Young friend Lin, with these 10 foundation establishment pills, you should have no trouble advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will assist you." After Su Xiao finished speaking, he departed with Lu Denian amidst the eager and envious gazes of the crowd. It was rare to encounter a girl of destiny. He needed to build rapport with each one to facilitate future exchanges. Lin Yin'er was indeed a worthy candidate for such a mutually beneficial arrangement. Disciple bids farewell to the elder. Lin Yin'er and her companions watched the carriage fade into the distance, still immersed in the wonder of the moment that had just unfolded. "Sister, you've struck it rich. 9 medium-grade spirit stones and 10 foundation establishment pills. This is a tremendous opportunity." 2 of her female companions were nearly drooling with envy. They secretly regretted not purchasing some foundation establishment pills earlier. Had they known, Elder Su would surely have bestowed gifts upon them as well. "Sister Lin, Elder Su just mentioned that you could seek him out if you encounter difficulties in your cultivation. That is an incredible stroke of fortune." The 2 male disciples were flushed with excitement, their faces contorted in enthusiasm. This meant that their beloved senior sister had garnered Elder Su's favor. In comparison, the 10 foundation establishment pills seemed trivial. Did they not see how Elder Lu appeared as a mere follower in front of Elder Su? Even if Elder Su had but a year left to live, that still constituted an immense opportunity. Lin Yin'er felt somewhat flustered, overwhelmed by the praise from her companions. She gazed in the direction where Elder Su had departed, her heart racing. Little did she expect that such legendary fortune would find its way to her. Joy and elation enveloped her. Lin Yin'er's delicate face flushed red, her breath slightly hurried. "Elder Su has been exceedingly kind to me." After a moment of excitement, the 4 companions gazed at Lin Yin'er, each feeling a twinge of disappointment. Such a grand opportunity, yet it did not fall upon them. How unjust the heavens are. The crowd surrounding them had not yet dispersed. They looked at Lin Yin'er with envious eyes. TSK, TSK. This is indeed a disciple of the grand sect. Such extraordinary fortune is astonishing. How I long to become a disciple of the mystical sect. Elder Su, even in his old age, remains so handsome. I wish to bear Elder Su a child. In my humble opinion, this young lady, under Elder Su's care, may one day soar to great heights. Indeed, fortune can unexpectedly bestow itself upon anyone. The crowd was a mix of envy and reflection. When divine fortune descends, everyone hopes it will happen to them. Outside the city gate, Lu Daji reined in the carriage, then cast a peculiar gaze at Su Xiao. The latter furrowed his white brows, seemingly understanding something. He raised a leg and kicked Lu Daji in the rear, exclaiming angrily, I told you that Master Uncle's gifts are for a reason. What kind of look is that? Yes, yes. Master Uncle has his reasons. Don't worry, I understand. Lu Daji dodged another kick from Su Xiao, grinning foolishly. After these two gift exchanges, Lu Daji had an inkling of Master Uncle's intentions. Amidst his silly laughter, he felt a quiet sorrow. Master Uncle, you are truly lonely, so very isolated. Upon returning, he vowed to promptly inform the sect leader to find a beautiful partner for Master Uncle. Though only a year of life remains, Master Uncle deserves to experience the joys of manhood. Though Master Uncle may be too shy to say it, as his disciple, I must fulfill this filial duty. Summoning his flying sword, Lu Daji respectfully assisted Su Xiao onto it. The sword then soared into the sky, carrying the two directly towards the mystical peak. At a secluded courtyard on the mountainside outside the mystical sect, Su Xiao turned away from Lu Daji and sat upon a straw mat inside the room. It seems that every fortunate woman's first gift reliably triggers a critical hit. He took out a beautifully crafted, slightly glowing Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix hairpin. Feeling the immense power contained within, and nodded in satisfaction. A superior magical artifact is essentially the strongest trump card possessed by cultivators. Even possessing several such artifacts makes it effortless to slay those of higher realms. He decided to keep it for himself or bestow it upon someone else in the future. Su Xiao stored it away and then retrieved a crystal-clear, exquisite youth-retaining pill. This was also a treasure in the realm of cultivation, rare and hard to come by. But he had no immediate use for it. He was not well versed in the properties of the youth-retaining pill. If he were to take it and end up preserving this aged visage, that would indeed be a misfortune. To be safe, it would be more prudent to wait for an opportunity to gift it to someone. No female cultivator can resist the allure of a superior youth-retaining pill. One may seek an opportunity to present a gift to the junior disciple, a maiden of extraordinary fortune, destined for greatness. The first offering could be a resounding success. A perfect strike. With a plan in mind, he carefully stored the rejuvenation elixir, preparing for his initial cultivation session following a failed tribulation. Presently, he resides at the foundational realm of the first stage. The realms of this cultivation world are classified as follows: Chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, and void refinement, among others. Each major realm is subdivided into 9 stages, with different elixirs required for cultivation at each level. For instance, being at the foundation establishment stage necessitates the consumption of foundation establishment pills to expedite progress. However, typically, cultivators cannot afford these pills, relying solely on hard work, which heavily depends on innate talent. Fortunately, he possesses 190 foundation establishment pills at his disposal. To him, the resources for cultivation are inconsequential, thanks to the system in place. As he ingested a foundation establishment pill, he activated the ethereal longevity technique, a formidable method reserved exclusively for inner disciples. Ordinary outer disciples must first practice a diluted version of this technique. As the foundation establishment pill took effect, the ethereal longevity technique completed a full cycle. With a resounding crack, the internal bottleneck shattered. Congratulations, host. Your realm has ascended to the second stage of foundation establishment. Chapter 8. The envy resounding in the sect square so soon? Su Xiao felt the realm of the second layer of foundation establishment, and his gaze subtly shifted. He speculated that it must be due to the consumption of the longevity pill, which allowed a portion of the spiritual energy lost during the Thunder Tribulation to return. Hence, the rapid elevation in his realm. With renewed determination, Su Xiao continued to cultivate on the meditation cushion. As the medicinal properties of the foundation establishment pill swiftly permeated his body. Typically, one foundation establishment pill could sustain a cultivator for 3 days, yet in just one night. Su Xiao depleted 5 of them, propelling his realm directly to the 4th layer of foundation establishment. After breaking through to this level, his cultivation speed slightly decelerated. With prior experience in reaching the 9th layer of nascent soul, his current rate of cultivation, bolstered by the foundation establishment pill, surged to an astonishing pace. At dawn the following day, Xiao left the meditation cushion, refreshed and invigorated. Such rapid cultivation could be taxing on one's spirit. Therefore, he intended to solidify his current realm before proceeding with a more gradual pace. With 51 years of lifespan remaining, there was no need for haste. He could take his time. The spatial repository still held 184 foundation establishment pills, an ample supply. In the outer mountain hall, within the sect square, a group of outer disciples clad in blue robes had commenced their breathing exercises on the Jadestone Plaza. This location was one of the most spiritually enriched areas in the outer mountain, a favored venue for the outer disciples to practice free of charge. The majority of these disciples were at the chi refinement and foundation establishment stages, unable to fly with swords. Only upon reaching the core formation stage and mastering sword flight techniques could they liberate themselves from the earth's constraints and soar through the skies. Core formation cultivators served as the backbone of the sect. Once an outer disciple attained this stage, they would begin to be assigned official duties. And those with exceptional talent might even be noticed by inner sect elders, earning a place in the inner mountain, a coveted dream for all outer disciples. Among the seated practitioners in the square was the graceful and youthful Lin Yener. She sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, diligently practicing the outer sect's ethereal technique. Having reached the 9th layer of chi refinement, she was on the verge of entering seclusion to consume a foundation establishment pill. Poised to break through to the foundation establishment realm. At this moment, she remained exhilarated by the unexpected encounter of the previous day. Occasionally, she would open her lovely eyes during her practice, secretly marveling at Elder Su, who was truly remarkable, with such an esteemed predecessor in their sect. Her identity as a disciple of the Piaomiao sect felt even more profound, and her future appeared ever more promising. Senior brother, have you heard? Yesterday, junior sister Lin was deceived by unscrupulous merchants in Tiger Howl City and encountered our Elder Su. While Lin Yener meditated, disciples around her glanced over, their eyes brimming with envy. Such fortuitous encounters were rare and unpredictable, yet Lin Yener had experienced one. Of course. Oh my, junior brother. This matter spread like wildfire in our outer sect last night. How could I not know? Our Elder Su is truly a once-in-a-millennium benefactor. He actually stood up for us outer disciples. The murmurs gradually spread, as nearly all disciples in the square clustered in groups to discuss the event. It was said that the unscrupulous merchant was so frightened upon seeing Elder Su that he nearly lost control. Still kneeling, she presented 9 medium-quality spirit stones to junior sister Lin as an apology. How exhilarating. Haha. Our junior sister Lin only spent 3 medium-quality spirit stones, and now she has profited by 6. What a windfall. You've overlooked a crucial detail. Not only did junior sister Lin gain 6 medium-quality spirit stones, but it is said that Elder Su personally gifted her 10 high-quality foundation establishment pills afterwards. That is the essence of the matter. Oh, indeed. 9 medium-quality spirit stones and 10 foundation establishment pills. Alas, how come I never encounter such fortunate events? With 10 foundation establishment pills, given junior sister Lin's aptitude, she might even directly advance to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. I'm utterly envious. At this moment, several female disciples chimed in. This is nothing. You're unaware that Elder Su mentioned before leaving that as long as Lin Yener encounters any difficulties in her cultivation, she can seek him out at any time. This is truly Lin Yener's golden opportunity. Heaven, how enviable. How can there be such a benevolent elder? I must seek out Elder Su. I want to serve him as a maid. Enough of that. This is a rare opportunity. And if you were to visit Elder Su's residence now, he might very well chase you away. Haha. Alas, Lin Yener truly has extraordinary fortune. The discussions around them varied in volume, some naturally reaching Lin Yener and her 2 senior sisters. One of the senior sisters smiled at Lin Yener and said, Junior sister, you've become quite famous. Everyone is envious of you. The other senior sister encouraged, Junior sister, since Elder Su has said this, why not pay him a visit? With Elder Su's guidance, it would be a certainty for you to establish your foundation. Lin Yener's complexion flushed slightly, and she found it difficult to remain seated. She glanced at her 2 senior sisters and said, somewhat shyly, Senior sisters. That wouldn't be appropriate. Elder Su likely just said that casually. Besides, with Elder Su's foundation establishment pills, I should be able to establish my foundation. The encouraging, slightly plump senior sister replied, Junior sister, How can you easily let such a grand opportunity slip away? Alas, so foolish. Another, somewhat slender senior sister's eyes sparkled as she said, Junior sister, considering how much Elder Su has assisted you, and since he resides at our outer mountain, it's only right to express your gratitude, otherwise, it would be quite impolite. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin's eyes flickered with contemplation. Her senior sister was correct. Elder Su had aided her significantly, and coincidentally, he was just at the outer gate. Given his advanced age and solitary existence, he must feel quite lonely. Regardless, she ought to personally express her thanks. Having made her decision, she informed her two senior sisters and returned to her residence. The disciples' quarters at the Misty Cloud sect were uniformly arranged, with male disciples on one side and female disciples on the other, predominantly consisting of single rooms. Upon returning to her tidy and fragrant abode, Lin Yin pondered for a moment before taking a box of pastries that her mother had prepared for her. It would be insincere to visit empty-handed. Though the pastries were not expensive, they conveyed her heartfelt sentiments. Feeling a bit nervous, her delicate face flushed slightly. Lin Yin descended to the foothills, clutching a beautifully packaged box, and approached Su Zhao's secluded residence with an air of trepidation. I, disciple Lin Yin, have come to express my heartfelt gratitude to Elder Su. Outside the courtyard, her nervousness rendered her speech somewhat stammering. She had mustered her courage to force herself forward. Su Xiao, reclining in a rocking chair while sipping tea, had long since sensed her approach. His eyes brightened slightly as he beheld the youthful beauty, around 19 or 20, standing before him, and he smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. She donned a light blue long robe, her figure graceful and enchanting. With a fair and delicate visage, she radiated youthful vibrance, her poised form standing like a budding flower. She appeared as pure and exquisite as a lotus blossom in a tranquil pond. Ah, it is you, Lin Yin. I remember you. Su Xiao beckoned. The gate is unlatched. Do come in. As he had anticipated, this destined girl had presented herself at his doorstep. Chapter 9. The arrival of Lin Yin upon hearing Su Zhao's aged voice. Lin Yin trembled slightly. She cautiously opened the modest courtyard gate and stepped inside with trepidation. Within the courtyard stood 3 houses, and Elder Su, clad in a gray robe, sat in an armchair beside a wooden table, gazing at her with a warm and inviting smile. Hastily, Lin Yin approached, holding a beautifully crafted box of pastries with both hands. Kneeling on one leg, she stammered, Elder, I have come to express my gratitude for your kindness yesterday. This is a renowned delicacy from my hometown, brought as a token of thanks. Her body was rigid with anxiety. Her head bowed as she struggled to meet Su Zhao's gaze. The disparity in their statuses within the Qingmiao sect was monumental. He was a venerable inner sect elder and the senior brother of the sect leader, while she was merely an overlooked outer sect disciple. Overwhelmed by fear of imposing upon Elder Su, she dreaded the possibility that he might disdain her humble offering. Ah, rise now and place it on the table, Su Xiao said, straightening his frail form and gesturing to the adjacent wooden table. At his words, Lin Yin hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully placed the pastries upon the table. The delicacies, encased in a redwood box adorned with golden patterns, were clearly not the sort that an ordinary household could afford. Please, sit, my dear Lin. There is no need for such formality, Su Xiao reassured her with a gentle smile. Just think of me as an ordinary old man, nearing the end of his days. Lin Yin, taken aback by his words, quickly interjected, No, Elder Su, you surely have many more years ahead of you. Instantly regretting her words, she realized she may have touched upon a sensitive subject. Daring not to sit beside Elder Su, she felt overwhelmed by his commanding presence and wished only to flee. Elder Su, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I bid you farewell. Her nervous ramblings made her appear like a startled kitten beside Su Xiao. Hearing her words, Elder Su's white brows quirked slightly. Leave? That cannot be allowed. I must find a reason to continue our conversation and present her with further gifts. With a gentle smile, he inquired, Tell me, Lin, do you have a master in the outer sect? Lin Yin blinked her sparkling eyes and shook her head. No, Elder. I am merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, not yet at the foundation establishment stage. Su Xiao nodded thoughtfully. All outer sect disciples below the foundation establishment stage were uniformly managed, with elder disciples rotating to impart teachings in the main hall. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could an outer sect elder take a disciple under their wing for focused training. Lin, I perceive that you possess considerable talent. With 10 foundation establishment pills, you should be able to reach that stage, Su Xiao remarked with a smile. Our encounter yesterday seems fated. So should you encounter any difficulties within the sect in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Lin Yin's heart raced with excitement, nearly leaping from her chest. Elder Su, how can you speak in such a manner once more? The first time may have been a mere slip of the tongue, yet the second time. It is evident that Elder Su truly intends to assist her. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Yin'er hastily knelt before Su Xiao, bowing her head reverently and sincerely expressing, "Disciple." "Thanks to the elder." "Thank you, elder." Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formality, as I have already stated. We are fated to meet. Lin, my young friend, could you do me a favor?" Rising to her feet, her cheeks flushed, Lin Yin'er replied, "Elder, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall assist you with whatever you require, as long as it is within my capacity." Her gaze was resolute, imbued with determination. She had come to realize that forming a bond with Elder Su represented the most significant turning point and opportunity in her cultivation journey. Su Xiao sighed with a smile. "In my old age, my shoulders have grown rather sore. Lin, my young friend, could you assist me with a shoulder massage? These old bones are becoming quite stiff." Lin Yin'er was momentarily taken aback. "This is far too simple, isn't it? Just a shoulder massage? No problem," she responded promptly. Taking a deep breath, she rolled up her sleeves to reveal her delicate and fair hands. Then, wafting a fragrant breeze, she moved behind Su Xiao's rocking chair and began to gently massage his shoulders. "Elder Su, please let me know the pressure you prefer." Lin Yin'er was earnest and gentle, fearful of applying too much force and causing discomfort to the elder. Su Xiao, feeling the tender motions on his shoulders, nodded in satisfaction. "That's about right. Yes, continue." A look of enjoyment graced his face as he exhaled softly. This girl possesses a modicum of talent in massage. Lin Yin'er felt an overwhelming sense of joy as she observed the relaxation on his aged visage. Elder Su's kindness inspired her desire to contribute to him. And as he lived a solitary life, she wished to keep him company. While receiving the massage, Su Xiao opened a box on the table. Taking a bite of a flaky pastry. "Delicious. Lin, my young friend, this pastry is truly delightful, far superior to those served in the cafeteria." Hearing this, Lin Yin'er beamed with joy, saying, "If Elder Su enjoys it, I shall ask my mother to send more over, so you can indulge in it often." Su Xiao nodded with a smile, sipping tea, savoring the pastry, and relishing the massage. This leisurely life of retirement seemed rather pleasant. As time passed, Lin Yin'er tirelessly continued the massage for Su Xiao. It was not until noon that Su Xiao finally called for a halt, saying, "Lin, my young friend, that is enough." "Thank you." Lin Yin'er immediately stepped aside, exclaiming, "No, no. Elder Su has bestowed great kindness upon me. This is but a small gesture. If you wish, I shall come daily to massage you." "Haha, daily visits are unnecessary. We shall speak of it again when you reach the foundation establishment stage," Su Xiao said. Rising to his feet, his elderly form still standing tall. Gazing at the vibrant and youthful Lin Yin'er before him, he inquired, "Do you possess any magical artifacts for protection?" Lin Yin'er hesitated. "No. My spirit stones are insufficient." Su Xiao chuckled at her response, retrieving 3 low-grade magical artifacts from his spatial storage. A jade hairpin, a ring, and a magical sword. These were the enchanted artifacts previously selected at the Zilai trading house, chosen for their suitability as gifts for the daughter of fortune. "Lin Xiaoyu, you have assisted me for so long. I must express my gratitude to you." This jade hairpin is a low-grade offensive artifact. The ring serves as a low-grade defensive artifact, and this sword is also of low grade. Su Xiao observed Lin Yin'er, who appeared utterly astonished, and chuckled. "I no longer have use for these artifacts. Since fate has brought us together and you have rendered me assistance, I bestow them upon you for your protection." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin'er's eyes widened in shock, nearly petrified. 3 low-grade artifacts equate to 3 high-grade spirit stones. Such treasures. Su Elder, are you truly giving them to her? Su Xiao took her hand and placed the artifacts in her palm, smiling. "There is no need for formality. To me, it is of little consequence. With these 3 artifacts, you shall be safeguarded from any who might seek to harm you in the outer sect." Lin Yin'er gazed at the artifacts in her hands, then looked up at Su Xiao's aged, wrinkled visage. Her eyes began to glisten with tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Kneeling, she wept in gratitude. "Disciple, thanks to your kindness, elder. Should you require anything in the future, I shall not hesitate to lay down my life." The shock gradually transformed into sheer joy. Lin Yin'er realized that she had encountered a benefactor of great significance. "Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 3 low-grade artifacts. You have received a medium-grade artifact, the Jade Hairpin of Gold, the Xian Guang Ring, and the Meteor Sword. The 3 medium-grade artifacts have been stored in the spatial vault." Su Xiao heard the system's voice whispering in his ear and smiled inwardly. This should be a standard tenfold return. without triggering a critical hit. One medium-grade artifact is approximately equivalent to the value of 10 low-grade artifacts. Although there was no critical hit, it still resulted in a steady profit. Quite satisfactory. Chapter 10. The sect square exploded, moved to tears. Lin Yin sincerely bid farewell to Elder Su before respectfully exiting the courtyard. She gazed at the 3 items in her hands, each radiating a soft glow. Her heart a tumult of emotions. Elder Su has been exceedingly kind to her. In the future, she vowed to repay Elder Su's kindness, willing to do anything for him. As she walked along the small path of the courtyard and reached the main road up the mountain, she noticed her 2 senior sisters waiting at the entrance. Senior sisters? What brings you here? Lin Yin asked, a hint of surprise in her eyes. The slightly plump senior sister smiled. We saw you heading to Elder Su's courtyard and thought we'd come to check on you. How was it? Elder Su must have been very kind, right? Did he offer you any guidance? The slender senior sister also looked at Lin Yin with anticipation. And no guidance. Lin Yin blinked her beautiful eyes. What? No guidance? That is impossible. You spent the entire morning with Elder Su and received no instruction? The plump senior sister seemed incredulous. Really, there was nothing. I merely helped him massage his shoulders. Lin Yin replied. What? A shoulder massage? The 2 senior sisters were taken aback, their eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. This was indeed a good sign. It indicated that Elder Su had a favorable relationship with her. Seeing her as someone special, the plump woman chuckled. No worries. If he didn't offer guidance this time, he surely will next time. The 2 senior sisters were exhilarated. If Lin Yin could cultivate a good rapport with Elder Su, then they, being close to her, would undoubtedly benefit in the future. Even if they could not partake in the meat, they would at least savor the soup. By the way, junior sister, why do you have so many magical artifacts in your hands? The slender senior sister exclaimed upon noticing something. These are 3 low-grade magical artifacts. Junior sister, where did you get these? Lin Yin blinked her eyes and thought of Elder Su's warm smile, her heart brimming with joy. These were given to me by Elder Su. He said it was a reward for helping him with the massage. Boom. Upon hearing this, the 2 senior sisters felt as though they had been struck by lightning, stunned into silence. A mere morning of shoulder massages had earned her 3 low-grade magical artifacts? This was beyond their comprehension. No. The 2 senior sisters roared internally. Why? Why wasn't he at them? Magical artifacts. Combined, they didn't even possess one. In the small courtyard, Xiao returned to his rocking chair. On the side table lay a box of pastries, originally containing 8, with only 3 remaining after the massage. The pastries brought by Lin Xiaoyu were quite delectable. Xiao picked up another, savoring it while sipping his tea. The pastries were likely filled with a floral mixture, leaving a delightful fragrance in his mouth after consumption. 3 mid-grade magical artifacts. No rush. There will be opportunities to give more in the future. He had already devised a plan in his mind. For these disciples in the Qi refinement stage, inferior-grade magical artifacts would suffice. It would be more prudent to bestow mid-grade artifacts upon cultivators at the core formation stage and above, as they would likely yield a greater return. According to the system's nature, gifting must be reasonable and not arbitrary. He surveyed his spatial storage and found he had 16 inferior-grade artifacts remaining, along with 184 foundation establishment pills, 50 superior-grade spirit stones, and 20 golden essence pills for core formation cultivators. With an ample supply, he could afford to distribute them gradually, without haste. That Lin Yin possessed commendable aptitude. Once she reached the foundation establishment stage, he could bestow upon her another wave of gifts. The following morning, the sect's plaza erupted with commotion. Lin Yin had not appeared. She was in her chamber, diligently breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. The thousands of outer disciples in the plaza had lost interest in their meditative practices. Instead, they gathered in clusters, fervently discussing the events surrounding Lin Yin from the previous day. Oh my heavens! Have you all heard? It's madness. Utter madness. My dear 9 heavens immortal emperor. Elder Su gifted junior sister Lin 3 inferior-grade artifacts yesterday. Some disciples in the plaza were beside themselves. Although these were inferior-grade artifacts, they could only be procured with a superior-grade spirit stone. The sheer act of gifting left them in disbelief. Do you know why Elder Su chose to gift junior sister Lin these artifacts? Simply because she gave him a shoulder massage. It's insane, utterly insane. How can one receive 3 inferior-grade artifacts for just a shoulder massage? This world has gone mad. I have toiled endlessly to complete sect tasks, and it has taken me years to afford a single inferior-grade artifact, while that Lin Yin just massages a shoulder and receives 3. I refuse to accept this. I might as well end it all. Some of the more composed disciples began to analyze the situation. Calm down. There is still hope. Listen to my reasoning. Elder Su's time is drawing near. Given his accumulation over the past millennium, he must possess many valuable items. Elder Su has no partner, no descendants, and no disciples. This implies that his belongings will go unclaimed, which explains his generous disposition. After this analysis, all the surrounding disciples grew curious and gathered around. The speaker continued, Junior sister Lin merely had the fortune of catching Elder Su's eye. It is not due to any special quality on her part. We must act swiftly and approach Elder Su in hopes of fortune. Perhaps, if he is in good spirits, he may generously distribute a trove of artifacts and pills, and we would all benefit. Upon concluding the analysis, excitement sparked in everyone's eyes. There is merit in this reasoning, indeed. Whom else would Elder Su bequeath his treasures if not his own disciples? Would he take them to the grave? Elder Su, here I come. I aspire to be your godson. No, your grandson. I shall also go. I am willing to serve tea, wash your feet, and prepare your bed. All I seek is a single pill as a token of your favor. And I too. Count me in. If Elder Su is willing to bestow upon me a magical artifact, I would gladly warm his bed in return. This junior sister. Have you even glanced at your own pumpkin-like visage? Even I would rather not. Just roll away, will you? The crowd was in high spirits. Yet only a select few dared to descend the mountain to Elder Su's residence. These individuals had cast aside their dignity. In the Panlong continent, the resources for cultivation are both scarce and invaluable, essential for a practitioner's journey. They hold greater significance than mere currency. Given the opportunity, one would brave even the most perilous situations, let alone the risk of embarrassment. Several female cultivators, possessing a modicum of beauty, are not uncommon in trading their bodies for resources. Disciples pay their respects to Elder Su. A chorus of bowing disciples resonated from outside, leaving Su Xiao in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Why are so many outer disciples gathering here? Chapter 11. The Daughter of Fortune. Jin Liuxiang Su Xiao rose and stepped outside into the courtyard. His gaze fell upon a sea of kneeling figures before him, causing his white brows to furrow slightly. A bold outer sect male disciple spoke up, Elder Su. Living alone in the outer mountain must make it quite inconvenient to maintain the courtyard. Fear not. Now that Elder Su has come to the outer mountain, we disciples cannot stand idly by. Allow me to take care of the cleaning. Before Su Xiao could respond, the disciple swiftly retrieved a broom from his storage pouch and dashed into the side courtyard, fervently commencing the cleaning. The fervor and earnestness displayed left Su Xiao momentarily speechless. As the surrounding disciples witnessed the cleaning task being eagerly claimed, their composure quickly unraveled. Elder Su, Brother Zhou cannot do all the cleaning alone. I shall assist him. Oh. Elder Su, there's a wasp nest forming next to your yard. Those are poisonous wasps. Leave it to me. Elder Su, several trees have toppled behind your courtyard, creating an unsightly view. Allow me to restore them to their former glory. Observing the nimble-minded disciples finding their tasks, the remaining individuals began brainstorming. Elder Su, your rooms may leak during rain. I shall inspect them for you. This fence is not secure. Let me handle it. Elder Su, I will clean your house. I will polish the floorboards. I will unclog the toilet. As each outer sect disciple discovered peculiar tasks to undertake, Su Xiao blinked in bewilderment. What was happening? Choosing not to reprimand the disciples, he silently pondered and quickly realized the situation. It must be that the matter of delivering items to Lin Yin had spread. Su Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. These disciples, without a doubt, were envious of Lin Yin, hoping to gain some advantage from him. How amusing, each of them neglecting their duties in pursuit of shortcuts. He returned to his rocking chair, remaining silent as he watched the dozens of outer sect disciples laboring on his behalf. Naturally, delivering items was out of the question. He would not engage in endeavors without benefits. Soon, once their enthusiasm subsided, he would take his leave. No matter. As he rocked gently while savoring his tea, the voice of the system resonated in his ear. Detected Daughter of Fortune, Jin Liuxiang Fortune level. See return multiplier, 10 times, bond level, 1. Oh, there is a Daughter of Fortune among them. Su Xiao's aged eyes widened as he glanced toward the direction indicated by the system. Instantly, a young woman clad in a light blue robe came into view. She was a strikingly beautiful young lady, diligently watering the green plants he had cultivated in a corner of the courtyard. Her eyes occasionally flickered towards Su Xiao, clearly hoping for a stroke of luck as well. Su Xiao's gaze brightened. Without uttering a word, he closed his eyes and silently observed the young woman with his spiritual sense. The throngs of people render it challenging to make a move. I shall wait until the crowd thins before seeking an opportunity to deliver my offering. Did Elder Su just cast a glance in my direction? Jean Liuxiang, watering the plants, felt a surge of excitement within her. Her enchanting large eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. She sensed that her suspicions might indeed be correct. Ever since the rumor of Elder Su gifting Lin Yin'er had circulated among the outer disciples, she had begun to secretly analyze the motivations behind Elder Su's actions. The peculiar gaze he had just bestowed upon her was telling. It seemed highly probable that Elder Su, in his twilight years, was drawn to the allure of beautiful female cultivators. Jean Liuxiang was no naive disciple. She had ascended to the second level of foundation establishment through her astute intellect and understanding of male nature. Although she had never engaged in physical intimacy with a man, she adeptly maneuvered the affections of her fellow male disciples, thereby procuring cultivation resources. Her rise to the second level of foundation establishment was attributed not only to her striking beauty but also to her keen grasp of men's desires. Indeed, her intuition proved correct. Jean Liuxiang felt a sense of exhilaration. After all, an old man is still a man. And it is only natural for men to be enamored by captivating female cultivators like herself. With newfound confidence, she surveyed the eager disciples around her, silently ridiculing them. What a bunch of fools, utterly oblivious to Elder Su's true intentions, exhausting themselves in vain. Even that silly-faced woman has come, lacking any self-awareness. Time trickled by as Jean Liuxiang continued to water the plants at a leisurely pace. She was in no rush, as long as Elder Su did not dismiss her. She had her methods to handle a man like him. Meanwhile, the caretakers had swept the courtyard 3 times, finding little left to tidy. Observing Elder Su seated in his rocking chair, indifferent to their presence, they sighed and respectfully took their leave. What else could they do? They couldn't possibly remain in Elder Su's residence indefinitely. Alas, it seemed this opportunity was not as fortuitous as it appeared. As the sweepers departed, the remaining disciples, losing confidence, approached Su Xiao one by one to bid farewell. He smiled in return, graciously acknowledging their efforts. By afternoon, only one person remained in the courtyard, Jean Liuxiang. Elder Su, I have finished watering the flowers and shall take my leave now. Jean Liuxiang glided gracefully towards Su Xiao, bidding him a gentle farewell. With a hint of anticipation in her eyes, she subtly observed the elder before her. At that moment, Su Xiao rose and regarded the young woman. The sect's robe clung to him, accentuating his well-defined physique. Her beauty was captivating, her skin flawless and white as snow. She possessed an enviable figure, her robe barely concealing her ample bosom, with a flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh and a delicate waist reminiscent of willow branches. Her alluring eyes sparkled with warmth and deep affection, embodying the essence of a charming enchantress. Su Xiao exhaled softly and, gazing at the young woman, inquired, "What is your name, dear friend?" Jean Liuxiang's expression brightened at the question. She was the first to be asked for her name. With a shy yet ardent look, she replied, "Disciple Jean Liuxiang." Su Xiao nodded and asked, "What is your current cultivation level?" "Second level of foundation establishment." "Do you have a master?" "Indeed. My master serves as an officer in the enforcement team, Zhou Xiao." Su Xiao responded with a nod, acknowledging that he was one of Lu Dazhan's subordinates. The young lady, a C-rank bearer of fortune, appeared to be merely in her 20s yet had already reached the foundational level of cultivation. She was indeed a gifted disciple. As expected, those recognized by the system are never mistaken, and each one is a beauty. With a chuckle, Su Xiao said, "Today, I must trouble you, dear Jean, to tend to the flowers and plants in my humble courtyard. I sense a connection with you, and thus, I present you with 10 foundation-building pills. As I have grown old, I have no use for them, so I offer them to you as a token of my gratitude." Upon finishing his words, he retrieved 10 pristine foundation-building pills from his spatial storage and handed them to Jean Liuxiang. The latter's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the 10 pills, her expression brimming with delight. She promptly knelt down, expressing her gratitude. "Disciple is deeply grateful, Elder Su." Meanwhile, some outer disciples who had yet to depart, stealthily observing from a distance, were left utterly astonished. He truly bestowed a gift. Elder Su genuinely gave something away. Chapter 12. The return of the supreme longevity pill. The disciples lurking at a distance were filled with reluctant curiosity. They merely wished to witness whether Elder Su would indeed bestow a gift. To their astonishment, he did. Furthermore, it was presented to the very last disciple remaining. Regret began to gnaw at their hearts. Could it be that their time spent laboring was insufficient? How vexing. Had they known, they would have stayed. In the other courtyard, Su Xiao observed Jean Liuxiang kneeling before him in gratitude, when suddenly the voice of the system resonated in his ears. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 Foundation Establishment pills. As this is the first gift to Jin Liuxiang, a 100-fold critical strike has been triggered, returning the Supreme Longevity Pill. Supreme Longevity Pill. Consuming it will extend one's lifespan by 300 years. 300 years of life. Su Xiao felt a surge of joy. This was precisely what he needed. His remaining lifespan was a mere 51 years, which would not change until he ascended to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Only upon transcending the Thunder Tribulation and breaking through to the Spirit Transformation realm would his lifespan limit increase from 1,000 years to 3,000. At that point, he would be truly revitalized, returning to his former peak. In due time, he would regain his youthful appearance, returning to the strikingly handsome figure he once was. Indeed, with the system at his disposal, attaining the Spirit Transformation stage would be effortless. As he gazed at Jin Liuxiang before him, Su Xiao felt quite pleased and stepped forward to assist her in rising. Ah, dear Jin, there is no need for such formalities. We are fated to meet. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, seek me out, and I shall assist you. Jin Liuxiang's beautiful eyes glimmered with a flicker of light. Observing the warm smile of the elderly man, she could not help but chuckle inwardly. Elder Su, it seems, is indeed yearning for companionship in his twilight years. As Su Xiao supported her, she suddenly leaned forward, seemingly losing her balance. In a moment of instability, Jin Liuxiang tumbled into Su Xiao's embrace. He was taken aback. Oh dear. Elder Su. I apologize. I just twisted my ankle. Jin Liuxiang steadied herself against Su Xiao's form before expressing her gratitude and departing. Yet, in her heart, she was now utterly convinced of Elder Su's intentions. Not at all. It is of no concern, Su Xiao replied with a serene smile. Dear Jin, do take care. Should you face challenges in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help. At that moment, Jin Liuxiang respectfully expressed her thanks. Disciple is deeply grateful for your kindness, Elder. I shall never decline your summons in the future. After exchanging a few more words of gratitude, she left with newfound confidence. Her heart raced with excitement. Compared to her fellow disciples and her master, Zhou Xiao, Elder Su was in a league of his own. If she could maintain a good rapport with Elder Su, her path to cultivation would be solidified. Elated and joyous, Jin Liuxiang began to devise her plans for the future on her way back. Meanwhile, the scene that had unfolded in the small courtyard left the onlookers utterly bewildered. What had transpired just now? That scheming Jin Liuxiang had actually thrown herself into Elder Su's embrace, and Elder Su had made no attempt to resist. Good heavens, what had they just witnessed? At this moment, the hearts of the disciples who remained at a distance were seemingly struck by a tremendous shock. Jin Liuxiang. Could it be that she intends to use her beauty to procure resources from Elder Su? Elder Su, you must not be deceived by that green tea. In another courtyard, Su Xiao returned to his room, a faint smile gracing his lips as he settled onto his meditation mat. Jin Liuxiang is indeed a woman of some cunning. However, it matters not. As long as she is the daughter of fortune, you shall welcome her with open arms. Each one is a potential partner in his quest for mutual benefit. In the future, his path to immortality will undoubtedly rely on the returns from these daughters of fortune. He retrieved a shimmering, exquisite longevity pill from his spatial storage and examined it closely. Once an item reaches the pinnacle of quality, it commands an astronomical price. The longevity pill gifted to him by Ji Shui was likely of medium quality, capable of extending life by merely 50 years. Whereas this exceptional one promises an extension of 300 years. Without further contemplation, Su Xiao swallowed the pill whole, deciding against any further gifting. In an instant, a surge of vitality coursed through his body. This vitality began within his vital organs and gradually spread throughout his entire being. Ultimately, he felt as if he were brimming with vigor, reminiscent of his youth. Not only had his withered skin and aged appearance shown signs of improvement, with wrinkles diminishing, but his internal organs and tendons had also been profoundly restored by this exceptional longevity pill. He felt no less than a young man, and in certain aspects, even surpassed them, which left him thoroughly satisfied. The effect is indeed remarkable. Su Xiao nodded with a smile. Name, Su Xiao. Age, 1008 years. Realm, Foundation Establishment 4th Layer. Special Physique, None. Remaining Lifespan, 301 years. It seems the longevity pills cannot be used repeatedly. Su Xiao observed his remaining lifespan, realizing that the effects of the exceptional longevity pill had entirely superseded those of the previous one. Subsequently, he sat upon his meditation mat and began to cultivate the ethereal longevity technique. One must balance effort and ease in cultivation to achieve a lasting and profound outcome. The following day, not only was the sect's square buzz, But even the accommodation areas for both men and women erupted in excitement. It was unclear who had spread the word about Su Xiao gifting 10 foundation establishment pills to Jin Liuxiang. But now the entire outer sect was abuzz with this extraordinary tale. Elder Su had bestowed gifts once again. 10 foundation establishment pills. Can you believe it? That Jin Liuxiang merely watered the plants in Elder Su's courtyard, and upon leaving, she received 10 foundation establishment pills. This is madness. Elder Su has truly lost his senses. In the accommodation area, a group of disciples gathered together. First, it was Lin Yin'er who received gifts, and now Jin Liuxiang. Have you noticed a pattern? All of Elder Su's gifts seem to go to the recognized beauties of our outer mountain. What does this imply? I will not allow you to slander Elder Su in this manner. No. Do not misunderstand. Elder Su is esteemed and possesses high moral integrity. He could never be such a person. What I meant to say is that beauties might attract Elder Su's attention more effectively, after all. He is still a man. You dare to provoke me, don't you? Elder Su, despite his advanced age, still harbors such thoughts? I find it hard to believe. Surely, there must be other reasons. Jin Liuxiang was the last to depart from the villa. Elder Su must have witnessed her determination. Yes, indeed. Such a benevolent person as Elder Su must have devised this challenge for us, and only Jin Liuxiang has managed to fulfill it. In an instant, the imposing and dignified image of Su Xiao was once again solidified. Chapter 13. Jin Liuxiang's speculation. The murmurs among the crowd in the accommodation area were incessant, predominantly condemning Jin Liuxiang. They accused this woman of having taken advantage of her circumstances, refusing to relent, and ultimately intending to seduce Elder Su for further gain. However, Elder Su, possessing profound wisdom and integrity, outright rejected her advances. Following this incident, the disciples understood that the opportunities Elder Su offered were not easily attainable, leaving them to contemplate their strategies over time. In a fragrant and exquisitely adorned room within the female disciples' quarters, Jin Liuxiang gazed at the 10 foundation establishment pills in her hands, feeling increasingly discontent. Lin Yin'er spent merely half a day at Elder Su's residence and received 3 inferior magical artifacts. Yet I have only these 10 pills after the same duration. Is there something amiss? Jin Liuxiang gradually began to entertain such notions. Massaging shoulders. Lin Yin'er, I see you have discerned Elder Su's desires and surrendered yourself during that half day. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight as she pieced together the unfolding events. For these outer disciples, 3 inferior magical artifacts represented an astronomical sum. Elder Su would never part with such treasures lightly. Lin Yin'er must have done something significant during that time, even if she did not directly surrender herself. She undoubtedly offered Elder Su ample benefits. With this realization, a sense of bitterness washed over Jin Liuxiang. In terms of appearance, she believed herself to be equally captivating as Lin Yin'er. In terms of cultivation, she surpassed Lin Yin'er by several levels. Why should Lin Yin'er be able to obtain what she could not? With her thoughts clarified, a resolute glint appeared in her eyes. Her ability to become a disciple under Zhou Xiao at the 2nd level of foundation establishment was merely due to Zhou Xiao being a lecherous man who coveted her beauty. However, she was astute enough not to allow Zhou Xiao to take advantage of her. Nevertheless, she knew that surrendering herself was merely a matter of time, as she was now fully aware of the unspoken rules within the sect. Having established a connection with Elder Su, Zhou Xiao paled in comparison. Elder Su, if she were to serve him well in his later years, perhaps his future inheritance would belong to her. Jin Liuxiang's eyes sparkled with ambition. Superficial allure meant little to her, real benefits were paramount. She aspired to excel in her cultivation journey, to surpass others and become extraordinary. Elder Su may be older, but she could accept that. Resolute in her thoughts, she seated herself by her vanity and began to adorn herself. This very night, she was determined to win over Elder Su completely, persuading him to bestow upon her greater resources. Lin Yin'er was currently in seclusion, presenting an opportune moment for her endeavor. In the afternoon, Su Xiao had been meditating on his cushion for an entire day. The rate at which he consumed the foundation establishment pills had slowed. Having only absorbed 2 thus far, he had reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. Although this pace was slower than in previous days, compared to others, it was akin to riding a rocket. Exhaling lightly, Su Xiao paused his cultivation, preparing to recuperate and gather his spirit for further efforts. He felt elated. If he continued to cultivate at this rate, returning to his peak was merely a matter of time. His spatial repository was now filled with magical artifacts and exceptional treasures. There is no need for concern regarding strength. Even if a Yuanying stage cultivator were to attack, he could effortlessly retreat. perhaps even counterattack. One could assert that with the southern Ming Lihuo Sword in hand, his prowess remains nearly as formidable as during his peak. Disciple has come to pay respects to Elder Su. At that moment, several feminine voices echoed from outside the door. Su Xiao's expression shifted as he rose and opened the door. Standing outside were 5 or 6 female disciples, all clad in light blue robes. Belonging to the outer sect. What brings you here? The system detected no signs of a fated woman. These individuals were merely ordinary female disciples. Among them, one girl with a round face and unremarkable look swallowed hard. Summoning her courage, she knelt and boldly said, Elder Su, it must be quite inconvenient for you to reside here alone. I wish to serve you, to fetch tea and water. I can also cook. Please do not find me wanting. Seeing someone speak first, another girl with a round face also knelt, exclaiming, Me too. Elder Su, allow me to be your maid. I will serve you well. The remaining disciples all knelt on the ground, each vying to become Su Xiao's servant. Some even proclaimed their willingness to do anything. They had come after hearing rumors about Lin Yin and Jin Liuxiang. After a brief discussion, they decided to try their luck with Su Xiao. If the elder were to take a liking to them, it would be a meteoric rise. Su Xiao swallowed hard, gazing at the 5 or 6 women, silently shaking his head. What does this round-faced girls have come as well? There were indeed 1 or 2 who were somewhat presentable, yet none were fated women. He understood their intentions well enough, but now he was a venerable elder of the inner sect. How could he accept disciples as maids? Such news would tarnish his reputation. Chapter 14. Upgrading bonds. My dear friends, I am quite well on my own, so there is no need for your assistance, Su Xiao graciously declined, urging them to return swiftly lest others perceive him as taking advantage of his seniority to bully them, chuckling heartily. His demeanor was warm and kind, embodying the essence of a benevolent elder. With no gifts to reciprocate, these individuals bore no connection to him. The group of 5 or 6 female cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound disappointment. Indeed, how could a venerable elder like Su Changlao bestow resources without reason? Those wretched young men had audaciously spread rumors about Su Changlao. How detestable! Their baseless gossip had caused these women to make a fruitless journey, which was utterly infuriating. Daring not to offend Su Xiao further, the group of women bowed and awkwardly departed the courtyard, making their way outside. Just as they reached the main road, a figure clad in a light blue robe, Jin Liuxiang, approached them. Upon sighting her, the women's eyes flickered with derision. Oh, she has come too? No need for speculation. It was evident they shared the same intention. They were eager to observe how Su Changlao would dismiss her. Jin Liuxiang, noticing the women's demeanor, accurately surmised their thoughts. With a confident and poised stride, she made her way toward the small courtyard. Hey, what is this woman so smug about? Su Changlao is not one to be fooled. I am keen to see how she will emerge in disgrace. The expression on Wuguo's face soured instantly. Were it not for the others restraining her, she would have rushed over to berate Jin Liuxiang. Wait, we shall remain here and witness her reaction when she is dismissed. Inside the small house of the courtyard, Jin Liuxiang entered at Su Xiao's invitation. Observing the meticulously adorned and charming Jin Liuxiang before him, Su Xiao smiled warmly, pondering how to present her with a gift. Jin Liuxiang had come under the pretense of expressing gratitude for 10 foundation establishment pills. Taking a deep breath, her face flushed slightly as she gathered her courage. Su Changlao, I hope you will not take offense, but I wish to discuss a matter with you. Oh, Su Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised that she spoke before he had a chance to respond. A matter of discussion? What do you wish to convey, my young friend? He seated himself at the edge of the bed, a gentle smile gracing his lips, and he could sense her growing confidence. Please do not be displeased, Su Changlao. You have entered your twilight years, and with your recent failure at the Thunder Tribulation, it seems the path of cultivation may be beyond your reach. Jin Liuxiang boldly stated, I have heard that you have but a year left to live, and I would willingly serve as your maid, attending to you until the day you depart this world. Su Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating her proposal. Serving as a maid was not entirely unfeasible. This meant he could bestow gifts upon her without any pretext. Moreover, she was indeed quite beautiful. His eyes brightened at the thought. With this in mind, Su Xiao chuckled softly. Are you truly willing? I am indeed, she replied with a light laugh, having her own calculations in mind. The other party had but a year left to live and would not be able to serve for long. By that time, not only would she acquire a substantial amount of cultivation resources, but she might also have the opportunity to become a disciple under Elder Su, directly joining the inner sect. With this in mind, Su Xiao smiled and said, Xiao, do not worry about cultivation resources while serving as my maid. I shall assist you. Thank you, Elder. Jean Liuxiang exclaimed joyfully, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The worry over future cultivation resources no longer burdened her. As she gazed at Su Xiao, a sense of triumph gleamed in her eyes. However, given that he had lived for a millennium, he was undoubtedly shrewd. She needed to demonstrate her sincerity. Moreover, he had already gifted her 10 precious foundation establishment pills. Her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue as she boldly approached, her striking figure accentuated. Congratulations to the host. The bond with the fated woman, Jean Liuxiang, has increased to 2. Fated woman, Jean Liuxiang. Fate level, see return multiplier, 20 times bond level, to the following morning. The two donned their attire. It turned out that this was the way to elevate to level 2. The room was filled with an enchanting fragrance as Su Xiao took a seat at the table, smiling as he inquired, Jean Xiao, do you possess any magical artifacts? With her cheeks still flushed, Jean Liuxiang's eyes brightened. I have a low-grade magic sword, a gift from my master. She felt somewhat shy. Sitting awkwardly at the foot of the bed, Su Xiao, upon hearing this, smiled gently and retrieved a mid-grade magic artifact, a jade hairpin, and a low-grade defensive magic ring from his spatial storage. He also produced 10 superior spirit stones. After placing them on the adjacent table, he remarked, here is a mid-grade magic artifact, a low-grade magic artifact, and 10 superior spirit stones. Jean Xiaoyu, I believe these should serve as your utmost limit for now. Keep them for your protection. Chapter 15. The sect square erupted again, a mid-grade magical artifact, 10 superior grade spirit stones. Jean Liuxiang was utterly astonished. As she gazed upon the jade gold hairpin radiating a soft luminescence on the table, her heart surged with excitement and her breath quickened. And 10 superior grade spirit stones. This was equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Jean Liuxiang's face flushed with joy as she collected the items from the table into her storage pouch. Thank you, Elder Su. From now on, I shall visit you every few days to serve you, Elder Su. Jean Liuxiang was overwhelmed with happiness and impulsively embraced Su Xiao. The fragrant breeze stirred around them. In her heart, she couldn't help but scorn her own master, Zhou Xiao. Having apprenticed under him, she had been given nothing but a low-grade sword. Yet, Elder Su was so generous, so magnanimous. Su Xiao smiled and replied, it's merely a trifle. I have always said that you, Jean, and I are fated. Even if you do not serve this old man, I would still bestow gifts upon you. With such earnestness from the other party, he naturally could not let her leave empty-handed. It had long been established that this was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting the mid-grade magical artifact. Jade Gold Hairpin. The bond has been increased for the first time, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return, yielding the supreme grade magical artifact, 4 C's Tranquility Pendant. 4 C's Tranquility Pendant, supreme grade magical artifact. Upon use, it releases corrosive water from the 4 C's to harm enemies, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting a low-grade magical ring, returning 2 mid-grade magical rings. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 superior grade spirit stones, returning 200 superior grade spirit stones. The returns were successful, and a 1,000-fold critical hit had been triggered. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. After a moment of tender exchange, Jean Liuxiang, blushing, respectfully departed from the residence. Such audacity, chuckled Su Xiao. Dismissing further thoughts, he began to organize his spatial storage. Following this return, the items in his spatial storage had multiplied significantly. Among the treasures were the Southern Ming Fire Sword and the supreme grade magical artifacts, the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin and the 4 C's Tranquility Pendant. He possessed supreme grade elixirs, including the Supreme Beauty Elixir, along with 240 superior grade spirit stones, 172 foundation establishment pills, 16 low-grade magical artifacts, 3 mid-grade magical rings, and 1 mid-grade magical sword. This stockpile of resources was sufficient to establish a small sect. The 10,000-fold return system was truly exhilarating. In a good mood, Su Xiao sat on the cushion, practiced the ethereal longevity technique, and began his delightful cultivation. Jean Liuxiang's face remained flushed long after. It was not solely due to the substantial cultivation resources she had just acquired. She also felt a slight disquiet from her newfound experiences. Elder Su surely possessed many other marvelous treasures. Henceforth, she must cultivate a good relationship with Elder Su, serving him well during the twilight of his life. Naturally, a romantic partner was out of the question. Elder Su was highly esteemed within the sect. and should their affairs become public, it would reflect poorly on both parties. Secrecy was paramount. She would never speak indiscreetly, and Elder Su would certainly keep this confidential as well. Filled with joy, Jean Liuxiang realized that she no longer needed to concern herself with the disdainful glances of her unattractive master, Zhou Xiao, a most unappealing middle-aged man. Even the elderly Elder Su is 100 times more handsome than the other party. Moreover, Elder Su possesses a warm demeanor, unmistakably a kind-hearted individual. The agreement with her was merely a result of Elder Su's advanced age and solitude. In terms of character, wealth, status, and affluence, Elder Su vastly surpasses the repugnant Zhou Xiao. Jean Liuxiang finds Elder Su appealing in every regard. Compared to Zhou Xiao, he is utterly diminished. Elder Su is indeed commendable. Jean Liuxiang feels an overwhelming joy within her heart. At the entrance of the mountain path, Senior Sister, Jean Liuxiang has emerged. The round-faced girl tugged at the face of the other, and the group of female cultivators instantly perked up. They had concealed themselves nearby throughout the night, fueled by their determination. Finally, Jean Liuxiang has appeared. Upon witnessing Jean Liuxiang's appearance at this moment, they were stunned into silence. Though still beautiful, her makeup was somewhat disheveled. Thunderous astonishment filled the air as the round-faced girls stood in shock. They were no longer young maidens, the eldest nearing 40. Observing Jean Liuxiang in such a state, they could barely maintain their composure, knowing she must have been entangled with some formidable man all night. However, the man in question had spent the entire night in Elder Su's residence. As they observed Jean Liuxiang sneaking away hastily, fearful of being noticed, the scene only solidified their suspicions. Elder Su, do not be beguiled by this shameless woman. They collapsed amidst the trees, unable to accept the reality they had just witnessed. Upon returning to her quarters, Jean Liuxiang promptly shut the door and began her secluded cultivation. 10 foundation-building pills would sustain her for an extended period. When they ran out, she planned to seek more from Elder Su. For the wealthy Elder Su, these items were mere trifles. She felt elated. By afternoon, the outer mountain was abuzz with gossip. Rumors regarding Elder Su spread like wildfire, with nearly every outer sect disciple engaging in discussions about the matter. At the outer sect square, impossible. I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that Elder Su is such a person. Neither can I. Elder Su is esteemed and virtuous. A venerable elder with such amiable disposition, how could he possibly be involved with an outer sect disciple? I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me. Brothers, this is no longer a matter of belief. Someone witnessed Jean Liuxiang exiting Elder Su's residence after staying the entire night. Think about it. Elder Su has only gifted items to 2 individuals. One is Lin Yin'er, and the other is Jean Liuxiang, both renowned beauties of our outer sect. Lin Yin'er spent an entire morning in Elder Su's courtyard before receiving 3 low-grade magical artifacts. And Jean Liuxiang's case is even more outrageous. She stayed for a whole night. Initially, I too was skeptical, but now, having heard that Jean Liuxiang has entered seclusion, she must have reaped substantial benefits from Elder Su. This does not imply that Elder Su has any ambiguous relationship with them. Junior brother, come to terms with reality. Elder Su is good, but he is also a man. Currently, it is entirely possible that both Lin Yin'er and Jean Liuxiang have unclear relationships with Elder Su. No, I cannot accept this. Elder Su, please come out and say something. Elder Su, tell me, this cannot be true. A multitude of disciples beat their chests in despair. They found it unbearable to accept such a reality. They yearned for Elder Su to be a paragon of virtue, a protector guiding them in their growth. Yet, regardless of their desires, the rumors concerning Su Xiao have spread like wildfire. In fact, they even reached the grand hall where the outer sect elders resided. In the resplendent back hall, Lu Danian, clad in a bagua robe, sat to one side. His simple demeanor shifted from awkwardness to suppressed laughter, then to anxiety, ultimately culminating in a sense of relief. Master Uncle, if you had such intentions, you could have informed your disciples sooner. Why go to such lengths? Chapter 16. A month had passed, and within the hall sat a dozen or so outer sect elders, clad in similar attire. Among them were both men and women, all of whom held high positions overseeing the affairs of the Piao Miao sect. Their expressions mirrored that of Lu Danian, yet many wore looks of peculiarity and discomfort. The entire outer mountain had been engulfed in rumors, as their disciples had long since reported the matter to them. An elderly man, unable to contain himself, spoke up. Elder Lu, since you were close to Elder Su, perhaps you could approach him for clarification? If it is merely a rumor, we can swiftly take action and instruct our disciples to refrain from spreading such tales. After all, Elder Su is highly esteemed in our sect. And if these rumors are not quelled, they could significantly tarnish the reputation of both our sect and Elder Su. The outer sect elders harbored deep skepticism. Su Xiao, with his seniority and status, had been blemish-free for a millennium within the sect. Now, to suggest that the aging Elder Su was engaging in improper relations with the young female disciples, or worse, that he might be maintaining them through cultivation resources, they could not fathom such a scandal occurring in the life of a venerable elder. Elder Su was nearing the end of his days, even if he had such inclinations. Did he possess the vitality for such pursuits? They were resolute. No amount of persuasion would sway their disbelief. Lu Danian observed the expressions of his fellow high-ranking elders, his own countenance shifting to one of awkwardness. He had witnessed the peculiar behavior of his master firsthand, as he had indeed seen gifts being delivered to beautiful female cultivators. The notion of maintaining female disciples could not be ignored. Esteemed elders, Lu Danian declared solemnly, I believe there is no need to consult Master Su on this matter. He is in the twilight of his life, isolated here in our outer mountain. Do you wish to burden our esteemed Master Su with such foolishness? It is utterly absurd. The outer sect elders furrowed their brows, silently agreeing. Indeed, the situation was too ludicrous. They themselves felt embarrassed to approach Elder Su about it. Lu Danian continued earnestly, furthermore, given Master Su's age and physical limitations, what harm is there in fostering connections with a few favored female disciples and offering them modest gifts? He has endured a life of hardship, and after his recent tribulation, is it unreasonable for him to seek companionship in his later years? Esteemed elders, we must put an immediate stop to the rampant rumors circulating among the outer sect. I implore you to advise your disciples upon your return to refrain from further discussion. As Lu Danian concluded his statement, the surrounding elders initially nodded in agreement. However, upon deeper reflection, their expressions turned to one of shock as they gazed at Lu Danian. What was Elder Lu implying? Was it possible that Elder Su truly had contact with the female disciples? The elders' visages transformed into a tableau of disbelief, filled with incredulity. They could not accept that Elder Su would engage in such conduct. Impossible. Lu Danian sensed the peculiar atmosphere among the elders surrounding him, and, feeling slightly awkward, remarked, The sect master has previously hinted to me that in due course, he will seek a companion for Elder Su, allowing him to find solace within the sect and ensure the continuation of his lineage. Esteemed elders, prior to Elder Su's companion entering the sect, we must put an end to the rumors circulating among our outer disciples. We cannot allow these slanderous whispers to affect Elder Su's fate, and I kindly ask for your cooperation. With this bombshell revelation, the surrounding elders were left astonished, their expressions a mixture of shock and incredulity. A companion? Elder Su, who was nearing the end of his days, was still to find a partner for progeny. The shock was palpable, even bordering on fear. The expressions of the outer sect elders were nothing short of extraordinary, yet no one dared to voice dissent. Lu Danian's words echoed the sect master's will. What could they possibly say? Even if their skepticism lingered, doubt began to creep into their minds. Was it conceivable that Elder Su, in his twilight years, had suddenly developed an interest in women? How surreal. How bizarre. Yet, on the surface, the assembly of elders said little, all expressing their tacit agreement. Regardless of whether Elder Su truly sought to take a female disciple as his companion, the rumors must not spread further. The turmoil surrounding this matter needed to be swiftly quelled. In the following month, the outer sect began to diligently curb the chatter among the disciples, strictly forbidding discussions regarding Su Xiao in public. At least on the surface, the disciples of the outer sect seemed apprehensive and fell silent. During this period, Su Xiao began cultivating with both high-grade spirit stones and foundation-building pills concurrently. This dual approach propelled his cultivation to the 7th level of foundation building. He utilized 3 high-grade spirit stones and 10 foundation-building pills. Achieving 2 levels of advancement in 1 month, his cultivation speed stabilized. However, even this stability was a pace unattainable for ordinary practitioners. Not everyone could afford an abundance of high-grade spirit stones and foundation-building pills at the foundation-building stage. In the meantime, Jin Liuxiang visited him twice. Su Xiao generously gifted her 20 foundation-building pills while receiving back 40 golden pills meant for core formation practitioners, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Under Su Xiao's patronage, Jin Liuxiang reached the 3rd level of foundation building. As for Lin Yenner, having not been seen for a month, she was likely still in seclusion, striving to break through to the foundation stage. Such breakthroughs were notoriously challenging. It was not uncommon for practitioners to seclude themselves for half a year or even a year. One evening, as Jin Liuxiang's supply of foundation-building pills was dwindling, She adorned herself in her fragrant quarters and, in high spirits, quietly made her way to Su Xiao's villa. With an unlimited supply of foundation-building pills, her cultivation had progressed rapidly. Reflecting on her dealings with Elder Su, she felt it was an exceedingly advantageous arrangement. Initially, the outer disciples had voiced their criticism towards her, but they had since fallen silent, now regarding her with a sense of awe. Some female disciples looked at her with intense envy. Not only had she reaped substantial benefits, but her vanity had also been greatly satisfied. Now, she would not hesitate to accept Su Xiao publicly acknowledging their relationship. In fact, she found herself eagerly anticipating it. Elder Su was the true powerhouse she yearned to align herself with. The mere thought of her master, Zhou Xiao, now filled Jin Liuxiang with an inexplicable sense of revulsion. Even this month, she had no desire to even lay eyes upon him. As Jin Liuxiang departed from the dormitory area, heading towards Su Xiao's villa, a young man stealthily emerged, appearing not far behind her. Junior sister, once again seeking Elder Su. How infuriating. How many times has it been now? What could that decrepit old man possibly offer? The young man, observing her graceful figure, felt as if his lungs were about to burst with rage. The mere thought of his junior sister's actions sent tremors through him, and he was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed in his fury. Junior sister, this time. Master shall not let you two off lightly. Scoundrels. Chapter 17. The schemes of Zhou Xiao. The young man possessed an elongated visage, bearing an unremarkable appearance. Clad in a light blue long robe typical of the outer sect, he served as a steward for the enforcement squad and was Zhou Xiao's foremost disciple, as well as the nominal senior brother of Jin Liuxiang, ever since she had been accepted as a disciple by their master. Both he and another junior brother had been nearly spellbound by her beauty. She was undeniably one of the most striking figures in the entire outer sect. However, after some time had passed, he perceived that Jin Liuxiang was not as enchanting as she initially appeared. She was, in fact, a masterful manipulator, having deceived him and his junior brother out of a significant quantity of spirit stones and elixirs. Ultimately, neither of them had even had the chance to touch her, which was infuriating. Now, she was even consorting with Elder Su for the sake of cultivation resources. He felt utterly humiliated. Although he was aware that Master Zhou Xiao also harbored feelings for her, he could no longer contain his anger and felt compelled to inform his master, demanding that he take action against this unscrupulous pair. Elder Su, outwardly esteemed and respected, yet secretly engaging in such disreputable conduct. He even had the audacity to suppress public opinion with the help of the outer sect elders. Such shamelessness, such disrespect for age, fueled by righteous indignation. The long-faced youth strode directly towards Zhou Xiao's abode. Behind the male disciples' dormitory lay an elegant and spacious courtyard, designated for the accommodation of the outer sect elders, where Zhou Xiao resided. At that moment, Zhou Xiao sat in the main hall of the courtyard, listening to the report from the long-faced youth, when, with a resounding crash, he shattered the teacup in his hand. Zhou Xiao was an unattractive middle-aged man, short in stature, with a face marred by pockmarks. His countenance was ablaze with fury as he rose and bellowed, "Jin Liuxiang, that wretched girl!" His face contorted with rage, his chest heaving. He trembled from the shock of the long-faced youth's news. Jin Liuxiang was a female disciple he had specifically chosen for his own indulgence. Her beauty was exceptional, and he had already invested in a low-grade magical artifact for her. He had been waiting for her to capitulate. To his dismay, he had been thwarted mid-course by Elder Su. "Malu, how many times has that wretched Jin Liuxiang visited Elder Su's residence this month?" Zhou Xiao seethed with wrath. Initially, he had been skeptical of the rumors. It was hard for him to conceive that someone as venerable as Elder Su would engage in such behavior. But now, having heard it from his own disciple, and not just once, coupled with Jin Liuxiang's recent aloofness towards him, he was forced to confront the truth. "Wretched girl!" The long-faced youth, Malu, replied vehemently. "This marks the third time. Master, Jin Liuxiang has visited Elder Su's residence for the third time. Each time, I have made a point to observe her, and she has always returned to her quarters the following morning. Moreover, she emerges each time with a radiant glow, clearly having dallied with Elder Su. Master, we cannot let Jin Liuxiang escape unpunished." Beside Ma Lu sat a tall, slender male disciple, his junior. As a victim of her deceit, he was equally incensed, his face aflame with fury. Zhou Xiao's expression darkened, his grotesque features becoming increasingly ghastly. The pockmarks on his face seemed to ooze with oil, a repulsive sight. He clenched his teeth and sat down, gazing at the encroaching darkness outside. Consumed by thoughts of Jin Liuxiang and Su Xiao, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, unable to sit still. with a fierce glint in his eyes. Zhou Xiao spoke in a deep voice. Did Jin Liuxiang just visit Elder Su? Indeed, Ma Lu promptly replied. Without a doubt, master. Perhaps the two are tangled together in bed right now. Infuriated, Zhou Xiao felt an indescribable pain in his heart. He never anticipated such an event would transpire in his life. If the other party were an ordinary disciple, he would have already stormed in, denouncing them as adulterers and delivering justice with the law enforcement team. However, Elder Su was no ordinary disciple. He was an esteemed inner sect elder, a senior to the sect leader. Master, we cannot simply let them off the hook, Ma Lu urged. Although we cannot confront Elder Su, we must impose severe punishment on Jin Liuxiang. As Ma Lu and his junior fanned the flames of anger, Zhou Xiao furrowed his brows in contemplation. Seemingly arriving at a decision, his eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he chuckled. Elder Su is merely a figure of high standing. In reality, he is just a foundation establishment cultivator, hardly worthy of concern. That wretched Jin Liuxiang must be coveting Elder Su's inheritance, willingly engaging in such acts. Now that I am aware of this, I shall not allow that harlot to have her way. Prepare yourselves, shortly. We shall venture to Elder Su's secluded residence to catch them in the act. Ma Lu and his companion were taken aback. Master, are we really going to Elder Su's residence? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? After all, he is Elder Lu's senior. Their master, Zhou Xiao, was merely at the core formation stage, an outer sect steward. Was it fitting to confront an inner sect elder over such a scandal? Zhou Xiao sneered, huh? If we don't speak of it, who will know what transpires tonight? Once we catch them in the act, Elder Su would certainly refrain from making it public, let alone seek assistance. Who knows, he might even offer us a substantial hush money to keep our mouths shut. As for Jin Liuxiang, she will not dare to consort with Elder Su again and will obediently remain under my command. His scheme was twofold. Capturing them in the act would not only extort resources from Elder Su but also secure leverage over Jin Liuxiang. That charming beauty would have no choice but to heed his every command. Huh, wretched woman, just wait until I deal with you. Noticing the lingering apprehension in his disciples, Zhou Xiao waved his hand dismissively, grinning malevolently. You need not worry. Elder Su is nearing his end and surely values his reputation. Moreover, he is merely an elderly foundation establishment cultivator, posing no threat to us. Rest assured. Encouraged by Zhou Xiao's words, Ma Lu and his companion relaxed, nodding in agreement. Master is right. Once we catch them in the act, not only can we secure a handsome hush money, but we can also completely control Jin Liuxiang. The three of them meticulously devised their plan. As the moon rose high in the sky, they donned dark attire and stealthily made their way toward Elder Su's secluded residence, cloaked in the shadows of the night. Chapter 18. The Strike of the Southern Mings, leaving Fire Sword in the secluded chambers of Su Zhao's residence. Elder Su. Such generosity suggests you possess ample resources, does it not? Jin Liuxiang remarked, her breath fragrant like orchids, her delicate face tinged with a faint blush. Su Xiao chuckled softly, claiming it was not much. But fear not, Liuxiang, for even if my journey concludes, you shall not be deprived. A secret smile danced within him. Naturally, he would not deprive her. Her bond with him had already reached level 2. Even her fortune level had recently ascended to grade B. In the future, he intended to bestow upon her more gifts to achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. This was indeed Jin Liuxiang's fortune. Through their time together, he discerned that although Jin Liuxiang had a penchant for wealth and a few ulterior motives, she was fundamentally a woman of character and principles. She was candid with her desires, which rendered Su Zhao's act of gifting devoid of the need for justification. Such a woman of fortune seemed tailor-made for him. Thus, he resolved to provide her with all the resources necessary for her cultivation journey. Really? Thank you, Elder Su. Jin Liuxiang exclaimed, her expression radiant, a rosy hue blossoming upon her alabaster cheeks. At that moment, Su Xiao turned his gaze towards a certain direction outside the room. What is it, Elder? Jin Liuxiang inquired, her countenance shifting. Su Zhao's expression grew grave as he replied, a few individuals are approaching the residence. I suspect their intentions are far from benign. As he focused his spiritual sense, he swiftly donned a gray robe. Within his perception, 3 furtive figures were advancing towards his secluded courtyard. Although his cultivation had fallen to the foundation building stage, his spiritual sense remained as potent as that of a 9th-level nascent soul. While it may not serve greatly in combat, his detection abilities surpass those of ordinary foundation-building cultivators. Someone is coming? Jin Liuxiang's face paled at his words, and she hastily donned her sect's robe. Indeed. They are 3 ruffians, Su Xiao sneered coldly. having discerned their ill intentions from the path they had taken to approach. They were likely there to investigate matters pertaining to him and Jin Liuxiang. Go, he murmured softly, and instantly, a blaze of crimson sword light surged forth. Soaring from the window, the fiery brilliance illuminated the ground, exuding an overwhelming might. Elder Jin Liuxiang, now fully dressed, was taken aback. The fiery sword Su Xiao had summoned radiated an awe-inspiring power that even made her heart tremble. This must be a superior or even an exceptional magical artifact. Jin Liuxiang's heart swelled with both surprise and astonishment. The old man, once a formidable 9th-level nascent soul cultivator, despite his fall to the foundation building stage, was far beyond the capability of ordinary cultivators to contend with. Not far from the small courtyard, upon witnessing the soaring crimson sword light erupting from the room, Zhou Xiao and his companions stood agape in astonishment, overwhelmed by the insurmountable aura emanating from it. Fear flickered in their eyes, leaving them momentarily paralyzed in disbelief. Zhou Xiaoxin trembled in fear, realizing that the means being employed were far beyond those of a mere foundation establishment cultivator. The blazing red sword emanated an aura that suggested it was at least a superior magical artifact. Elder Su had discovered them. Quickly, they must retreat. Zhou Xiaoxin shouted in terror, his legs quaking at the sight of the fiery sword hurtling towards them, leaving him no inclination to resist. How could Elder Su possess such formidable strength? It was inconceivable. Master, what should we do? The two companions, Ma Lu and the others, were paralyzed with fear. It was over, they had been exposed, and Elder Su's power was terrifying. As the fiery sword approached, the trio hastily summoned their own swords to counteract the impending threat. Bang, bang, bang. However, their swords were obliterated upon contact with the red sword, unable to impede its relentless advance. Impossible. Zhou Xiaoxin's expression shifted dramatically as he roared in horror. Yet it was too late. The South Ming Fire Sword, under Su Zhao's mental command, swiftly sliced through their lower bodies. In an instant, their thighs were severed, and their upper bodies collapsed to the ground, writhing in anguish. The flying sword soared into the sky, emitting a clear, melodious sound before returning to Su Zhao's abode. Zhou Xiaoxin and his companions lay in agony on the ground, their eyes filled with dread. One strike had utterly subdued them. Their severed legs had been charred to a crisp by the flames, and even if they wished to reattach them in the future, they would have to remove a portion of the damaged flesh, leaving them permanently diminished in stature. Su Xiao opened the door and, accompanied by Jin Liuxiang, stepped into the forest where the three lay incapacitated. Master? It's you. Jin Liuxiang's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the fallen trio. Su Xiao glanced at the grotesque middle-aged man, a cold smile crossing his lips as he remarked, Liuxiang, is this your master and senior brother? Yes. Elder Su, this is Zhou Xiaoxin. Jin Liuxiang deduced Su Zhao's intentions with remarkable insight. Her heart brimmed with disdain for the trio, wishing them dead at that very moment. Zhou Xiaoxin and his companions, upon seeing the two before them, paled in terror. Elder Su, Jin Liuxiang. It was the end. Elder Su, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhou Xiaoxin lamented. His face ashen, his features twisted with profound fear and regret. Who would have thought that this Elder Su, who had failed the Thunder Tribulation, could wield such power? It was a complete downfall. Su Xiao smiled gently and approached, saying, Zhou Xiaoxin, I recognize you. You are under my disciple Lu Denian, are you not? What brings you to my abode at this late hour? I initially suspected you were a thief, hence my preemptive strike. By now, he was well aware of their intentions, was it not to catch him in the act? Jin Liuxiang had informed him of the trio's affairs during this time. They were neglecting their cultivation, preoccupied with thoughts of Jin Liuxiang. Such individuals had little hope for greatness. It seemed the sect needed to impose stricter regulations. Su Xiao sighed inwardly, naturally cloaking his presence in the process. He is merely cultivating a favorable relationship with the daughter of fortune, facilitating future gifts as he embarks on the path of immortality. Indeed, Elder Su, I am your disciple's apprentice, under the guidance of Elder Lu. Elder Su, I implore you to spare me for the sake of Elder Lu's reputation. It is all a misunderstanding. Zhou Xiao and his companions lay on the ground, clasping their fists in a gesture of entreaty, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Chapter 19. The shocked Lu dodging Elder Su. We were merely momentarily bewitched by the specters, which led us to stealthily inquire about you. The primary concern is that Jin Liuxiang is my disciple. I fear she might be bullied by you. Elder Su, hence I resorted to this desperate measure. Elder Su, please, spare us. Zhou Xiao struggled to rise, kneeling before Su Xiao with one leg, repeatedly bowing in contrition. Beside him, Ma Lu and his companion, both at the foundation establishment level, had their legs severed and lacked the strength to rise. Jin Liuxiang gazed upon her ugly and lowly master, feeling a surge of revulsion within her. Stealing a glance at the tall and handsome Su Xiao, her heart brimmed with joy at that moment. Elder Su, truly a person worthy of trust. This is the support she ought to seek. Admiration and reverence filled her heart as Su Xiao displayed his formidable power and wealth, elevating his image in her eyes to grand heights. Su Xiao furrowed his white brows. Addressing Zhou Xiao, you are misguided. Liu Xiang is under my guidance, and I merely offer her suggestions for her cultivation. You, alas. Seeing Elder Su sigh, Zhou Xiao's face turned pale with fear. Regardless of the nature of their relationship, if he failed to gain Elder Su's forgiveness now, he could not remain in the Miao sect. His very life was at stake. In all his calculations, he had overlooked one crucial detail. Elder Su's strength had not diminished significantly. Elder Su, please grant me mercy this once. I vow never to repeat this transgression. Zhou Xiao, disregarding everything else, advanced to clutch Su Xiao's legs, continuing his pleas for mercy. Su Xiao shook his head. Liu Xiang, he is your master. What should be done about his nighttime trespass into the elder's abode with ulterior motives? Jin Liuxiang regarded Zhou Xiao with disdain, coldly replying, Elder Su, it would be better to simply execute him. What? Zhou Xiao's complexion drastically changed upon hearing her words. Liu Xiang, I am your master. I even gifted you a low-grade magic sword. Liu Xiang, please intercede on my behalf before Elder Su. I beseech you. Jin Liuxiang replied with displeasure. Do not call me Liu Xiang. Yes. Young friend Jin, I implore you, spare my life. Zhou Xiao begged. Jin Liuxiang's delicate brows furrowed. She wished for Zhou Xiao's demise, this grotesque individual. Yet, the final decision rested with Elder Su. Su Xiao sighed. A death sentence is unwarranted. Zhou Xiao, as a member of the law enforcement team, it shall be as follows. Summon Lu Dajing and let him handle this according to the rules. After this, he no longer listened to Zhou Xiao's pitiful pleas. He retrieved a communication talisman, casting a spell before softly stating, Dajing, come to my abode. There has been an incident. You may come alone. Before long, Lu Dajing hurriedly arrived, gliding upon his flying sword. Upon seeing the few individuals in the mountains adjacent to the small courtyard, he was instantly stunned. What is happening here? Lu Dajing glanced at Jin Liuxiang, then at Su Xiao, and silently swallowed hard. His senior was not even concealing this from him. Yet, he felt a sense of joy within. At least, his master had placed his trust in him. Zhou Xiao, what are you doing here? Lu Danian glared at the three individuals on the ground, his brow furrowed. Su Xiao recounted the sequence of events to Lu Danian. As for his relationship with Jin Liuxiang, Su Xiao merely mentioned that they were fated to meet and spend a night guiding her cultivation. Although this reasoning might appear somewhat tenuous, Su Xiao harbored his own intentions. Lu Danian was indeed a commendable person. Zhou Xiao, you audacious rascal. Upon hearing the explanation, Lu Danian directed a few kicks at Zhou Xiao, furiously exclaiming, You dare pry into matters concerning Master Su? Have you grown weary of life? With punches and kicks. Zhou Xiao soon found himself bruised and battered, his appearance rendered even more unsightly. Elder Lu, spare me. Zhou Xiao cried out pitifully from the ground. Su Xiao interjected, Danian, let's handle this according to the sect's regulations. Jin Liuxiang has also severed her master-disciple relationship with Zhou Xiao. Lu Danian nodded earnestly, acknowledging the statement. He then turned to Zhou Xiao, furiously declaring, Zhou Xiao, were it not for Master Su's intercession on your behalf, I would have surely ended your life today. Return home and reflect upon your actions. By dawn tomorrow, you three are to leave the mountain. Piao Miao sect has no place for a disrespectful disciple like you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiao felt a surge of joy within. He quickly responded, Yes. Thank you, Elder Lu, and thank you, Elder Su, for your mercy. For him, preserving his life meant that, with his foundation building cultivation, he could still manage as a wandering cultivator. This was indeed the most favorable punishment he could receive. Hurry and leave. Should I see you again tomorrow, I shall execute you on the spot. Lu Danian thundered. Zhou Xiao hurriedly expressed his gratitude to both elders. He then clutched his scorched leg and roused Ma Lu and the others nearby. The three of them, dragging their injured leg, hastily fled the scene in terror. Lu Danian then approached Su Xiao, feeling somewhat ashamed. Master, it is all my fault for not managing my subordinates properly, causing you distress. He felt a flicker of doubt within. Master, did your cultivation not regress to the foundation establishment stage? Yet, You subdued Zhou Xiao with such ease, maintaining at least the high-level strength of the core formation stage. Truly, you are remarkable. Su Xiao chuckled. No need for concern, Danian. It seems the outer disciples have misconstrued matters regarding Liu Xiang during her time with me. Your law enforcement team must strive to clarify these rumors. Otherwise, it will be challenging for me to manage. Lu Danian immediately comprehended, nodding vigorously. Rest assured, Master. With disciples present, who would dare speak ill of you? The sect's regulations will handle it. Good, very good. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Nearby, Jin Liu Xiang observed the typically stern and imposing law enforcement elder behaving like a subordinate in front of Su Xiao, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. At that moment, she felt even more fortunate to have aligned herself with the right person. With Elder Su by her side, her path to cultivation would certainly be secure. Su Xiao pondered briefly before continuing. Danian, Liu Xiang, and I share a connection. She possesses considerable talent and has reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. How about we allow her to become a registered disciple under you? This way, we can prevent individuals like Zhou Xiao from plotting any further mischief. What do you think? Lu Dazhuan cast a glance at the loosely attired, blushing Jin Liu Xiang beside him, and his heart was suddenly filled with astonishment. What is happening? This, Master Uncle. This is rather inappropriate. Lu Dazhuan wore a look of grievance. What is inappropriate? It has been decided. Su Xiao did not give the other party a chance to resist. After all, they were merely registered disciples, and it was of no consequence. He then addressed Jin Liu Xiang. Liu Xiang, would you be willing to take Lu Dazhuan as your master? Jin Liu Xiang's eyes brightened, and she knelt down, bowing deeply to Su Xiao. Thank you, Elder Su. I am willing. She was overwhelmed with excitement. The law enforcement elder, Lu Dazhuan, was a disciple of the sect leader. By becoming Lu Dazhuan's disciple, did she not forge a connection with the revered Dugu sect leader? This way, even if Elder Su were to pass away in the future, she would still have Lu Dazhuan and the sect leader to support her. Jin Liu Xiang looked at Su Xiao, moved to the brink of tears. Elder Su was truly too kind to her, even arranging matters for her after his passing so meticulously. She vowed to serve the elder well in his final journey. Chapter 20. The Grand Gossip Master. This is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Lu Danian felt a pang of sorrow. Master. This arrangement for him is akin to sending him to a crematorium. He harbored a foreboding feeling that Lin Yin'er might ultimately become his recognized disciple. Over the years, he had discerned the feelings that the sect leader held for Master. Even though the sect leader frequently claimed to seek a partner for Master, it was limited to their own efforts. Should the matter of him maintaining a mistress for Master come to light, he sensed that misfortune would befall him. What is there to be concerned about? Danian, do you now feel so elevated in your cultivation that you disregard your master's words? Su Xiao regarded Lu Danian, his white brows slightly furrowing. The authority emanating from him, etched into his very soul, caused Lu Danian's heart to race and tremble. No, I must heed Master. Jin Xiu. Become my recognized disciple. Lu Danian nodded eagerly. Su Xiao's expression softened once more as he smiled, saying, this is how it should be. Remember not to divulge this to your junior sister. It suffices for us to know. Lu Xiang, pay your respects to your master. Jin Liu Xiang, with a flirtatious glance, promptly turned and bowed to Lu Danian. Disciple pays respects to master. Lu Danian wore a bitter expression, lamenting, alas, it's merely a title of recognized disciple. Just a nominal distinction. Jin Xiao need not be so formal. Very well. With this agreement, it seems troublesome matters will be inevitable in the future. Su Xiao continued, Danian, you need not provide any cultivation resources for Lu Xiang. I will handle that. He then helped Jin Liu Xiang to her feet, saying, Lu Xiang, the day is growing late. I will not instruct you further today. Here are 20 foundation establishment pills. Keep them for your cultivation, and be sure to seek me out once they are used up. Su Xiao declared grandly, do not hesitate. Take what you deserve. Lu Xiang, I will cover all your cultivation resources in the future. Both Jin Liu Xiang and Lu Danian were left in a state of disbelief. The former was moved to tears by Su Xiao's generosity, while the latter was astonished by the master's lavishness. Master, this is quite serious. Disciple thanks Elder Su. Jin Liu Xiang accepted the 20 foundation establishment pills and knelt before Su Xiao, overwhelmed with gratitude. Elder Su, you are the greatest benefactor of my life. The only man I recognize. Though somewhat aged, he remains a handsome gentleman. A true magnate. Lu Danian swallowed hard, repeatedly blinking his astonished eyes at Su Xiao. No wonder Master could easily win over a young beauty like Jin Liu Xiang. With such extravagance, he too would willingly pledge himself. All right, rise. Su Xiao assisted Jean Liuxiang to her feet. He then turned to Lu Danian, his gaze laden with meaning. Danian, regarding these matters. Before he could finish, Lu Danian interjected, "Rest assured, master. I fully understand. None of this will escape my lips. Jean Xiao Yu is merely fortunate to have a connection with master. And tonight is solely about guidance and cultivation." Nodding in satisfaction, Su Xiao appreciated the response. Lu Danian has become a masterful companion in skills. After offering some advice, Su Xiao prepared to return to his quarters for rest. "Wait a moment, master uncle." Lu Danian stepped forward, his expression shrouded in mystery, regarding Zhou Xiao and his companions. "Should we?" He touched his neck, his meaning quite evident. Su Xiao chuckled softly, "Although I no longer wish to encounter that Zhou Xiao. As a respected sect of the Miao Miao school, how can we engage in such nefarious deeds?" He continued, "Let them descend the mountain for now. As for what follows, I leave it to your discretion." Lu Danian's eyes gleamed, a hint of murderous intent emerging as he clasped his fists. "Understood, master uncle. I shall heed your words." Once Su Xiao departed, only Lu Danian and Jean Liuxiang remained. The latter held 20 foundation establishment pills, gazing at Su Xiao's retreating figure. It was then she realized that towering silhouette was remarkably handsome, so alluring. Enough of that. Lu Danian swiftly regained the imposing demeanor of the outer sect's law elder. He regarded Jean Liuxiang with solemnity. "Jean, my young friend, Su master uncle is old and solitary. During this final stretch, you must accompany him well, and never betray his feelings. Should he be saddened, our Miao Miao school will not take it lightly with you." Jean Liuxiang's expression immediately shifted. She nodded earnestly. "Master, I understand. You can rest assured. Elder Su has bestowed upon me a second life, and I shall do my utmost." Lu Danian nodded, reminding her, "That is good. Also, there is no need to call me master. You are merely a registered disciple under my wing, with no true master-disciple bond." With that, Lu Danian summoned his sword and departed. Jean Liuxiang blinked, her beautiful eyes filled with joy. With Elder Su by her side, she felt a surge of hope for the future. In the small courtyard room, the system's voice resonated. "Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills. You have received 20 Yunjin pills in return. Why only count as 10? Su Xiao sat on the mat, his aged eyes flickering slightly. It was clear that he had gifted 20 pills, exceeding what the recipient could currently utilize. The system had refused to acknowledge it. Indeed, whether it be elixirs, magical artifacts, or other cultivation resources, one must ensure the gifts are reasonable, tailored to what the recipient can effectively use. Otherwise, the system would not recognize the transaction. However, it mattered not. He would heed this lesson in the future, and this time, he had not incurred a loss. The 20 Yunjin pills were worth the equivalent of 200 foundation establishment pills, a true win-win situation. Closing his eyes, he began his daily practice of the Miao Miao longevity technique, circulating spiritual energy throughout his body. Days later, a sensational piece of news began circulating among the outer disciples. Jean Liuxiang's master, Zhou Xiao, along with her 2 senior brothers, had been expelled from the Miao Miao school. Moreover, the outer sect beauty Jean Liuxiang had been accepted as a registered disciple by Elder Lu. This news detonated like an atomic bomb among the outer disciples. The previously suppressed emotions of the outer sect hierarchy erupted anew. In the accommodation area, groups of outer disciples were secretly discussing the matter. The faces around were extraordinarily expressive, as if they had just heard some scandalous gossip that shattered their perceptions. No need to guess. The truth is out. Jean Liuxiang has indeed taken up with Elder Su. My goodness, it is astonishing that such a venerable figure in the sect, Elder Su, would compromise his integrity at this stage of his life. Jean Liuxiang has remarkably advanced to the 3rd level of foundation building within a month. The foundation building pills in her possession seem to be inexhaustible. It is rumored that her master, Deacon Zhou Xiao, harbored feelings for Jean Liuxiang, and upon Elder Su's discovery, he was expelled from the sect, along with his 2 disciples, who could not escape the same fate. The disciples, upon hearing the shocking news, felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Elder Su could not possibly be that kind of person. They refused to believe it. Chapter 21. The arrival of Dugu Ling. As curiosity grew among the disciples, their imaginations began to run wild. The incident involving Elder Su and Jean Liuxiang had been uncovered by Zhou Xiao, leading to Elder Su's furious response, which resulted in Zhou Xiao and his disciples being expelled from the sect through his connections. Surely, Elder Su could not be that kind of person, under normal circumstances. It would be unthinkable, yet when it comes to matters of the heart, one can never be too certain, especially given Jean Liuxiang's stunning beauty. My goodness, who would have imagined that Elder Su harbored such inclinations, expelling Zhou Zhao's entire lineage for an outer sect seductress? How horrifying. Keep your voices down. We mustn't let others overhear us. If the enforcement team discovers our discussions about Elder Su, we might end up like Zhou Xiao. As these words were uttered, the disciples fell into a hushed silence. The enforcement team was currently cracking down hard. Anyone daring to discuss Elder Su's affairs within the sect would face a year-long penalty of spirit stones. The severity of the situation was underscored by Zhou Xiao's fate. It was terrifying. Elder Su, how have you changed in your old age? The disciples could scarcely recognize you anymore. Despite the skepticism of many outer sect disciples, a seed of doubt regarding Elder Su's integrity had been sown in their hearts. Behind the main hall of the outer mountain, at the enforcement hall, Lu Dazheng listened intently to the reports from the enforcement team members below, his brows furrowed deeply. Rumors about Elder Su were rampant in the outer sect, and no matter how hard they tried to quell them, they seemed unstoppable. The law does not punish the masses, and it was impossible for the enforcement team to apprehend each disciple who dared to discuss Elder Su's matters. Expelling them from the mountain, a middle-aged steward, looking troubled, spoke up. Elder Lu, perhaps you should advise Elder Su to be more discreet. The rumors have spread wildly in the outer mountain, and they might have even reached the inner mountain. It is not only the outer sect disciples. We, the enforcement stewards, have also been discussing Elder Su's affairs these past few days. That Jean Liuxiang, she doesn't even try to hide it anymore. Striding boldly to Elder Su's residence, the enforcement team was in a difficult predicament. Lu Dazheng slammed the table in anger, declaring, discreet? Elder Su is merely guiding Jean Liuxiang in her cultivation. You must not overthink this. Yes, yes, the stewards lamented silently, too fearful to voice their concerns. Just days prior, Zhou Xiao had delved deeply into Elder Su and Jean Liuxiang's relationship and had been severely injured and expelled from the mountain. Faced with such terrifying consequences regarding Elder Su's alleged involvement with a female disciple, they dared not utter a single word. Elder Su, as your time approaches, why have you suddenly taken an interest in female cultivators? Such a decline in your reputation. At that moment, a streak of light appeared at the door. In an instant, a woman clad in a flowing azure gown descended gracefully, with enchanting, noble phoenix eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky. Her breathtaking beauty and ethereal presence captivated all, resembling the most exquisite flower in the world. Her fair skin shimmered with an enchanting luster, smooth as the most exquisite jade in existence. The elongated neck, reminiscent of a swan, bore a flawless curve, while the delicate collarbones exuded the utmost allure of femininity. The beautiful azure gown clung closely to her figure, accentuating the perfect contours of her exquisite form. As the gentle breeze caressed her, her cascading, jet-black hair, which fell gracefully to her slender waist, swayed lightly, seemingly infused with an irresistible fragrance. The visitor was none other than Lu Danian's master, the esteemed leader of the Misty sect, Dugu Ling. Upon the entrance of the woman, the expressions of those in the law enforcement hall shifted dramatically. They hurriedly clasped their fists in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, "Disciples pay their respects to Master Dugu." Dugu Ling's expression revealed a slight chill as she regarded Lu Danian, raising her jade-like hand and commanding, "You all may leave. I have matters to discuss with Lu Danian." Yes, the members of the outer sect's enforcement team fled hastily, fearful of lingering even a moment longer. It was over. Elder Lu was finished. Covering for Elder Su's favored female disciple had led to the Master's inquiry. Some attendants even expressed a sense of schadenfreude. Master Dugu, please take swift action against Elder Lu and Elder Su. If this turmoil continues unchecked, the reputation of our Misty sect will be irreparably tarnished. Only the Master and the Grand Elders can hope to reign in someone of Elder Su's standing. Lu Danian, Dugu Ling's voice, cool and composed, sent a shiver down Lu Danian's spine. The disciple pays respects to Master. He rushed forward, kneeling before Dugu Ling without uttering a word. Master, this matter does not involve your disciple. Lu Danian was utterly taken aback, realizing he had just betrayed Su Xia. He had encountered Dugu Ling only thrice in his lifetime, and each occasion had been accompanied by the downfall of countless cultivators. Master Uncle, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. I simply cannot bear the pressure. Dugu Ling's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she coldly replied, "Tell me everything that old scoundrel Su Xia has been up to recently. If you dare defend him in my presence, you shall face dire consequences." Lu Danian's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with terror. Master, the situation is as follows. It was Elder Su who insisted on keeping a young mistress. On a bright and sunny morning, Su Xia lay in bed, while Jean Liuxiang, Her cheeks slightly flushed, rested beside him with her beautiful eyes closed. He needed to find opportunities to meet more women of fortune. Xiao stroked his goatee. Deep in thought, gifts to women of fortune should not be given indiscriminately. To maximize returns from the system, one must increase the quantity. Moreover, the initial gift to a woman of fortune could trigger a critical success. Even if each woman of fortune received just one gift, it would yield substantial benefits. It seemed prudent to wander about more often. He might just encounter additional women of fortune. For someone of his esteemed reputation, it would be entirely reasonable to bestow a gift upon someone he felt a connection with. Just as he prepared to awaken Jin Liuxiang to send her home. Suddenly, Su Zhao's eyes flickered as his consciousness sensed an astonishing surge of spiritual energy rushing towards him. This is bad. Liuxiang, quickly get dressed. The sect master is coming. After speaking, Su Zhao swiftly got out of bed and donned his gray robe. Upon awakening, Jin Liuxiang turned pale with fright at the mention of the sect master. She was acutely aware that the esteemed Dugu sect master was the junior sister of Elder Su. If they were to be discovered in such a state, the consequences would be dire. The two hurriedly clothed themselves, and just as Jin Liuxiang was about to leave, the door was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash. Struck by a wave of spiritual power, there stood Dugu Ling at the threshold, adorned in a flowing green dress, radiating an otherworldly beauty. A glance towards Jin Liuxiang inside the room darkened her expression instantly. Jin Liuxiang, terrified, felt her complexion drain of color. Facing the enchanting figure that made her feel inferior, her heart sank. This is the esteemed sect master of the Miao Miao sect, Dugu Ling. Disciple Jin Liuxiang pays her respects to sect master Dugu. Jin Liuxiang promptly approached, kneeling on the ground to perform a profound bow. Chapter 22, The Gift of the Exquisite Beauty Elixir Leave, Dugu Ling uttered, her gaze fixed solely on Su Zhao, ignoring Jin Liuxiang entirely. Why yes. Jin Liuxiang, trembling with trepidation, retreated from beside Dugu Ling, casting a fearful glance at Su Zhao, Dugu's sect leader. She is truly terrifying. The oppressive aura made her feel diminutive, akin to an ant before a giant. Once Jin Liuxiang departed, Dugu Ling closed the door with deliberate care. She observed Su Zhao, whose expression was tinged with awkwardness, and with an unusual smile remarked, "Senior brother, I have promised to find you a beautiful partner, yet you seem unable to restrain yourself even for a few days. It appears that with age, your desires have intensified." Su Zhao, sensing the reproach in her tone, chuckled softly, "Junior sister, my connection with Jin Liuxiang is merely one of guidance regarding her cultivation. Please do not read too much into it." He shook his head inwardly, realizing that concealing the truth was futile. Dugu Ling, having grown up alongside him, would undoubtedly perceive his feelings, despite his limitations in reaching the divine transformation realm, which rendered him incapable of becoming her partner. Nevertheless, he was aware that Dugu Ling harbored an inexplicable desire for control over him. While she could seek a partner for him, she would surely be displeased if he sought one himself. "Do not deceive me. I hold no grudge against you." "Humph, you men remain the same even with age." Dugu Ling scoffed, seating herself at the table. She then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Senior brother, your recent actions have reached the inner sect. Because of you, both my reputation and that of master have suffered. This must cease immediately. Any further occurrences will warrant my intervention on behalf of master." Her heart seethed with anger. How could her senior brother seek companionship behind her back? For a millennium, she had quelled any inclinations he displayed in that regard. He was destined to be hers alone. Even in the matter of choosing a partner, Su Zhao waved his hand with a smile, explaining, "Junior sister, my actions are not without purpose. Do not judge solely by appearances. I will ensure that Jin Liuxiang does not come again." After some time, he noted that his bond with Jin Liuxiang remained at level 2. It seemed that frequent interactions had failed to deepen their connection further, rendering her visits inconsequential. He needed to explore new avenues to enhance their bond. "And what of that Lin Yin'er?" Dugu Ling's delicate brows arched slightly. Su Zhao replied with a grin. "My relationship with Lin Xiao is merely one of fate. There is nothing beyond that. You need not worry, junior sister." Dugu Ling nodded, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions as she regarded Su Zhao. "Senior brother, once I find your partner, you may do as you wish," she declared, rising gracefully with a light-hearted smile. "At that point, I shall no longer concern myself with you." Detected daughter of fortune, Dugu Ling fortune level, SS, return multiplier, 50x, bond level, 1, gazing upon his noble sister, who radiated an ethereal beauty. Su Zhao once again heard the system's confirmation in his ear. He shook his head inwardly at her words. for the sake of his own path to immortality. He could not acquiesce to his sister's wishes. The rules of this system were thus: he must present gifts to those daughters of fortune in order to receive a return. Clearing his throat gently, he approached her and said, "Sister, do not worry. I shall be more mindful in the future." With a glimmer of determination in his aged eyes, he retrieved a luminescent pill from his spatial vault. This was the exquisite youth preservation pill, specially prepared for Duguling. The impact of this gift would undoubtedly be profound. As he stood beside Duguling, he stroked his distinguished goatee and, holding the elixir, proclaimed, "Sister, this is a supreme youth preservation pill that I inadvertently obtained in my later years. I had intended to keep it for my own twilight, but seeing you upset over my affairs today fills me with remorse. Thus, I present this pill to you, hoping it brings you joy." Su Xiao's confidence shone through. No female cultivator could possibly refuse a youth preservation pill, especially one of supreme quality. Youth preservation pill? Supreme. Duguling's exquisite visage momentarily froze in astonishment. As she beheld the pill in Su Xiao's hand, she instinctively reached for it, examining it closely. "This is truly a pill of such exceptional quality. Brother, where did you acquire this? Do you not realize that this item cannot even be purchased with spirit stones nowadays?" Upon her first glance at the supreme youth preservation pill, Duguling completely forgot about Su Xiao's supposed infidelity. Instead, her heart swelled with exhilaration and anticipation. Previously, she had endured immense hardship to procure a mere mid-grade youth preservation pill, which, although scarce, was still something countless female cultivators would vie for. While the mid-grade pill could help her maintain her youthful visage, it paled in comparison to the supreme variant. If this were to be offered at the Huan sect, it would likely fetch thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Overwhelmed with excitement, the coldness that once graced Duguling's expression vanished, replaced by a flush of crimson on her cheeks. Her brother had bestowed upon her such a precious item. Su Xiao chuckled. "Sister, remain calm. It is not such a valuable item." "Brother, thank you," Duguling exclaimed, her heart racing with joy as she embraced Su Xiao, the fragrant breeze enveloping them. "I always knew, throughout my life, you have been the best to me." In that moment, she felt a connection to the brother she had long adored, the one who had always lingered in her dreams. Su Xiao smiled gently and said, "Sister, though I may be aging, I shall never forget you. To Jin Lu, Xiang Lin, and Yinner, I have only given a few foundational pills and some low-grade magical artifacts. Mere trifles in passing, but this supreme youth preservation pill I will reserve solely for you. In this lifetime, you are the only one I have truly loved." With such tender words, Su Xiao spoke effortlessly. After this barrage of sweet words, it is likely that Sister Dugu will no longer dwell on the matter, conveniently allowing him to bestow a return gift. As for the exquisite magical artifact, although the other party is capable of utilizing it, there exists no suitable justification for its presentation. After all, his own artifacts have been diminished in the tempest of thunder tribulations, and it would be inappropriate to present them now. This matter shall be addressed at a later time. "Brother." Duguling gazed at the face of the man before her. Though aged, still retaining an undeniable charm, her exquisite cheeks slightly flushed with a rosy hue. The once profound affection between them, now long cooled, seemed to be rekindled by this extraordinary youth-preserving elixir. Chapter 23. The Path of Earth and Fire After a Moment of Tender Intimacy. The exquisite face of Duguling flushed a delicate shade of red as she donned her dress. She gazed at Su Xiao and sighed, "Senior brother, my ethereal longevity technique is predicated on the foundation of a Purian physique. Alas, it seems that in this lifetime, we shall not become Dao companions." Su Xiao chuckled softly, shaking his head. "It matters not, junior sister. If it is not destined for this life, perhaps in the next. To have spent a millennium in your company is already a profound blessing for me." He understood that Duguling's extraordinary progress over the past 1,000 years, reaching the 9th level of the transformation god stage, was attributed to her rare pure Yin body, a physique so exceptional that it had caught Ji Shui's attention years ago. While this constitution allowed for rapid cultivation, it also rendered her unable to form bonds with men. Should her pure Yin body be compromised, her cultivation speed would diminish significantly. Until she reached the next realm, the void refinement stage, she must maintain her pure Yin form. Duguling looked at Su Xiao, a hint of guilt flickering in her eyes. "Senior brother, in this life, I have wronged you so. Yet, you still wish to bestow upon me such a precious beauty-restoring elixir. I now comprehend your intentions. You have toiled for me over this millennium. Should you have desires in this regard in the future, I shall not impede you. However, senior brother, you must exercise discretion. Do not allow it to become common knowledge. Su Xiao's eyes brightened at her words. This was precisely what he desired. With his junior sister's acquiescence and their master in seclusion, the elder leaders would hardly concern themselves with such matters. He could now freely present gifts to the favored daughter of destiny, without reservation. Before departing, Dugu Ling advised, "Senior brother, I am already seeking a suitable partner for you. Do not worry. I shall find a woman whose appearance resembles mine. In this way, your remaining years will feel as though I am perpetually by your side." With that, Dugu Ling, clutching the beauty-restoring elixir, soared away from the courtyard, her heart brimming with excitement as she anticipated testing the effects of the precious pill. Su Xiao, meanwhile, sank into his chair, his gaze fixed on the direction Dugu Ling had departed, his expression gradually turning dazed. A partner resembling his junior sister? This felt rather peculiar. Congratulations, host. The gift of the beauty-restoring elixir has been successfully delivered. The first gift to Dugu Ling has triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning the 3,000 Dao elixir. 3,000 Dao elixir, a divine elixir birthed from the essence of heaven and earth. Upon consumption, one randomly comprehends a singular path of the cosmos. Boom. The system's proclamation reverberated in Su Xiao's mind like thunder. Comprehending a path of the cosmos. Su Xiao stared in disbelief at the golden divine elixir, roughly the size of a fist, that materialized in his spatial repository, his eyes alight with astonishment. To comprehend the 3,000 Dao, was this not the dream of every cultivator? Having practiced for a millennium, he was well aware that upon reaching the transformation god stage, one began to engage with the so-called heavenly Dao. The bottlenecks present in both the transformation god and void refinement stages necessitated a certain level of understanding of the 3,000 Dao to transcend them. His master, Ji Shuet, was currently in seclusion, striving to grasp one of the paths within the 3,000 Dao. At this moment, a 3,000 Daos pill directly enabled him to comprehend a singular path of the celestial realm. Is it not a proclamation that, in the future, upon reaching the realm of transformation and refinement, he shall encounter no barriers? What sheer ecstasy! Su Xiao hastily closed the door and retrieved a fist-sized divine pill from his spatial repository. It shimmered with resplendent hues, seemingly enveloped by an ethereal aura, truly extraordinary. How could such a sizable pill exist? Must he consume it piece by piece? Just as he brought the 3,000 Daos pill to his lips, it responded, transforming into a stream of multicolored radiance that soared into Su Xiao's mouth. Subsequently, a peculiar surge of energy erupted within him. An indescribable force of law enveloped his entire being. In that moment, he felt as if he had ascended to a celestial realm, beginning to experience the marvels of the 3,000 Daos. Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the path of earth fire within the 3,000 Daos. Name, Su Xiao. Age, 1,008 years. Realm, Foundation Establishment 7th Layer, Special Constitution, Earth Fire. Remaining lifespan, 301 years. After a considerable time, the enveloping force of law dissipated. Su Xiao regained his senses, feeling the newly comprehended path of earth fire, his age visage aglow with vitality. It was indeed the path of earth fire. He was immensely exhilarated. Each path within the 3,000 Daos could lead directly to the realm of eternal life. And he had directly grasped the path of earth fire. Within the realm of fire, there exist numerous branches within the 3,000 Daos. Earth fire represents the true fire of the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Specifically the fire of the earth. It is the flame derived from wood and stone, the most commonly utilized fire by ordinary people. In contrast, heavenly fire is the fire of the 9 heavens tribulations, critical during the tribulation process. Human fire, on the other hand, is the heart fire generated within the human body, also referred to as karmic fire. With a mere flick of his hand and a slight movement of thought, the force of earth fire materialized, manifesting as a brilliant blaze of yellow-red flames in the palm of Su Xiao. The intense heat radiated throughout the room. It was unfathomable to consider the consequences should such a small flame make contact with a person. Even someone at the nascent soul stage would find themselves in dire straits. Truly remarkable. Su Xiao, brimming with excitement, retracted the earth fire and produced the southern brightly fire sword, the already fiery and radiant sword blade. Upon Su Xiao's invocation of the earth fire's divine abilities, ignited with flames of unparalleled temperature. As he beheld the augmented might of both, he swallowed hard. After comprehending the path of earth fire, the potency of his southern brightly fire sword had increased manifold. It is no exaggeration to assert that with his current foundation establishment 7th layer prowess, the combination of the southern brightly fire sword and earth fire equaled if not surpassed, his strength at the nascent soul ninth layer. Indeed, it was even more ferocious. Impressive. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction, storing the earth fire and the southern bright leaf fire sword. His confidence soared. Although he still fell short in terms of realm, his strength had experienced a significant enhancement. Furthermore, having comprehended the path of earth fire, he would no longer face barriers in the realms of transformation and refinement. Once he transcended the tribulation of the nascent soul ninth layer, with the system's assistance, his cultivation would soar to unprecedented heights, catching up to his junior sister. He could hardly contain his anticipation, chuckling softly. Su Xiao sat cross-legged on his mat, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Time has swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have elapsed. During this period, Jean Liuxiang consumed 30 foundation establishment pills and received a return of 60 essence gold pills, advancing to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Su Xiao, under the fervent nourishment of resources, successfully ascended to the 1st level of core formation. He can now, as desired, soar through the skies with sword mastery, chasing clouds and pursuing the sun. Chapter 24. The news of Lin Yin'er in the past 2 months. The rumors surrounding Su Xiao within the sect have gradually subsided, following the direct instructions from the sect leader, Dugaling, Lu Danian. Along with a group of law enforcement officers, exerted their utmost efforts to apprehend those who dared to discuss the matter privately. Those caught faced severe beatings and a month's worth of spirit stones withheld. The outer sect disciples fell into a fearful silence. They dared not utter a word about Su Xiao unless they were within the safety of their own quarters, as discussing him had seemingly become a taboo in the Miao Miao sect. However, an incident soon transpired that reignited the fervor among the sect members. Despite the law enforcement team's attempts to suppress the commotion, the anxiety-ridden outer disciples could no longer contain their trepidation. The master of Jean Liuxiang, Zhou Xiao, had met his untimely demise. Along with him, his 2 disciples mysteriously perished outside Huxiao City. After being expelled from the Miao Miao sect, the trio, possessing commendable cultivation skills, sought refuge as bodyguards in Huxiao City. Yet, after one of their assignments outside the city, their lifeless bodies were discovered in the dense woods beyond the city's borders. This shocking news quickly reached the Miao Miao sect, leaving the outer disciples in a state of sheer terror. Offending Elder Su, such a tragic fate awaited them. Now, these disciples were so frightened that they dared not even utter a single word. Being apprehended by the law enforcement team was preferable, as it merely resulted in a beating and the forfeiture of spirit stones. However, should they unwittingly provoke Elder Su, their very lives could be at stake. Consequently, the esteemed and virtuous image of Su Xiao underwent a dramatic transformation in the hearts of the sect members. He shifted from being a kind and approachable elder to a hypocritical figure, rumored to be involved with a young mistress. Moreover, this unscrupulous elder wielded immense power and held a lofty status within the sect. The disciples, upon catching sight of Su Xiao from a distance, dared not approach him. Even some of the more attractive female disciples, upon witnessing Elder Su pass by, turned pale with fear, their hearts trembling in terror. In a secluded courtyard of the outer mountain, Su Xiao, having ascended to the core formation stage, listened to Lu Danian's report with a perplexed expression as he stroked his goat beard. Danian, why has my reputation plummeted to such depths? The disciples now regard me as they would a ferocious beast, fleeing at the mere sight of me. Some even weep in fear. Am I truly that terrifying? Clad in an 8 trigrams robe, Lu Danian swallowed hard. Observing his bewildered master, he felt a pang of distress. The law enforcement team's suppression of public opinion was on the brink of backlash. Initially, everything was fine, but in an effort to carry out his master's orders, they had covertly dealt with Zhou Xiao and his 2 disciples. Somehow, this information leaked into the sect, leaving the law enforcement team in a precarious position. Well, master, your reputation may suffer, but it is of little consequence. After all, you are nearing the end of your days. As long as you find peace in your own heart, that is what matters, Lu Danian cautiously suggested, summoning the courage to speak. Master, once your partner is found, it would be wise to temper your behavior a bit, lest the rumors spread further, making our law enforcement duties increasingly difficult. Su Xiao chuckled lightly, fear not. Danian, have I not refrained from pursuing Jean Liuxiang during this time? I assure you, I am not that sort of person. In truth, master, you seem precisely that sort of person. Lu Danian dared not voice his thoughts, only offering a foolish grin and a nod in agreement. After a series of admonitions, Lu Dajing departed from the small courtyard, returning to the law enforcement hall to instruct the enforcement team to suppress public opinion. At noon, Two female disciples, one plump and the other slender, approached the small courtyard with a hint of anxiety. Xiao, upon seeing them, smiled and remarked, "I recall you both. How is Lin Xiaoyu faring now? She must have broken through to the foundation establishment stage, correct?" The two young women were indeed Lin Yan's close friends. As they gazed upon Su Xiao's genial countenance, their faces turned pale. The current elder Su had become a taboo figure in their hearts. He was a terrifying old man capable of wrathful violence. The plump senior sister, steadying her nerves, knelt in trepidation and implored, "Elder Su, please, save our junior sister Lin. She cannot return from Jinshi City." Su Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, and his expression grew solemn. "What has happened to Lin Xiaoyu?" The plump senior sister hastily explained, "Elder Su, a month ago, Lin Xiaomai broke through to the foundation establishment realm and went back to Jinshi City to visit her family. She was detained by members of the Xuanma sect. The young master of the Xuanma sect, Li Jiui, has taken a fancy to her and insists on marrying her as a concubine. The Xuanma sect has also pressured the city lord of Jinshi City, who has agreed to the marriage 3 days hence." Su Xiao's brows knitted together, his expression grave. The Xuanma sect? This minor demonic sect dared to intercept his fated daughter? Such insolence! How did you come to know of this matter? Su Xiao inquired softly. The plump senior sister, sensing his concern, felt a surge of hope. "It was our junior sister who sent us a message via a communication talisman. Her family is now under surveillance by the Xuanma sect, unable to even leave the city gates. Elder, our junior sister is quite distressed. She does not wish to be associated with the Xuanma sect or that Li Jiui. However, the city lord of Jinshi City has consented to this marriage, leaving her family powerless to resist. Elder, she is one of our disciples from the Piamiao sect, and she sent us one last message, hoping we could find a way to rescue her. Elder, we have no master in the outer sect, so we could only turn to you." The sincerity on their faces and the urgency in their eyes were evident. Their junior sister was in peril, and the Xuanma sect held some notoriety in the northern territories of Donglai. Only Elder Su could advocate for her. Did she not disclose her identity as a disciple of the Piamiao sect? Su Xiao's gaze sharpened. "She did," the plump senior sister replied. "But the individuals from the Xuanma sect claimed that sect affairs do not concern marriage matters. They even asserted that this would strengthen the ties between the Xuanma sect and the Piamiao sect. Strengthen ties? Indeed," Su Xiao scoffed internally, his eyes filled with disdain. The Xuanma sect was at best a third-rate faction in the Panlong continent, unworthy of even carrying the shoes of the Piamiao sect. Since Lin Yan was his fated daughter, he would not remain idle. After contemplating, Su Xiao smiled and said, "I understand now. You have both worked hard." He produced 6 foundation establishment pills, distributing 3 to each of the young women. "Lin Xiaoyu and I share a bond. Fret not, I shall bring her back to the sect. These foundation establishment pills are my token of gratitude for your notification." The 2 women were overjoyed upon hearing this. They accepted the pills and bowed deeply to Su Xiao. After imparting some final instructions to them not to divulge this matter, the 2 young women respectfully withdrew. At this moment, Su Xiao rose to his feet and murmured with a smile, "It has been quite a while since I last ventured beyond the sect. This excursion is just the opportunity one need to explore. Perhaps fortune will smile upon me, and I may encounter a daughter of destiny, allowing me to reap some rewards." Chapter 25, The Purple Sky Thunder Talisman. 3 days hence, the Xuanma sect would journey to Jinshi City to escort the bride, thus there was no urgency. With a hint of contemplation in his gaze, he summoned the mid-grade magical artifact, the Meteor Sword. Stepping upon the flying sword, he soared into the sky, heading directly towards Huishao City. On the 3rd floor of the Zilai trading house, in a secluded and exquisitely fragrant private room, the proprietress, Ziyun, gracefully entered with a captivating sway. Clad in a flowing purple gauze gown, her legs subtly visible beneath the fabric, her alluring figure radiated an irresistible charm. With a playful flutter of her enticing eyes, she approached Su Xiao and poured him a cup of tea. "Ah, Elder Su, what brings you here to procure today?" she inquired with a charming smile. "Rest assured, as long as you articulate your desires, my establishment shall not disappoint you." Ziyan elegantly seated herself beside Su Xiao, her gaze lingering on the seemingly dignified elder, harboring a glint of intrigue in her eyes. Ever since Su Xiao gifted her a magical hairpin, she had anticipated his return, confident that her allure would attract him once more. Su Xiao candidly stated, "Proprietress Ziyun, I am here to acquire a batch of high-quality talismans. These talismans, inscribed with spells, could unleash powerful magic upon activation, serving as excellent aids for cultivators in self-defense and combat. However, high-quality talismans were exceedingly rare. typically bestowed by sect elders upon promising young disciples. Raising an elegant brow, Ziyun inquired with a glimmer of excitement. What level of quality does Elder Su seek? Do you require talismans suitable for the nascent soul stage? Su Xiao replied with a smile. Indeed, talismans of the nascent soul level would be ideal. While they may hold little value against a nascent soul cultivator, they pose a significant deterrent to those below that tier. Of course, Su Xiao himself had little use for them at present. His true interest lay in the talismans he could receive in return, particularly those of the divine transformation stage, or even the non-existent void refinement stage. As he prepared to return to Jingshi City with his destined fortune, he aimed to be thoroughly equipped. Nascent soul level? Ziyun's demeanor shifted slightly, her laughter bubbling forth. Elder Su, you have indeed come to the right place. Only my Zilai trading house possesses talismans of the nascent soul stage in all of Huishao City. Moreover, our stock of these premier talismans is quite limited. Both parties understood that the highest grade talismans available in the market were of the nascent soul level. Su Xiao inquired, how many do you have in stock? With a twinge of excitement, Ziyun replied, we have 9 in total, 5 lightning strike talismans, 2 earthfire talismans, and 2 ice sword talismans. Elder Su, all these talismans have been painstakingly crafted by divine transformation cultivators, ensuring their exceptional quality. They may very well save the lives of your younger generation in critical moments. Su Xiao nodded. What is the price per talisman? Not expensive. Nearly 20 top-grade spirit stones each. She replied, that is indeed quite reasonable. I shall purchase them all. Upon hearing this, Ziyun's face lit up with joy. This elder was truly generous, not even haggling over the price. It would be a significant profit for her today. Shortly thereafter, Ziyun respectfully returned with the 9 talismans. The spirit stones were exchanged on the spot, and she graciously offered Su Xiao a discount, totaling only 160 top-grade spirit stones. After carefully storing the talismans, Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered with intrigue. He retrieved 3 thunder-calling talismans from his spatial repository and gazed at the enchanting A-grade fortune girl before him. With a gentle stroke of his beard, he chuckled, Manager Z, since our last parting, I have come to realize that you and I share a remarkable affinity. My lifespan is waning, and these talismans shall remain unused. I see that you have yet to reach the nascent soul stage, so I gift you these 3 thunder-calling talismans for your protection, fostering a bond of goodwill. Su Xiao felt assured. As a merchant cultivator, the other party valued spirit stones and could not possibly refuse this generous offering. 3 for me, Ziyun exclaimed, astonished as she regarded Su Xiao. This old man was indeed willing to invest considerable resources in pursuit of her favor. 3 thunder-calling talismans represented a fortune of 60 high-grade spirit stones, a substantial sum anywhere. At that moment, she comprehended why this elder of the mysterious cloud sect had failed his tribulation. His thoughts were clearly consumed by such pursuits. Failure was to be expected. With a light-hearted laugh, Ziyun accepted the 3 talismans from Su Xiao. Such a fortuitous opportunity was one she would never decline. Elder Su, you are truly extravagant, she exclaimed. After securing the talismans, she gracefully approached Su Xiao and embraced him. A gentle breeze wafted through the air. Elder Su, individuals like you are indeed rare. Ziyun sighed, noting how even in his old age, he retained an undeniable charm. Had you been younger, you would surely have captivated many female cultivators. Su Xiao chuckled softly, acknowledging the compliment. The closer their relationship grew, the more natural future gifts would become. If only Elder Su were younger, Ziyun continued with a playful smile. Now that you are aged and with little time left, otherwise, I would have considered becoming your partner. She harbored her own calculations. Given such generosity, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. As a respected elder of the mysterious cloud sect, Su Xiao had undoubtedly amassed a fortune of spirit stones over the millennia, which explained his extravagance. Though a genuine relationship was unlikely, she aimed to ensure that he remained a stable patron at the Zilai Merchant Association. Moreover, despite his age, Su Xiao possessed a unique allure, a special charisma. Elder Su, you must visit my Zilai Merchant Association again, Ziyun said, her cheeks tinged with a charming blush. Choosing not to elaborate further, Su Xiao replied with a smile, with a beauty like Manager Z present, I have no intention of seeking other establishments. Their relationship deepened, paving the way for future exchanges to feel even more organic, creating yet another stable win-win partnership. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 3 thunder-calling talismans of the nascent soul stage, receiving 3 purple cloud thunder talismans in return. Purple cloud thunder talismans, upon activation, they unleash the purple cloud heavenly thunder upon foes, possessing the power equivalent to a strike from a 9th-level god transformation cultivator. Chapter 26. The murder at the door. The following day at noon, in the city of Jingshi, located in the northern region of Donglai Kingdom. Nearly 1,000 miles from the elusive Piamiao sect, Xiao leisurely descended on his sword, arriving at the outskirts of Jingshi city within a couple of hours. His spatial repository contained 3 formidable Xiao Thunder Talismans of the 9th level of transformation, ensuring his safety. Moreover, with the Southern Mingli Fire Sword harmonized with the Earth Fire Path, his combat prowess was no less formidable than before. The city of Jingshi was vast, bustling with a myriad of vehicles and people, teeming with vibrancy. Outside a grand estate, 2 disciples of the Xuanma sect, clad in black, obstructed Su Zhao's path. Old man, if you wish to live, you'd best stay far away. The Lin estate is now under our Xuanma sect's control, and no one is permitted to approach. They barked, their faces fierce as they emanated the early-stage aura of the core formation realm. These were elite disciples of the Xuanma sect, numbering 7 or 8 of their kind, accompanied by an elder leading them. Their objective was to ensure that in 2 days, their young master could wed the young lady of the Lin family. Su Xiao gazed at the arrogant disciples of the Xuanma sect, a flicker of astonishment passing through his aged eyes. Had the Xuanma sect's arrogance reached such heights? What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes dug out. You old fossil, half a foot in the grave. And yet you still refuse to leave. The 2 disciples, filled with bravado, hurled insults at the elderly Su Xiao without a hint of politeness. The Xuanma sect had established dominance in the nearby cities, and even the Donglai Kingdom could do little against them. With the backing of the demon sect, it could be said that this third-rate sect was exceedingly arrogant in the vicinity of Jingshi city. Still not leaving? I think you old fool are just asking for a beating. One of the Xuanma disciples lunged forward, intending to kick Su Xiao's frail body away. Su Zhao's expression darkened, and in an instant, a burst of red and yellow flames erupted, soaring toward the Xuanma disciple with a resounding whoosh. As the fireball, roughly the size of a fist, struck the disciple, flames rapidly spread, and he was engulfed in fire. The disciple's face turned to one of horror as he desperately attempted to extinguish the flames. However, the red and yellow fire clung to him like a parasite, refusing to be extinguished and blazing even more fiercely. Ah, old man, who are you? Stop this at once. The disciple had transformed into a living torch, flames engulfing him as he screamed in terror. The other disciple, witnessing this scene, paled in shock and rushed forward to assist. But it was futile. Within 10 breaths, the disciple consumed by the earth fire was reduced to a pile of charred ash. Who are you? The remaining Xuanma disciples stared at Su Xiao in terror, noticing that this white-haired elder appeared to possess only the cultivation of the core formation realm. Yet, how could his power be so terrifying? This level of fire magic was something he had never heard of or seen before. Why didn't you ask earlier? Su Xiao shook his head, his eyes glinting with cold light. It appears that the lack of discipline from the demon sect in recent years has led you to believe you are invincible. The Piamiao sect should intervene and teach you a lesson. Upon hearing the words Piamiao sect, the Xuanma disciples' eyes widened in shock. The Piamiao sect? The opponent is actually from the Piamiao sect. Isn't the Piamiao sect typically indifferent to worldly affairs? Could it be that they are willing to become adversaries of the Xuanma sect over that inconsequential outer disciple? Yet, he had no time to ponder further. The scorching flames of the earth had already begun to engulf him. Filled with sheer terror and anguished cries, this disciple of the Xuanma sect followed suit, reduced to a pile of ash. With a swift motion, a resounding crash echoed as Su Zhao's frail form kicked open the Lin family's door. Inside the courtyard, several disciples of the Xuanma sect were indulging in meat and wine, attended to by the household servants and maids, all of whom wore expressions of fear and trepidation. How did you get in here? Didn't anyone stop you outside? A few Xuanma sect disciples' faces changed upon seeing Su Xiao. How did such an old man manage to enter? Are my 2 junior brothers simply idling about? Old man. Yes, I'm talking to you. How did you get in? Are you unaware that this Lin residence is under our Xuanma sect's control? Several disciples rose, their expressions unfriendly as they approached Su Xiao, the leader among them. At the peak of the core formation stage, glared menacingly at the old man, ready to dispose of him at the slightest provocation. However, before they could react, Su Xiao made a single gesture, summoning the Nanming Lihuo Sword, which blazed forth like a shooting star, charging towards the group. As the esteemed elder of the Piamiao sect and a disciple of Ji Shui, he had grown accustomed to his dominion. He held a deep disdain for these disciples of the Xuanma sect, and their connection to Lin Yin'er was of little consequence. If he felt displeasure, he would strike. Before the Xuanma disciples could gather their wits, the fiery Nanming Lihuo Sword darted through the courtyard like a crimson meteor. In mere moments, it pierced through the chests of each of the demonic disciples. The speed was astounding, the power overwhelming. Even with protective artifacts, they could not withstand the might of the Nanming Lihuo Sword, enhanced by the flames of the earth. With a splatter, the demonic disciples clutched their burning chests, expelling blood as they collapsed one by one, gazing in horror at the elder before them. "WH. Who are you?" As the flames spread across their chests, these disciples of the demonic sect were consumed by an abyss of terror and despair, turning to ash. "I told you. It's best to inquire first," Xiao remarked, sheathing his sword with a smile and a shake of his head. Though he preferred to ask first, he would still kill. The intense heat and the gruesome demise of the Xuanma disciples sent the nearby servants and maids into a panic, their hearts trembling in fear. They screamed in terror, fleeing for their lives. "Murder! Murder!" At that moment, four figures emerged from the main hall, alerted by the commotion: an old man in black robes, a middle-aged man, a beautiful woman, and Lin Yen'er in a white dress. When Lin Yen'er beheld Su Zhao's visage outside, her youthful and radiant face froze in shock. "Su! Elder Su?" The realization struck her. Her senior sister must have informed Elder Su of her plight. In that instant, her heart surged with excitement. As though she had grasped a final lifeline, and disregarding the presence of the man in black robes, she dashed towards Su Xiao. "Elder Su." The previously gentle and warm smile of the other person replayed infinitely in her heart. In that moment, tears streamed down her face. Within the ethereal sect, she had no family, yet now, Elder Su was her kin. Elder Su had come to rescue her. "Heh, Lin Xiaoyu, I am already aware of your plight." Su Xiao gazed at Lin Yen'er, who was clinging to his arm and weeping profusely. He tenderly stroked her head and said, "Come with me. Let us return to the sect and cultivate diligently. No one shall dare to bully you." Lin Yen'er tightly grasped his hand. She had finally been saved. The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman before them looked at Su Xiao, their eyes gleaming with hope. "This, Elder Su, surely, he must be an elder of the ethereal sect. The ethereal sect has come to rescue Yen'er." Meanwhile, the old man in the black robe observed the charred remains of the Xuanma sect disciples scattered on the ground. His cold, ruthless countenance darkened instantly. Subsequently, a formidable aura of the nascent soul stage abruptly emerged, enveloping Su Xiao in an instant. Chapter 27. The Death of Elder Eagle. How audacious you are! Do you not realize the consequences of slaying a disciple of the Xuanma sect? Even if you are a nascent soul cultivator, you shall never escape the vengeance of the Xuanma sect in this lifetime. The old man in the black robe glared with a fierce and piercing gaze, reminiscent of an eagle. He fixed his eyes on Su Xiao, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a sixth-level nascent soul cultivator. Instantly, the entire Lin residence was enveloped in the terrifying aura emanating from him. Nearby, the concealed mortal servants were all struck down, fainting on the spot from the oppressive pressure, suffering grievous injuries. The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman recoiled in fear, their faces paling in horror. As mere core formation cultivators, they were left aghast under the tremendous pressure unleashed by the black-robed elder. "Elder Eagle, please, quell your wrath. There must be some misunderstanding," the middle-aged man shouted urgently, his heart racing with dread. The sixth-level nascent soul Elder Eagle was a senior elder with substantial authority within the Xuanma sect. With his profound cultivation and mastery of the Xuanma art, should a confrontation arise, the elder from the Qiaomiao sect, Elder Xia, would likely not stand a chance. For all he knew, this Elder Su might merely be a high-ranking outer sect elder with limited strength. Misunderstanding. The killing intent in Elder Eagle's eyes was palpable as he advanced menacingly, declaring, "There is no misunderstanding. 8 of my disciples from the Xuanma sect have perished. This old fool has committed a mortal sin. The Qiaomiao sect, a decrepit establishment seeking reputation, is rumored to be shrouded in mystery. I shall see if it is merely a facade." His fury mingled with disdain as he gazed upon Su Xiao, who appeared to be merely a core formation cultivator. And his murderous intent ignited. The lone arrival from the Qiaomiao sect was undoubtedly an outer sect elder. By killing 8 of my Xuanma sect's core formation disciples, he has effectively sealed his fate. Seeking death, with a vigorous motion of his hands, a wave of sinister black energy surged forth from Elder Eagle. This dark energy spiraled above his head, morphing into a gigantic visage of a ghastly face, which then lunged menacingly towards Su Xiao. "Those who slay disciples of the Xuanma sect must die." The black visage, imbued with an overwhelming force, or a gaping maw that seemed large enough to swallow Su Xiao whole. The latter's aged face twisted with disdain. It appears that the practitioners of the demonic sect are nothing more than fools blinded by their own cultivations. With a slight elevation of his frail hands, fiery red and yellow flames ignited from the void. 2 fist-sized flames materialized, unleashing an unparalleled wave of heat that threatened to incinerate the very air itself. The flames transformed into 2 fire phoenixes, surging forward and crashing against the terrifying visage with a resounding explosion. The sound of sizzling flames filled the air. Within mere moments, the ghastly face that sought to devour him was reduced to nothing but ash, utterly annihilated by Su Xiao's flames. Elder Eagle's expression shifted dramatically, his sinister eyes betraying a hint of shock. The middle-aged man behind him stared in astonishment at Su Xiao. Realizing that although this elder might not have reached the nascent soul realm, his mastery of fire was indeed fearsome. Could this be the true prowess of the Qiaomiao sect? As the crowd gradually regained their composure, still reeling from the shock, Su Xiaojian made a subtle gesture with his finger, causing a blazing meteor of fire to soar into the sky. The fiery meteor then plunged downward, aiming directly at the chest of Elder Eagle. Elder of the mysterious fog sect, do not underestimate my dark demon sect. Elder Eagle's face turned a deep shade of anger as a solid iron shield shot forth from his chest. The shield, enveloped in gilded brilliance, transformed into a formidable wall of light, standing guard before him. This was his pride, the exquisite artifact known as the Golden Light Shield. And under his 6th-tier nascent soul strength, its defense was nothing short of astonishing. No sword could hope to shatter the protection of his Golden Light Shield. Boom! The Southern Bright Leaf Fire Sword collided with the wall of light, unleashing a wave of tremendous force. Lin Yin'er and several others were knocked back by the shockwave, barely managing to maintain their footing. Indeed, the battles of nascent soul cultivators were fearsome. Crack! The wall of light began to fracture under the onslaught of the Southern Bright Leaf Fire Sword, with cracks radiating from the point of impact. The fiery red and yellow flames enveloping the sword hissed as they dimmed the brilliance of the shield. This sight struck Elder Eagle with profound shock, leaving him utterly incredulous. Boom! As a treasured weapon, the Southern Bright Leaf Fire Sword, with its intense heat, shattered the wall of light in an instant. This was merely the power contained within Su Xiaojian's 1st-tier core formation stage. Should he ascend to the nascent soul stage, the Southern Bright Leaf Fire Sword and Earth Fire would become even more formidable. Impossible. Elder Eagle's darkened eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, the Southern Bright Leaf Fire Sword struck the very body of the Golden Light Shield, shattering it into fragments with a resounding crash. Continuing its relentless momentum, the sword zipped through the air at an extraordinary speed, piercing straight through Elder Eagle's emaciated chest. The speed of the opponent's sword technique was so swift that he had no opportunity to cast any other spells. He was impaled in an instant, the searing flames scorching his flesh. You. Elder Eagle clutched his chest, fear spreading across his aged visage. He could hardly fathom that a seemingly ordinary core formation elder could unleash such a potent attack. His indestructible Golden Light Shield had failed to withstand even a single strike. Flames of red and yellow surged fiercely from his chest, ready to engulf him entirely. Yet, severely wounded and depleted of spiritual energy, he found himself incapable of suppressing the terrifying inferno. You are merely seeking your own demise. Old thief, my dark demon sect will not spare you. In an instant, the flames enveloped Elder Eagle completely, and amidst his boundless terror and despair, he was reduced to a charred husk, utterly lifeless. Retrieving the Southern Bright Leaf Fire Sword, Su Xiaojian stroked his dapper goatee and surveyed the pale faces of the Lin family members around him. With a faint smile, he said, I am Su Xiaojian, an elder of the inner sect of the mysterious fog sect, here to escort Lin Yin'er back to the sect for cultivation. May I inquire who is the head of the Lin family? With an air of nonchalance, Su Xiaojian appeared as an ordinary old man, harmless despite having just vanquished the disciples of the dark demon sect. The middle-aged man in splendid attire, having regained his senses, approached with trembling legs, his face ashen. He approached Su Xiao, still somewhat apprehensive, and clasped his fists in salute, saying, Greetings, Elder Su. I am Lin Dedong, the father of Lin Yin'er. At that moment, a graceful woman dressed in palace attire, exuding the mature charm of a woman in her 30s, trembled as she stepped forward. Both were profoundly shocked. This Elder Su was, in fact, an intersect elder. Yin'er, have you already made the acquaintance of a senior from the Misty sect? Lin Yin'er gazed at Su Xiao, her beautiful, sparkling eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Elder Su is truly formidable. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe rushed in, visibly distressed, upon witnessing the charred remains of the disciples from the Xuanma sect. As well as the lifeless figure of Elder Ing, his obese face turned pale in an instant. A mask of terror as he exclaimed to Lin Dedong, Lin Xiandi, What on earth has happened? How did Elder Ing and the others end up like this? He was Jin Hao, the lord of Jinshi City, who had facilitated this marriage arrangement. Now, with the young master of the Xuanma sect yet to arrive for the betrothal, all the members of the sect were already dead. The sheer shock was nearly enough to render him unconscious. Chapter 28. Li Jiuyan of the Xuanma sect. A short while later, Lin Yin'er elaborately introduced Su Xiao to the three individuals. Lin Dadu, Jin Hao, and the others were astonished by the revelation. A highly esteemed inner sect elder of the Piamiao sect? A senior disciple of the sect leader? Or perhaps a disciple of the supreme elder of the Piamiao sect? The gravity of the situation rendered them utterly speechless. The venerable white-haired elder, exuding an ethereal presence, held such a lofty status within the Piamiao sect? How could Lin Yin'er, an ordinary outer sect disciple, possibly know someone of such significance? Lin Dadu and his wife were both shocked and elated. However, Jin Hao, the lord of Jinshi City, was engulfed in a mixture of astonishment and fear. Li Jiuyan of the Xuanma sect had taken a liking to Lin Yin'er. And now that a prominent elder from the Piamiao sect had come to claim her, having already dispatched Elder Ing and his companions, how could he possibly explain this to the young master Li Jiuyan in 2 days' time? As they stood in the courtyard, Su Xiao glanced at Lin Yin'er and, with a benevolent smile, remarked, Young brother Lin, I have a special connection with your Yin'er. I find her clever and charming, and I wish to nurture her. I intend to take her back to the Piamiao sect for cultivation, so let the matter of the engagement with the Xuanma sect be put aside. Lin Dadu and his wife were filled with excitement. Having caught the attention of such a distinguished elder from the Piamiao sect, Yin'er's future there seemed boundless. Indeed, Lin Dadu exclaimed, We shall comply with Elder Su's wishes. Elder, we shall entrust Yin'er to your care in the future. Yet, Jin Hao's expression turned bitter as he anxiously addressed Su Xiao, Elder Su. The Xuanma sect has already issued a decree regarding this marriage, insisting that the young lady of the Lin family must become the wife. Brother Lin, you had previously consented to this. Reneging on such an agreement would surely incite their wrath. Lin Dada gazed at Jin Hao, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Although he had agreed, it was out of fear of the Xuanma sect's overwhelming power. He had no desire for his daughter to marry someone like Li Jiuyan. Over time, he had learned that the young master of the Xuanma sect, Li Jiuyan, had no fewer than 10 concubines, revealing himself to be a debauched scoundrel. The implications of Yin'er joining the Xuanma sect would be dire. Su Xiao turned his gaze towards Jin Hao, his eyes glinting with authority as he stated, Lord Jin, your unilateral arrangement of a marriage for a disciple of the Piamiao sect is a grave matter. I have chosen not to hold you accountable, but do take heed. Go and annul the betrothal with the Xuanma sect, stating that Lin Yin'er is returning to the Piamiao sect for cultivation. Jin Hao's face turned ashen once more. With only the first level of the nascent soul cultivation, and having witnessed the demise of Elder Ing and his companions within Jinshi City, returning to the Xuanma sect to annul the marriage would indeed be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Elder Su, Jin Hao prostrated himself before Su Xiao. Desperation etched upon his face. How could I possibly approach the Xuanma sect after you have slain Elder Ing and the others? It would be akin to walking into a trap. I never intended to act as a matchmaker, but the beauty of the Lin family's young lady captivated Li Jiuyan, who has since relentlessly pressured me. I implore you to take action on behalf of Jinshi City. Use the authority of the Piamiao sect to annul the engagement. The opposing party, having the capability to slay Elder Ing, must surely possess formidable strength. Once again, the esteemed Inner Gate elder of the Misty sect found himself in a precarious position, far more hesitant to offend Elder Su Xiao than to contend with the Xuanma sect. Su Xiao regarded the corpulent figure before him with a hint of disdain. How could such a person hold the title of Lord of Jinshi City? It appears that unspoken rules pervade every corner of existence. Lin Dazhong and his wife furrowed their brows in concern. Should the annulment of the engagement proceed unfavorably, the disciples of the Xuanma sect would undoubtedly come seeking retribution for the demise of Elder Ing, making life in Jinshi City exceedingly difficult. As Su Xiao pondered this, the voice of the system unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Detected a foe of destiny. Li Jut. Identity. Young master of the Xuanma sect. Mission issued. Eliminate the foe of destiny. Li Jus. Mission reward. A guaranteed 1,000-fold critical strike on the next gift. A mission? Su Xiao's aged eyes glimmered with intrigue. This system, which promised a 10,000-fold return, also presented a task of eliminating a foe of destiny. What a splendid opportunity bestowed by the system. Li Jue of the Xuanma sect? Quite agreeable. He could dispose of him with ease. Clearing his throat, Su Xiao spoke with an air of authority, since the Lord of Jinsheng has expressed such sentiments. I shall assist you to the very end in addressing the matter of Li Jue. Pray, enlighten me about the current situation within the Xuanma sect. Upon hearing this, Jin Hao and Lin Dazhong breathed a sigh of relief. Truly, the Misty sect exemplified the virtues of a prestigious and righteous faction. Lin Yong'er was taken aback by Su Zhao's benevolence. Elder Su, this is truly wonderful. I can never repay your kindness. Jin Hao quickly interjected, Elder Su. Here's the situation. In 2 days, young Master Li Jue will arrive with a retinue from the Xuanma sect to retrieve his bride. At that time, Elder Su can make an appearance and annul the engagement under the auspices of the Misty sect. Given your standing within the sect, Li Jue will undoubtedly think twice before defying you. This way, Jinshi City will remain unscathed, and the Lin family's young lady can smoothly return to the Misty sect for her training. Jin Hao was filled with exhilaration. With the inner gate elder of the Misty sect advocating for Jinshi City, the Xuanma sect would not dare to resist. Su Xiao nodded slightly and then spoke with measured calm. Then in the next 2 days, Jin Hao eagerly cut in. During these 2 days, we humbly invite Elder Su to reside at my lord's manor. We shall extend the highest honors to you, Elder Su. Indeed. They would await the arrival of Li Jue. Time passed swiftly over the next 2 days. Throughout this period, Jin Hao spared no effort in his hospitality at the lord's manor, presenting an abundance of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. The Misty sect, aloof and transcendent, ensured that even an emperor of the Donglai kingdom would receive due respect upon arrival. On the morning of the second day, 2 miles outside Jinshi City, a grand procession approached, soaring through the air on flying swords. Upon landing, they summoned forth exquisitely adorned puppet carriages from their storage backs. The carriages were draped in resplendent red adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs, while disciples of the Xuanma sect, clad in crimson, accompanied them. At the forefront of the procession sat a slender young man, enveloped in a brilliant red cloak, embodying the attire of a groom, his chest adorned with a red flower. His gaze flickered with both desire and a piercing brilliance. The mere thought of Lin Yong'er's pure and enchanting visage ignites an overwhelming desire to consummate their union this very night. He is none other than the esteemed young master of the Xuanma sect, Li Jue. Clearing his throat, Li Jue laughed heartily, addressing the 3 elders. Young master. The 3 pathfinding elders responded in unison with fervor. 5 vanguard warriors. Present, young master. The 5 cloaked vanguards echoed with mirth. Disciples in attendance. Here. Came the chorus from dozens of elite disciples, bowing respectfully. Li Jue's eyes gleamed with excitement as he proclaimed, Today, I, the young master, am to be wed. And I expect you all to be vigilant. Regardless of whether Lin Yong'er consents, we shall bring her back to the sect and hold the ceremony on site. Indeed, young master. The crowd cheered exuberantly, their eyes alight with anticipation. The young master's nuptials promised a substantial reward of resources for them all. In Jinshi City, Lin Yong'er must comply, no matter how loudly she protests, and return with the young master to consummate their marriage. Chapter 29. Vanguard of the Fire-Killing Banner before the gates of Jinshi City. Jin Hao waited alongside the officials and the Lin family. Shortly thereafter, the bridal procession from the Xuanma sect arrived. Before their figures came into view, Jin Hao and Lin Dadong felt an overwhelming and terrifying pressure emanating from the Yuanying stage, sweeping over them like an impending storm. The surrounding spiritual energy surged and trembled, creating a cacophony of whistling winds. As the bridal party reached Jinshi City, a multitude of Yuanying cultivators unleashed their formidable essence, enveloping the welcoming party in an oppressive aura. This was a demonstration of strength from the Xuanma sect's bridal procession. The deployment of such a significant number of elite practitioners was solely to ensure that the young master would wed his beloved. Jin Hao and Lin Dadong swallowed hard, their faces paling slightly. The power on display was staggering. Among the bridal party from the Xuanma sect, there were several formidable cultivators at the 9th level of Yuanying. The officials of Jinshi City were drenched in sweat, their eyes reflecting their fear. The Xuanma sect, even a mere bridal party, boasted strength far exceeding that of Jinshi City. Truly, they were a formidable sect of the demonic path. The people of Jinshi City were utterly awestruck by the approaching members of the Xuanma sect. With only Elder Su from the Miao Miao sect present, this marriage was unlikely to be easily dismissed. Welcome, young Master Li of the Xuanma sect. Huh. It has been a few days, and the young master appears even more radiant. Please, do come. As the bridal party drew near, the city lord, Jin Hao, wore a forced smile as he moved forward to greet them. Though his face was adorned with a smile, a deep-seated anxiety churned within him. The oppressive yuanying pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, and he dared not even consider mentioning the possibility of a marriage cancellation, let alone the deaths of Eldering and the others at Elder Su's hands. Li Jiuyue scoffed lightly and waved his hand dismissively at Jin Hao. Upon noticing Lin Yenner standing beside Lin Dadong, his eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with intensity. She was clad in a simple white gown, her figure graceful and enchanting, exuding an aura of purity. Her slender form stood tall like a willow, captivating and elegant. Her fair and exquisite countenance radiated youthful beauty, akin to a blossoming lotus, stirring the heart. Her smooth, pale skin glowed with vitality, and her long neck added an air of elegance. As a gentle breeze stirred, her flowing black hair danced gracefully, embodying the unique charm of youth. After marveling at her beauty, Li Jiyue took a step forward, leaping from his carriage. Surrounded by the members of the Xuanma sect, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly demanding, Jin Hao, what is the meaning of this? I explicitly instructed you that I would be here to escort the young lady, yet you have arranged for her to appear in this manner. Where is the phoenix crown and bridal attire? Are you allowing her to return to the sect in such attire to wed me? Boom. The oppressive aura of Li Jiuyue in the yuanying stage surged forth like a deluge. The nearby members of the Xuanma sect, sensing their young master's displeasure, released their own yuanying pressure, further intensifying the atmosphere. The faces of the Jinshi city officials turned ashen as they felt the overwhelming force, retreating one after another, unable to withstand the onslaught. Even Lin Yenner's delicate face paled as she clutched her mother tightly. Please, young master, temper your anger. Jin Hao hastily approached Li Jiuyue, his expression filled with bitterness. His corpulent frame trembled slightly, appearing as though he wished to speak but could not find the words. He is now surrounded by numerous members of the Xuanma sect, utterly reluctant to mention the matter of breaking off the engagement. Elder Su, please come out quickly. Jin Hao, it seems you have no desire to remain in Jinshi City. Hurry and escort Miss Lin back, change her attire, and return with her. Li Jie bellowed, his feminine eyes burning with fury. Were it not for the beauty of Lin Yenner before him, he would have no qualms about teaching this Jin Hao a lesson outright. Did you not hear the young master's words? Move swiftly. Elder San Yin and the vanguard of 5 flags glared menacingly, their expressions dark as they regarded Jin Hao. It appeared that a single refusal from him could ignite their wrath. This left Jin Hao trembling with fear, inwardly lamenting his plight. Meanwhile, Lin Dazhong and the others from Jinshi City were filled with trepidation. The Xuanma sect had come prepared, and Elder Su, one wondered if he could successfully annul this engagement. Just as Jin Hao found himself in a predicament, a venerable laughter emerged from a nearby carriage. Subsequently, an elderly man clad in gray, with hair and beard as white as snow, slowly stepped out of the carriage. Li Jie, Lin Yenner, I intend to take her away. This engagement shall be deemed null and void. As Elder Su approached, Jin Hao and Lin Dazhong finally exhaled in relief. With this inter-sect elder from the Piamiao sect backing them, they possessed the fortitude to oppose the Xuanma sect. What? Upon hearing the old man's words, Li Jie's expression shifted dramatically, his narrow, dark eyes filled with astonishment and rage. Who are you, old man? What gives you the right to speak here? Li Jie pushed Jin Hao aside and advanced angrily. The throng of Xuanma sect members followed, their imposing presence causing the faces of those from Jinshi City to pale once more. Haha, I am Su Xiao, an inter-sect elder of the Piamiao sect. Lin Yenner is one of our disciples. We, the Piamiao sect, do not consent to this marriage. Su Xiao spoke coldly, his ancient eyes glinting with mockery and disdain. An inter-sect elder of the Piamiao sect? Su Xiao's declaration struck like a clap of thunder, resonating in the hearts of every member of the Xuanma sect. The Piamiao sect has sent someone? Li Jie and the others were engulfed in shock. An inter-sect elder of the Piamiao sect? How could a mere outer sect disciple provoke the attention of such a figure? Initially stunned, they later noted that this white-haired elder appeared to possess only the cultivation of the core formation stage, causing the members of the Xuanma sect to exchange furious glances once more. A mere core formation elder, daring to claim the title of inter-sect elder from the Piamiao sect? Such audacity is unfathomable. Jinshi City, how dare you defy the commands of the Xuanma sect? Even going so far as to impersonate an elder of the Piamiao sect to annul a marriage. Seeking death. Old man, how dare you impersonate an inter-sect elder at your age? You must be tired of living. A brutish man, observing Su Xiao standing in front, leaped forward, intent on striking him down. He was a vanguard of the fire flag, at the third level of the nascent soul stage. Jinshi City clearly refused to let them go, and he was prepared to make an example of them. The rough man conjured a long blade as a magical weapon and aimed a deadly strike at Su Xiao's forehead. The primordial infant's spiritual power surged forth, and the blade shimmered with brilliance. This strike possessed formidable might. With a thunderous roar, a fiery red divine sword shot forth with unbridled force, hurtling directly toward the midpoint of the long blade. Upon impact, the long knife collided with the divine sword, shattering it instantly. In swift succession, it obliterated the two protective artifacts of the fire flag vanguard, effectively decapitating it. Crimson and golden flames erupted at the sights of the severed blade and the fire flag vanguard. Within mere moments, the broken blade was reduced to a puddle of molten gold and iron amidst the inferno, while the headless corpse of the fire flag vanguard was charred to a crisp. A sight most gruesome. Hiss. This sequence of events transpired with such rapidity that neither side had a chance to react. As the charred form of the fire flag vanguard crumpled to the ground with a soft thud, the onlookers turned in disbelief towards Su Xiao, collectively gasping in astonishment, their eyes wide with profound shock. Chapter 30. Successfully infuriating the Su Nim, sect Li Jui gazed incredulously at the elderly figure before him. He was certain the spiritual energy the elder had just unleashed was unmistakably at the early stage of the core formation realm. Yet, with that fiery flying sword, he could effortlessly vanquish even those at the nascent soul level. Moreover, how dare he take the life of someone from the Su Nim sect? Shock transformed into sheer fury as Li Ju's bloodshot eyes glared at the elderly man. The surrounding members of the Su Nim sect were equally astounded by Su Xiao's thunderous display of power. The vanguard of the Fire Banner, a third-tier nascent soul cultivator, along with several protective artifacts, had been so easily dispatched by this opponent. It was unfathomable. Meanwhile, Jin Haolin and his companions from Jinshi City were pale with fear, their expressions filled with terror. Elder Su, how could he suddenly resort to murder? Hadn't they agreed to merely call off the engagement? Lin Dadong and his wife shielded their daughter Lin Yin'er behind them, equally astonished. Elder Su, despite his advanced age and seemingly amiable demeanor, transformed into a figure of horror the moment he encountered someone from the Su Nim sect. With this turn of events, there was no longer any possibility for negotiation. They were destined to face the inexorable wrath of the Su Nim sect. At that moment, Lin Dadong harbored thoughts of fleeing. If negotiations were to collapse, he was prepared to whisk his wife and daughter away and vanish, adopting a new identity. Should a war between the Piamiao sect and the Su Nim sect arise due to Lin Yin'er, his family, mere purveyors of spiritual tea, would undoubtedly face annihilation. Su Xiao slowly retracted his divine sword, casting a glance at the immobilized members of the Su Nim sect, a faint smile gracing his aged visage. Daring to lay hands on an inner-sect elder of my Piamiao sect, Li Jui, do you comprehend that such actions will lead to the downfall of your Su Nim sect? His voice, though aged, resonated with an unyielding authority. The profound heritage of the ancient sect was laid bare in that moment. This was the essence of invincible confidence. Why you truly are an inner-sect elder of the Piamiao sect? Li Jui's complexion paled slightly. At first, he had doubted. However, upon witnessing the extraordinary sword wielded by this core formation elder, his heart wavered. That sword, imbued with flames, was undoubtedly a remarkable artifact of immense destructive power. Moreover, it was among the finest of such artifacts. There was no other explanation for how a mere core formation elder could slay the vanguard of the Fire Banner. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Jui, and his expression shifted as he asked with a fierce glare, "What has become of Elder Ing? What have you done to him?" A wave of ominous premonition surged within him. Yet, he dared not be overly audacious in the presence of Su Xiao's, after all. The reputation of the Piamiao sect as the foremost righteous faction was no empty boast. Su Xiao's nonchalantly replied, "That old fool disrespected me, and he has met his demise." What? The faces of the Su Nim sect members changed again. Elder Ing and his companions had also fallen to this old man's hands. How infuriating. Old man, you have gone too far. Li Ju's fury boiled over, his face flushed. Yet, a shred of remaining rationality warned him not to antagonize the members of the Piamiao sect. They were elders of the inner sect, should he kill one. The Su Nim sect could not withstand the wrath of the Piamiao sect. This matter must be discussed with my father upon returning. At this moment, he has long dismissed the thought of taking Lin Yin'er as a concubine. Such trivialities pale in comparison to the affairs of the mysterious Cloud sect. He cannot fathom why an elder from the inner circle of the mysterious cloud sect would come to rescue a mere outer disciple. It is utterly incomprehensible. Is this an affront to my dignity? Su Xiao sneered. And what if I do? How can a mere child like you threaten me? If you have the capability, make your move. Let me see if I don't pierce you through with a single sword strike. Individuals like you, a worthless young scion. What else can you do besides chasing after women? You are nothing but a foul piece of refuse. The mockery was palpable. Li Jui's wrath was magnified 1,000-fold. You, old man, how dare you speak so? Li Jui was nearly overwhelmed with fury at the elder's words. Was this old man truly here for Lin Yana? It was evident he had come to provoke the mysterious demon sect. Old man, go die. You have slain so many disciples of my mysterious demon sect. And even if the mysterious cloud sect seeks retribution, it is still my sect that holds the moral high ground. Li Jui immediately drew a top-tier sword, ready to engage Su Xiao in a life-and-death struggle. Young master, please remain calm. The elder of the three shadows intervened, blocking Li Jui. The three elders exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a mix of anger and reason. Should they kill this elder, it would irrevocably enmity with the mysterious cloud sect. Even if they were in the right, the mysterious demon sect would find itself in a precarious position. After all, the two sects were not of comparable stature. Su Xiao continued his derision. And what of you three ancient ones? Have you not looked at your own ages, allowing this boy to run amok? I dare say you are living as if in the company of swine and dogs. Thunderous. Su Xiao's words struck like lightning in the hearts of the onlookers. It was not just the disciples of the mysterious demon sect who were bewildered. Even those from Jinshi City stared in shock at Su Xiao. Elder Su, what is happening here? Having already restrained themselves after the slaughter of so many disciples, the mysterious demon sect could have used the mysterious cloud sect's influence to smooth over the marriage's cancellation. Yet it was clear that the other party had no intention of backing down. Even the elder of the three shadows was incensed. Jin Haolin and his entourage were rendered nearly dumbfounded. Even Lin Yenner, who stood behind, was momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend Elder Su's actions. Old man, what do you mean? It seems you are truly seeking death. Alas, I had considered sparing you for the sake of the mysterious cloud sect, but today, even the King of Heaven could not save you. The three black-robed elders were visibly twisted in anger at Su Xiao's words. They were the top three elders of the mysterious demon sect, responsible for both internal and external matters. They never anticipated being scolded by an elder in the core formation stage. No longer restraining Li Jui, the three drew their magical artifacts and said, Young master, first eliminate this elder Su, and we shall address the subsequent matters upon returning to the sect. Perhaps he is merely a peripheral figure of the mysterious cloud sect. Wielding borrowed power, Li Jui was already seething with indignation. Hearing the elder's words, he unsheathed his sword and rallied the disciples of the mysterious demon sect. Disciples of the mysterious demon sect, heed my command. The old man Su Xiao has slain my disciples and humiliated us. Immediately apprehend him and dismember him into 1,000 pieces. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Xuanma sect glared with murderous intent. Subsequently, they brandished their magical artifacts, surging towards Su Xiao like a relentless tide. Today, this old man is destined to meet his demise. Witnessing this, the inhabitants of Jinshi City turned pale with fright, hastily retreating to evade the onslaught of the Xuanma disciples. Their cultivation was insufficient, leaving them too fearful to stand alongside Elder Su in defense. Jin Haolin and his companions were utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Elder Su is simply too formidable. One might mistakenly believe that there exists a profound enmity between him and the Xuanma sect. Elder Su, prepare to meet your end. In the forefront, Li Jinyani led the way with the 13 elder, followed closely by a cadre of elite demonic cultivators. This formation could easily overwhelm even a careless god transformation practitioner, let alone the elderly Su. Utterly foolish. Yet Su Xiao remained unperturbed, a slight smile gracing his lips. He discerned that among the demonic cultivators, the 13 elder was the strongest, each at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Even wielding the Southern Ming fire sword, he would encounter some difficulty. However, he had long devised a plan. With the 9th level Zishu Thunder Talisman in hand, it was now up to you. Holding the purple talisman, Su Xiao stood resolute as a mountain, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 31. Return of the 9 Heavens Thunder Talisman. As Su Xiao gazed upon the group of demonic cultivators ahead, he summoned the Divine Transformation 9th Layer Purple Sky Thunder Talisman bestowed by the system. The moment the talisman was activated, a tempestuous roar of wind and thunder erupted from the purple symbol. Instantly, the heavens darkened, and ominous clouds began to gather. A formidable pressure of the divine transformation ninth layer descended from the sky, aiming directly at Li Jue and his fellow demonic cultivators. What is happening? Li Jue, the elder of the three Yin, and the four-banner vanguard halted their advance. Their faces paled as they beheld the luminous orb of energy accumulating above. Their eyes wide with astonishment. Divine transformation thunder? Damned! How could such a phenomenon appear so suddenly? Was it that old man's talisman from earlier? The eldest among the three Yin elders suddenly grasped the situation, his eyes filled with disbelief. Was the talisman wielded by the opponent truly one of the divine transformation rank? Retreat. Withdraw. Return to the sect. Sensing the irresistible force looming above, the elder of the three Yin shouted urgently, unwilling to confront it directly. But it was too late. The divine transformation thunder had already locked onto their positions. In an instant, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed squarely at Li Jue and the elder of the three Yin. The thunderclap resonated, and the fierce pressure of the divine transformation enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, the inhabitants of Jingshi City trembled in sheer terror. Divine transformation. There is actually a divine transformation cultivator among them. The purple thunder, as thick as a giant tree, struck down upon Li Jue and the elder of the three Yin the moment it appeared. In that fleeting moment, the immense power of the lightning consumed the three of them. The residual force of the thunder surged forth, mercilessly sweeping away all members of the Xuanma sect nearby, with none escaping unscathed. This was a strike from the divine transformation ninth layer. Even its aftershocks sent the entire four-banner vanguard of nascent soul cultivators flying. No. Within the tempest of thunder, the elder of the three Yin struggled desperately with his entire being. Yet, before him, Li Jue, whose cultivation was still lacking, could not withstand the onslaught of the thunder. In an abyss of pain and despair, Li Jue cast one last glance at the white-haired elder, only to be obliterated in an instant. Even in his final moments, he could not fathom what grievance his Xuanma sect had stirred against Su Xiao. It felt as if they were bound by an ancient vendetta. He could not comprehend. With his demise, he was reduced to nothingness. The might of the divine transformation ninth layer purple sky thunder talisman was astonishing. After slaying Li Jue, its ferocity remained unabated. The elder of the three Yin, engulfed in despair, fell one by one to the onslaught of the purple sky divine thunder, reduced to ashes. Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with a newfound vigor. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The purple sky thunder talisman returned by the system was undoubtedly superior to those crafted by void refinement cultivators. A product of the system is guaranteed to be of exquisite quality. As the thunder dissipated, Li Jue and the elder of the three Yin were left as mere remnants. The disciples of the four-banner vanguard were hurled backward by the thunder, their bodies charred yet still clinging to life, gasping for breath. It is over. The Xuanma sect is finished. They gazed at the nonchalant figure of the gray-clad elder before them, their hearts filled with despair and astonishment. The power of the talisman wielded by the adversary was terrifyingly formidable. It was by no means a mere transformation talisman. They even speculated that it might be an elusive void-refining talisman, one they had never encountered before. However, there was no time for further contemplation. The southern Mingli fire sword, infused with the might of the earth's fire, mercilessly cut down these demonic sect cultivators, leaving no survivors. Within mere moments, the wedding procession, consisting of dozens, was utterly annihilated by Su Xiao, with not a single soul left alive. Even Li Jue was reduced to mere ashes, obliterated by the thunder strike. The earth fire raged, incinerating the entire wedding party into charred remnants. Su Xiao stepped forward and retrieved a storage bag from the ground. It belonged to Li Jue. Crafted from rare scales, this storage bag was of exceptional quality and had endured the tempest of lightning. A glance inside filled Su Xiao with delight, revealing over 400 high-grade spirit stones, 3 superior magical artifacts, and more than 30 transformation pills suitable for nascent soul cultivators. This young man was quite wealthy indeed. Without further hesitation, he tossed the bag into his spatial storage. Returning to the crowd before the Golden Stone City, Su Xiao found them rendered speechless, as though turned to stone by the sheer terror of his thunderous prowess. The young master of the Xuanma sect, Li Jue, alongside the three Yin elder and numerous elite disciples, had all perished. They could scarcely believe their eyes. This seemingly gentle elder Su was, in truth, a figure of unimaginable terror. Although his cultivation was modest, the artifacts he produced included even the transformation Thunder Talisman. Could this be the overwhelming heritage of the ancient sect? The Misty Sect? Lin Xiaoyu, Su Xiao said with a smile, addressing the petrified Lin Yener. With a pallid complexion, she emerged from the throng and knelt before Su Xiao. Overwhelmed by his might, disciple as she was utterly astonished by Su Xiao's strength. The esteemed Elder Su, a senior to the sect master, held a revered position as an intersect elder. Even in the event of a failed Thunder Tribulation, he still possessed the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. How extraordinary! Her heart raced with a tumult of excitement and exhilaration. Under Elder Su's protection, the Xuanma sect would no longer dare to harass her. Su Xiao smiled and said, "The matter is resolved. Let us return to the sect. Lin Xiaoyu, we share a fateful connection. In the future, you shall be a registered disciple of Master Liu Dan, and I shall ensure your resources for cultivation." Lin Yener was taken aback by this proclamation. To be a registered disciple of the law enforcement elder? That meant she would be a disciple of the revered sect master Dugu. Elder Su was truly too benevolent. Tears of gratitude streamed down her face. She understood that her association with Elder Liu would be nominal, yet Elder Su regarded her as a true successor. "Disciple, thank you for your profound kindness, Elder." Kneeling, she offered 3 heartfelt bows. Her fair forehead reddened from the impact of her sincerity. "Haha." Su Xiao waved his hand with a chuckle. "I have said we are fated. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of eliminating the enemy of fortune and earned a chance for a 1,000-fold return. Next time, a return is assured." Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered. He retrieved a lightning-attracting talisman suitable for the nascent soul stage, 10 foundation-building pills, and 10 high-grade spirit stones from his spatial storage. "Here, take this. It is a token of apprenticeship to Master Liu Dan, which I have provided on his behalf." Su Xiao smiled, saying, "Keep the thunder-calling talisman for the nascent soul stage. Should danger arise in the future, it may save your life." Lin Yener gazed at the benevolent face of the other, tears flowing uncontrollably. Trembling, she accepted the item and bowed thrice in reverence to Su Xiao. "Elder Su, from now on, whatever you instruct Yener to do, I shall comply. Yener shall serve only Elder Su henceforth." The onlookers, including Linda and Jin Hao, were utterly astonished. Elder Su truly valued Lin Yener and intended to nurture her with great care. The Lin family was indeed fortunate. Linda and his wife were particularly overwhelmed with excitement. Their faces flushed. To have such a powerful and esteemed elder from the mysterious Cloud sect take an interest in Yener meant she would soar to great heights in the future. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting Lin Yener the Thunder-calling talisman, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the 9 heavens divine Thunder Talisman of the 9th layer of refinement. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills, returning 10 essence concealing pills. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 10 superior grade spirit stones, returning 100 superior grade spirit stones. Chapter 32. A new mission. The system's voice resonated, and Su Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The 9 heavens divine Thunder Talisman, indeed. The system had returned this unprecedented talisman of the void refinement. With this talisman in hand, it was akin to possessing an immensely powerful strike from a void refinement cultivator. Jin Hao, with a fearful expression, approached and repeatedly bowed before Su Xiao, exclaiming, "Elder Su, I fear that our Jin Stone City is in grave trouble." Upon hearing Jin Hao's words, Su Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Jin Hao implied that with the loss of so many elite members from the Xuanma sect, including the sect leader's son, Li Jiyue, if the Xuanma sect were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against Jin Stone City. The moment Elder Su departed, calamity would surely befall them. Observing the shocked and terrified faces of the Jin Stone City personnel, Su Xiao reassured them, "Fear not. Should the Xuanma sect come knocking, simply state that it was all orchestrated by my Piaomiao sect, and direct them to seek me, Su Xiao, at the Piaomiao sect. My sect will bear all consequences." He was untroubled. The Xuanma sect was beneath the Piaomiao sect's notice. They would dare not show their faces. If they did, it would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. Hearing his words, Jin Hao and the others exhaled in relief, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Elder Su." Linda Dong and his wife stepped forward, respectfully thanking Su Xiao. The latter replied, "Young friend Lin, Yener is truly to my liking. I intend to nurture her. Rest assured, as long as I am in the Piaomiao sect, no one shall bully Yener." The couple's faces brightened with joy, and they bowed deeply. With such an esteemed elder from the Piaomiao sect looking after Yener, it was an extraordinary opportunity for her. Departing from the crowd, Su Xiao summoned his meteor sword, preparing to return to the sect with Lin Yener. The latter gazed at Su Xiao standing gracefully upon the sword, her pure and enchanting face flushed. Elder Su wishes for me to ride alongside him on the same sword? What an immense honor. With a gentle leap, Lin Yin'er landed behind Su Xiao. However, as it was her first time being carried aloft, she found it difficult to steady herself and instinctively grasped Su Xiao's back. Elder Su, I apologize. I have never flown on a sword before. Her cheeks turned even redder, yet she dared not let go. With a warm smile, Su Xiao kindly replied, Yin'er, just hold on tight. Once you reach the core formation stage, you will be able to fly on your own. Lin Yin'er nodded lightly, leaving the crowd behind. Su Xiao soared back to the sect with Lin Yin'er. In the northern region of Jinstone City, nestled among the mountains, stood numerous black edifices, densely packed, with a peculiar dark aura swirling within. In a spacious room, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes, filled with alarm. This is bad. The soul lamp is malfunctioning. His figure transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the soul lamp chamber. Upon entering, he beheld the bright azure soul lamps extinguishing one by one. The soul lamp of Elder Sanin has gone out. The soul lamp of the five-banner vanguard has gone out. Finally, when he saw the soul lamp of Li Jiyue extinguish, his fierce eyes widened in horror, brimming with boundless murderous intent. No, Jiyue, my son, who could have been responsible for your death? I, Li Tianba, shall undoubtedly rend their bodies into 1,000 pieces to avenge you. His eyes were bloodshot, his face a mask of rage. How could so many masters of the Xuanma sect perish in Jinshi City? He yearned for vengeance. In the northern reaches of Donglai Kingdom, Su Xiao soared through the clouds, accompanied by Lin Yin'er. Though their speed was modest, it was Lin Yin'er's first experience at such heights. Gazing down at the mountains and rivers below filled her with trepidation. She clutched Su Xiao tightly in fear. Su Xiao maintained a steady pace, deliberately slow to accommodate her. Indeed, this outing had proven fruitful, Su Xiao mused inwardly. Apart from the precious 9 Heavens divine Thunder Talismans, he had also acquired a substantial number of high-grade spirit stones. His spatial repository now boasted 550 high-grade spirit stones, alleviating future concerns regarding expenditures in this regard. Additionally, he had retrieved over 30 transformation elixirs from Li Jiyue's storage bag. These elixirs, valued at 10 high-grade spirit stones each, were a luxury few cultivators in the nascent soul stage could afford to use regularly. Detected enemy of fortune, Li Tianba. Identity, master of the Xuanma sect. Mission issued. Eliminate the enemy of fortune, Li Tianba. Mission reward, a guaranteed 10,000-fold critical hit next time. Another task? Su Xiao's aged form paused, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. A 10,000-fold critical hit. What an enticing mission. He had heard some whispers about the master of the Xuanma sect, who was likely a transformation realm cultivator. Possibly the father of Li Jiyue. Pondering briefly, Su Xiao turned his sword towards the mountains of the Xuanma sect. Elder, are we returning? Lin Yin'er inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Su Xiao smiled. We are not going back. We are heading to another place. Oh, very well, Lin Yin'er nodded. Whatever the elder decided was final, she dared not question further. Su Xiao continued, we are now bound for the Xuanma sect. There is something I have yet to accomplish, and it is opportune to do so now. The Xuanma sect? Lin Yin'er's eyes widened in astonishment. The elder had just slain Li Jiyue and his followers. Venturing to the Xuanma sect now was exceedingly perilous. Within the Xuanma sect, an enraged Li Tianba summoned all remaining elders and disciples to gather in the sect square. Below, a sea of dark figures gathered, numbering in the hundreds. These individuals were disciples of the Xuanma sect, many of whom were core formation cultivators. With a fair number at the nascent soul stage, this represented the sect's most formidable force. Disciples of the Xuanma sect, heed my command. Your young master, Li Jiyue, has perished in Jinshi City, along with Elder Sanin and 5 vanguard flags. This time, we, the Xuanma sect, shall raze Jinshi City to the ground and unearth the fiends responsible for their deaths. We shall avenge them. Li Tianba's voice thundered from the elevated platform, infused with unrestrained fury. Vengeance! 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 The elders and disciples roared in response, equally consumed by rage. How dare Jinshi City lay hands on their young master? Such audacity was nothing short of suicidal. The great army approaches. Today marks the demise of Jinshi City. Although Jinshi City has suffered some losses in strength and the sect is gravely wounded, with the sect leader personally leading the charge, those vile thieves are undoubtedly doomed. Let us proceed to Jinshi City to demand justice. Those who offend the Su Nm sect shall face obliteration. Li Tianba's voice resounded, and his formidable aura, embodying the fourth realm of divine transformation, erupted forth. In an instant, the elders and disciples below were taken aback, their spirits ignited. Each one readied themselves. Swords at the ready, eager to avenge Li Jiui and Elder Sanin. Chapter 33. The catastrophe of the Su-In-Im sect. Hundreds soared through the skies on their swords, unleashing the Su-In-Im technique as thick black clouds billowed above, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The nearby cultivators and mortals were struck with astonishment at the sight. The Su-In-Im sect's formidable display signified a momentous occurrence. In the heavens, Li Tianba stood above the crowd, his black robe billowing, exuding an overwhelming divine aura. The surrounding dark and sinister demonic energy surged and roared, while beneath him, a sea of cultivators waved their banners in fervent support. He appeared as a descending deity, towering over the earth, as if he were the sovereign of all realms, surveying the world with disdain. JNSH City. Slay, slay, slay. The thunderous roars reverberated through the heavens, filled with unbridled fury and hatred, echoing without respite. This scene left the surrounding cultivators and mortals of the Su-In-Im sect trembling in fear. What offense had JNSH City committed against the Su-In-Im sect? Given this situation, it seemed JNSH City was destined for utter annihilation. They hastily fled, fully aware that the Su-In-Im sect was in a furious state. Any unwarranted approach would lead to a swift demise. Without understanding how it had come to pass, just as Li Tianba prepared to draw his sword and hasten towards JNSH City, an elderly figure suddenly appeared before the members of the Su-In-Im sect. The old man stood upon his flying sword, clad in gray robes that fluttered gently in the breeze. His white hair and beard glimmered in the sunlight, and his entire being emanated an ethereal and transcendent aura. Who dares to obstruct the path of the Su-In-Im sect? Step aside at once, or face a grave fate. Li Tianba gestured for his disciples to halt. The elderly man's sheer presence indicated he was no ordinary individual. Were it otherwise, Li Tianba would have already struck without a word. Su Xiao chuckled softly, gazing at the stern middle-aged man in black robes, who bore a resemblance to Li Jiui, and spoke in an aged tone. Are you Li Tianba of the Su-In-Im sect? The father of Li Jiui? Li Tianba was momentarily taken aback. The man was aware of his son, Li Jiui? After a fleeting moment of contemplation, his eyes glinted with hostility as he coldly replied, Indeed, I am Li Tianba. Old man, do you know what has happened to my son, Li Jiui? If you do, speak quickly. Who is responsible for his death? The Su-In-Im sect shall unleash its wrath to avenge my unfortunate son. Su Xiao nodded inwardly. He then slowly retrieved an unremarkable black talisman from the spatial storage. This was the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman, forged at the 9th level of the Void Refinement stage. To accomplish this formidable task set by the system, such a powerful weapon was imperative. I am Su Xiao, an elder of the Piao Miao sect, he said, a hint of mockery glimmering in his wise eyes. Li Tianba, your son ventured to JNSH City to abduct disciples of my Piao Miao sect as concubines, thus severely transgressing our boundaries. In accordance with the rules of the Piao Miao sect, I have eliminated those who have wronged our disciples. Your son, Li Jiui, was among them. Boom. Su Xiao's words reverberated like thunder, echoing into the ears of every member of the Su-In-Im sect. Amidst the swirling black mist, the crowd gazed incredulously at the old man wielding the sword, their eyes brimming with astonishment. The Qiao Miao sect? This elder is a member of the inner circle of the Qiao Miao sect? He has even slain the Scion and the Three elders? The expressions of the Xuanma sect cultivators changed dramatically in disbelief. How dare the Qiao Miao sect act with such audacity? Li Tianba looked at Su Xiao, his eyes ablaze with fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, with anger surging forth like a tangible force. Yet, he surprisingly managed to restrain his inner wrath. If this matter involves the ancient and enigmatic Qiao Miao sect, it becomes exceedingly complex. For nearly several millennia, the righteous and demonic paths have coexisted peacefully on the Panlong continent, relying on mutual restraint. Unexpectedly, a mere outer disciple of the Qiao Miao sect has garnered such significant attention from them. Even an inner elder has come forth. Furthermore, he has taken lives. Su Xiao, you old scoundrel. The Qiao Miao sect indiscriminately slaughters members of my Xuanma sect, including my son. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Li Tianba sensed that the opponent was merely at the core formation stage. Although doubts lingered in his heart, he still sneered, asserting that if a war were to break out between the righteous and demonic factions, the Qiao Miao sect would bear full responsibility. You old rogue. Today, I shall kill you. The Qiao Miao sect cannot hold you accountable. All of this is your fault. With that, he summoned his divine power, preparing to strike down this old man in revenge for his son. The opponent, with only core formation cultivation, could not possibly hold a high position within the Xiao sect. His overwhelming fury had caused him to forget how this individual, despite his core formation level, managed to slay so many formidable cultivators from the Xuanma sect. Hiki. Standing atop his flying sword, Su Xiao smiled faintly, sensing the murderous intent emanating from his adversary. However, to strike against stone with an egg is futile. Under the might of a formidable blow from a ninth-layer refinement stage cultivator, not only Li Tianba, but the entirety of the Xuanma sect would be reduced to ashes. As for the consequences, he feared nothing. As an inner elder of the Xiao sect, what could these worthless demonic cultivators do to him? Xuanma sect. You dare to forcibly seize disciples of the Xiao sect. Today, I, Su Xiao, shall represent the Xiao sect and obliterate you. With those words, he infused his black talisman with spiritual energy. The once bright sky, illuminated by sunlight, was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, obscuring any trace of light. The thunderous roar of lightning reverberated through the heavens, with oppressive arcs of electricity flickering within the clouds, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Li Tianba and the remaining members of the Xuanma sect were taken aback by Su Xiao's arrogant declarations, their anger flaring. Yet, feeling the ominous transformation of the clouds above, their faces turned ashen, eyes wide with terror. This is the pressure of a great cultivator at the refinement stage? The Xiao sect dares to send forth such a cultivator into battle. Impossible. It cannot be. Righteous sect cultivators at the refinement stage have not made a move in thousands of years. Sect leader. Sect leader. This is dire. Sect leader, we must retreat at once. A refinement stage cultivator from the Xiao sect. We stand no chance against them. The remaining elders near Li Tianba were already paralyzed with fear from the impending storm of thunder, urging him to flee the thunder zone and prioritize their escape. This is no longer something that the Su and M sect can withstand. You old thief. You Xiao sect have crossed the line. Li Tianba's complexion darkened considerably as he sensed the surging lightning of the void refinement in the sky had locked onto him. There was no way for him to escape. Withdraw quickly. We can still negotiate this matter. Fear and shock engulfed him as Li Tianba admitted defeat. The overwhelming pressure of void refinement was not wielded by an ordinary practitioner. It was likely the work of a formidable master in the late stage of void refinement. Negotiate. Su Xiao scoffed. What nonsense. I have come here to take your life. A mere demonic sect, allowing its disciples to rob the followers of my Xiao sect. Is that not courting death? As his words fell, the thunder in the sky gathered its might. Boom. A massive purple lightning bolt, resembling a dragon, descended with a tremendous roar. This bolt of lightning was at least 10 times thicker than the previous divine thunder. Like a divine light descending from the heavens, it enveloped all the disciples of the Su and M sect before him in an instant, crashing down upon them with overwhelming force. Chapter 34. The annihilation of the Xuanma sect. The moment the colossal purple lightning manifested, it obliterated the entire Xuanma sect, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. Countless structures, shrouded in malevolent shadows, were utterly annihilated by the cataclysmic radiance of the world-ending thunder. Not a single fragment of wood or stone remained. Everything was reduced to mere dust, swept away by the force of the tempest. Within the embrace of this violet and white tempest, the members of the Xuanma sect could barely endure a single breath. Their bodies disintegrated, first their limbs, then their organs, until ultimately, not even a trace remained. Li Tianba, the most formidable among them, clung to life for 3 fleeting breaths, bolstered by his divine transformation and an arsenal of artifacts. Yet, even that was but a momentary respite. As time elapsed, his artifacts shattered under the onslaught of the lightning, and his corporeal form was completely dismantled. In the end, he was reduced to a minuscule speck, vanishing within the vastness of the tempest. He could not fathom how Su Xiao, an elder from the ethereal sect, could wield such overwhelming celestial thunder. This power of thunder was beyond the reach of those in the void refinement stage. It was the very essence of heaven and earth. Yet, he was granted no further opportunity for contemplation. With the dissolution of his body and the extinguishment of his soul, Li Tianba was rendered as inconsequential as an ant before the might of the 9 heavens thunder, utterly defenseless. Even his artifacts and all possessions within his storage bag could not withstand the ferocity of the lightning, dissolving into nothingness. After the obliteration of all Xuanma sect disciples, the thunder continued to unleash its formidable prowess. The very heart of the sect was annihilated, and even the ferocious beasts and flora within the mountains were reduced to mere remnants, shattered by the relentless thunder. It was as if a divine tribulation had descended from the heavens, erasing every trace of the Xuanma sect in mere moments. From this day forth, there would no longer be any sect known as Xuanma. It was as if it had never existed, leaving not a single mark. 10 breaths later, the divine thunder dissipated. The ominous clouds parted, and radiant sunlight once again grazed the ground below. However, the once thriving domain of the Xuanma sect had transformed into a desolate expanse of charred earth, devoid of life. My goodness, such unfathomable power. The astonishment in Su Xiao's aged eyes had not waned since the onset. It was overwhelmingly potent. The Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman was terrifyingly formidable. Was this truly the might of the 9th level of void refinement? It seemed that even his own master, Ji Shuev, at the void refinement stage, would likely suffer grievous injuries under such a thunderous onslaught. The system was utterly monstrous. Su Xiao cleared his throat softly and discreetly departed on his sword. Such a tremendous commotion would undoubtedly be sensed by cultivators within several dozen miles surrounding the Xuanma sect. Nearby cultivators had witnessed the entire spectacle of the thunderous strike. Their faces were ashen, eyes wide with terror, each one rendered immobile as if turned to stone, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. Did the Xuanma sect provoke the wrath of heaven, incurring the punishment of divine thunder? It was far too horrifying. Such a formidable 9 heavens thunder they had never heard nor seen before. Some golden core cultivators hastily summoned their swords to investigate. Upon witnessing the desolate and charred expanse that once served as the stronghold of the Xuanma sect, everyone was rendered speechless. The Xuanma sect has been utterly annihilated? A few miles away, on a small hill, Lin Yinji, adorned in a flowing white gown, stood in stunned silence. She had just glimpsed a multitude of dark-clad practitioners from the Xuanma sect in the sky. Initially, she believed that Elder Su might encounter some trouble while attending to his affairs. However, what transpired next far exceeded her comprehension. Celestial thunder descended, a colossal bolt of lightning, tenfold more powerful than Elder Su's previous lightning technique, struck down with a single blow, obliterating the entire sect into ashes. Now, not a single practitioner remained in the heavens. Could it be that Elder Su was responsible for this? A torrent of anxiety and guilt surged within Lin Yinji. Had Elder Su destroyed an entire sect because of her? The thought was unbearable. She found her understanding wholly inadequate to grasp such an event. Elder Su must indeed care for her deeply, so much so that she felt a pang of guilt for her own worthiness. Yinji, let us depart. Our business is concluded, and we shall return to the sect. Su Xiao, gliding gracefully on his sword, approached the still-dazed Lin Yinji. Turning back with a smile, he reassured her. The Xuanma sect has erred, and heaven has delivered its judgment upon them. Henceforth, there shall be no place known as the Xuanma sect in the Panlong continent. With a gentle and benevolent smile, Su Xiao emanated the aura of a kind-hearted sage. Thank you, Elder Su. Yinji shall forever remain in your debt. Lin Yinji swallowed hard. Elder Su, truly deserving of his title as the sect leader's senior brother, was incredibly formidable. Ah, there is no need for such formality. Our fates are entwined, and this is but my duty. Su Xiao responded just as the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of eliminating the fated enemy, Li Qianba. The next reward shall undoubtedly be a 1,000-fold critical strike. Satisfied, he nodded inwardly. The flying sword glided steadily towards the Piaomiao sect. Not far from the Xuanma sect, within the Lord's Manor of Jishu City, Jin Hao was graciously hosting Lin Dazhong and his wife as esteemed guests. Although the Lin family merely engaged in the trade of spiritual tea, Lin Yinji had caught the eye of an elder from the Piaomiao sect. In the future, her prospects within the sect would be boundless. With the golden core realm within her grasp, such a family, endowed with strength and influence, was not to be underestimated by Jin Hao. Brother Lin, please do not take offense. I was merely coerced by the Xuanma sect into agreeing to let Li Jiuyue act as a matchmaker. Jin Hao continued, Brother Lin, dear sister-in-law. In Jinchu City, I assure you that not only will you receive support in your spiritual tea business, but also in the realm of spiritual elixirs. All taxes shall be waived. I will personally introduce you to my connections for elixir resources. In the resplendent hall, Jin Hao repeatedly expressed his apologies, fearing displeasure from Lin Dazhong and his wife. The couple, wearing smiles, had no intention of causing trouble for Jin Hao. Their hearts brimmed with joy. Yinner, under the protection of Elder Su from the Piaomiao sect, had just reached the foundation establishment stage, and her advancement had already benefited her family. It appeared that the Lin family had a promising future ahead. Yinner was truly fortunate. At that moment, several guards from Jinchu City rushed into the hall in a state of panic. Upon seeing Jin Hao, they exclaimed in utter dismay, City Lord, terrible news. We have received word that the Xuanma sect has been annihilated. All disciples have perished. Even the sect leader, Li Tianba, has fallen at the hands of the Xuanma sect. It has been completely eradicated, not even a single intact piece of wood remains. Jin Hao and Lin Dadong were momentarily struck dumb, their minds reeling from the shocking revelation. The Xuanma sect has been destroyed. Their thoughts immediately turned to Su Xiao and the Piao Miao sect. Jin Hao's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. He looked at the pale-faced Lin Dadong and cried out in terror, "Brother, this marriage matter is truly not my doing. You must speak on my behalf before Elder Su. We are both from Jinshi City and have known each other for many years. My life depends on you, dear brother." Chapter 35, 10,000-fold critical strike. Returning the 9 turns Qiankuan pill at the entrance of the Misty sect. Su Xiao gently set Lin Yin'er down before soaring back to his small courtyard on his sword. He subsequently summoned Lu Danian, instructing him to continue accepting Lin Yin'er as a registered disciple. Upon hearing this, Lu Danian's expression was quite remarkable. Master Uncle, engaging in such matters again. However, he dared not utter a word of protest, nodding in agreement. With even the esteemed Dugu sect leader being charmed by his master uncle, he could only turn a blind eye to such affairs. As a mere apprentice, he had no courage to defy his master uncle and could only comply. In the outer mountain female disciples' dormitory area, when the plump and slender senior sisters saw Lin Yin'er return safely, they were filled with excitement. Once inside their room, Lin Yin'er expressed her gratitude, saying, "Senior sisters, I owe my safety to you. Elder Su rescued me from the Xuanma sect." She recounted the events that had transpired, albeit withholding the terrifying details regarding the extermination of her sect, fearing their impact. The plump senior sister exclaimed, "Junior sister, with Elder Su's protection at the Misty sect, you are destined to soar to great heights. Do you realize that Jin Liuxiang served Elder Su and is now a registered disciple of Elder Lu? Elder Lu, the law enforcement elder of our outer sect and a disciple of the Dugu sect leader. Junior sister, do not be timid. Serve Elder Su well, and perhaps one day, you too may become Elder Lu's disciple." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin'er's eyes flickered as she merely nodded. Acknowledging that Elder Su had indeed mentioned her becoming Elder Lu's registered disciple, the plump senior sister continued to urge her, "Junior sister, you mustn't be shy. Although Elder Su is aged, I've heard he was extraordinarily handsome in his youth. Even now, despite his age, I find him far more attractive than those younger disciples. Junior sister, with Jin Liuxiang still serving him, you should seize the opportunity and serve Elder Su diligently." The slender senior sister eagerly nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, junior sister. You are so beautiful. Elder Su is bound to appreciate you. We need not fear that green tea BTCH, Jin Liuxiang." The two seniors exchanged enthusiastic remarks, leaving Lin Yin'er bewildered. What is going on here? Seeing her confusion, they sighed. "Junior sister, it seems you truly have yet to serve Elder Su. At this rate, you will surely be overshadowed by Jin Liuxiang." Having also benefited from Su Xiao, they now fervently hoped for Lin Yin'er's ascent, envisioning themselves basking in her glory. The plump senior sister sighed and whispered the rumors surrounding Elder Su in Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er's ear. "Senior sister, this cannot be true. Elder Su is such a kind-hearted person. He would never engage in such behavior." Lin Yin'er's initial reaction was one of disbelief. She could not fathom that Elder Su's assistance was motivated by such intentions. Impossible. The plump and slender senior sisters sighed once more. "Junior sister, you are still too young. If it were not for the beauty of the other party, why would Elder Su bestow resources and rescue her from the clutches of the Xuanma sect?" The two exchanged admonitions. "Junior sister, Elder Su is highly respected within the sect. He is a venerable elder, and such matters must not be overtly acknowledged. It is precisely because Jin Liuxiang understands Elder Su that she was able to swiftly break through to the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Junior sister, ponder this well. Why would Elder Su assist you if not for your beauty? Now that he has done so much for you, should you remain indifferent? It may become difficult for you to navigate the complexities of the Piao Miao sect in the future." They said no more. Such matters needed only to be mentioned once. Ultimately, it was imperative for Lin Shimi to come to her own understanding. Lin Yin'er fell into silence. Was Elder Su truly that kind of person? She still found it hard to believe. Yet upon reflection, as an outer disciple, there seemed to be no attribute that could possibly attract Elder Su's favor, nor explain the abundance of gifts he had bestowed upon her. She felt a tumult of emotions within her. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. "Junior sister Lin, I heard you have returned. Elder Lu requests your presence to become his disciple. After your initiation, you will be recognized as Elder Lu's registered disciple." The plump and slender senior sisters were taken aback for a moment, then filled with joy. They hurriedly seized Lin Yin'er and ushered her out the door. As night fell, Jean Liuxiang arrived at her quarters and performed a deep bow before Su Xiao. Liuxiang, it has been a while. I presume you have nearly exhausted your resources? Su Xiao observed her, his aged eyes flickering with interest as he stroked his goat-like beard. Jean Liuxiang replied respectfully, Indeed, elder. I have utilized more than I anticipated, but my progress has been swift, due to the constraints of the Dugu sect leader. She had not been able to visit for 2 months. Su Xiao retrieved 10 Foundation Establishment pills, 10 high-grade spirit stones, and a Yuan Ing Earth Fire Talisman from his spatial storage. He then handed them to her, saying, Liuxiang, this Earth Fire Talisman is of the Yuan Ing realm. Keep it on your person for self-protection. Jean Liuxiang's heart soared with joy upon seeing this. She repeatedly bowed in gratitude before placing the items into her storage bag. She then said somewhat pitifully, Elder Su, I miss you, but I fear the sect leader. The elder chuckled softly and replied, Liuxiang, fret not. I have already spoken with the sect leader. Henceforth, she will not interfere in my affairs. When your resources run low, simply come to me. Upon hearing this, Jean Liuxiang's face flushed with excitement, her heart finally at ease. She then stepped forward and embraced Su Xiao, a fragrant breeze enveloping them. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 Foundation Establishment pills, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning Heaven and Earth Divine pills, 9 turned Xianyuan pills. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 high-grade Spirit Stones, returning 200 high-grade Spirit Stones. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the Yuan Ing Earth Fire Talisman, returning 2 Walling 9th-layer Qi-Yin Fire Talismans. Chapter 36. The 4 Great Sects of the Righteous Path. The 9 turned Xianyuan pill, a divine elixir born of the harmony between heaven and earth, possesses the power to reverse one's fate and transform the body into a vessel of the Tao, allowing for unparalleled cultivation speed and extraordinary fortune. Su Xiao marveled at the radiant, fist-sized pill, enveloped in ethereal energies, its celestial glow captivating. He understood from the system's description that consuming this pill could fundamentally alter one's constitution and destiny, offering a chance for rebirth. This was precisely what he needed. After a millennium of arduous cultivation, he had reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Yet his mediocre innate talent had prevented him from achieving the divine transformation realm in this lifetime. With the 9 turned Xianyuan pill to enhance his constitution and fortune, coupled with the essence of earth fire, the path to divinity would be within his grasp. The following morning, both donned their attire. Su Xiao, with a blush upon his visage, turned to Jean Liuxiang, who appeared somewhat unwell, and said, Liuxiang, I have found a junior sister for you named Lin Yin'er. She is currently at the 1st level of Foundation Establishment and shares a connection with me. As her senior sister, please do not bully her, rather, protect her. Jean Liuxiang furrowed her brows slightly, pouting with a knowing smile. Lin Yin'er, I understand. Rest assured, elder, since she is someone you value, I shall take good care of her. Though a twinge of disappointment lingered in her heart, she would heed Su Elder's words. Su Xiao replied with a smile. Yin'er is merely my ordinary junior. Liuxiang, I am primarily drawn to her talent. Upon hearing this, Jean Liuxiang's expression shifted, and she chuckled. Liuxiang understands. As long as the elder is assured. After exchanging tender goodbyes, she took her leave. Although rumors from the outer sect had been somewhat suppressed, she dared not linger too long. Seated before a meditation mat, Su Xiao retrieved the 9 turned Xianyuan pill from his spatial storage. Like the 3,000 Dao pills, the divine elixir transformed into a stream of light as it entered his mouth. Instantly, he felt his body and spirit undergo a profound cleansing under the pill's effects. Impurities, dark and viscous, oozed from his skin, enveloping him in a layer of murky slime. After this transformative experience, while his appearance still bore signs of age, his skin shimmered with a faint glow, granting him a slightly more youthful and spirited demeanor. A unique aura of the Tao now surrounded him, making him feel as though he had been reborn. Both his body and consciousness felt entirely different from before. This was the enhancement of his innate Taoist aptitude, a formidable change. Truly, the 9 turned Xianyuan pill was deserving of its reputation for a 1,000-fold return. Satisfied, Su Xiao nodded and subsequently consumed a Yunjin pill, beginning his cultivation with high-grade spirit stones. With 135 Yunjin pills remaining and 740 high-grade spirit stones in his possession, he was ready to forge ahead. With resources at his disposal and the enhancements from the 9 turned Xianyuan pill, his cultivation speed soared like a rocket, far surpassing that of ordinary geniuses. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1008 years, realm. First level of golden core, special constitution, earth fire, Dao body, remaining lifespan, 301 years, days later. The entire Panlong continent trembled with an unprecedented energy. The news of the annihilation of the Xuanma sect, situated on the northern border of Donglai Kingdom, has spread like wildfire. Although the Xuanma sect was merely a third-rate sect within the Panlong continent, it possessed a formidable presence with its own transformation realm cultivators. Such a terrifying event of sect extermination had not occurred for thousands of years across the entire Panlong continent. Yet, here it is again. In an instant, both righteous and demonic factions are filled with trepidation, fearing for the future of the Panlong continent. The hard-won peace treaty hangs by a thread, and if mishandled, it could be irrevocably torn apart. Among the four major righteous sects, Dao Dan sect's master spoke gravely. Brother, the annihilation of the Xuanma sect is indeed extraordinary. I fear that if this matter is not handled properly, the entire continent will descend into chaos. A white-haired elder furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you know who is behind this?" Reports from Donglai Kingdom suggest that it was an elder from the Piaomiao sect, incensed by the Xuanma sect's attempt to abduct one of their outer disciples. What? All for an outer disciple? They annihilated an entire sect? Who is this elder? How reckless. It is said to be the inner elder Su Xiao. Su Xiao? Could it be Jishue's troublesome disciple? I heard he was on the brink of death, succumbing to senility. Alas, master. Perhaps it is precisely because he is near death that he feels unrestrained. Such individuals are the most terrifying. When death approaches, they care little for the lives of others. We must hold the Piaomiao sect accountable, demanding a satisfactory explanation. Or else the wrath of the demonic sect will not be quelled. Su Xiao, that old fool, to engage in such folly. Immediately send word to the Piaomiao sect to confirm this matter. If it is indeed Su Xiao's doing, the Piaomiao sect must be compelled to bring that old fool to justice. Understood, master. At the Wanfo Temple, one of the four major righteous sects, the abbot, surrounded by golden light in the grand hall that reverberated with the sound of Buddhist chants, suddenly opened his eyes, filled with concern. Yuan Tong, what has transpired? Speak in detail. Abbot, the Xuanma sect has been annihilated by the Piaomiao sect. It was the doing of that inner elder Su Xiao. Indeed, the very disciple of Jishui. Why did he destroy the Xuanma sect? It is said that the Xuanma sect attempted to seize an outer disciple from the Piaomiao sect, enraging Su Xiao. An outer disciple? The old monk raised his eyebrows, pondering deeply before slowly shaking his head. The cycle of cause and effect, the fate of heaven and earth. Yuan Tong? It appears that the Panlong continent is on the brink of a bloody storm. Send a message to the Piaomiao sect, urging them to handle this matter judiciously. That Su Xiao, knowing a thing or two, has lost all restraint, his lifespan nearing its end. Truly reckless. May our Buddhist sect be able to avert this calamity. Yes, Abbot. Chapter 37. The Master of Huan Sect, Yuling Long within a beautifully adorned chamber. Suffused with an exquisite fragrance, a woman clad in diaphanous silk garments sat gracefully cross-legged. Her tall and alluring figure, concealed beneath layers of gossamer fabric, boasted an exaggeratedly perfect proportion that could provoke a surge of blood in any onlooker. Her cascading black hair shimmered with a lustrous sheen, while her slim waist, as smooth and sleek as that of a water snake, resembled the most delicate and enchanting willow, effortlessly grasped in one's hand. Her stunningly beautiful and captivating visage, akin to a queen among roses, was simply mesmerizing. The subtly visible jade-like legs beneath her skirt were long and proportionate, their delicate skin radiating a snowy whiteness reminiscent of spring's first snow. Her petite and exquisite feet, charmingly adorable, glimmered like warm mutton fat jade. The intoxicating fragrance emanating from her being was so alluring that any man who caught a whiff would be helplessly ensnared. This was Yuling Long, the master of the Huan sect. At that moment, a woman in a yellow dress entered the room. Master, I've investigated the annihilation of the Xuanma sect, she announced. Yuling Long raised a teasing eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips. Was it the Piaomiao sect's doing? Indeed. It is said that an inner sect elder named Su Xiao from the Piaomiao sect was enraged after the Xuanma sect abducted one of their outer disciples. Yuling Long's eyes flickered with a hint of reminiscence. Ah, so it's that handsome fellow, she mused softly. Su Xiao is the senior brother of Dugu Ling and the most esteemed disciple of Jishui. I heard he was merely a secondary apprentice taken on by Jishui when she accepted Dugu Ling, possessing mediocre talent and serving mainly as a foil to Dugu. I never anticipated that after failing his tribulation and nearing the end of his lifespan, he would cause such a stir. Yuling Long reflected on the image of Su Xiao she had encountered centuries ago. His breathtaking appearance had nearly rendered her speechless. The woman in the yellow dress blinked and said, Master. The demonic factions are extremely agitated, particularly the master of the Shouyuan sect, the breakthrough demonic sect. If this matter is not handled properly, it may lead to an irreconcilable conflict between the righteous and the demonic paths. Standing up, Yu Linglong adjusted her delicate silk attire. Meyer, do not worry. I will personally inquire with Dugu Ling shortly. Recently, that Dugu Ling has been boasting about acquiring a rare beauty-enhancing elixir, flaunting it before me. Humph, that little girl is truly fortunate. How enviable. The woman in yellow spoke softly. Master, do you think an all-out conflict between the righteous and the demonic factions is imminent? Just a trivial matter. Yu Linglong replied with a chuckle, gazing at her companion. Even if a conflict does arise, what of it? I would actually welcome the resurgence of war across the Panlong continent, for it would give rise to more unparalleled talents for my Hahuan sect's disciples to cultivate. Ha ha. At Paomyo Mountain, in a small courtyard, Su Xiao sat upon a meditation mat, his aged eyes slightly widened, revealing a glimmer of brightness. Since receiving the baptism of the 9 turns Qingquan pill a few days prior, his cultivation speed had become despairingly rapid. In just a few days, he had broken through to the second layer of the foundation establishment stage. Should outsiders become aware of this, they would likely be left in disbelief, their jaws agape. Typically, for ordinary cultivators, reaching the core formation stage is fraught with challenges, with each breakthrough potentially taking centuries, sometimes even exceeding 100 years. It is common to find individuals who, despite living for 500 years, have not attained the 7th level of core formation. Recently, he took the opportunity to visit the Zilai Trading Company, replenishing his reserves. He restocked 200 foundation establishment pills and 20 low-grade magical artifacts. As for the medium-grade artifacts, he possessed 4, while 3 were of high grade and 2 were of extraordinary quality. He also acquired 4 talismans for the nascent soul and 4 for the transformation spirit. Additionally, he procured 3 rare medium-grade beauty pills, expending 300 high-grade spirit stones. Even though this item is merely of medium quality, it is exorbitantly priced. After gifting 1 medium-grade beauty pill, the enticing and fervent Ziyan offered him a taste of sweetness in return. Su Xiao was thoroughly pleased and even returned a high-grade beauty pill. This item is known to be immensely beneficial when gifted to a daughter of destiny. Making it an ideal offering for acquiring celestial elixirs, one must prepare well in advance. Upon reaching the 2nd level of core formation, Su Xiao retreated to his small courtyard, reclining in a rocking chair while sipping tea in leisure. At that moment, a streak of light appeared in the distance. When it landed, it revealed his enchanting junior sister, Dugu Ling, clad in a flowing green dress. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore a hint of solemnity. Approaching Su Xiao, she grasped his frail form with urgency. Elder brother, have you annihilated the entire Shouyuan sect? Dugu Ling seemed somewhat incensed, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she regarded Su Xiao. How could an aging man, on the brink of death and having regressed to the foundation establishment stage, dare to commit such an act? What infuriated her the most was that it was all for an external female disciple. Su Xiao, sensing her agitation, replied, Junior sister. The Shouyuan sect is merely a third-rate faction. Their destruction is inconsequential. After all, they kidnapped a disciple of my Pyamya sect. Dugu Ling withdrew her hand in exasperation, retorting, Elder brother, it seems you have fallen into your old habits again. To obliterate a demonic sect for the sake of a Lin Yener? How does this differ from their own malevolent ways? Moreover, this matter has become a frenzy not only within our sect but across the entirety of the Panlong continent. Elder brother, you are nearing the end of your years. Can you not exercise restraint? Dugu Ling shook her head, her messaging talisman nearly overwhelmed with inquiries. Numerous righteous sects had reached out to her to confirm the details, all worried that this could ignite another conflict between the righteous and demonic factions. The catalyst for such turmoil was her elder brother's actions for a beautiful female disciple. Infuriating indeed. Noticing her displeasure, Su Xiao offered a slight smile. In an instant, he produced a fiery red hairpin radiating with a gentle crimson glow. This hairpin seemed to harbor boundless power, resonating with the song of a phoenix upon its emergence. It was Su Xiao's extraordinary magical artifact, the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Pin. He had long devised a plan to enlist his junior sister's assistance in resolving this predicament. By presenting this gift, he could not only appease her but also return the favor, achieving 2 objectives with 1 action. As for the origins of this item, he had already concocted a story. Upon catching sight of the exquisite phoenix hairpin, Dugu Ling's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. An exceptional magical artifact. She sensed the extraordinary power contained within the Jiutian Shifeng Chai. Such formidable might was characteristic of a supreme-grade artifact. Senior brother, from whence did you acquire this? Du Guling's fair face flushed slightly. This beautifully crafted hairpin seemed tailor-made for her. Su Xiao, maintaining his composure, replied, I discovered it after vanquishing the Xuanma sect. From their treasure vault. Sister, this is their most precious possession. However, as this supreme-grade artifact is a woman's adornment, it would be inappropriate for me to keep it. So I present it to you. In this lifetime, you are my sole beloved. If not given to you, whom else could I bestow it upon? Du Guling swallowed hard, her hands trembling as she accepted the Jiutian Shifeng Chai from Su Xiao. With a gentle infusion of spiritual energy, a magnificent fire phoenix soared into the sky, ascending towards the clouds. The melodious cry of the phoenix reverberated through the air, causing countless outer disciples to gaze in astonishment. Chapter 38. The sect's opinion on the second explosion. How astonishing. Du Guling felt a surge of excitement as she played with the fiery red phoenix hairpin in her hand. A supreme artifact, of which she possessed only two herself. One was a gift from her master, Ji Shui, and the other she had acquired after enduring countless hardships. Little did she expect that today her senior brother would bestow upon her another supreme artifact, and one of her favorite kind. Senior brother, you are truly wonderful. The anger in Du Guling's heart dissipated in an instant. Under the bombardment of such an exquisite sugar-coated shell, she found herself utterly defenseless. Overwhelmed with joy, she embraced Su Xiao, the enticing fragrance enveloping her senses. Junior sister, do not be too excited. Su Xiao chuckled with a sigh. Senior brother, if only you could survive until I break through to the void refinement stage. Du Guling replied, her heart brimming with delight. Acquiring a supreme artifact made vanquishing the Xian Mo sect seem trivial. Senior brother, how she adored him. All right, enough of this. Let us discuss serious matters, Su Xiao said. Junior sister, the Xian Mo sect is an affiliated faction of the Patian Mo sect. If they come knocking, it will be up to you to handle it. Du Guling scoffed lightly, do not worry, with me around, they shall not stir up any troubles. At that moment, she seemed to sense something and inquired curiously. Senior brother, how did you break through to the core formation stage again? And are you not nearing old age? Without an artifact. How can you annihilate the Xian Mo sect? Is there some secret you have yet to share with me? With that, Du Guling seated herself at a nearby table, awaiting Su Xiao's confession. The latter smiled mysteriously, Junior sister, although I failed my tribulation, I am not just any ordinary cultivator. Oh? Du Guling's phoenix eyes sparkled with intrigue, a knowing smile escaping her lips. I always suspected something was amiss. You previously produced a supreme rejuvenation pill. And now you have decimated the Xian Mo sect. The sect master of the Xian Mo sect, after all, is a core formation cultivator. Su Xiao casually replied. Not long ago, I traveled to the 10,000 Great Mountains and stumbled upon a senior's cave. I retrieved several core formation talismans from within. When the Xian Mo sect provoked me, they were met with a few of these talismans and were eradicated. Du Guling's eyes gleamed with excitement. Core formation talismans? Those are exceedingly rare. Senior brother, your luck is extraordinary. Su Xiao chuckled. Just a stroke of luck, nothing more. Junior sister, I still have a few core formation talismans left. Should anyone dare to bully this old man, they shall meet their end before I do. Du Guling declared. Senior brother, with my Piao Miao sect backing you, who would dare to provoke you? I shall be the first to object. Senior brother, please focus on enjoying your time at the sect and refrain from causing any more trouble. Afterward, Du Guling hurriedly took her leave, eager to refine the supreme artifact. The Jiutian Shinfeng hairpin. With the assistance of this artifact, her strength would advance further. Su Xiao watched her retreating figure with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the supreme artifact Jiutian Shinfeng hairpin. Returning the treasure to Shouyuan. In an ephemeral moment, the Five Extremes Mountain emerged from the celestial magnetic essence, imbued with spiritual energy, capable of transformation and size. As resilient as gold and iron, its weight rivals that of the 5 peaks and 3 mountains, overwhelming even the divine and the ghostly. The recent annihilation of the Shouyuan sect and the Xuanma sect has ignited fervent discourse within the sections. Elder Su Xiao, nearing the end of his days, astonishingly eradicated an entire demonic sect for the sake of a mere outer sect female disciple. This act left the members of the Piao sect utterly astounded. Elder Su, who would have imagined that he would remain so formidable even in his twilight years? The Xuanma sect is not without its god transformation cultivators. The enforcement team led by Lu Danian has completely relaxed, refraining from arrests or confrontations, allowing the disciples to speculate freely, for they too are bewildered. How did Elder Su accomplish such a feat? On that early morning, in the outer sect plaza, thousands of disciples could not contain their awe. Elder Su is truly remarkable. He obliterated the Xuanma sect in a single day. Who was it that claimed Elder Su possessed only foundational strength? Step forward and face me. This is disastrous. The beautiful female disciples within the sect are surely in peril. With Elder Su's prowess, should he choose to impose his will, even the esteemed Duga sect leader may not be able to intervene. To save Lin Yin'er from the clutches of the Xuanma sect, Elder Su committed such a bold act. How incredibly fierce! Initially, the disciples were stunned by Su Zhao's strength. Subsequently, they began to jest about his unabashed romantic inclinations. Now, he has dismantled an entire sect for the sake of a beautiful disciple. What might he do if he encounters someone even more enchanting in the future? Moreover, given his advanced age, he has little to lose. Elder Su is truly terrifying. Yet, most of the female disciples gaze starry-eyed in admiration. Elder Su is exceedingly valiant. I absolutely adore such a man. How enviable Lin Shimi must be. Elder Su is so dashing. To annihilate a sect for Lin Shimi, he is the very embodiment of the romantic hero I dream of. It appears that Elder Su genuinely cherishes Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er. He would even risk everything to confront the Xuanma sect for them. Love truly transcends all. If only such a majestic elder would take notice of me. This last remark came from a nearby cleaning elder sister. As her words hung in the air, all eyes turned toward her, filled with incredulity. Dear lady, perhaps you should consider your own appearance. Do you truly believe Elder Su would notice you? The cleaning elder sister immediately bristled. Casting aside her broom and placing her hands on her ample hips, glaring with wide, expressive eyes. What is wrong with me? Perhaps Elder Su appreciates my type. The nearby female disciples were left speechless, while the male disciples felt a wave of nausea wash over them. In the accommodation area, the enchanting visage of Jin Liuxiang flushed with a hint of crimson as she returned to her room. Inside, the pure and captivating Lin Yin'er was seated in meditation. Sister, you are back. Chapter 39. The onslaught of the demonic path. Jin Liuxiang gracefully approached Lin Yin'er, her enchanting figure swaying as she settled beside her. With a satisfied smile in her alluring eyes, she said, Junior sister, I have privately advised you for quite some time, yet you remain unheeding. Once Elder Su's patience wanes, you shall truly be devoid of guidance. Lin Yin'er, gazing at the rosy hue adorning her senior sister's fair neck, instantly comprehended that Jin Liuxiang had visited Elder Su's secluded quarters. She lowered her head in silence. Over the past couple of days, she had grown familiar with Jin Liuxiang. Both were registered disciples under Lu Dajing, making them sworn sisters. In order to assist Lin Yin'er in her cultivation and fulfill Elder Su's wishes, Jin Liuxiang had been by her side almost daily. There was, of course, another significant reason. Both of them had been thrust into the limelight by the sect's disciples, rendering them hesitant to venture into the sect square. Lin Yin'er, her face flushed with shyness, murmured, Senior sister, I still haven't made up my mind. Deep within her heart, she struggled to accept that such a kind and affable elder as Su would treat her so well solely based on her beauty. However, upon glancing at her beautiful and captivating senior sister, her resolve wavered. It was not just her senior sister's words. Everyone outside echoed the same sentiments. Jin Liuxiang chuckled. Then take your time to contemplate, junior sister. Individuals like Elder Su, such strong and benevolent beings, are truly rare. Few would willingly offer their resources for our cultivation as he does. Only someone like Elder Su, nearing the end of his lifespan, would act in such a manner. This is our opportunity. After a brief pause, Jin Liuxiang washed up and commenced her cultivation. Despite his age, Elder Su was far more handsome than the greasy senior brothers and sisters. During the afternoon, an overwhelming and formidable aura approached from the west. Accompanied by boundless pressure and fury, 3 figures erupted into the 9th stage of transformation, enveloping the entire Piaomiao mountain. Dugaling, come out at once. Your Piaomiao sect has torn the agreement and brutally slaughtered thousands of my demonic disciples. If you fail to provide an explanation today, I, Pratian, will not relent. The 3 figures hovered in the sky, emanating an imposing and majestic presence. Clad in black, the central figure was a stern-looking middle-aged man, his eyes ablaze with rage. Embodying the wrath of the leader of the Tian demon sect, Mo Tian. Flanking him were 2 elderly men with graying hair and beards, their eyes glaring fiercely at the disciples of Piaomiao sect below, hands clasped behind their backs, radiating malice. They were inner sect elders of the Tian demon sect, here to assert their authority. The disciples of Piaomiao sect, whether from the inner or outer mountains, were gripped by terror, retreating into the buildings. It's over. The Pation demon sect has come knocking. Oh, Elder Su, for the sake of a fleeting romance, you have brought calamity upon our Piamiao sect. Amidst the disciples' panic, several presences of the transformation stage surged from the inner mountain. In an instant, four streaks of light ascended into the air, halting before the trio from the Pation demon sect. At the forefront stands a noble and graceful woman clad in a flowing green dress. Her figure is slender and exquisite, and her stunningly beautiful face is breathtaking. The perfect silhouette beneath her gown is enveloped in a luminescent white aura as she moves. She exudes an air of unparalleled elegance and poise. Her lustrous black hair dances in the gentle breeze, swirling captivatingly before her willow-like waist. With her arrival, the heavens and earth seem to dim. She is none other than Dugu Ling, the esteemed leader of the Misty sect. Behind her stand an elderly woman and two venerable men, all clad in plain white robes, representing the esteemed inner elders of the Misty sect. Together, they emanate an overwhelming and formidable presence, all at the pinnacle of the ninth realm of transformation. Beware, you insolent wretch. Speak with more decorum. Otherwise, should you provoke the Misty sect, your wretched heavenly demon sect shall not be spared. Dugu Ling retorted defiantly. Since she had accepted the boon from her senior brother Su Xiao, this matter must be handled with propriety. You, Dugu Ling, the audacity of your Misty sect is intolerable. Magi Jitian, incensed by her arrogance after witnessing the destruction of his sect, fumed with fury. The insolence of the Misty sect was beyond comprehension. Having annihilated a faction of his heavenly demon sect, they remained brazenly unrepentant. Should I care? Dugu Ling, with a countenance as beautiful as a water nymph, sneered disdainfully. A mere third-rate demon sect dares to abduct a disciple of the Misty sect and force her into servitude. We merely acted to uphold justice against such a despicable faction. Magi Jitian, if you depart now, consider this matter settled. However, should you dare to strike, today shall be your demise. Magi Jitian, upon hearing her words, felt as though thunder had struck him. His angular, resolute face contorted with rage, glaring at Dugu Ling with fiery eyes. Ah, an inexperienced little woman. If I do not reclaim justice today, how could I, the heavenly demon sect, ever show my face again? Prepare to perish. With that, Magi Jitian unleashed his fury. Instantly, dozens of magical knives materialized, hovering in the air and exuding a terrifying aura. Each of these magical knives was of superior quality, a testament to the strength of the heavenly demon sect. Child's play, Dugu Ling scoffed lightly, and at once, a sword shimmering with blue light shot forth from her chest. In that instant, the temperature plummeted dramatically. Snow began to fall from the sky, as if sunlight itself were on the verge of freezing, enveloping the surroundings in an eternal ice cavern. This was the Supreme Ice Soul Sword, an exquisite artifact crafted by her master, Ji Shui, in her early years. Little woman, today, I shall see if you truly inherit Ji Shui's legacy. With a thunderous roar, three superior magical knives, shrouded in dense dark energy, hurtled towards Dugu Ling. Their overwhelming spiritual power surged forth, altering the very fabric of the world. Boom, boom, boom. The Supreme Ice Soul Sword, under Dugu Ling's calm command, was enveloped in thick layers of frost, intercepting the incoming assault. As soon as the magical knives made contact with the icy blade, they were immediately frozen by the chilling energy, effortlessly sent flying away. Bravo! The disciples of the Misty sect were filled with elation upon witnessing this scene. Truly, their esteemed leader, the solitary Dugu, possesses unparalleled strength. With but a single move, it became evident that Dugu's prowess far surpassed that of those from the demonic path. How magnificent! Dugu is not only beautiful, but also formidable. Those wretched demons dare to provoke our Misty sect. It is nothing short of a death wish. With Dugu leading the charge, what is there to fear? Elder Su is fortunate to have such a protective junior sister by his side. One by one, the disciples of the Misty sect emerged from the building, emboldened, gazing openly at the sky to admire the clash of divine beings. Meanwhile, the demon lord, who had been sent flying by the three cursed blades, suddenly wore a grim expression. How formidable, though it had merely been a light probe. He could distinctly sense the immense power of the opponent's exquisite artifact. The chilling spiritual energy emanating from it was vast beyond measure. It seems that Dugu Ling, the leader of the Misty sect, is not far from transcending the void. Chapter 40. The power of the nine heavens. Divine Phoenix Hairpin Su Xiao reclined in the rocking chair of the small courtyard. Observing the distant battle between Dugu Ling and Mo Jitian in the sky, a faint smile gracing his weathered face. Just a trivial skirmish, he chuckled softly. It was evident that both sides were exercising restraint. Although the Broken Sky Demon sect boasted loudly, they dared not make a genuine move in front of the Misty sect. After all, the leaders of both factions were merely figureheads. The true masters were the formidable cultivators of the void refinement stage. Without their involvement, even the most boisterous threats amounted to nothing more than posturing for the sake of appearances and benefits. Watching Duguling and Mo engage in combat, Xiao profoundly sensed the immense power of the ninefold purple cloud Thunder Talisman returned by the system. It was likely that even a couple of them tossed into the fray would be too much for Mo to withstand. He had fully mastered the treasure. The Five Extremes Mountain, which had also been returned by the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin. With these two artifacts in his possession, he now wielded the might of a transcendent being. In the sky, Missouri Jian was unwilling to let the confrontation conclude so hastily. He bellowed at Duguling, summoning a dozen demonic blades that radiated malevolent energy, causing a tumult of dark mist to surge through the air. Boom! With several cracking sounds, these demonic blades, as if responding to Mo call, surged forward to form an enormous demonic blade. The dark energy of the demon path swirled around them, shaking the very fabric of space wherever they passed. It turned out to be a supreme-grade artifact. Duguling observed this with a cold smile. Having heard tales of Mo supreme artifact, the Black Shop Pursuit Blade, little did he expect it to be a supreme-grade blade formed from 18 high-quality demonic swords. Haha. Duguling, surrender Xiao obediently. That old dog must die today. The countless disciples of my demon sect are restless. I have pondered for 2 millennia, unable to comprehend why a mere inner elder of the Misty sect would annihilate my entire Xuanma sect for a seemingly inconsequential outer disciple. Is that old man suffering from senile dementia? Mo yearned to pose this question directly to Xiao. The opponent was nearing the end of his days, yet still provoked a righteous battle against evil. Such a foolish elder would do better to perish sooner rather than later. The massive black blade, the Black Shop Pursuit Blade, swiftly approached Duguling. With a cold snort, the supreme ice soul sword released an overwhelming chill. Instantly, a tempest of icy winds howled, condensing a substantial layer of ice along the blade of the Black Shop Pursuit Blade, reducing its speed by a third. Soon after, the outer layer of deep blue ice became increasingly dense, and within moments, a colossal ice sword spiraled in midair. The surge of spiritual energy resonated as it charged straight toward the Black Shop Pursuit Blade. The clash of powers reverberated through the heavens, leaving the disciples of the Misty sect below pale with fright. Boom! The blades met with a cataclysmic collision, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming energy waves. The force surged like a celestial catastrophe. A few elders from both sides steadied themselves, their expressions revealing astonishment. This was the tremor caused by a ninefold transcendent wielding a supreme-grade artifact. It was astonishingly powerful. The black and blue artifacts clashed fiercely in the air, neither yielding an inch, resulting in a stalemate. Mo's spiritual energy surged uncontrollably as he desperately fought to maintain the dominance of the Black Shop Pursuit Blade. Yet, he appeared to be in great agony, his face turning a deep shade of purple, his eyes bulging as if about to burst from their sockets. In stark contrast, on the side of Duguling, the atmosphere remained serene, exuding an ethereal beauty that was almost luminescent. Still not holding back? Duguling chuckled softly, her delicate jade-like fingers gently raised. Instantly, a streak of fiery crimson light burst forth from her lustrous black hair. As it soared into the air, it transformed into several colossal fire phoenixes, spiraling and dancing in the sky. With a resounding cry, the fire phoenixes charged directly toward Mo. The dark, malevolent aura surrounding him felt as fragile as cotton before the blazing fire phoenixes, which were swiftly incinerated. What kind of artifact is this? Another supreme grade one? Duguling, where did you acquire this exquisite hairpin? Mo's expression shifted dramatically. The power of this hairpin was terrifying, standing out even among other supreme-grade artifacts. As 3 fire phoenixes approached, the 2 elders from the Breaking Heaven Demon sect sighed deeply. They joined forces to wield a black flag artifact for defense. The black flag expanded dramatically, transforming into a dark barrier that barely withstood the onslaught of the 3 fire phoenixes. Yet, the barrier crackled ominously under the intense heat, suggesting it would not hold for long. Dugu's sect leader, it was your disciple Xiao who first annihilated our demon path Xuanma sect, violating the righteous and demonic agreement. Our 5 demon path sects invite your 4 righteous sects to participate in the Tianjiang Mountain Conference in a month. Please bring Xiao along and provide us both paths with an explanation. If this matter is not handled properly, the Dragon Continent will be plunged into chaos. After speaking, The two black-robed elders summoned their flying swords and prepared to retreat. They were utterly astonished. The leader of the Miao Miao sect, Duguling, had indeed acquired another supreme-grade artifact. Moreover, it was an offensive artifact with fire attributes. Mo Jitong was simply no match. Hearing this, Mo Jitian, filled with indignation, retorted, "No, Duguling, come and face me in a life-and-death battle. And that old dog Su Xiao, I will take his life." An elder spoke solemnly, "Sect leader, let us discuss this in a month. Today is enough. The Miao Miao sect has profound foundations and needs careful deliberation. If we do not leave now, we will become a laughingstock for the righteous sections." Mo Jitian's expression spiraled into rage, his face reddening like a monkey's backside. In the end, he spat a few more harsh words, cursing Su Xiao fiercely, before hurriedly retracting his artifact and fleeing in disarray. "Su Xiao, in a month, I will personally take your life." The sound of Mo Jitian's furious roar echoed in the direction he vanished. Duguling retracted her artifact and shook her head. "Senior brother, you truly know how to stir up trouble. However, for the sake of the Jiutian Shinfeng hairpin, I shall forgive you." Joy filled her heart as the power of this supreme-grade artifact exceeded her expectations. With the fusion of ice and fire, her strength had increased by at least 30%. "Sect leader, how have you acquired another supreme-grade artifact?" The three inner door elders stood in stunned silence. The supreme-grade artifacts of the Miao Miao sect were meticulously recorded, yet this suddenly appeared Fire Phoenix hairpin had never been documented. Duguling replied, her face alight with joy. "Esteemed elders, this was a gift from my senior brother. Though he is nearing the end of his days, he still cherishes me." "Ah, Elder Su?" The trio was once again taken aback, their aged eyes wide with disbelief as they exchanged glances. They had certainly heard the rumors surrounding Elder Su. How could it be that they were so fortunate as to receive even a supreme artifact as a gift? "Oh, thank you, Elder Su. It seems you only bestow gifts upon beautiful maidens. Even the sect leader has succumbed to this allure." Detected fate enemy. Mo Jitian. Identity. Sect leader of the Broken Sky Demon Sect. Mission issued. Eliminate the fate enemy Mo Jitian. Mission reward. The next gift will certainly yield a 10,000-fold critical hit. What on earth? It has come again. Su Xiao sprang to his feet, hastily scanning the distant sky. However, Mo Jitian had already vanished without a trace. Not even a shadow remained. "Damn it. System, why did you not issue the mission sooner? Had you done so, I would have dispatched him just now." Chapter 41. The Grand Elder, Zhuge Wufang, the esteemed leader of the sect, Dugu, is truly formidable. How enchanting she is. How magnificent. Below. The disciples of the Miao Miao sect gazed up at their celestial goddess. Regardless of gender, each individual was nearly drooling, wishing to revere her as a deity. Their leader, Dugu, single-handedly vanquished 3 foes, sending those malevolent figures from the demon sect fleeing in disarray. Such strength is awe-inspiring. The outer disciples were completely captivated, feeling as though they were in a state of blissful ecstasy. With such a powerful goddess at the helm of the Miao Miao sect, they felt immensely fortunate. Fortunately, it is said that Elder Su has pursued Dugu for a millennium without success. This old lecher, if he were to succeed, would spell disaster for our beloved leader. One might even say that in his youth, Elder Su was a striking figure, nearly ensnaring our leader as heart. However, thanks to the watchful eye of the Grand Elder, he has not succeeded. The Grand Elder is truly majestic. That old lecher dares to covet the goddess of all our male disciples. Thankfully, he is nearing the end of his days. At such an advanced age, our leader has finally passed the period of peril. How splendid. The disciples have heard numerous rumors over the years regarding the leader and Su Xiao's scandalous entanglements. Yet, they all understand a crucial point. Dugu Ling has attained the 9th level of transformation through her pure Yin body within a millennium, aiming for the void refinement. This implies that despite Elder Su's 1,000-year pursuit, he has never laid a hand on their goddess. In this moment, within the sect's inner and outer circles, all male disciples felt an overwhelming sense of relief, releasing pent-up frustrations. Elder Su has less than a year to live. When he passes, he shall surely depart with a heart full of regrets and sorrow. What a delight! Feasting and revelry ensued, as all male disciples prepared to celebrate the imminent passing of the old lecher. Some who had once harbored secret affections for Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er fervently wished for the demon sect to deal with this old lecher swiftly, hastening his demise. Days later, clad in a flowing light green gown, Dugu Ling soared out of the inner hall on her sword, heading towards a perilous location in the back mountains. She landed on a terrace between cliffs and activated a stone door, entering the chamber within. "Master Zhuge, The date for the Heavenly Descent Mountains 9 Sect Conference has been determined for next month. Dugu Ling addressed the elegant elder draped in a Taoist robe. Taking a seat on a stone bench and sighing, this time, the 5 major demon sects are united as never before and are demanding an explanation from our Miao Miao sect. This may prove difficult. She cast her gaze toward the stone table, where fragrant spirit tea wafted through the air. Her exquisite nose twitched as she poured herself a cup and drank eagerly. Master, this spirit tea is exceptional. It surpasses even high-quality spirit stones. Dugu Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. She quickly poured herself several more cups. Stop. Don't finish it all. This pot costs 100 high-quality spirit stones. The elder's face contorted in pain as he rushed over to seize the teapot. Little Ling, 1 cup is sufficient. Do you intend to drain the pot dry for me? The heart's wound is exceedingly dark. The old Taoist, with hair and beard tinged with gray, possesses a visage as smooth as that of an infant. He appears to be merely in his 50s, considerably younger than Su Xiao. Observing that only half a flask remains, the old Taoist immediately winces in pain, hastily tucking it away, reluctant to bring it forth again. Humph. Dugu Ling cast a sidelong glance at him, huffing lightly. Master Uncle, you are such a miser. Just look at my senior brother. He gifts me exquisite magical artifacts without batting an eye. My senior brother is truly the better. The old Taoist chuckled at her words, settling down and stroking his long beard. Ling girl, what exactly is that rascal Su Xiao up to lately? At 1,000 years old, he is still indulging in the company of female disciples. I can hardly bear to watch such a lecher. And you still harbor feelings for him? Are you not afraid of becoming the subject of ridicule? The old Taoist is one of the 3 esteemed elders of the Misty sect, Zhuge Wufang. Having lived for so long, he simply cannot fathom why Su Xiao, that insufferable brat, would engage in such behavior at his advanced age. Taking on young mistresses? Even he, an esteemed elder, could not stoop so low. Dugu Ling expressed her doubts. Master Uncle, while I do not believe my senior brother is that kind of person, the facts are indeed what they are. As for his motives, I am not entirely sure. Perhaps he has his own burdens to bear. Zhuge Wufang slammed the table in frustration. What burdens? That scoundrel is merely seeking solace in the company of beautiful disciples, having failed to act on his intentions towards you for a millennium. I understand these matters all too well. At this point, Zhuge Wufang's heart suddenly ached with sorrow. His expression turned somber. The thought of his junior sister, Ji Shuet, with her myriad charms, robbed him of sleep at night. After a lifetime of yearning for her, he found himself with nothing to show for it. There were times he wished to emulate that scoundrel Su Xiao, taking on a few mistresses for comfort. Yet, as an esteemed elder of the Misty sect, he simply could not bring himself to do so. Thus, even at several thousand years old, he remained a virgin. Dugu Ling regarded him with curiosity. Master Uncle, why are you crying? Oh, it's nothing. Just reminiscing about the past. Zhuge Wufang composed himself and murmured, let us discuss serious matters, Ling girl. The righteous and demonic factions must not engage in battle. The 7,000 years of peace on the Panlong continent has been hard won. Under conditions of recuperation, the human race has regained its brilliance. We cannot allow that scoundrel's indulgence to bring it all to ruin. In my opinion, if the demonic faction pursues us relentlessly, we should offer them a supreme magical artifact to quell their anger. One supreme artifact in exchange for a sect's territory is not a loss. Dugu Ling nodded in agreement, recognizing the rationality of such an approach. After all, she would not need to part with her own resources. This is the supreme artifact, the Radiant Thousand Illusions fan. You keep it, and when the time comes, it shall be given to the Breaking Heaven demonic sect. Zhuge Wufang remarked, this item is flashy yet impractical. While it can create countless illusions to confound the enemy, the duplicates possess only limited offensive capability. For cultivators above the divine transformation stage, it is essentially useless. Thus, giving it to the demonic sect is not a significant concern. Dugu Ling took the charming feather fan into her hands, blinking her eyes. Master Uncle, what if there is no offering of magical artifacts? Zhuge Wufang chuckled lightly. Then, dear Ling, you may keep it. It is somewhat useful at the transformation stage. Thank you. Master Uncle. Dugu Ling's eyes sparkled with joy. Having an exquisite magical artifact is certainly better than having none. The stingy Master Uncle has finally shown a moment of generosity. Her mind began to whirl with thoughts of how to intimidate those from the demonic sect into withdrawing. Furthermore, she pondered how to ensure that the insufferable Su Xiao behaves himself within the sect, especially now that his life is nearing its end. Why must he still engage in frivolities? With merely 50 years left, could he not settle down and enjoy his remaining days? At his age, must he still cause me worry? If he were to pass away peacefully, it would be the greatest contribution he could make to our Miao sect and to humanity. Chapter 42. Arrival at the Celestial Mountain. A month had swiftly passed. Through the continuous nourishment of resources, Su Xiao's Dao body had ascended to the 4th level of the core formation stage in merely a month. Such a pace of advancement during the core formation period was unprecedented and would likely remain unmatched. He had also become increasingly adept in wielding the 5 Extremes Mountain and the Southern Ming Fire Sword, a combination that even ordinary spirit transformation cultivators would find difficult to withstand. During this time, Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er consumed a total of 30 Foundation Establishment pills and returned with 50 Essence Gathering pills. Additionally, he had bestowed each of them a mid-grade beauty retaining pill, receiving back 3 high-grade beauty retaining pills in return. Everything seemed to be flourishing this month. However, there was one aspect that left Su Xiao dissatisfied. From Lu Dajing, he learned that his once revered reputation among the esteemed elders of the Misty sect had become little more than a shadow of its former self. Furthermore, the outer sect enforcement team had caught wind of a new nickname for Su Xiao within the sect, the terrifying Old Lecher. Who on earth is spreading such absurd rumors about me? Su Xiao sat in the rocking chair of his small courtyard, exhaling a long sigh. Curse that system. It has tarnished my reputation. Previously, the enforcement team had been complacent, and now Su Xiao was prepared to adopt a similar attitude of indifference. In the early morning, for streams of light darted towards the inner mountain. They landed outside Su Xiao's courtyard, revealing Dugu Ling and 3 inner sect elders. Hee, Elder Su. Your retirement life is truly enviable. Once I fail my Thunder Tribulation, I shall move here to keep you company. The portly elder among the 3 stepped forward with a grin. Su Xiao rose to greet him with a smile. Old Zhu, what are you saying? Given your physique, the virtual lightning tribulation should be a mere trifle for you. Should I depart in the future, I will still rely on you all to assist the sect leader. He acknowledged the other 2 elders, one a stern-looking old man, and the other a white-haired matron. Both responded with smiles, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment and intrigue. Elder Su, how is it that after failing your Thunder Tribulation, your spirit seems to be more vibrant than ever, engaging in clandestine affairs, and gifting the sect leader supreme artifacts? Are you experiencing a resurgence? The 3 of them were senior inner sect elders of the Misty sect, appointed by Ji Shui to assist Dugu Ling in managing sect affairs. All were formidable cultivators at the 9th level of spirit transformation, and they were well acquainted with Su Xiao. Dugu Ling, adorned in a flowing green dress, exuded an aura of noble grace that made her radiate like a swan among a gathering of gophers. Senior brother, let us depart. Today marks the day of the Celestial Mountain Conference. Dugu Ling reminded him. Master Zhuge has made it clear that you are to settle down and refrain from any more antics. Otherwise, he will personally come to find you. The 3 elders exchanged knowing smiles, discreetly assessing the so-called terrifying Old Lecher mentioned by the sect. The elderly matron, Elder One, shook her head inwardly. How had the once dashing and charismatic young man become so debauched in his old age? How blind she had been back then. Su Xiao chuckled, rest assured. Junior sister, your senior brother is not that kind of person. After advising Su Xiao about the upcoming Tianzhong Mountain 9 Sects Conference, Dugu Ling and her companions summoned their flying swords and leaped into the air. Su Xiao, observing this, let out a light snort and leisurely retrieved a massive sword, entirely white as jade, from his spatial storage. Once summoned, the sword burst forth with a kaleidoscope of radiant colors. Lightly stepping onto it, he appeared as if descending from the heavens, exuding an unparalleled aura. This was the exquisite flying sword belonging to Li Junyani, the ostentatious figure of the Xuanma sect, practically useless in actual combat, yet undeniably striking when soaring through the skies. Dugu Ling and the 3 inner sect elders were utterly mesmerized, their pupils trembling as if blinded by the dazzling display. Elder Su truly grows more extraordinary with age. One remarked. Brother, shall we exchange swords? I find yours rather intriguing. No, this is merely a decorative item. It serves no purpose. Your elder brother possesses few magical artifacts, so I must make do. Tianzhong Mountain, the heart of the Panlong continent, serves as a central hub for communication among the various nations of the human race. Here, representatives from each nation convene to deliberate on significant matters affecting humanity. The 9 Sects Conference is the highest-level assembly held at Tianzhong Mountain. Its occurrence typically signifies that a grave issue has arisen, necessitating collective discussion. After half a day of sword flight, they arrived at a towering snow-capped peak, which seemed to shimmer with a 5-colored auspicious light, a breathtaking sight from afar. As the five alighted at the summit, they found 9 long tables arranged in a clearing, prepared for the representatives of the righteous 4 sects and the demonic 5 sections. Ah, Sister Dugu has arrived. It's been a while, and you have grown even more beautiful. It seems that marvelous beauty-enhancing elixir has worked wonders. Upon their arrival, a few women were already present. Among them a stunning figure draped in pink gauze who stepped forward, greeting Dugu Ling and her companions with a smile. Oh, could this be that renowned inter-sect elder of the Pramyao sect, Su Xiao? Have you aged so? She teased, her gaze appraising him. Su Xiao looked at the enchanting woman before him, his white brows furrowing slightly. It was Yuling Long, the master of the Huan sect, clad in sheer fabric. Her exquisite face seemed capable of captivating any man's soul with a mere glance. Her long, delicate legs appeared even more radiant than the surrounding snow. Every movement she made radiated the ultimate charm of a mature woman. She is truly remarkable, even atop this icy peak. Detected. Fortune's daughter. Yuling Long fortune level. SS. Return multiplier. 50. Bond level. 1. The system's voice echoed in Su Xiao's ear. His aged eyes brightened as he focused on the master of the Huan sect. He stepped forward, clasped his fists, and smiled. Ah, it has been many years. And Master Yu shines even more brilliantly. Su Xiao felt a surge of delight, unconsciously beginning to appraise her. To his surprise, the master of the Huan sect turned out to be a rare SS-level Fortune's daughter. If something were to explode upon delivery, it would soar straight to the pinnacle. Junior brother, what are you doing? Dugu Ling, noticing Su Xiao's momentary distraction, darkened her expression and promptly pulled him over. The 3 elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, nearby, shook their heads at Su Xiao. Elder Su, it seems you simply cannot resist the allure of beautiful women. Now they understand why this old man indulges in young mistresses. Indeed, he is quite the lecher. Even the seductive enchantresses of the Huan sect, known for their merciless nature, have caught his eye. Chapter 43. The 5 sects of the demonic path. Upon catching sight of Dugu Ling's expression, Yuling Long instantly surmised the unusual relationship between the two. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Although Su Xiao was on the brink of death, Dugu Ling still seemed preoccupied with other matters. Despite being an older gentleman, it appeared that Dugu Ling was not particularly discerning in her affections. How amusing. Suddenly, Yuling Long's expression shifted. She gazed ahead at Su Xiao, her captivating eyes glimmering with intrigue. Fate. Through the unique secret arts of the Huan sect, she discerned the boundless fortune that enveloped Su Xiao. Such an immense reservoir of luck manifested in a man who had failed the Thunder Tribulation and was nearing his end. It was astonishing. Yuling Long had never encountered a man who bore such a colossal amount of fortune. Logically, this should be an impossibility. She swallowed hard, her excitement palpable. The Huan sect's techniques allowed for the absorption of fortune, significantly accelerating the pace of cultivation. The fortune emanating from the elderly man was so vast, it was almost inconceivable. With his assistance, her success and refining would be guaranteed. Ah, Dugu Ling, even in his advanced years, your senior brother retains his charm. Yuling Long gracefully approached and wrapped her arms around Su Xiao's, an intoxicating fragrance wafting through the air. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback. This woman had truly reached new heights of allure. No wonder she was the leader of the Huan sect. Please, Master Yu, temper your enthusiasm. My lifespan is fleeting. Su Xiao managed to respond, shaking his head with difficulty. Yuling Long retorted, and what of your dwindling lifespan? Dugu Ling finds you appealing. And I share her sentiments. Elder Su, you must visit the Huan sect sometime. We will certainly extend a warm welcome. Her eyes sparkled with confidence. The rumors surrounding this man were indeed substantiated. For the sake of his fortune, she was more than willing to cultivate a friendship. Moreover, he was undeniably handsome. The more she looked, the more attractive he became. Yuling Long, do you not realize the appropriateness of this occasion? If you wish to play, choose someone else. My senior brother cannot withstand your whims. Dugu Ling interjected, her irritation evident. It seemed the other party completely disregarded her position as a junior sect leader. Yet, she was also perplexed. How could her senior brother, in such a frail state, fail to deter Yuling Long? Ah, Dugu Ling, you appear rather possessive. Your strictness leaves little room for pity towards our elderly gentleman. As she spoke, she reluctantly released Su Xiao's arm, returning to the realm of the Huan sect. Yuling Long's smooth maneuver left Zhu Lu and Wen San utterly dumbfounded. The 3 stared in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Initially, they believed Elder Su was merely infatuated, but to their shock, Yuling Long had taken the initiative. They scrutinized Su Xiao, who appeared a decade older than themselves, and were utterly confounded. How could this frail old man garner the attention of the Shouyuan sect's leader? It was beyond comprehension. Du Ling, standing beside Xiao, chuckled coldly. "Senior brother, if you wish to hasten your demise, indulge that woman. Do not say I did not warn you." After speaking, she cast a fierce glare at Ling and took her seat at the table. Despite her anger, a flicker of positive emotion stirred within her heart. At least her senior brother's charm remained undiminished, truly deserving of her affection. He still had the power to enchant this flirtatious woman. Kiki. As both parties settled in, it wasn't long before the venerable Dao Yi, the leader of the Dao Tianman, arrived with 3 elders. After exchanging pleasantries with both groups, the elderly man with a head of white hair scrutinized Xiao intently. Was this the one who had eliminated an entire sect for the sake of his little lover? Hadn't he failed the Thunder Tribulation? How had he attained the core formation stage? Dao Yi's gaze lingered a bit too long, causing Xiao to respond with an awkward smile. He recognized these individuals. Dao Yi was known for his lack of decorum. In the distance, a brilliant light appeared as 3 bald elders approached, riding on a wave of Buddhist radiance. The monks from the 10,000 Buddha temple had arrived. The 3 of them chanted sutras, sitting solemnly at the table, embodying the essence of enlightened monks. Overall, it was only the monks from the 10,000 Buddha temple that seemed somewhat normal in Su Zhao's eyes. Following them were the 5 demonic sects: the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect, the Bloodthirsty Demon Sect, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Myriad Poison Sect. An atmosphere of malevolence, bloodlust, corpse energy, and miasma engulfed the area. The arrival of these 4 demonic sects cast a strange shadow over what was once a serene and beautiful Tianjiang mountain. Even the nearby pristine snow began to corrode, becoming riddled with scars. Where were the members of the extreme demon sect? That scoundrel Xiao had set out early, yet they still had not arrived. What was going on? The leader of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect, Tian, had initially felt anger upon seeing the people from the Piaomiao sect. Now, with the delay from the extreme demon sect, his fury had reached new heights. It was not that their demonic sects were disunited, but rather that the new leader of the extreme demon sect was insufferably arrogant. Even they, the various demonic sects, found it somewhat intolerable. The righteous side merely smiled in silence, patiently awaiting the arrival of others. Before long, a fragrant shower of beautiful petals drifted through the air. A melodious tune resonated, stirring the hearts of all present. In the distance, a magnificent gilded palanquin was gracefully carried through the air by 8 enchanting demonesses. The new leader of the extreme demon sect, Xiao, had arrived. 3 black-robed elders paved the way, calling out loudly towards the mountain peak. The gilded palanquin, lifted by the 8 demonesses, descended gracefully onto the open ground. A strikingly handsome man in a stylish white robe supported the hands of 2 demonesses as he slowly descended from the palanquin. "Greetings to all esteemed elders," he proclaimed. An intense chill radiated from this handsome figure, an embodiment of the ultimate cold energy at the 9th level of the transformation stage, including Xiao. The righteous ones gazed at this new leader of the extreme demon sect as if he were a fool. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 demonic sects wore expressions of deep discontent. This arrogant fool was utterly embarrassing them. Upon first laying eyes on Ling and Du Ling, Xiao's gaze darted back and forth, nearly crossing in astonishment. Goodness! All the young women from the righteous sects were simply exquisite. "Master, please help me. I want them all." Chapter 44. The super experienced baby Xiao felt as if his heart might explode. It thumped wildly in his chest. He exerted every ounce of strength to maintain composure, lest he embarrass himself in front of his 2 future wives. This physique, this countenance. Xiao gazed at Ling and then at Du Ling. His eyes ablaze with fervor, betraying no hint of restraint, sparkling with intensity. They were truly the perfect companions tailored for him. "Fool, calm down. Do not lose your composure at the sight of women. You are now the leader of the extreme demon sect." A voice from the depths of his consciousness thundered in his ears, pulling him back to reality. Yes, Master, I understand." A flicker of fear flashed in Xiao's eyes as he hurriedly led the 8 demonesses and 3 elders to the extreme demon sect's location. Once seated, his eyes shone with a luminous green light, fixated on Ling and Du Ling. A charming smile graced his lips. "They are mine, all mine." He had the backing of a formidable master, the destined one of the dragon-laying continent. Ling and Du Ling regarded this young leader, whom they had never encountered before, their eyes simultaneously reflecting a deep disdain. Xiao wore a peculiar expression. It had been a long time since he had seen such a fool. Detected the child of fate, Xiao Fate Source, contains the soul of a core formation cultivator. Mission issued: eliminate the child of fate, Xiao. Mission reward: 10,000-fold return system item library upgrade, quality limit increase of returned items. Another mission. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao was inwardly astonished. This time, it was not merely a simple gift of critical hits, but a direct upgrade to the item library. He felt a sense of foreboding. There seemed to be a limit to what the system could return. For pill-type items, the highest tier was the Celestial Divine Pill. For magical artifacts, the pinnacle was the Dharma Treasure. If it were to ascend another level, wouldn't the returned items be extraordinarily powerful? Delightful. This arrogant Xiao had already irked him. Now, with the system issuing a mission, especially targeting a special child of fate, he was practically a super experienced baby. However, it must be noted that the presence of a core formation soul hidden within him posed a considerable challenge. The core formation stage is a realm that follows the void refinement stage, shrouded in mystery, even to Xiao. One thing was clear: reaching the core formation stage meant standing at the pinnacle of the Dragonlane continent. Nevertheless, he was not worried. The opponent merely harbored a core formation soul, and its power was likely incomplete. In a real confrontation, it would probably not match the strength of a fully realized void refinement cultivator. There was no rush. With the system's assistance, he could take his time dealing with this arrogant fool. Sister, when did the new leader of the extreme demon sect take office? I haven't heard anything about it. Resolute in his intention to eliminate this arrogant brat, Xiao began to inquire. Dugoling's phoenix eyes flickered as she disdainfully glanced at Xiao and softly replied, "It's only been recently." This Xiao distinguished himself in the extreme demon sect's grand competition, defeating a god transformation cultivator with his nascent soul-level cultivation, shocking the entire extreme demon sect. Chosen by the esteemed elder of the sect, Xiao became a cherished disciple. Over the ensuing decades, his extraordinary talent propelled him to the 9th level of the transformation stage, ultimately securing him the position of the leader of the extreme demon sect. At the mere age of 400, his ascension to the void refinement stage seems inevitable. Furthermore, due to Xiao's formidable rise, the extreme demon sect has subtly emerged as the preeminent among the 5 great demon sections. Xiao nodded slowly, recognizing the archetypal protagonist in this tale. Concealed within him lies a soul of fusion. No wonder his cultivation progresses so swiftly and his strength is so formidable. Dugoling, having finished speaking, wished to refrain from mentioning the lascivious gaze of Xiao, whose imposing aura was equally repulsive, despite his youth, strength, and high aptitude. His lewd demeanor left her feeling nauseated, to the point where she wished not to cast another glance in his direction. Yulinglong shared a similar sentiment. Initially, Xiao's aura was rich and profound, embodying the very essence of the young genius that her Hahuan sect admired. However, his lewd and pretentious demeanor made her realize for the first time that a man could be utterly revolting. Moreover, after witnessing Su Zhao's boundless and majestic aura, Xiao seemed utterly diminished in comparison. The refined old gentleman was more suited to her taste. Yulinglong felt the infinite fortune surrounding Su Zhao, coupled with his unmatched and unique charisma, igniting deep affections within her. As Xiao completed his display of arrogance, the crowd lost interest, treating him as a mere jest. As the meeting commenced, Matian of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect pointed an accusatory finger at Su Zhao, hurling insults such as old dog, murderous fiend, and lecherous old man among a slew of derogatory labels. He seemed to possess more intimate knowledge of Su Zhao's past than even the disciples of the Misty Sect. Scandals emerged one after another, even naming Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yenner. Matian thundered at Dugoling, declaring that the wicked deeds of this old dog, Su Zhao, were far from over. Such a morally bankrupt and vicious individual was a disgrace to humanity. If there were no resolution today, the countless lives lost due to the Su family would not be tolerated by the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Upon concluding his tirade, Matian sat down, causing the righteous sects to furrow their brows. Had Su Zhao retained his customary demeanor, they would have vigorously defended him. Yet now, tales of Su Zhao's actions had spread like wildfire across the entire Panlong continent. Matian's words rang true. Su Zhao had indeed exterminated the entire Xuanma sect for the sake of a female disciple. He had never behaved thus before. Why did he choose to act out in his twilight years? 3 venerable monks from the Buddhist sect began to earnestly counsel, tracing the struggles of humanity from 10,000 years ago to the present, emphasizing the importance of unity. Enough with your rambling, bald donkey. If the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect does not get to vent our frustrations today, the 5 demon sects shall not acquiesce. Ma Tian remained unmoved, retorting resolutely. Du Guling sensed that the demon sect was truly unwilling to relent, realizing that the Liuguang Qianhuan fan could no longer protect them. Thus, she spoke coldly. My senior brother has failed his tribulation, his lifespan dwindling. Ma Tian, having said so much, state plainly what you intend to do. If you wish to claim my brother's life, then you shall have to tread over my lifeless body to do so. Upon hearing these words, several members of the Broken Heaven Demon sect let out cold snorts. Su Jitian slowly spoke. Du Guling, I am aware of the profound bond you share with that old dog Su. You would rather let him die of old age than bring harm to him. Rest assured, I shall not put you in a difficult position. How about this? That old dog Su, he is quite capable, isn't he? He has a penchant for exterminating sects. After all, I propose a one-on-one duel with him, as long as he can endure for the duration of a stick of incense in my hands. This matter shall be considered resolved. What do you think? To directly seek Su Zhao's life would mean tearing apart our relationship with the righteous path, a perilous gamble. To request benefits outright is equally unseemly. It would be beneath me to lower my dignity. Therefore, a splendid duel is the most prudent strategy, compelling the opponent to willingly concede and offer benefits. Though I may be angered, securing sufficient advantages from the mysterious mist sect remains my utmost priority at this juncture. Chapter 45, The Unquestionable Dominance of Wang Xiaomu. When the proposal from Mo Tian was raised, all present understood its implications. The three elderly monks from the 10,000 Buddha temple sighed in relief, knowing there was no serious threat. Dao Tian Men and Hehuan sect looked disdainfully at Patian Mo's sect, too indifferent to say more. Du Guling snorted coldly. Having long anticipated the opponent's ulterior motives, Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Was this adversary of fate not delivered right into his hands? With 4 remaining talismans of the 9th level of transformation and 2 magical artifacts as a foundation, Mo Tian was practically courting death. Du Guling chuckled softly. Narrowing her eyes, Mo Tian, my senior brother has failed his tribulation and is merely at the core formation level. You, a 9th level transformation cultivator, would dare to challenge him one-on-one? Are you not afraid of being laughed at? How about this? Let me take my senior brother's place and duel with you. If you can withstand a single incense stick's worth of time in my hands, I shall offer my senior brother's life to atone for your grievances. How does that sound? Su Xiao nearly lost his balance and fell upon hearing this. His junior sister was truly kind to him. No. This was a matter of his own vendetta with Su Laogo. He must resolve it personally. Mo Tian was not foolish. He sought benefits but was not willing to fight to the death. Su Laogo was nearing his end, his life worth little. Du Guling had anticipated this response, preparing to compromise by using the Liuguang Qianhuan fan as leverage to silence the Mo sect members. Just as everyone believed this 9-sect conference would conclude successfully. Preserving the peace of humanity, an indignant voice preempted Su Xiao, suddenly springing forth. I object. Xiaomu stood up, wielding a magical folding fan. Fanning himself amidst the icy chill, laughing as he addressed Mo Tian, you are being excessively tyrannical. Su Xiao, elder of the Qiaomiao sect, has failed his tribulation. Nearing the end of his years, and is left in a pitiful state, defenseless. How can you bring yourself to harm such a solitary and vulnerable old man? He then rose, casting an enticing smile at Du Guling. Rest assured, Sectmaster Du Gu, with me, Xiaomu, by your side. No one shall lay a hand on your unfortunate senior brother. Originally intending to follow the Mo sect's plan, upon seeing Du Guling, he decided to alter his course. This was a splendid opportunity for him to forge a bond with her. Only a peerless cultivator like Du Guling deserved to be a companion to one such as he, a child of destiny. Haha. Xiaomu was deviating from the expected script, leaving the other 4 demonic sects bewildered, while Mo Tian regarded him with a mixture of suspicion and confusion. What was this audacious young man up to? The righteous sects exchanged shocked glances at Xiaomu. Was the new leader of the extreme demon sect truly this eccentric? They, who had lived for thousands of years, could easily discern that this youth had taken a fancy to Du Guling. Xiaomu, what are you doing? If you cannot articulate, summon your sect's elders. Do not disgrace the Mo sect here. Mo Tian ground his teeth in frustration. While the Qiaomiao sect was on the verge of retaliating, disrupted by this young man's audacity. How could the extreme demon sect be so blind as to elect such a lecherous individual as their leader? Mo Tian. One must not show disrespect to the master of the extreme polar demon sect. Instantly, 3 elders clad in black robes positioned themselves before Xiaomu. Their cold gazes directed at the entourage of the Breaking Heaven demon sect, emanating an overwhelming aura of 9th level transformation. These were the three strongest internal elders of the extreme polar demon sect, unwaveringly devoted to ensuring the absolute safety of their prodigious talent. Xiao. With a graceful flick of his fan, Xiao signaled for the three elders to step back. He then advanced with measured steps, addressing the master of the demon extreme heaven with a composed smile. There is no need for anger. Master Su Zhao's life holds little value. If you would grant our extreme polar demon sect a favor and refrain from troubling Master Dugu, we shall compensate you with 2,000 high-grade spirit stones as an apology on behalf of Master Dugu. Boom. His words struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. The extreme polar demon sect was offering to pay for the Piao sect, and 2,000 high-grade spirit stones at that? Was Xiao truly enamored to the point of madness? The three elders of the Piao sect stood dumbfounded, astonished by their master's captivating charm, which had seemingly bewitched the young man. Dugu Ling cast a disdainful glance at Xiao, rendered speechless, although she wished to decline his offer. Who would dare spurn spirit stones and magical artifacts? Despite the distasteful nature of the transaction, it was, after all, still money. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones? Xiao? Could he truly be serious? Mo was equally flabbergasted. Such a substantial sum was beyond his capacity to refuse. He even found himself swallowing hard. The psychological threshold for their breaking heaven demon sect was merely 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, yet the other party had doubled that amount. This audacious young man must possess a considerable fortune. Xiao reveled in the awe and astonishment surrounding him, feeling an exhilarating sense of delight. He was floating on air. This was a crucial requirement for becoming the king of flaunting wealth. He relished being so dazzling and conspicuous. He then turned his gaze to the enchanting figure of Dugu Ling, his eyes ablaze with fervor, proclaiming, "I share a bond with Master Dugu. A mere 2,000 spirit stones is a trivial matter. Master Dugu, our paths as righteous and demonic practitioners are intertwined. Let us not allow such trivialities to mar our harmony." Ha. Dugu Ling found herself utterly unwilling to even glance at him. He was simply too lewd. Even she, a connoisseur of wealth, felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, to deliver a sound thrashing before ultimately rejecting his advances. Very well. Since the extreme polar demon sect has intervened to mediate, our breaking heaven demon sect shall certainly extend a gesture of goodwill. Mo spirit sword. He had secured double the amount. Su, old dog, with one foot in the grave, it's time to cease your reckless antics. Tend to your little mistress and refrain from causing further chaos. If you can pass away peacefully, that would be the greatest contribution you could make to our human race. Ha. With that, he joyfully seated himself. Xiao threw an exceedingly lewd glance at Dugu Ling before returning to his seat. As it stood, both the righteous and demonic factions were left scratching their heads. To impress a lady, Xiao had audaciously produced 2,000 spirit stones. Truly, he was the unrivaled king of ostentation. However, while enjoying the spectacle, the matter seemed to have reached a resolution. The hearts of those at the 10,000 Buddha temple could finally find solace, as the impending battle between righteousness and evil was averted. Just as the venerable old monk of the 10,000 Buddha temple was preparing to deliver an inspiring farewell speech, Su Xiao stood up with a cold smirk. Esteemed colleagues, the spirit stones of the polar demon sect are not accepted by my Miao Liao sect. His aged voice resonated throughout the assembly, once again leaving the disciples of the 9 sects in astonishment. Elder Dugu Ling and Elder Zhu Luan exchanged bewildered glances at Su Zhao's sudden outburst. Elder Su, is he truly rejecting it? The sect leader hasn't even expressed an opinion. In this situation, they could easily obtain a top-tier magical artifact. The hearts of the righteous sects, which had just settled, were now filled with anxiety once more. What folly was Su Xiao indulging in? Could he not allow others to feel at ease? As an elder nearing the end of his days, had he truly stirred such chaos? And now that assistance was at hand, he was unwilling to accept it? Chapter 46. Aging and fearlessness. The attention of everyone present was captivated by the ethereal presence of the elderly Su Xiao. The members of the Breaking Heaven Demon sect swallowed nervously, apprehensive that this old man might instigate some troublesome affair. At this moment, it was a significant gain for them. Dugu Ling frowned slightly and whispered, "Senior brother, it would be wise for you to refrain from speaking. If you continue, the flowing light 1,000 illusion fan will surely be compromised." Su Xiao, with an elegant smile gracing his handsome visage, reassured her, "No worries, junior sister. Just watch. I shall handle everything. You need not expend any resources." What a jest! The demon lord had set a task that promised a 1,000-fold reward. Such a splendid opportunity to vanquish the opponent could not be allowed to be thwarted by Xiao, who dared to flaunt himself before Su. A mere pretender? How laughable! In the face of the astonished and anxious gazes of the crowd, Su Xiao boldly addressed the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, I have tolerated you for far too long. You foul fool. Does calling me an old dog bring you delight? You wish to challenge me to a duel? Very well. I shall grant your wish. Let it be a battle of life and death. He then scoffed towards the distant Xiao. How old are you? To wish to meddle in the affairs of us elders? You would do well to mature a bit more before stepping into this arena. The 2,000 spirit stones are but a trifling sum for my misty sect. There is no need for your extreme demon sect to contribute. The Demon Lord seeks a duel, and so do I. Gasp. The entire assembly, regardless of their alignment, was left in stunned silence by Su Xiao's words. Even the revered monks of the 10,000 Buddha temple scrutinized the old man with bewilderment. Has Su lost his senses? A master of the Dao Tian sect was calculating furiously, attempting to discern Su Xiao's intentions. He simply could not believe that the elder would willingly march towards his demise. Yet, try as he might, he could not unravel the enigma. It was as if Su Xiao's fate was obscured by some veil. Yuling looked upon the spotlighted Su Xiao, her eyes glimmering with admiration. How handsome. Elder Su truly grows more dashing by the moment. I always knew that someone with such fortune could not remain hidden in the shadows. Having eradicated the Xin demon sect, he must possess formidable resources. The members of the bloodthirsty demon sect, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the 10,000 Venom sect were expressions of concern. The incident had originated with this old man. And should the Demon Lord inadvertently bring about his demise, the Misty sect might very well be thrust into conflict. The most astonished among them were the Extreme Demon sect, the Breaking Heaven Demon sect, and the Misty sect. Dugu Ling and the three elders stood frozen, uncertain of Su Xiao's intentions. Should a true confrontation arise, Elder Su would surely be vanquished in an instant. The Demon Lord gazed at the audacious, fearless elder, momentarily rendered speechless by surprise, forgetting to retort. Why was this old man not adhering to the customary rules? A battle of life and death? Surely. The elder had lost his mind. Yet, the most furious of all was not the Demon Lord, but rather Xiao, who had just attempted to mediate. He glared at the exuberant Su Xiao, unable to contain his burgeoning wrath, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. You old fool. How ungrateful. I curse your ancestors. How could they disregard the goodwill of this genius? Had the matter concluded thus, he would have emerged as the most radiant figure of the day, heralding the dawn of his leadership with a resounding declaration. Yet now, all attention was drawn to that old man. The leader of the Polar Devil sect had abruptly shifted from protagonist to bystander, from hero to fool. He could not accept this. In an instant, Su Xiao's identity transformed from that of a pitiable, solitary elder to his foremost rival. To dare overshadow him, Xiao was tantamount to courting death. Fool, calm yourself. At the height of Xiao's fury, a voice echoed from the depths of his consciousness. Master, I. Xiao immediately stifled his rage. That old man was far too arrogant. Did he not realize how few spirit stones he possessed? Do not speak, merely observe their contention. Just moments ago, I was inclined to chastise you, truly a fool. Remain obedient. Reluctantly, Xiao acquiesced. Yes, master. Yet his gaze remained filled with resentment directed at Su Xiao. The previous sensation of being the center of attention had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of frustration. Transitioning from protagonist to bystander was a fate far more unbearable than death for a proud king. Su old dog, I shall watch how you meet your demise. To dare disregard the benevolence of this leader, seeking death, once revered and admired by the masses. Xiao now found Su Xiao's moment in the spotlight more repulsive than swallowing a fly. Mo Jitian regained his composure, rising to gaze at Su Xiao with a peculiar expression. Su old dog, are you truly intent on challenging me one-on-one, without reconsideration? He was reluctant to part with the 2,000 high-grade spirit stones of the Polar Devil sect. It seemed he had come to grasp the intentions of the mysterious sect. Could it be that they were deliberately pushing Su Xiao forward to meet his end, thereby sparing themselves from compensating the Broken Sky Devil sect? Quite possibly. It was rumored that this old man had less than a year to live. Whether he died sooner or later mattered not to the mysterious sect. Damn it. Others in the Polar Devil sect had already stood up for you, yet you still engage in this farce. You truly are a bunch of fools. Consider what? Su Xiao retorted fiercely. Today it shall be either your demise or mine, and all present shall bear witness, should I fall to your hand. The mysterious sect shall not pursue any retribution. The expressions of several members of the Broken Sky Devil sect darkened. They had surmised correctly. The old man was indeed seeking death. The mysterious sect was truly ruthless. Mo Jitian glanced at Dugu Ling. who swallowed hard and chose to remain silent. Su Xiao had already hinted at her earlier, though she did not comprehend her senior brother as confidence. She opted to trust him. This, Su Xiao, might you reconsider? Mo Tian softened his tone, feeling the weight of the predicament. To slay Su Xiao would yield no advantage, while simultaneously provoking such a formidable enemy as the mysterious sect was not his desire. Mo Tian, are you truly afraid that I shall bring about your end? Su Xiao scoffed. You pathetic fool, boasting loudly yet quaking when faced with action. Is this the demeanor of the Broken Sky Devil sect? He unleashed a torrent of invective, unabashed and unyielding. The crowd present shook their heads in dismay, feeling a wave of anxiety for the heavenly demon sect. Those who were bold were wary of the reckless, and the reckless feared for their lives. It was rumored that Su Xiao had less than a year to live. Having experienced enough in this lifetime, he now acted with impunity. The demon lord was in for a rude awakening. Just as the demon lord hesitated, amidst the spectators' anticipation, Xiao Mu's dominant nature surged forth, compelling him to step forward once more. Demon Master, since Su Xiao has accepted your challenge, I propose that you engage him in combat. Whoever survives will claim these 2,000 spirit stones, which the extreme demon sect shall bestow upon them. With that, he produced a storage bag from his robe and tossed it into the midst of the crowd. He shot a malevolent glance at Su Xiao, relishing the attention he had regained. Old dog Su, perish at my hands, for I am the most dazzling talent of the Panlong continent. Chapter 47. The power of old Su. As Xiao Mu's storage bag fell to the ground, a collective gaze of astonishment was cast upon him. 2,000 spirit stones. Just like that, Forsaken. The eyes of the onlookers sparkled with disbelief. Wasn't the new leader of the polar demon sect intent on taking old Su's life? Was he not escalating the situation further, as if the chaos was insufficient? Xiao Mu truly lives up to the title of a rare genius in the demon sect throughout the ages. His extravagance is simply astounding. On the side of the Broken Sky demon sect, Mo Tian's eyes glimmered with excitement as he stared at the storage bag before him. Initially, killing old Su seemed devoid of any profit, and he had little desire to act. But now, with Xiao Mu humiliated by old Su, splurging 2,000 high-grade spirit stones for old Su's life was a delightful turn of events. For the sake of reputation, exchanging 2,000 spirit stones for old Su's life, Mo Tian would gladly bestow upon Xiao Mu the title of King of Prestige. Old Su, who dares to claim that the Broken Sky demon sect is cowardly? We have stood tall for over 10,000 years, having slain countless ignorant cultivators like you. You seek a life and death battle? So be it. Should you possess the ability to slay me, the Broken Sky demon sect shall never hold your mysterious sect accountable. Mo Tian's expression was filled with fervor as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, reverting to his previously unruly demeanor. Yes, this is the very essence of the demon sect. Old Su's dim eyes also sparkled with a flicker of light. If that is the case, let everyone present bear witness to this confrontation between Mo Tian and myself. This battle will be one of life and death, regardless of who survives. This matter shall be conclusively settled. He too felt a surge of excitement. King Xiao has generously gifted him spirit stones, 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, no less. Could this be considered an unexpected reward for completing his task? Indeed, he would utilize the 9th-level transformation talisman with all his might to crush this insolent Mo Tian. The disciples of the 9 sects around them appeared somewhat dazed. What was happening? How had the situation escalated to this point? Yet, despite their astonishment, both the righteous and demonic factions nodded in agreement to serve as witnesses for the duel. After all, with old Su's demise, the matter would reach its inevitable conclusion. An old man nearing the end of his lifespan was akin to a ticking time bomb, causing them great concern. Yu Linglong, with her fair and slender arms resting on her chin, gazed affectionately at old Su. She was deeply curious about what extraordinary qualities this elder, endowed with such immense fortune, possessed. The 3 elders, should my senior brother find himself at a disadvantage, will immediately intervene to save him, exchanging the flowing light 1,000 illusions fan for his life. Dugu Ling's brow furrowed with worry as she discreetly arranged her plans. My senior brother has consumed the longevity pill, granting him 50 more years. Under no circumstances must he perish outside the sect. He has treated me with utmost kindness throughout his life, yet I am unable to repay him. I feel a sense of guilt and must ensure he enjoys a complete and fulfilling twilight. Yes, rest assured, sect leader. The 3 elders nodded solemnly. Even without the sect leader's urging, they would act. After all, although Elder Su's reputation has waned of late, their bond with him runs deep. And they could not bear to see him meet a tragic fate. The abbot of the 10,000 Buddhist temple, Liao Chun, with a slight raise of his brow, radiated an infinite aura of Buddhist light and declared, "Esteemed patrons, following this contest, we shall decisively sever the ties with the Shouyuan sect. Should anyone provoke further discord without cause, our temple shall be compelled to unleash the might of the Vajra to quell the demons." Several elder monks, perturbed by the peculiarities unfolding before them, found their composure somewhat shaken. No more pretense. It was time to lay their cards on the table. Should anyone seek trouble again, they would face the consequences. "Gentlemen, please proceed," Li Yaochen concluded. Upon hearing his words, Mog Tian and Su Xiao ascended on their flying swords, landing atop a distant snow-capped peak. The representatives from various nations, witnessing the tense confrontation between the two, were struck with astonishment, as if struck by lightning. Why were they suddenly preparing for a duel? Had the summit of the 9 sects fallen into disarray? Most of them were the most formidable cultivators from their respective nations, with numerous god transformation practitioners among them. The palpable spiritual energy and murderous intent emanating from the two signified that matters were far from simple. This was a life-or-death duel. Mog Tian, the leader of the Broken Sky Demon sect, was a powerful 9th-tier god transformation expert. Su Xiao, a revered elder of the Misty sect, had recently garnered much attention. But wait, wasn't he merely at the core formation stage? Their expressions were utterly captivating. An aging core formation elder challenging Mog Tian? How absurd. It dawned on them that this was a deliberate act of self-sacrifice as an apology. All eyes were fixed on this uneven contest, with most silently speculating that Mog Tian would obliterate Su Xiao in just a few moves. Xiaomuhi, seated among the spectators, contemplated how he would handsomely present spirit stones to Mog Tian shortly. 2,000 spirit stones would grant this new leader a resounding reputation across the Panlong continent. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. As for Du Guling, mourning her deceased senior brother, she might grieve for a time, but there was no urgency. In the future, when he reached the void refinement stage and reigned supreme, he would slowly win her over. His gaze began to drift towards his beloved Yuling Long. Surely, a person of his destiny would attract the admiration of the enchanting beauties of the Harmony sect, wouldn't they? Ha! Su, old dog, brace yourself. If you can withstand a single strike from my black fiend pursuing soul blade, I shall concede your prowess. Ha! 18 exquisite magic blades, shrouded in dense black mist, materialized around Mog Tian. Under his command, the blades surged towards Su Xiao, merging midair to form a supreme quality blade, the black fiend pursuing soul blade. The colossal black blade, infused with boundless resentment and malice, ravaged the surrounding snow and mountains. Its speed and power eclipsed even the previous clash between the Misty sect and Du Guling by a significant margin. He intended to slay Su Xiao in one fell swoop, leaving no path for retreat. This elder, capable of annihilating the Shouyuan sect, was certainly no ordinary core formation practitioner. Mog Tian would grant no opportunity for a comeback. Ha! Su, old dog, go quietly. There shall be no pain. Mog Tian laughed maniacally. In the distance, Du Guling and her companions were already poised to intervene, secretly channeling their spiritual energy. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Su Xiao made his move. With a single gesture, he summoned an iron mountain before him, which rapidly expanded. Ultimately, it transformed into a colossal iron mountain, 30 zhang high and 20 zhang wide. Upon its emergence, it descended like a divine object from the heavens, exuding an irresistible force. This was Su Xiao's treasured artifact, the Xiu 5 Extremes Mountain. The approaching Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade, though 3 zhang in length, appeared diminutive and feeble in comparison to this iron mountain, akin to an infant. With a thunderous crash, the Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade collided directly with the immense iron mountain. The latter stood firm like the most impregnable fortress, remaining utterly unyielding against the formidable assault of the exquisite artifact. Not even a single iron shard was dislodged. What is happening? What manner of object is this? The demonic realm was astounded. The personnel from the 9 sects were taken aback. Even the representatives from distant nations were left in shock. How could Su Xiao, in the core formation stage, so effortlessly withstand the cataclysmic strike from the demonic realm? Crack. The tip of the Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade began to develop fissures upon contact with the Xiu 5 Extremes Mountain. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the entire Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade was utterly obliterated by the indomitable divine stone of the Xiu 5 Extremes Mountain, shattering into fragments of scrap metal. I can't believe it. This astonishing scene rendered all present utterly dumbfounded. You, Su, old man, I curse your ancestors. The heart of the demonic realm bled in anguish. What a loss. Such an attack from the exquisite artifact of the Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade could not be purchased for 3,000 superior spirit stones. At that moment, Xiao swiftly retracted the Shiyu 5 Extremes Mountain. Immediately thereafter, two symbols of the ninefold transformation dissipated in his grasp. Thunder rumbled. The sky was instantly shrouded in ominous clouds. Countless arcs of lightning danced above, and a massive purple divine thunder locked onto the demonic realm with unwavering precision. Concurrently, around the demonic realm, endless flames of red and yellow ignited from the void. The extreme temperatures within seemed capable of melting the very air, wreaking havoc upon the world. This was the ninefold transformation symbol, the purple Thunder Talisman, the Crimson Flame Talisman. Chapter 48, The Battle at the Pinnacle of Transformation. Behold, the Transformation Talisman. No, it is the talisman of the 9 transformations. As they gazed upon the ominous clouds, violet lightning, and the blazing flames of red and yellow in the distant sky, the attendees of the 9 sects conference erupted in astonishment. So that was it. Their lingering doubts were finally resolved. The old man, Xiao, had concealed such formidable transformation talismans within his possession. No wonder he had been so brazen. The sheer might emanating from these talismans suggested they were indeed the pinnacle of the 9 transformations. The spiritual energies subtly employed by the elders, Dugaling and Zhuluan, began to wane. Elder Su still has transformation talismans yet to unleash? Dugaling had previously informed them that Xiao had encountered a senior cultivator's cave within the 10,000 Great Mountains, acquiring some high-grade talismans. The ease with which he had annihilated the disciples of the Shouyuan sect was attributable to these transformation talismans. Alas, the situation was dire for Mogitian. The 2 transformation talismans wielded by Elder Su possessed an astonishing power. As the elders observed the distant inferno and the rolling thunder, a glimmer of trepidation flickered in their eyes. The might contained within Elder Su's talismans far surpassed that of ordinary transformation talismans. Xiao Mu's handsome visage turned a sickly green. Gazing at the talismans being wielded by Xiao, his eyes were filled with worry, shock, and resentment. Su, old dog, you still have transformation talismans hidden away? How could this be? Mogitian, if you dare to lose, this genius shall not let you off lightly. Feeling the overwhelming force of the transformation talismans, Xiao Mu's heart plummeted to its depths. He had never witnessed such formidable transformation talismans. It was likely that even someone of his exceptional talent would struggle to contend with such powerful artifacts. The expressions of the crowd from Tianzhong Mountain transformed once more into a spectacle. They finally comprehended how the seemingly aging Xiao had decimated the Shouyuan sect. All along, he had concealed these transformation talismans. Boom. The overwhelming red and yellow flames, under Xiao's masterful command of the earth fire path, morphed into countless fire dragons that surged towards Mogitian. The latter's resolute countenance turned a hue akin to that of a liver. He understood that Su Old Dog possessed something extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated the sheer might of these transformation talismans. Su Old Dog, you were cheating. Mogitian unleashed all his defensive artifacts from his storage pouch. A large black umbrella unfurled, soaring into the air to guard against the impending lightning tribulation. A golden jade armor enveloped him, emanating a warm white radiance to fend off the approaching fire dragons. Additionally, a black shield hovered around him, conjuring a wall of dark light to ensure his safety. These were all his superior grade artifacts. Although panic coursed through him, Mogitian harbored a plan. As long as he could withstand the onslaught of these 2 talismans, once they were expended, Xiao would revert to being just an ordinary golden core old man. Eliminating him would be as easy as pie. The Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade was an artifact he would certainly demand compensation for from the Piaomiao sect. He wanted a new one. In the battle of cultivators, victory hinged not only on cultivation level but also on the prowess of their artifacts. The mightier one's artifacts, the greater the chance of triumph. He remained unperturbed by ordinary transformation talismans, as his 3 superior grade artifacts could easily withstand them. However, Su Laogo's 2 formidable attack talismans are astonishingly powerful. He must exert every effort to defend himself. As for the Iron Mountain that previously shattered his exquisite magic blade, due to its brief appearance, he has mentally categorized it as a defensive talisman that can only be used once. Once your talismans are depleted, I shall crush you piece by piece. Die, old dog. With the defensive formation established, the purple sky thunder suddenly descended. The divine thunder, several times thicker than a barrel, had already locked onto the demon extreme heaven. Upon its emergence, it struck directly upon the black umbrella, which expanded against the wind. Boom. The black umbrella whirled wildly, conjuring a series of luminous shields for defense. Yet, As soon as the shields materialized, they were shattered by the purple sky thunder, one after another. Over a dozen light shields were destroyed, the might of the thunder showing no sign of waning, drawing ever closer to breaching the black umbrella-s defenses. Below, countless fire dragons, manipulated by Xiao, surged towards the luminous wall conjured by the black shield from all directions. The sizzling sounds echoed relentlessly. The black smoke from the incinerated shields billowed upwards, ultimately, with a resounding bang. The luminous wall could no longer withstand the scorching flames of the fire dragons and was utterly obliterated into fragments. No, my blacklight shield, Su Laogo, may you suffer a terrible fate. The heart of demon extreme heaven was filled with regret and terror. He regretted accepting Su Zhao's challenge. This old man is too cunning. The fire dragons breached the first layer of defense, rushing directly towards the core of demon extreme heaven, continuing to burn against his golden embroidered garment. Like maggots clinging to bone, they were impossible to extinguish, let alone fend off. Demon extreme heaven could only exhaust his spiritual energy to maintain the golden garment, temporarily keeping the relentless fire dragons at bay. Su Xiao stood aloft on his sword, suspended in the air at a distance. The jade-white giant sword beneath his feet radiated a spectrum of colors, rendering him ethereal, as if a celestial being, his demeanor transcendent. Dashing. Impressive. Furthermore, having comprehended the path of earth fire, he wielded the crimson fire talisman with remarkable finesse, coupled with the purple sky thunder. He felt that he could potentially claim the life of his opponent with just 2 talismans. Boom. The purple sky thunder again pierced through a layer of light shields, and the black umbrella artifact could no longer withstand the onslaught of the super thunder. Shattering with a sharp crack, the thunder cascaded down, striking demon extreme heaven instantly, unleashing a thunderous roar. The dark clouds above churned, pouring forth energy in its utmost capacity. It was not until a full 10 breaths later that the purple sky thunder gradually dissipated, revealing a charred silhouette within. The power of the crimson fire talisman had simultaneously consumed itself, incinerating both the opponent's black shield artifact and golden embroidered garment. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Su, old man, have your talismans been exhausted? I am still alive. Next, it shall be your demise. Utilizing 3 top-grade artifacts and numerous mid- to low-grade artifacts, Demon Extreme Heaven finally withstood the furious thunderous flames. Now, though only a mere 10% of his spiritual energy remained, it was more than sufficient to deal with an old man in the core formation stage. I will kill you. The Miao Liao sect must compensate for all my losses. Die. Summoning all the spiritual energy within, Mo unleashed the supreme demon technique, manifesting ethereal shadows of the demonic path around him. The spectral figure wielded a long blade, enveloping Mo true form, charging directly towards Su Xiao. This was his final strike. Even a transcendent cultivator would find it challenging to withstand, let alone a mere elixir form elder. Su Laogo, deserving of a fate worse than death, how utterly sinister. Mo heart raced with fear. He had narrowly escaped being counterattacked by Su Xiao moments before. It was too perilous. That old man should be subjected to 1,000 tortures. Su Xiao observed this with a slight smile, leisurely retrieving a talisman from his spatial storage. Ah, Master of Demons, I suggest you depart in peace. Who said I had run out of talismans? Haha. The crimson flame talisman in his hand disintegrated in an instant. With a whoosh, countless red and yellow flames surrounded Mo's spectral figure once more. Boom. Under Su Zhao's command, the flames transformed into numerous fire dragons, surging forth towards Mo. What the hell? Mo, within the demonic apparition, was rendered speechless. His resolute visage turned ashen, devoid of any trace of color. Chapter 49. The terrifying old man. Does that old man still possess fire talismans? At the 9 Sects Conference, the representatives of Tianjiang Mountain stood rigidly, their eyes fixed on the figure of Mo, enveloped by an endless sea of fire dragons. Shock and disbelief painted their faces as they beheld the extraordinary spectacle. Such a formidable talisman of the 9th level of the transformation realm could scarcely be conjured even by an accomplished void refinement cultivator, could it? Old Su still had some left. Alas, Mo was doomed. Countless fire dragons ravaged his demonic shadow, reducing it to nothingness. Subsequently, they clung to him, igniting his flesh in a frenzied blaze. Su the old dog. Cease at once. This is sheer cheating. He screamed in agony as the flames seared him. His inner spiritual power depleted and unable to withstand Su Xiao any longer. This 9th level transformation realm fire talisman had become his death warrant. Su Xiao stroked his goat beard and chuckled. Mo, My friend, it seems you should depart in peace. Haha. Those who are full of filth do not have long to live. Do take heed in your next life. With a single gesture, the ground trembled. The red and yellow flames roared, and in an instant, the defenseless Mo was reduced to a mere charred husk. In his final moments, he felt an overwhelming rage and regret. How could he perish before the frail figure of an elderly man? What a loss. I refuse to accept this. His soul extinguished. The power of the fire talisman gradually waned, and with a resounding thud, a blackened carcass fell into the snow. Xiao shouted to the skies on his jade-white sword, retrieving the still intact storage bag from the corpse. With so many witnesses present, he could not afford to touch the body. He would need to return it to the two elders of the Potionsheng demon sect. Having slain their sect leader and pilfered the storage bag was not something Xiao could do, especially not in front of such a multitude. The attendees of the Nine Sects conference stood dumbfounded, utterly astonished by this surreal scene. Mo had perished just like that? He had barely withstood 2 moves? The representatives of Tianjiang Mountain looked at Xiao in a daze. Where did this old man acquire such a plethora of top-tier transformation realm talismans? Dugu Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection as she gazed at Xiao. Senior brother, you are simply magnificent. Although victory came through talismans, you still vanquished Mo. Seizing the moment while everyone was still in shock, she deftly summoned the storage bag containing 2,000 high-grade spirit stones into her grasp. This was her senior brother's reward for triumph, 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Another profitable venture. She hastily secured it to prevent the loathsome Xiaomu from reneging on their agreement. Elders Zhu, Lu, and Wen were utterly captivated by Su Zhao's formidable prowess, their eyes wide with astonishment. The top-tier talismans of the 9th level of transformation realm. Elder Su, your luck is extraordinary. To stumble upon such divine artifacts so casually. Xiao descended gracefully on his jade-white sword, landing and tossing the charred Mo storage bag to the 2 petrified elders of the Potionsheng demon sect. This is the storage pouch of the devil of extreme magic. 2 elders, having wagered and accepted defeat, now that I have emerged victorious, I implore the breakthrough demon sect to refrain from causing disturbances in the future. Xiao surveyed the crowd, who were still engulfed in shock, and smiled, stating, by sheer fortune, I managed to slay the devil of extreme magic. Since you esteemed leaders have witnessed this, I kindly request your supervision over the breakthrough demon sect to ensure they do not trouble my misty sect. Upon hearing this, the 2 elders of the breakthrough demon sect snapped back to reality, their faces paling as they gazed at the charred storage pouch in their hands. They swallowed hard, glancing around at the speechless onlookers. Gritting their teeth and exchanging a glance, they summoned their flying swords and hastily retreated to their sect. No words were exchanged, nor any attempts made to retaliate. They had barely registered their intent to save the devil of extreme magic when it was already too late. The battle concluded far too swiftly. They had never anticipated that the sect leader, the devil of extreme magic, would perish so quickly at the hands of Xiao. They needed to return to the sect immediately to inform the Grand Elder. A grave situation had arisen within the breakthrough demon sect. The remaining individuals gradually came to their senses, their eyes filled with terror as they turned towards Xiao, rendered speechless. Though the strength of the devil of extreme magic was not top tier among the 9th level of divine transformation, he was undeniably a formidable opponent. How could he have succumbed to Su Zhao's talismans without even lasting 2 rounds? This Su elder is truly terrifying. Yu Linglong was astonished. Her fair complexion slightly flushed. The wonder in her eyes gradually transformed into profound delight as she gazed at Xiao, her delicate form trembling slightly, her gaze shimmering with brilliance. Meanwhile, the arrogant Xiaomu sat dumbfounded, collapsing into his seat. The devil of extreme magic was dead? So the old dog had actually defeated the sect leader of the breakthrough demon sect, a 9th level divine transformation cultivator? At that moment, he felt utterly powerless, his mind consumed by a potent mix of anger and resentment. Looking at his storage pouch containing 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, now firmly grasped by Dugu Ling, he thought. No, Su the old dog. I am the protagonist. Seeing the astonished expressions lingering on the faces of the crowd, Xiao chuckled and waved his hand, saying, Esteemed guests, I merely stumbled upon a few top-tier talismans of the 9th level of divine transformation, which enabled me to cunningly triumph over the devil of extreme magic. There is no need for astonishment. These talismans are finite, and I have nearly exhausted their use. In the future, I will rely on you all as witnesses. The death of the devil of extreme magic must not bring trouble to my misty sect. Su Zhao's words resonated in the ears of everyone present, gradually dispelling the shock within their hearts. The crowd wore peculiar expressions. Nearly exhausted? Does that imply they are not entirely depleted yet? The leaders and elders of the Dao sect, the 10,000 Buddha temple, the Heavenly Corpse sect, the Bloodthirsty Demon sect, and the 10,000 Poisons sect all wore odd expressions. Those talismans in the hands of the old Su were nearly insurmountable, even for them. An elderly man, nearing the end of his life, wielding such potent weapons, could now act with impunity. Ha! Elder Su, you are too modest. My Dao sect has been allied with your Misty sect for thousands of years. The two sects are like branches of the same tree, and serving as witnesses is but a trivial matter. In the future, I kindly request Elder Su to lend his support. I, Daoi, extend my heartfelt gratitude here. The esteemed leader of the Dao sect, Dao Zhenren, approached eagerly, warmly greeting Su Xiao as if he were a long-lost brother. Ba, Su benefactor. Your words are too kind. Our 10,000 Buddha temple has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Piao Miao sect. As long as our temple stands, the Breaking Heaven Demon sect would never dare to trouble the Piao Miao sect. Liao Chun, accompanied by two venerable monks, stepped forward, bestowing great respect upon Su Xiao. Elder Su, the righteous and demonic paths have had an agreement for 7 millennia, sharing the same humanity. We should unite in friendship, not engage in conflict. Should that Breaking Heaven Demon sect dare to harass your Piao Miao sect, I, of the Bloodthirsty Demon sect, shall be the first to object. Rest assured, Elder Su, I shall dispatch individuals to monitor the Breaking Heaven Demon sect upon my return. My 10,000 Poisons sect shares the same sentiment, Elder Su. United we stand as one human race. You need not worry. We will not allow the Breaking Heaven Demon sect to disrupt our unity. One after another, the sect leaders and elders approached Su Xiao, fervently establishing connections, disregarding the disparities in cultivation levels and ages. The other party, unbeknownst to them, might still possess several of those transformative talismans. Moreover, he was an elderly man nearing the end of his days. Such an individual, wielding immense power, yet with little time left, was undoubtedly the most formidable bomb on the Panlong continent. One must never antagonize him. The other party had cast aside all fears and concerns. Su Xiao had truly become a figure of terror. Xiao Mu sat slumped in his seat, watching as Su Xiao was surrounded by admirers, the center of attention, his face contorted with rage. Su Xiao, a man on the brink of death. How dare he steal the limelight? No, this cannot be real. His face twisted in unbridled resentment and unwillingness. He could not accept the harsh reality of his complete relegation to the role of a mere bystander. Chapter 50. The infuriated Xiao Mu fool. Calm down. Even an elderly man on the brink of death can provoke such ire within you. How can you hope to rule the world in the future? How did I come to choose you, this foolish waste of potential? The furious voice from the depths of my soul surged once more, laced with both regret and helplessness. Had it not been for his urgent quest for a sanctuary to cultivate his spirit, he would never have taken this incompetent fool as his disciple. Truly, it was an act of utter folly. Master, I understand my mistake. Xiao Mu gazed at Su Xiao, who was basking in the adoration of the crowd, his face turning a deep shade of liver. The turmoil and anguish within him surged like a tempest. Since encountering his master, he had never endured such a scene of being overlooked. In the extreme demon sect, he had always been the center of attention. A super genius revered by all. Su the old dog, stealing my limelight. We are destined to be enemies. For one who is accustomed to being the focal point, the inability to shine is already unbearable. Yet, not only had he failed to garner attention, but it had also been usurped by another, an almost decrepit old man. He felt as though he might vomit blood from sheer frustration. All right, hold on. With me by your side, you shall inevitably become the sovereign of the Panlong continent. The voice from the depths of his consciousness urged, reminding him that the old man likely possessed those pinnacle talismans of transformation. It would be unwise to provoke him. Remember, for now, you must endure and strive to reach the realm of void refinement. Xiao Mu's state of mind was on the verge of explosion. Suppressing the discomfort and fury within, he gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, Master, I understand." Although he knew that the old man had only a few days left to live, he was still unsatisfied. He yearned to act immediately, to press that old man to the ground. Meanwhile, Dugu Ling, clad in a flowing green gown, elegantly approached Su Xiao. "Senior brother, here are the spirit stones you won. Please be sure to keep them safe." In front of the gathered crowd, she took Su Xiao's hand and placed the storage pouch within it. Her breathtaking visage shone with brilliance under the sunlight and snow. Her enchanting phoenix eyes filled with deep affection and admiration as she gazed at Su Xiao. Not only did her senior brother love her, but he was also so formidable. He was truly the man she had admired since childhood. Dugu Ling, with an unmistakable infatuation, showed no restraint in her feelings before the multitude. This elicited astonished glances from the surrounding sect members, who were taken aback. Rumor had it that Dugu Ling and Su Xiao were once a loving couple, but the aloof elder Ji Shui of the mysterious Cloud sect had cruelly torn them apart. Subsequently, Dugu Ling had cultivated the mysterious Cloud eternal life technique with her purine body, and the two had been fated to be apart for a millennium. Now that the old man was nearing his end, any possibility of reconciliation seemed lost. A wave of sighs swept through the crowd. What use were powerful talismans? Without exceptional talent, one ultimately fades into dust, coming and going as they please. However, before departing, they must pay their respects to this formidable figure, ensuring he does not succumb to madness and recklessly unleash talismans. Xiao concealed himself amidst the crowd, observing as Dugu Ling clung tightly to Su Xiao's hand. Unwilling to release her grip, her unabashed gaze filled with longing. Xiao stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. How dare that old dog? How dare he insult my ancestors? A wave of nausea washed over him, akin to swallowing a fly. Su, that old hound, had the audacity to seduce his beloved Dugu Ling. This was intolerable. Xiao trembled with rage, as if confronting his greatest adversary, casting a venomous glare at Su Xiao. Once I reach the realm of refining the void, I shall tear you to shreds. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled the old man was rumored to have failed his tribulation and had less than a year to live. How dare you? Overcome with fury, Xiao, in a fit of madness, shattered the magical fan he held in his hands. How could a dying old man act with such impunity? Xiao was utterly unhinged. Su Xiao took the spirit stone pouch, saying, "Thank you, junior sister. Alas, my lifespan is limited, but rest assured, during my remaining time, if anyone dares to bully you, I will fight to the death. Thank you, senior brother." The three elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wen, stood nearby, not daring to utter a word. Su elder truly harbors intentions towards the sect leader. They must keep a close eye on the two, ensuring the leader does not falter at the crucial moment and lose her purine body. Despite Su elder's advanced age, he still appeared quite dashing. How peculiar the leader's thoughts were. The surrounding elders stood in a daze, silently planning. During the time leading up to Su's demise, they must not provoke anyone from the Piamiao sect. In the coming year, Piamiao sect would reign supreme. As Xiao beheld the tender exchange between the two, he cried inwardly, "No, Dugu Ling, she is mine." However, he could only seethe with impotent rage and silence. Unable to endure the sight of Su Xiao pursuing a younger woman, he chose to close his eyes, no longer wishing to witness this heart-wrenching scene. Su the old dog was on the brink of death. He could not compare to a genius like me. No comparison. Engaging in self-hypnosis, Xiao finally regained his composure and steadied himself. Su Xiao released Dugu Ling's hand and tossed the spirit stone pouch into his spatial storage, nodding in satisfaction. This was a significant resource. Xiao, the king of compulsion, was truly deserving of the title. With a light chuckle, he turned to the crowd and addressed Xiao. "Sect leader Xiao, I thank you for the high-grade spirit stones. Do visit Piamiao sect sometime. I shall personally welcome you." The onlookers felt a pang of envy. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, Piamiao sect had struck gold. They began to sympathize with Xiao, who had intended to flaunt his strength while plotting the demise of the old man. Little did he know, the tables had turned, and Su had triumphed over the demonic forces. Xiao gazed at Su Xiao's loathsome visage, swallowing hard, suppressing the seething hatred within. I forced a smile that resembled a grimace more than a grin. And no worries, this is all that Elder Su deserves. My heart twisted in agony. A pain so profound it felt unbearable. Xiao longed to stride forward and strangle the old man. Aha! Su Xiao chose to disregard his adversary. The child of destiny, with the formidable soul of a unified being residing within his mind, was already devising plans for how to deal with his opponent in due course. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, vanquishing the enemy of fate. Emoji Tian. Reward acquired. The next gift will undoubtedly trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit. Chapter 51. The message from Yu Linglong, the system reward has been credited. Su Xiao smiled faintly, feeling justified for expending 3 transformation talismans to vanquish the demon lord. Elder Su truly is remarkable. It has been ages since I have encountered a man as gallant as him. Yu Linglong shifted her body, leaning against Su Xiao. Master Yu, please conduct yourself with decorum. Su Xiao's aged face twitched. Elder, I merely admire you. Yu Linglong replied softly, raising her head. After speaking, She discreetly retrieved a fragrant message talisman from her bosom and slipped it into Su Xiao's embrace. "Elder, do reach out to me when you have the time," she chuckled, playfully patting Su Xiao's shoulder before departing with a charming smile, accompanied by a waft of fragrance. On the side, Dugu Ling furrowed her delicate brows, her expression less than pleasant. That insufferable woman! With so many people around, she could not express her ire. Moreover, she was neither Su Xiao's companion, nor did she possess any rightful reason to meddle in his affairs. Besides, she had already accepted favors from him. It was not her place to interfere with his personal matters. The sects of righteous and demonic paths surrounding them were left in a state of bewilderment. The ever-discerning head of the Xiao sect, Yuling Long, had actually taken the initiative to curry favor with the old man. Impossible. The leaders and elders could hardly fathom how an aging man could capture the attention, let alone affection, of Yuling Long. Even if Dugu Ling was familiar with Su Xiao, having known him since childhood, Yuling Long was not acquainted with him at all. They could not comprehend. It seemed that the women of the Xiao sect were truly indiscriminate in their affections. Xiaomu's frustration escalated upon witnessing Yuling Long's overtures towards Su Xiao. Suppressing the endless resentment and fury within, he endeavored to soothe himself. "It's nothing. Su the old dog merely had his moment in the spotlight. And Yuling Long's wife just wanted to make an acquaintance. Indeed, how could he possibly attract my wife? Such a notion was utterly absurd." Through intense self-affirmation, Xiaomu gradually regained his composure. He would postpone his proposal to Dugu Ling until they reached the pinnacle of their cultivation, while he could directly pursue Yuling Long. As the beauties of the Xiao sect favored men, as a young prodigy, he was precisely their type. After the meeting, he planned to seek out Yuling Long and nurture their bond, ideally consummating their union that very night. He held an unwavering confidence in his appearance and prowess. "You wife, your husband is on his way," he chuckled. The 9 sects meeting concluded successfully, although the representatives from the Breaking Heaven Demon sect had departed. Liao Chun from the Wanfo Temple delivered a speech emphasizing unity and camaraderie. Subsequently, the attendees respectfully bid farewell to the protagonist of the day, Su Xiao. The old man, Su, must not be trifled with before his time. After parting ways, Su Xiao summoned the Jade-White Flying Sword and returned to the Piamiao sect with Dugu Ling and the others. In the air, Dugu Ling inquired, "Brother, how many more of those transformation talismans do you possess?" "Those talismans from the Elder's Cave are extraordinarily powerful. I fear even Master could not forge them." She was astonished. "Senior brother, whose esteemed cave dwelling did you disturb?" The 3 elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, wore expressions of confusion. Elder Su, now possessing such formidable talismans, was truly daunting. Should he still have a few left on him, their nights at the Misty sect would be fraught with unrest. They were aware, unlike others, that Elder Su had consumed a longevity pill, granting him an additional 50 years of life. Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled. "Not too many, just a couple. Dear junior sister, these talismans must be used sparingly. For every one employed, another is lost. Should the troublesome heavenly demonic sect come seeking trouble, there is no need to trouble Elder Zhuge. I shall handle it." The 3 elders sighed inwardly. Elder Su, as an aged man wielding these divine talismans, who would dare to provoke you? It was likely that within the year, none of the 9 major sects would dare to offend him, each waiting patiently for Elder Su to pass away. However, if a year later they discovered he was still alive, one could only imagine their expressions. Dugu Ling continued, "Then, senior brother, was that Iron Mountain also a defensive talisman? It seemed somewhat different to me." The Iron Mountain had only manifested for an instant, shattering the black blade of soul-chasing darkness before vanishing. She did not sense any aura of transformation emanating from the Iron Mountain. It appeared to be an ordinary Iron Mountain, relying solely on its own hardness to withstand a supreme-grade artifact. Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered slightly as he replied casually, "Indeed, it is also a talisman, discovered within that senior's cave dwelling. As for the matter of magical artifacts, it is best left unspoken for now. It is rather difficult to explain why such an artifact was not used during the tribulation. Moreover, a core formation cultivator is simply incapable of refining magical artifacts. Only upon reaching the spirit transformation realm can one barely approach such advanced items." At that moment, Su Xiao sensed movement within the spatial repository. Upon inspection, he found the exquisite and fragrant communication talisman gifted by Yuling Long. "Elder Su, today, upon seeing you, I am filled with admiration and wish to speak with you privately. In the southern 10 miles of Maple Leaf Grove, I await your arrival at the pavilion within the forest." The alluring voice lingered in Su Xiao's ears. enchanting him to his very core and sending shivers down his spine. This woman was truly captivating. However, Su Xiao had no intention of declining. He would visit Yu Linglong and return the favor with a gift. As she was an S-class fortune bearer, her first offering would surely yield immense rewards. Humph, senior brother. That one in from the Harmony sect has sent you a message, hasn't she? Dugu Ling pouted, her delicate lips forming a sulky expression, her stunning face tinged with irritation. Su Xiao reassured her with a smile. Not at all, junior sister. An old friend of mine happens to be nearby and has invited me for a drink upon hearing of our Misty sect's arrival. You all go ahead. I shall catch up briefly and return to the sect. Rest assured, I possess the spirit transformation talismans. There is no danger. The three elders exchanged awkward glances, remaining silent. Elder Su, do you truly believe your own deception? The moment the communication talisman was produced, they could distinctly sense the intoxicating allure emanating from it. Isn't that the essence of Yilinglong? Chapter 52. The fortune returns 50-fold. Dugu Ling, uninterested in exposing Su Xiao's clumsy falsehood, murmured, Senior brother, after a millennium of arduous cultivation. Your understanding of the Shouyuan sect may still be insufficient. Their cultivation techniques are capable of siphoning the spiritual energy and fortune from men. The concept of fortune is profound. But for now, let us focus solely on spiritual energy, which has led to the downfall of countless cultivators. She earnestly cautioned, Senior brother. Yu Linglong has reached the 9th level of the transformation stage solely through her innate talent. Your close association with her could lead to your untimely demise. Su Xiao was taken aback by her words. He had noticed a particular term, fortune, after consuming the 9-turned Shouyuan pill. His own fortune and innate talent had reached their zenith. In terms of spiritual energy, he considered himself a mere golden core cultivator, hardly capable of attracting someone like Yu Linglong. As for his appearance, while he was handsome, he had aged. Could it be that his extraordinary fortune was what drew Yu Linglong to him? It was indeed a possibility. Su Xiao chuckled. Rest assured, junior sister. I am well aware of the formidable nature of those enchantresses and will not become entangled with her. Our relationship is merely that of friends reminiscing. He merely intended to deliver a token in return. It was of no great concern. With that, Su Xiao mounted his resplendent jade-white flying sword, shimmering with 7-colored radiance. Bidding farewell to the 4 companions as he soared toward the southern expanse of Tianjiang Mountain. 10 miles south of Tianjiang Mountain lay a picturesque maple forest. Still within the mountain's territory, this woodland was a favored gathering place for representatives from various nations, adorned with splendid architecture, in a pavilion surrounded by swirling red leaves. A breathtakingly beautiful woman donned in sheer crimson gauze sat at a stone table, savoring a sip of spiritual wine. Her flawless figure boasted exaggerated curves, and her skin gleamed with a fair and smooth complexion beneath the delicate fabric. A captivating fragrance wafted through the air, exuding an irresistible allure. She was none other than Yu Linglong, the leader of the Shouyuan sect, who awaited Su Xiao's arrival. She had instructed the elders of her sect to return, while she chose to meet with Su Xiao personally. Could it be true that the old man had only a year left to live? A glimmer of skepticism sparkled in her eyes as she doubted the rumor. If one were on the brink of death, their fortune could not possibly radiate with the same overwhelming vigor as Elder Su. The old man must be concealing some secret. How cunning he is, indeed. At that moment, a streak of 7-colored light appeared on the horizon. The jade-white sword descended, and Su Xiao, with a charming stroke of his beard, leapt off the flying sword. I apologize for keeping you waiting, sect leader Yu. As he entered the pavilion, the surrounding fragrance filled him with a sense of tranquility. Looking upon the enchanting leader of the Shouyuan sect, Su Xiao offered a gentle smile as he settled into the seat across from her. Sect leader Yu, is there something you wish to discuss with me privately? Yu Linglong playfully pouted before laughing. Elder Su, you feign ignorance. Although Elder Su may be aged, he is the most handsome and valiant man I have ever encountered. I admire you, Elder Su, and have missed you, which is why I invited you here. The immense fortune emanating from Su Xiao caused her eyes to widen in astonishment. Upon approaching, immersed in the boundless aura of fortune, she felt as though the cultivation bottlenecks she faced had significantly loosened. Even before absorbing it, the astonishing effects overwhelmed Yu Linglong, nearly driving her to madness. Elder, unable to restrain herself, Yu Linglong collapsed into Su Xiao's embrace. In an instant, a subtle fragrance enveloped the air. Sensing the endless, profound aura emanating from him, she promptly activated the unique techniques of the Shouyuan sect, beginning to gradually absorb the fortune from his being. Fortune has been siphoned by Yu Linglong. 1 point. Returning 50 points to the host. Fortune has been siphoned by Yu Linglong. 1 point, returning 50 points to the host. Fortune has been siphoned by Yuling Long, 1 point. Su Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Yuling Long had commenced the absorption of fortune. It was clear she was drawn to his aura. Yet, the system astonishingly returned these fortunes to him at a rate of 50-fold. Goodness, the system was truly extraordinary. This could be considered a return. Meanwhile, Yuling Long, noticing his lack of resistance, shut her eyes and continued to absorb his fortune. It was overwhelming. There was simply too much to consume. Her heart raced. No matter how much she absorbed, his aura seemed inexhaustible, showing no signs of diminishing. In fact, she sensed that his fortune had grown even more majestic and profound. When she could no longer absorb any more, she turned her gaze towards Su Xiao. This old man was nothing short of a super reservoir of fortune. The techniques of their Huan sect necessitated the cooperation of fortune in cultivation. The more fortune absorbed, the faster the cultivation progressed. However, the fortune of most men was scarce, often insufficient for their needs. Hence, the women of the Huan sect eagerly sought out young talents. But this elder possessed an astonishing amount of fortune, so much that she could no longer absorb it. Seeing her pause, Su Xiao smiled. "You sect leader, why have you stopped? I am nearing the end of my days, and this fortune is of little use to me. Since you do not disdain this old man, I have nothing of value to offer. This entire reservoir of fortune is yours." Yuling Long's eyes widened in disbelief. He was aware she was absorbing his fortune. "Su, Elder Su, I apologize. I merely could not help myself." Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. After all, he was a formidable elder wielding great power. Su Xiao chuckled. "I have already stated it is yours, you sect leader. Do not be polite. This is of no use to me. The more you absorb, the more I receive in return." Looking into Su Zhao's sincere eyes, Yuling Long felt a wave of deep emotion. This elder was truly kind-hearted. He recognized her Huan sect's affinity for absorbing fortune, and not only did he not resent her, but he willingly offered it all. How could such a wonderful man exist in this world? Afterward, Yuling Long, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Elder, it's not that I do not wish to absorb more, but my fortune has already reached its limit. I cannot absorb further until I refine it." "Oh, is that so?" Su Xiao blinked his aged eyes, stroking his beard and shaking his head slightly. "Is it truly full? That seems rather inadequate." Chapter 53. The Unraveled Xiao Mu in the Distance. A strikingly handsome man in white soared through the sky atop a crystal longsword. The exquisitely carved sword shimmered with the auspicious light of dragons and phoenixes, appearing as if a divine being had descended from the heavens. This was none other than the newly appointed forceful contender, Xiao Mu, who had followed Yuling Long. He instructed his 8 beautiful maidens and 3 elders to remain nearby while he pursued the intoxicating fragrance that captivated him so deeply. His elongated eyes sparkled with an ardent light, his expression brimming with anticipation. He seemed imbued with an unwavering confidence that he could win Yuling Long's heart the moment they met. Was he not a paragon of talent, the very object of adoration for the Huan sect? My beloved you, I am on my way." With a fervent glint in his eyes, he found it increasingly difficult to contain himself at the thought of her. As a genius, he had cultivated a unique technique granting him an extraordinary sense of smell. Even from 10 miles away, he could detect the exquisite aroma emanating from Yuling Long. It was simply divine. Truly, she was his beloved. As the radiant light of his flying sword intensified beneath him, Xiao Mu hastened towards the source of the enchanting scent. He pondered how best to initiate a conversation with Yuling Long in a natural and charming manner. Upon entering the southern 10 miles of the Tianjiang Mountains maple forest, Xiao Mu alighted and sheathed his sword. The fragrant air grew more potent, sending him into a state of ecstatic frenzy as he sprinted toward its origin. Just as he joyfully gazed upon a charming small pavilion ahead, he suddenly froze in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he began to tremble. A surge of wrath erupted from his heart, unleashing torrents of unending resentment. What did he see? No, this cannot be real. The excruciating anguish felt as if his very soul had been siphoned away, leaving his pupils in a state of shock. "Su Laogo, how dare you? You are even trying to seduce my beloved." Before him, in the small pavilion, Su Xiao was embracing the very woman he cherished, Yuling Long. Their intimacy was palpable, their disheveled appearance betraying their closeness. He could no longer bear it. "My Yuling Long, you must have been coerced by this lecherous old man." "Yes, coerced." Boom. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Xiao Mu, and he clutched the unparalleled artifact, the 10,000-year ice crystal, in his hand. The supreme treasure gifted by his master, the heavenly demon soul banner, flew from his storage bag, hovering in the air. Countless shadowy figures and malevolent spirits swirled around the banner, each one a fearsome entity, roaring at the couple within the pavilion. He could no longer restrain himself. He was determined to eradicate this insufferable old lecher. The two within the pavilion instantly sensed the approaching wave of spiritual energy. Someone was coming. Yulinglong's enchanting visage paled momentarily as she released Su Xiao and donned the sheer silk draped around her. Su Xiao, equally astonished, turned to gaze in the direction of the spiritual disturbance. In the distant sky, a colossal banner fluttered in the wind, as if countless malevolent spirits were emerging from it. The sheer force of its presence was breathtaking. A formidable being at the 9th level of transformation. Elder Su, exercise caution. Yulinglong's expression grew grave as she cautioned. She had already instructed the members of Tiangong Mountain not to approach this place today. How was it possible for a practitioner of transformation to enter this maple leaf forest? Su Xiao nodded slightly, and the two immediately soared forward. Fool, remain calm. The voice from the depths of the sea of consciousness echoed once more. Xiaomu, in a state of uncontrolled fury, had turned crimson with rage, incensed by the entanglement of Su Xiao and Yulinglong. All he desired was to deal with Su Xiao at once. He could not wait for the moment of the latter's demise. Not even a day or an hour could he endure. How could that old dog Su seduce his two beloved wives? This was inconceivable. Su Xiao and Yulinglong were approaching. It was time to retreat. That Su Xiao was rather peculiar. He likely still had remnants of transformation talismans. At this moment, you had not yet reached the void refinement stage and could not withstand those transformation talismans. A sense of gravity also enveloped the combined entity's heart. This invincible fool. If only he would retreat to the extreme demon sect and cultivate in peace, waiting for Su Xiao to perish of old age. Why risk engaging in battle? Once he attained the void refinement realm, beautiful women would be abundant and easily attained. Foolishness. Master, I can no longer tolerate this lecherous old man. Xiaomu was tormented beyond measure. It was one thing for Duge Ling to be involved, but now even Yulinglong was entangled with that old dog Su. The mere thought of his beloved Yu's enchanting form ignited flames of fury in Xiaomu's eyes, rendering him irrational. Foolish. In a year, that old man will be dead. You must endure. Depart. If you do not leave now, I shall have no disciple like you. Perhaps the words of the combined entity struck a chord within Xiaomu. His body trembled slightly, a flicker of fear emerged in his eyes, restoring a semblance of calm. Without his master, Xiaomu was not but a hollow shell. Not to mention his two wives, even all he currently possessed would vanish into thin air. Master, I am so furious. We shall speak of this again in a year. He will be a decrepit old man, unworthy of our action. If you desire Yulinglong, once you become the sovereign, reclaim her easily. There is also the sect leader of the mysterious Miss Sect, but for now, you must endure. Depart. Observing Su Xiao and Yulinglong's aura drawing ever closer, Xiaomu let out a cry, suppressing the boundless rage within. He withdrew his magical artifact and, stepping onto his flying sword, transformed into a streak of dazzling light and soared away. Endure. He would endure today. Old dog Su, once you are dead, I shall return to reclaim my two wives. Indeed, a decrepit old man is not worth the risk of confrontation. Let you, old man, traverse the final year of your life. In this Panlong continent, all of my wives shall inevitably return to my side. Old dog Su. It is a pity that by then you will have passed on, unable to witness this genius and my wives entering the bridal chamber. Haha. In the final moments, Xiaomu gained enlightenment. His master was indeed correct. A dying old man was hardly worth his attention. Su Xiao and Yulinglong arrived at the scene, only to find that Xiaomu had already departed, leaving behind only a fading glimmer in the sky. That earlier roar bore a striking resemblance to Xiaomu's haughty demeanor. Su Xiao stroked his goat-like beard, feeling a twinge of confusion. What was the purpose of that arrogant man's presence here? Was he peering at him and Yulinglong? Such behavior seemed exceedingly perverse. Shaking his head, Su Xiao dismissed the thought. He would eventually meet his demise at that man's hands, so why concern himself with mere voyeurism? Elder Su noted the lingering chill in the air, suggesting the presence of the Arctic demon sect. Yulinglong's exquisite countenance was tinged with unease. If the Arctic demon sect was involved, it could only mean Xiaomu was behind it. The thought ignited disdain in her eyes. How revolting that this loathsome man was spying on them. Just the image of his grotesque appearance made her feel nauseous. Enough, enough, she said. Master Yu, let us disregard him. With such beauty, you do not even disdain this old man. I possess an item, not particularly precious, which I would like to present to you as a token of my esteem. Chapter 54. Return of the 3,000 Dao Pills. Oh, a gift for me? The visage of Yu Linglong glimmered with intrigue as she observed Su Xiao stifle a chuckle. This old man had failed his tribulation, aside from those talismans. He likely possessed little of value. Yet, he offered her a present. How amusing. Su Xiao retrieved a superior facial rejuvenation pill from his spatial repository, its pristine surface radiating a gentle luster. Even though it was of high quality, it was a premium item bestowed by the system, far removed from the mediocre products found on the market. Master Yu, this is a superior facial rejuvenation pill. I had one in reserve. Su Xiao remarked with a faint smile. Given your exquisite beauty, consuming this pill would allow your youthful appearance to endure. Yu Linglong, however, gazed in astonishment at the rejuvenation pill in Su Xiao's hand. A superior facial rejuvenation pill? She had already garnered immense fortune from her previous fortune absorption, but now he was offering her a superior pill. Such pills were rare in the market, with most only being of medium quality. She had previously consumed merely a medium-grade rejuvenation pill. While cultivators are not easily subjected to aging and possess methods to maintain their youth, having a rejuvenation pill makes preserving one's beauty considerably simpler. Thank you, Elder Su. You are truly too kind to me. Yu Linglong exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the rejuvenation pill, stowing it in her storage pouch, its fragrance wafting through the air. The two shared a tender moment, yet Yu Linglong remained somewhat apprehensive. After donning her light red veil, Su Xiao merely smiled. It was natural for her to harbor concerns, given his aged appearance contrasted with her stunning beauty. Alas, it seems I must reach the transformation stage sooner rather than later. Only then can I reclaim my youthful visage. Yu Linglong entwined her arm with Su Xiao's, her radiant beauty flushed as she said, Elder, once I refine this fortune, may I come to seek you again? Su Xiao replied with a smile, Of course, Master Yu. As I promised, I shall bestow upon you all this fortune. You may come to claim it whenever you wish. Haha, you are truly wonderful to me, Elder. After a heartfelt farewell, Yu Linglong took to the skies on her sword, eager to return to her sect and refine the superior facial rejuvenation pill, along with the immense fortune she had amassed. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting Yu Linglong a superior facial rejuvenation pill. This being the first gift to Yu Linglong, it triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning 3,000 Dao pills. 3,000 Dao pills randomly comprehend a type of Dao power. One opportunity for a 10,000-fold critical hit remains. The next ordinary gift may trigger it. Su Xiao gazed at the fist-sized divine pill in his spatial repository, his face alight with delight and satisfaction. Another 3,000 Dao pills. He could never have too many of these. The power of the Dao is crucial in the transformation and void refinement realms. Each additional comprehension of a Dao power enhances his strength. Excellent. Summoning his jade-white longsword, Su Xiao, in high spirits, soared toward the mysterious Cloud sect. He had already instilled fear in the major sects using his ninefold incarnation talisman. For the foreseeable future, the forces of the demon sect would hesitate to trouble him. In a spacious chamber within the extreme demon sect, Xiao Mu returned, his mind brimming with indignation. Whenever the intimate scenes of Su Xiao and Yu Linglong flickered through his mind, he was consumed by fury, wreaking havoc upon the furnishings of his chamber. Su, you scoundrel! I shall not share this world with you. His eyes, bloodshot and ablaze, reflected his wrath. After venting his rage, he recalled the words of his master, which compelled him to temper his fury and regain his composure. 1 year. This prodigy shall endure you for but another year. After that, it shall be the era of this genius. As he envisioned himself, the destined sovereign, ruling over the world, a fierce flame ignited within Xiao Mu. This prodigy shall be the protagonist of the Panlong continent. The stunning visage of Yu Linglong occasionally danced before Xiao Mu's eyes, causing his face to flush. She was simply too breathtaking. Enter. The door swung open, revealing a woman clad in black, who approached and knelt. Yi was the most beautiful among his 8 handmaidens. However, as Xiao Mu gazed upon her, a profound disappointment clouded his expression. Compared to women like Yu Linglong and Du Guling, Yi's beauty seemed entirely diminished. How vexing. I must make do for now. At the Daotian sect, the esteemed Dao Yi returned to the main hall, hastily convening all inner sect elders for a meeting. He admonished all disciples that within this year, prior to Su Zhao's demise, they must not offend the disciples of the mysterious sect. Acknowledge your mistakes and stand firm. Under no circumstances should there be any conflict with the disciples of the mysterious sect. The example of the Xuanma sect served as a grave warning. They provoked the unbridled Su Xiao and were obliterated by the 9th layer of divine transformation talismans. It was utterly terrifying. Such a dying old man must not be trifled with. Similar warnings echoed across the Wanfo Temple, the Tian Corpse sect, the Wan Poison sect, and the bloodthirsty demon sect, extending even to the numerous second and third-tier sects under their dominion. Presently, the entirety of the Panlong continent had come to a unanimous conclusion. The mysterious sect must not be provoked, especially that elder Su Xiao, until his natural end. He must not be incited. In the rear mountains of the Breaking Heaven demon sect, 2 assistant elders reported Su Xiao's affairs to the Grand Elder. The fool, Mo Tian, has met his end. Good riddance, for it clears a path for my son. Such a simpleton is unworthy of leading the Breaking Heaven demon sect forward. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, my son, Yuan Hao, shall assume the position of sect master. The 2 elders nodded, then inquired, Grand Elder, what of the enmity with the demon master? That Su Xiao is on the verge of death. What vengeance could possibly remain? You 2 inform the disciples, for this year, let us refrain from stirring trouble until that old man, Su, finally passes. Chapter 55. A year later, upon returning to the Piao Miao sect, Su Xiao met with the 3 elders, Du Gu Ling and Zhu Lu Wan, to discuss various matters. Afterward, he returned to his small courtyard and consumed 3,000 Dao pills from his spatial storage. Congratulations to the host, you have comprehended the Dao of human fire. Human fire? Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with joy. Previously, he had already grasped the Dao of earth fire, and now he had attained the Dao of human fire as well. Human fire, also known as karmic fire, originates from within and manifests as a vivid red hue. It is the most wondrous of the 3 fires of heaven, earth, and man. Anger, desire, heart fire, and calamity fire all belong to the realm of human fire. As he contemplated the profound nature of the human fire he had just comprehended, Su Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, sensing the formidable strength of this rule of power. With the power of the Dao of human fire, he could ignite various emotional fires within his enemies at will: anger, hatred, lust, inner demons. If his opponent was not of a pure and restrained nature, a mere thought could set their karmic fire ablaze. Now that he had comprehended both earth fire and human fire, their powers intertwined and would only grow stronger with his cultivation. After a moment of reflection, Su Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. If he were to comprehend the Dao of heavenly fire, would that not equate to grasping the true Samadhi fire? The mere thought of this possibility stirred his heart. It was immensely powerful. Samadhi fire is a genuine celestial technique, a true divine ability. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Xiao seated himself on the meditation mat in his room and began to cultivate the Piao Miao longevity technique. Having slain Mo Tian, he had undoubtedly offended the demonic sections. Rapidly enhancing his cultivation was the only path to true self-preservation. Moreover, the tyrant from the extreme demon sect was still waiting for him. Reaching the nascent soul stage sooner would allow him to devise a plan. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1008 years. Realm: 4th stage of core formation. Special physique: earth fire, human fire, Dao body. Remaining lifespan: 301 years. Days later, news of the heavenly descent mountain reached the Piao Miao sect, causing a stir throughout the entire sect. Both outer and inner disciples were engrossed in discussions about the recent luminaries of the Panlong continent. Our elder Su, can you believe it? That lecherous old man single-handedly defeated the leader of the Broken Sky demon sect. Is this true? Elder Su is far too powerful. But Mo Tian was a 9th stage transformation god. How could it be possible? Impossible. There is no way that lecherous old man possesses such strength. I refuse to believe it. In the outer sect's plaza, even the usually reclusive inner disciples gathered to exchange thoughts, eager to learn more about Elder Su. They were curious how a feeble old man, who had failed a lightning tribulation, could possibly defeat someone capable of contending with a sect leader. This is utterly absurd. Everyone, quiet down. Let me share some inside information. The lecherous old man unearthed a cave dwelling of a formidable predecessor and obtained several super talismans of the 9th stage transformation god. He relied on these talismans to annihilate Mo Tian at Heavenly Descent Mountain. As this inner disciple finished speaking, the nearby crowd widened their eyes in astonishment, all turning to listen intently. With the formidable talismans of the 9th transformation, he mercilessly obliterated his foes. Alas, the lecherous old man is utterly shameless. Such blatant cheating. In this moment, many male disciples enamored with the enchanting Lin Yenner and Jin Liuxiang lamented the unfortunate fate of the demon, Mo Tian. Why has this old scoundrel not been dealt with? Now that he has returned to the sect, how shall they endure the daily presence of a terrifying elder wielding such potent talismans? Woe unto us! The beautiful female disciples of the Piao Miao sect are doomed. Even the esteemed Duga sect leader may struggle to reign in this rogue. But the tale does not end here. Following his annihilation of Mo Tian, It is rumored that this old lecher coerced the leader of the Shouyuan sect, Yuling Long, into an unsavory liaison. The demonic faction has spread word that our elder Su is a vile scoundrel, employing the ninth transformation talismans to intimidate Yuling Long into servitude. Such a scandal. How utterly mortifying. By heavens, this lecher is truly audacious. Not even the enchanting women of the Shouyuan sect are spared from his grasp. Truly, he is a wicked specter of debauchery. The male disciples wallowed in endless despair and fury, while the female disciples trembled in fear, their faces pale, dreading an encounter with this old fiend. Fear not, fellow disciples. Let us endure for just one more year. The elder's lifespan is dwindling. In a year's time, our Piao Miao sect shall reclaim its serenity. May that old lecher descend into the abyss. Upon hearing this news, the disciples of both inner and outer sects erupted in applause, their faces alight with excitement. Excellent. Just one more year of endurance, and our Piao Miao sect, indeed the entire realm of cultivation, shall return to tranquility. Thankfully, the old lecher's days are numbered. Time swiftly passed, and a year vanished in the blink of an eye. During this time, the cultivation world of the Panlong continent experienced an unprecedented peace. The various sects, both righteous and demonic, had never been so united and supportive of one another. Not a single drop of blood was shed, and the disciples of various factions shared bonds akin to brotherhood, with not even a trivial brawl occurring. With his singular influence, Su Xiao completely transformed the previously dire cultivation atmosphere of the Panlong continent. In the Piao Miao sect's outer courtyard, the arena was set for the grand competition. Today marked the day of the sect's major contest, where the outer disciples vied for a chance to ascend to the inner sect. Only those under 50 years of age and of foundation building caliber were eligible to compete. The 10 victorious individuals would earn their place in the inner sect. Training under the esteemed elders and learning their profound techniques, 10 arenas were prepared. On one of the platforms, the youthful and captivating Lin Yin'er, garbed in the outer sect's attire, wielded the mid-grade meteor sword, a gift from Su Xiao a few months prior. Now, alongside Jin Liuxiang, both had cultivated to the 9th layer of foundation building, nourished by foundation building pills and superior spirit stones. Facing her was a male disciple, armed with an inferior grade weapon. With a slight flicker of her brows, as the contest commenced, she unleashed the meteor sword, employing her mastery of object manipulation to engage her opponent. The mid-grade weapon, imbued with formidable power and remarkable speed, forced the male disciple to retreat step by step, struggling to withstand her assault. Subsequently, a hairpin flew from her lustrous black hair, releasing several fireballs infused with spiritual energy that hurtled towards the male disciple. I concede, he exclaimed, utterly stunned. The opponent's superior cultivation and array of magical artifacts left him with no means to retaliate. Lin Yin'er, with her exquisite countenance, smiled, retracted her artifact, and leaped off the arena. The enchanting Jin Liuxiang had already secured victory in this round, waiting below for Lin Yin'er. Junior sister, well done. If we win one more round, we shall gain entry into the inner sect, Jin Liuxiang said, her face aglow with delight as she grasped Lin Yin'er's tender hand. Senior sister, all credit goes to Elder Su. Without him, we would never have reached this point. Upon mentioning Su Xiao, their expressions dimmed slightly. They had not seen Elder Su in the past 3 months, and the little courtyard had been deserted, as if he had vanished entirely, severing all ties. Perhaps the elder has passed on. The mere thought of such a possibility brought a wave of sorrow to their hearts, particularly for Lin Yin'er, who felt that Elder Su had treated her with unparalleled kindness, even more so than her own parents. Yet, until Elder Su's demise, she had never had the opportunity to repay his kindness. This left her filled with regret. If given another chance, she would undoubtedly dedicate herself to expressing her gratitude to Elder Su. The surrounding outer disciples, witnessing Lin Yin'er and Jin Liuxiang advancing to the decisive round, became increasingly agitated. Those two harlots, their cultivation and artifacts are merely the result of selling their bodies. What is there to boast about? Indeed, those two wretches have clung to Elder Su's coattails to reach this point. Without him, they are nothing. The disparaging remarks came predominantly from female disciples, fueled by envy and resentment, each voice louder than the last. A group of over a dozen women encircled Lin Yin'er and Jin Liuxiang, pointing and hurling insults without respite. Nearby male disciples remained silent, showing no inclination to intervene. Those shameless women must have divided the old lecher's inheritance to achieve such progress. Even more brazenly, some covertly appraised the two women's beauty and figures, their eyes gleaming with interest. Such beautiful women would make splendid companions. Who knows? They might even share in the old lecher's legacy. Lin Yin'er, her face pale and trembling with fear, longed for Elder Su once more. Jean Liuxiang stood firm, shielding her behind her. Yet, overwhelmed by the numbers, even she displayed signs of distress, gritting her teeth. Without Elder Su's protection, their lives within the sect would be far from easy. Ha ha ha. Those two harlots. Elder Su has been missing for 3 months now. I suspect he has long since passed. They continued. You still wish to cling to Elder Su's legacy? From now on, no one will come to your aid. Harlots deserve a harlot's fate. As Lin Yin'er was besieged by insults, her heart ached with fear. She yearned for Elder Su once more. Jean Liuxiang, too, refrained from speaking, silently observing the surrounding disciples with a cold gaze. Hee, Lu Xiang, Yin'er, if you win one more game, you shall be admitted to the inner sect. I have already arranged for your inner sect master. You will be taken under the guidance of Elder One. At that moment, a gentle and warm voice floated down from the heavens. The two girls looked up, and upon seeing that familiar gray robe, their hearts ached, and tears streamed uncontrollably down their cheeks. Elder Su. Chapter 56. Standing up for little honey, Su Xiao gracefully descended, riding the luminous jade-white sword. After 3 months of seclusion in the cavern of his inner mountain, he finally emerged today, clad in a gray robe. His once pure white hair was now interspersed with strands of black. His complexion appeared less gaunt and aged than before, becoming somewhat firmer and smoother. If Su Xiao had previously resembled an elderly man on the verge of the grave, he now bore the visage of a dignified septuagenarian, standing tall and imposing. Moreover, he had grown more handsome, embodying the charm of an elder gentleman. All of this was attributed to his breakthrough into the nascent soul stage, achieving the first level of this realm. Elder, you have grown younger. Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er, wiping their tears, gazed at the elder before them, who bore a hint of black in his hair, their hearts swelling with emotion. After 3 months of silent anguish, they no longer wished for Elder Su to pass away. They yearned for him to live on. Su Xiao replied with a smile, My recent progress in cultivation has rejuvenated me. It is but a trivial matter. With that, he cast a stern gaze upon the petrified disciples surrounding him and cleared his throat, declaring, I have told you countless times that we, as members of the Piamiao sect, must unite and protect one another, not bully our fellow disciples. What punishment do you deserve for insulting and harassing Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er? His authoritative voice, imbued with spiritual power, reverberated in the ears of every disciple present. Thud. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from Su Xiao, the disciples who had bullied Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er were rendered speechless, collapsing to their knees. Elder Su, it's a misunderstanding. It was merely a joke with our junior sisters. Please don't take it to heart. The female disciple who had insulted them, along with the nearby male disciples harboring resentment towards Su Xiao, all turned pale and knelt, unable to meet the gaze of this formidable elder. He is still alive. The old lecher has not perished. Thank heavens. Moreover, they sensed the terrifying aura of the nascent soul emanating from him. Not only had he survived, but his cultivation had also advanced. It even seemed he had grown younger, with black hair sprouting anew. What on earth was happening? All nearby disciples were left in bewilderment. Soon, hundreds of disciples from the 10 arenas gathered around. Upon witnessing Su Xiao's rejuvenated appearance, they were struck with astonishment, as if struck by lightning. He is alive, and he has grown younger. What is going on with this old lecher? The elders presiding over the sect competition hurried over, astonished to behold Elder Su. Elder is still alive? When Lu Dajing saw Su Xiao, his hair and beard now speckled with gray, yet somehow looking youthful, his eyes widened in disbelief. He understood that his esteemed uncle had consumed a longevity pill, granting him an additional 50 years of life. But what was this transformation into youth? Wait, that is the aura of the nascent soul. His uncle has returned to the nascent soul realm. Elder Su, where have you been these past 3 months? Your disciples have missed you dearly. Lu Dajing approached Su Xiao, unabashedly showering him with words of comfort and admiration. His uncle's reputation had skyrocketed, instilling fear in the major sects even during the core formation stage. Now returning to the nascent soul realm, it seems even the master would be powerless against the adversary. Su Xiao gazed at the trembling outer disciples kneeling nearby, stroking his goat beard as he shook his head. DNIN, how has your enforcement team allowed this? These outer disciples have bullied Lu Xiang and Yin'er, and you, as their master, do nothing? A flicker of mild anger crossed Su Xiao's elderly face. If this persists, what remains of the reputation of our Piamiao sect? Is it not descending into chaos? Severe punishment is imperative. Lu Din promptly concurred. He summoned the nearby enforcement team members maintaining order and addressed the kneeling outer disciples without mercy. For offending Master Su, all shall be apprehended. According to sect rules, each shall receive 10 lashes and a year's deduction of spirit stones. The disciples below were struck with astonishment, tears brimming in their eyes. Elder Su, we were wrong. We implore you, spare us. We shall never dare again. Regret filled the hearts of these outer disciples. They had not anticipated that the old man was still alive. Had they known, they would never have dared to publicly humiliate Jean Luxiang and Lin Yin'er. After all, she was the cherished one of Elder Su. The enforcement team, unyielding, under Lu Din's command, dragged each of the outer disciples away. Most of them were female disciples, and 10 lashes amounted to 100 strikes. They were now filled with despair. The onlookers' faces turned pale as they anxiously glanced at Elder Su. The old lecher is truly terrifying. He is now openly protecting his beloved. Goodness. As long as the old lecher lives, the Piao Miao sect is doomed. Haha. Elder Su, it has been a year. And you seem even more youthful. Congratulations. Congratulations on your return to the nascent soul realm. This is a grand occasion for our Piao Miao sect. The nearby outer elders, witnessing the contest, eagerly approached Su Xiao, their eyes filled with reverence and respect. With such a formidable elder still alive, not only in the Piao Miao sect, but across the entire Panlong continent, no one would dare to provoke him. Upon returning to the outer courtyard with Jean Luxiang and Lin Yin'er, they found the place in disarray after 3 months. The flowers had withered, and dust lay thick. The two excitedly began to tidy up, as serving Elder Su was their utmost joy. Su Xiao reclined in the rocking chair of the courtyard, savoring spirit tea from his spatial storage. A year had passed, and he had unexpectedly broken through to the first level of the nascent soul so swiftly. After 3 months in the inner sect cave, he had successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage. To his delight, his aging appearance had slightly improved. At least now he no longer appeared so decrepit. Before entering seclusion, he had gifted Lin Yin'er a lightning attraction talisman and a medium-grade magical artifact. The lightning attraction talisman triggered a 10,000-fold reward for completing a task, returning a 9 heavens divine lightning talisman of the 9th level of the void refinement. This was likely the most potent talisman the system could currently offer. The medium-grade sword returned a superior-grade sword. As for Jean Luxiang, already possessing a medium-grade artifact, he bestowed upon her an ice sword talisman, which returned 2 9th-level profound ice sword rain talismans. He had not skimped on foundation establishment pills or superior spirit stones either. Including the expenses incurred during my seclusion, I currently possess 300 high-quality spirit stones, 100 essence gathering pills, and 30 infant transformation pills. In the afternoon, the 2 young women tidied the small courtyard meticulously. Approaching Su Xiao, they knelt before him, their beautiful eyes filled with admiration and longing. Su Xiao smiled and said, Luxiang, Yin'er, you have worked hard. As he spoke, he produced 20 essence-gathering pills and 20 high-quality spirit stones. Now that you have reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, it is time for you to advance to the core formation stage. Each of you shall receive 10 essence-gathering pills and 10 high-quality spirit stones to expedite your breakthrough, allowing you to pursue your studies in the inner sect. Once you reach the core formation period, I will personally impart to you the ethereal longevity technique. Upon hearing this, the 2 women were overjoyed. Kneeling to accept Su Xiao's generous gifts, disciple expresses gratitude to the elder. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 20 essence-gathering pills, receiving 30 infant transformation pills in return. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 20 high-quality spirit stones, receiving 300 high-quality spirit stones in return. Chapter 57. The Celestial Realm of Nanjun Kingdom. After delivering the items, the 2 women expressed their gratitude with deep bows, lingering beside Su Xiao. Jean Luxiang's cheeks flushed with shyness as she began to massage his shoulders from behind. Immediately, the fragrant scent of youth wafted from her. Master, I have missed you dearly during your absence of 3 months, Jean Luxiang thought, delighting in the sight of her master, who appeared rejuvenated and even more handsome than before. Yin'er, you may return now. Your senior sister will tend to my shoulders and then come back, Su Xiao instructed. Yes, master, Lin Yin'er replied, her face ablaze with embarrassment as she hurried out of the courtyard. Days later, news of Su Lao's survival spread like wildfire across the entire Panlong continent. What? That old dog is still alive? He has even broken through to the nascent soul stage? In the grand hall of the Polar Demon sect. Upon hearing the elder's report, Xiaomi was left utterly flabbergasted. His slender eyes brimmed with disbelief, infused with a mix of anger and resentment. Impossible. That old man is over 1,000 years old. How can he still be alive? Is it a moment of revival? Yes, it must be. Surely. His demise is imminent. Xiaomi's rage threatened to erupt. Just 3 months prior, he had accepted Su Lao's demise as a certainty, yet now, he had made a comeback and ascended to the nascent soul stage. How outrageous. Below, the third elder reported, Sect Master, please calm your anger. Su Zhao's failure in the tribulation means he can no longer muster the strength to attempt it again. He was merely a 9th-level nascent soul cultivator. Regaining his strength to the nascent soul stage is plausible. Another elder chimed in, Sect Master, currently Su Xiao is but a shadow of his former self. Not to be feared. At most, he is merely an aging nascent soul cultivator, with little time left. The most pressing matter now is the competition for the celestial realm of Nanzhan Kingdom. It will open in 1 month, allowing all cultivators below the transformation stage to enter and explore. If our polar demon sect can acquire the divine pill of the Great Dao, the sect master's breakthrough to the void refinement stage will be just around the corner. Upon hearing about the divine pill of the Great Dao, Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with excitement, casting that detestable old dog aside. The celestial realm of Nanzhan Kingdom opened once every 300 years, harboring the Great Dao divine tree within, which bore the coveted divine pill of the Great Dao. Consuming this pill would grant one additional comprehension of a force of the Great Dao, making it the rarest of treasures in the Panlong continent. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. The thought of breaking through to the void refinement stage and being able to marry 2 wives sent shivers of anticipation throughout his body. His face aglow with fervor. Dispatch someone. The 3 elders. We must send forth our strongest nascent soul cultivators. We must secure the divine pill of the Great Dao. Xiaomi's eyes gleamed with fervent determination as he selected 4 nascent soul cultivators, instructing each to carry 3 cold refinement fire pills. No mistakes are to be tolerated. The 3 elders exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. Sect Master, if the cold refinement fire pills are taken consecutively in such a short span, it could be detrimental to our talented disciples. Not a concern. Xiaomi narrowed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. For the future of our sect, what is the sacrifice of a little? With this genius sect master leading the way, the supremacy of the polar demon sect is not far off. Yes, sect master. At the same time, the news of Su Zhao's survival sent shockwaves through Daotian Gate, Wanfo Temple, Hehuan sect, and the other 4 demonic sections. What? Su Xiao is still alive? Hasn't it been a year already? Forget it. He is probably just holding on. Regardless, junior brother. Next month marks the 300-year opening of the Celestial Secret Realm, and we must select the most outstanding disciples from Daotian Gate to participate. Aiming for the Divine Dan of the Great Dao. Even if we fail to obtain the Divine Dan, we must bring back ample rewards. Hurry, let us begin the selection. At Wanfo Temple, Ahmadba, the monk remarked, it is fortunate that Su Benefactor has not perished. It has been 2 millennia since I have witnessed such tranquility in the cultivation world. I hope Su Benefactor can live a bit longer. Yuan Tong replied. Next month, as the Celestial Secret Realm opens, let us choose individuals from the Arhut Hall. If we can bring back the Divine Dan of the Great Dao, even if Su Benefactor were to pass, the cultivation world could maintain its current peace, which would be ideal. At Hehuan sect, a chuckle escaped. The old fellow is indeed not so easy to kill. On a jade bed adorned with soft furs, the enchanting Yulinglong draped in gossamer lay languidly, one delicate arm cradling her head. She was still refining the fortune she had stealthily taken from Su Xiao. This fortune was not only abundant, but of exceptionally high quality. The mere thought of Su Xiao ignited a sparkle in her beautiful eyes. Mayor, next month, as the Celestial Secret Realm opens, select 4 disciples at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Tell them not to push themselves too hard. I do not expect much from the Divine Dan of the Great Dao. Just bring back a few good items, she instructed, her alluring visage betraying a hint of expectation. Currently, she had little need for the Divine Dan of the Great Dao, and the reason was undoubtedly Su Zhao's boundless fortune. With Elder Su such a remarkable figure present, a breakthrough into the illusory refinement stage was merely a matter of time. There was no need for her disciples to take risks in pursuit of the Divine Dan. They might as well treat it as a leisurely excursion. Hee. In the cave dwelling of the back mountains of the Piaomiao sect, Dugu Ling, dressed in a green skirt, sipped spirit tea and said with a smile, Master Zhuge, I have already decided on the candidates for next month's Celestial Secret Realm. I will have my eldest disciple, Shouyuan, lead the team. She was able to transcend the Thunder Tribulation a few years ago, but has been suppressing her cultivation for the sake of the Celestial Secret Realm. The elder, with snowy hair yet youthful features, nodded with a smile. Indeed, Shui possesses exceptional talent, standing out among the inner disciples. With her leading, the chances of obtaining the divine Dan of the Great Dao are significantly heightened. Little Ling, if you manage to acquire the divine Dan this time and break through to the illusory refinement stage, our Piamiao sect will dominate for the next 300 years. When Sister Ji returns from her seclusion, she will surely be pleased. As if recalling something, Zhuge Wufeng's expression shifted slightly, and he said gravely, "That rascal Su Xiao has recently emerged from seclusion. I heard he has even broken through to the nascent soul stage. What is the point of this struggle? Little Ling, find an opportunity to remind that rascal not to cause trouble simply because he believes his lifespan is limited. He should focus on living well for the next 50 years. If he stirs up another incident like last time, I will have to personally capture him. That scoundrel at his age, still indulging in a young mistress, and daring to openly defend her in front of others. Alas, he certainly has a way about him." Chapter 58, The Daughter of Fortune. By Xiao on the day of the Outer Sect competition finals, thousands of disciples gathered around 10 arenas, the atmosphere abuzz with excitement. The 10 victorious disciples today would ascend to the heavens and become apprentices to the inner sect elders. The platforms of Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er were adjacent. A strategic arrangement orchestrated by Su Xiao, who now stood between the two arenas, stroking his beard and smiling as he observed the final contest. With the prospect of entering the inner sect, the two women would attain the golden core stage sooner, thus facilitating the gift of the Yunjin pill from him. The returning Huaying pill would come in handy for him, resulting in a delightful saving. To his astonishment, Elder Su had arrived. The disciples whispered in alarm. Elder Su stands for Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er. Who would dare to defeat them? That would be tantamount to courting death. Panic spread among the nearby disciples, who kept their distance from Su Xiao, fearful of offending this formidable elder. At such a critical juncture in his lifespan, any foolhardy person who dared to provoke him would surely meet a grim fate. The several disciples who had endured 10 rounds of flogging still lay incapacitated in their beds. Seeing Elder Su present, the two women brimmed with confidence, their magical artifacts at the ready as they prepared to face their opponents. The elder's very existence served as their greatest pillar of support. Their adversaries, upon catching sight of the seemingly gentle and benevolent old man below, were gripped with terror, their faces paling as they quaked in fear. Though they too were exceptional talents from the outer sect, the thought of incurring Elder Su's wrath left them paralyzed with dread. Even before the match commenced, their fighting spirit had evaporated, and they contemplated how best to gracefully yield before Elder Su to elicit a smile from him. Detected. Daughter of Fortune. By Xiao. Fortune level. B. Return multiplier. 10 times. Bond level. 1. A B-level Daughter of Fortune? Su Xiao's old eyes flickered as he turned his gaze towards the adjacent arena. On that platform stood a young maiden clad in a light blue robe, poised with her sword, awaiting the commencement of the match. She was a vision of elegance, tall and graceful, her beauty pure and captivating. Her raven locks were tied back, revealing a perfectly slender figure. Her skin was fair and smooth, her delicate features exuding an air of refined charm, reminiscent of a beloved lily. She was a woman of intellect and allure. Across from her stood a robust young man, his fierce gaze fixed upon by Xiao, determined to vanquish her and advance to the inner sect. On the high platform, Ludanian was poised to signal the start of the finals. However, before he could raise his hand, he caught Su Xiao's eye, who gestured for him to pause. Startled, he immediately halted, awaiting the elder's cue. Su Xiao approached by Xiao's platform, and the surrounding outer sect disciples instinctively recoiled in fear, not daring to obstruct him. By Xiao, come down. I, the elder, feel a connection with you, and wish to share a few words. Su Xiao spoke with a gentle smile, his eyes glinting with a subtle light. He had discerned before arriving that Bai Xiao was unlikely to triumph in this contest, for her opponent exuded the aura of the golden core stage. On the verge of a breakthrough. The more daughters of fortune, the better, since fate had brought them together, he intended to usher them into the inner sect, fostering a good relationship for future gifts. Ah, me. Su. Elder Su, are you calling me? Bai Xiao turned around, and upon seeing Su Xiao's aged face, her complexion turned pale with fright, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Elder Su, it is indeed this notorious elder rumored within the sect. Yes, it is you. Do not be afraid. You and I are fated to meet. Come forth. Upon Su Xiao's words, all the disciples around stood in bewilderment. Even the confident youth on the stage suddenly lost his composure. What the hell? The old lecher is starting to select a bride in public. Is there hope left for the Misty sect? Su Zhao's benevolent smile, in the eyes of countless disciples, morphed into a lecherous and sinister visage. They dared not voice their anger, for the old lecher had indeed set his sights on the goddess Bai. She was the last of the three great beauties of the outer sect. The previous two had already fallen into the clutches of the old lecher. Heaven and earth. Sect leader, Grand Elder, quickly come forth to punish this devil. Bai Xiao, with a fearful expression, stepped down from the arena and gracefully approached Su Xiao. She endeavored to suppress her fear and, with a smile, saluted Su Xiao. Disciple Bai Xiao pays respects to Elder Su. At least she understands etiquette and is not intimidated by my aura. She shows promise. The system has certified her as the girl of destiny. In terms of appearance, talent, and character, she is indeed a rare gem. Su Xiao nodded with a smile. Bai Xiao, do not believe the rumors about me. My lifespan is limited. And I merely wish to find a few talented disciples to pass on my legacy. Jin Luxiang and Lin Yin are both examples. You and I are fated. And you possess commendable talent. If you can enter the inner sect, you will surely soar to great heights. Bai Xiao was taken aback by these words. Gazing at Su Zhao's kind smile, her fears gradually dissipating. Elder Su does not seem as dreadful as rumored. Thank you, Elder Su. But Elder, I am only at the 8th level of foundation establishment. It may be difficult for me to win this time. She was self-aware. Reaching the finals was already her limit. Su Xiao waved his hand. No worries. Since you and I are fated, I will assist you. Once you enter the inner sect, you shall take refuge under Elder One. When you win the arena match, come to me, and I will handle the apprenticeship ceremony for you with Elder One. Bai Xiao's heart raced, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Entering the inner sect was her lifelong dream. To be accepted as a disciple of Elder One of the three great protectors of the sect, was something she had longed for. Thank you, Elder. Bai Xiao knelt and bowed deeply, unable to contain her excitement. Now she understood why Jin Luxiang and Lin Yin endured public scorn to follow Elder Su. The Elder was indeed passing on his legacy. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Do you have a master in the outer sect? Su Xiao inquired. Yes, my master in the outer sect is Elder Nanming Dan. Oh, it's her? Haha, that makes things convenient. Go on, with me here, you will not lose. Thank you, Elder. With that, Bai Xiao, with her perfectly curved figure, confidently ascended the stage. At this moment, the youth across from him was utterly dumbfounded. The old lecher had been incessantly smiling at him. That grin sent chills down his spine. Good heavens, the old lecher was threatening him. At Su Zhao's signal, Ludanian issued the command to commence the competition. Su Xiao felt no concern for Jin Luxiang and Lin Yin, as he had already signaled his assurance to them regarding their opponents. However, on Bai Xiao's side, the youth opposite her trembled, his limbs weak and incapable of launching any effective assault. The old lecher's unwavering gaze bore into him, rendering him utterly terrified. Bai Xiao had, astonishingly, also fallen under the old lecher's charm. Ultimately, fearing retribution from Su Xiao, the youth stumbled back and fell off the stage. Bai Xiao emerged victorious. Advancing to the inner sect. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this clumsy display of favoritism, stood frozen in disbelief. They cast fearful, furious, and helpless glances toward that terrifying old man. My goodness! The white goddess has also succumbed. With just a few words, the old lecher had successfully claimed the last of the three most beautiful women of the outer sect. Moreover, he had intimidated his opponent to ensure Bai Xiao's advancement. No, as long as the terrifying old lecher remains alive, the annihilation of the Miaoling sect is but a matter of time. Chapter 59. The first elder of the outer sect, Ming Dan above, Ludanian and a multitude of elder disciples gazed at the victorious Bai Xiao in the arena. Each of the venerable figures feeling a mix of emotions. Elder Su, not even pretending anymore. The one who had excavated the senior's cave abode, Elder Su, now exuded an undeniable confidence. However, their inner grievances were masked by a facade of indifference. The lifespans of their opponents had reached their limits. They had vanquished even the formidable 9th level of the transformation stage, let alone these outer sect elders. Soon, Jin Luxiang and Lin Yin emerged victorious second and third. Their opponents, intimidated by Su Xiao, dared not exert any force, trembling as they withdrew from the arena in surrender. Haha, splendidly done, Luxiang Yin. Come here, I wish to introduce you to a junior sister, Su Xiao called out with a smile, as Bai Xiao awaited nearby. Elder. Lin Yin greeted Bai Xiao with a smile. They were previously acquainted, though not intimately. Su Xiao continued. Once you three achieve the foundation establishment stage and can fly with swords, You may relocate to the inner sect for training. I have already spoken to Elder One on your behalf, so you need not worry." At his words, the three women's eyes brightened, and they immediately knelt before Su Xiao in gratitude. After inquiring about Bai Xiao's age, Su Xiao proceeded, "Upon entering Elder One's tutelage, Liu Xiang, you shall be the senior sister. Bai Xiao, you will be the second senior sister, and Yenner, you shall be the junior sister. You three should foster a harmonious relationship in the future. You need not worry about cultivation resources, as I shall take care of everything." Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yenner were overjoyed, expressing their heartfelt thanks. Disciple is immensely grateful to the elder. Bai Xiao, encountering such a generous elder for the first time, felt a flicker of light in her eyes. The resources provided by her outer sect master were scant. Otherwise, with her potential, she would have reached the 9th level of foundation establishment long ago. In terms of talent, she believed herself to be on par with senior sister Jean and junior sister Lin. Bai Xiao, here are 10 foundation establishment pills, 10 high-grade spirit stones, and a medium-grade artifact, the Xingwei ring. Consider this a token of our first meeting. As you are currently at the 8th level of foundation establishment, there is no rush for a formal apprenticeship gift. We shall discuss that when you approach the stage of refinement, Su Xiao said as he handed her the items. Bai Xiao took the offerings, momentarily taken aback. Disciple is profoundly grateful to the elder. Joy radiated from her as she knelt and bowed deeply 3 times. This welcoming gift was immensely valuable, surpassing all that her outer sect master had provided combined. There is no need for excessive courtesy, our fates are intertwined. And this is but a formality, Su Xiao responded with a smile. In the future, I shall rely on you to carry forth my legacy. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills. The first gift to Bai Xiao triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning a supreme insight pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 high-grade spirit stones, returning 100 high-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a medium-grade artifact ring, returning a high-grade artifact ring. Supreme insight pill, upon consumption, enters a state of sudden enlightenment for a short duration, useful for breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. All disciples nearby watched in astonishment as Su Xiao generously distributed gifts, including Lu Danian and the other outer sect elders and stewards. Elders, are you merely going to stand by and watch? Is there no law left in the Miao Miao sect? The outer disciples were so enraged that their faces turned green, wishing fervently to slay the old man on the spot. Such blatant bullying. The sect competition continued, ultimately revealing 10 outstanding disciples who earned the qualification for promotion to the inner sect. Upon reaching the core formation stage, the sect would arrange for inner sect elders to take them as disciples. Lu Danian accompanied Su Xiao back to the small courtyard, his eyes filled with exhaustion. If this continues, the reputation of the master uncle will surely suffer further. Su Xiao chuckled. With integrity, one need not fear shadows. Dan, my master uncle is merely nurturing talent for our Miao sect. What is there to fear? Huh? Lu Danian was taken aback. Dan quickly reorganized the enforcement team. Anyone who spreads rumors shall be dealt with according to the sect's regulations. Handle it properly. Yes, master uncle. Lu Danian gazed at Su Xiao's upright, aged figure, tears welling up in his eyes. Master uncle, truly burdensome for him. In a residence within the outer mountain lodging area, Bai Xiao reported the joyous news to her master, Meng Dan. What? That old man has taken you as a successor and gifted you so many things. Meng Dan's face filled with astonishment, a complex mixture of anger flashing in her eyes. That old fool is courting death. Bai Xiao hurriedly explained, Master, the elder is quite good, not as everyone claims. The beautiful woman retorted angrily, Xiao, you are being foolish. Wait, I shall confront that old man. With that, she disregarded Bai Xiao, stepping onto her flying sword and soaring out of the residence. The splendid sword light illuminated the square, and the outer disciples below were electrified with excitement. It's Elder Meng. Elder Meng must be furious. Thank goodness we have such a righteous elder in our outer sect. Let us go. We must wait outside the small courtyard and see how Elder Su is reprimanded by Elder Meng. Haha. Elder Meng is at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, esteemed as the first elder of our outer sect. With her intervention, Elder Su is doomed. Haha. Delightful. Countless disciples followed the radiant sword light of Meng Dan, concealing themselves in the nearby woods of Su Xiao's small courtyard. They were eager to witness Su Xiao's downfall. Chapter 60. The fortunate girl deceived by appearance. Su Xiao was meditating on a mat in his chamber. Old Su, come out. He shouted. Xiao is my prodigy. You shall not harm her. The door was pushed open, and an irate woman clad in a blue robe entered. Xiao lifted his gaze, and a flicker of light flashed in his aged eyes. The woman, appearing to be in her early 30s, possessed a gentle yet stunning countenance, with exquisitely shaped willow brows. Her flat and slender waist was voluptuous, and her long legs were proportionate and graceful. Her alluring figure captivated all, and her every movement exuded the charm of a mature woman. She resembled a blossoming beauty in her prime. Dan, you have come after all, Xiao remarked. His gaze on the beautiful woman, a complex expression passing through his eyes as he sighed softly. Do not call me Dan. Ming Dan retorted angrily. Old man, have you even looked at yourself lately? You are over 1,000 years old and still behaving so improperly, harboring thoughts about my Xiao. Why haven't you gone to your grave yet? With a resounding bang, she closed the door and seated herself at the table. Prepared to clarify matters with this old man, Xiao rose and took a seat opposite her, pouring a cup of spiritual tea, and sighed, Dan. My Xiao possesses remarkable talent. She is a promising disciple. I offered her gifts to assist her entrance into the inner sect. What is wrong with that? Mingdan shot him a sidelong glance, scoffing. Old man, who doesn't he know your reputation in the sect? Is it not merely her beauty that has caught your eye? I want to even bother inquiring about Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yenner. Let me be clear, release Xiao. This time, you can let go of sending her into the inner sect, and you must not pursue her any longer. Xiao shook his head, asking, Dan, are you not aware of the resources you possess? Do you wish for Bai Xiao to tread the same path you did? With only talent but stagnating at the Yuanying stage? Ming Dan was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. She gazed at the white-haired Xiao, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. He spoke the truth. She had once ascended the mountain to cultivate but lacked the necessary resources. Now finding herself stuck at the 9th level of Yuanying, unable to break through. Yet, it was this old man's doing. Conflicted emotions swirled within Ming Dan. 3 centuries ago, upon entering the inner sect, she could have chosen a resource-rich elder as her mentor. However, in her naivety, she was captivated by Su Zhao's unparalleled handsomeness and became his named disciple, even engaging in a romantic entanglement with him. But what was the outcome? This old man was woefully impoverished, unable to assist her in her cultivation, ultimately leading her to despair. She returned to the outer sect as an elder, intending to gather resources to break through to the transformation stage. This old man had wasted her a couple of centuries. How shameless. I will not allow it. You shall not harm Xiao. A resolute expression graced Ming Dan's exquisitely beautiful face. Her tragedy must not befall her disciple. Xiao smiled. Dan, in the past, I harbored guilt towards you, but circumstances have changed. You are aware that I have inherited resources from a senior cave dwelling. My days are numbered, and these resources will serve no purpose. I might as well appoint one of the 3 of them as my successor. Dan, I owe you so much from the past, and before I depart from this world, I shall make amends. The old man spoke with deep affection, his handsome visage revealing a hint of shame. How absurd. Does he not realize his age? Does he truly believe he retains the same charm as before? Even in death, he is fixated on such matters. How shameless. Mingdan glared at him in fury. Detected Fate's daughter. Mingdan, Fate level. C. Return multiplier. 20. Bond level. 2. Oh? Dan is also a daughter of Fate? Su Zhao's eyes flickered, and he regarded Ming Dan with even greater remorse. With such extraordinary talent, it is a pity she has not yet transcended into the divine transformation realm after 3 centuries. This is entirely my fault. Su Zhao's thoughts stirred as he produced a pendant of ice blue hue. The pendant radiated a soft azure glow, clearly an extraordinary artifact. The moment he unveiled the artifact, Ming Dan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to it. Such a magnificent artifact, it must be of the highest quality. Dan, I have wronged you. This is the exceptional artifact. Foresees Peace Pendant. With this in your possession, your chances of successfully transcending the Thunder Tribulation will be greatly enhanced. Upon finishing his words, he retrieved a high-grade beauty pill. Dan, you remain as beautiful as ever. This is a high-grade beauty pill. I hope you stay this lovely forever. Dan, these treasures are of no use to me, so I bestow them upon you. I hope you can forgive me. Su Zhao's aged eyes were sincere as he extended the items toward her. Mingdan stood there, utterly stunned. An exceptional artifact? A high-grade beauty pill. She gazed incredulously at the old man before her, and suddenly, she seemed to glimpse the shadow of his youthful self, still as handsome as ever. Exu, you are giving me all of this. Ming Dan swallowed hard, her delicate hands trembling as she accepted the artifact and the beauty pill. This This is worth thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, these are extraordinary items that cannot even be purchased with spirit stones. Consider this, Dan Dan, from now on. I shall provide all the cultivation resources for you and by Xiao. Before I depart from this world, I will assist you in breaking through to the divine transformation realm. Xiao observed her astonished expression with satisfaction, nodding inwardly. He understood that Dan Dan cherished him, but circumstances had forced them apart. Xu Elder, why must you go to such lengths? Ming Dan placed the items into her storage pouch, tears streaming down her cheeks. Under the bombardment of his sweet gestures, she was utterly overwhelmed, weeping tears of joy. Elder, you are still as handsome as before. Dan Dan, after all these years, you remain as beautiful as ever. Yet I have grown old. Xiao sighed deeply. Ming Dan's heart raced with excitement, reminiscing about their sweet moments from years past. Suddenly, she felt that the now affluent Xiao was even more alluring. Elder, please do not speak in such a manner. Though age has graced you with its passage, your visage remains as striking as in your youth. At least, in my eyes, you still possess a certain charm. Ming Dan has acquired such a precious item, and she can no longer muster the courage to reproach him. Dan, after so many years apart, I truly long for you. Ming's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a young maiden, her eyes brimming with shyness. Deep within her heart, she harbors affection for Xiao. Congratulations on successfully bestowing the exquisite artifact 4C's peaceful pendant. This marks the first gift to Ming Dan, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit. Returning the Treasure 9 fire-glazed cover. Congratulations on successfully gifting the superior youth elixir, returning 2 exquisite youth elixirs. Chapter 61, The Bewilderment of Dugu Ling. On the following morning, in a room filled with enchanting fragrances, Xiao gazed at the slumbering Ming Dan by his side. Shaking his head with a smile, Dan remained as gentle and shy as she had been centuries ago. Now, she was blessed with an extraordinary fortune multiplied 20-fold. And still, she was his old acquaintance. How delightful. After resting for half an hour, the sun rose. Old man, I must take my leave, Ming Dan said as she donned her attire. With a soft smile, she embraced him, and the alluring scent of a woman enveloped him. Her stunning visage was tinged with a delicate blush, and her voluptuous form exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. Xiao nodded. Yes, Dan. You should continue your cultivation. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. There's no need for formality. Feel free to visit often. I am always welcoming here. Ming Dan chuckled lightly. Rest assured, you've accrued quite a debt to me. You must repay it in the future. And thank you on behalf of Xiao, but do not harbor any thoughts about her. Xiao sighed with a smile. Of course, you will be my supervisor. After sharing tender moments, Ming Dan slowly exited the small courtyard. She has emerged. Finally out. What is going on? Why was Elder Ming in Elder Su's chamber all night? What is happening? The disciples lurking in the outer mountain forest employed their distant sight techniques. Staring intently at the emerging Ming Dan. Many had already left after enduring the night, but upon seeing Ming Dan's appearance, their jaws dropped in astonishment. What the hell? Elder Ming's eyes brimmed with affection. Her beautiful countenance was flushed beyond belief. Her gait was evidently unsteady. Oh my heavens! At that instant, the disciples who had held out until now were utterly dumbfounded, scarcely believing their eyes. Even the outer sect's first elder, the dream lover of countless elders, had fallen for Elder Ming? Impossible. It shouldn't be. Elder Ming is a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the nascent soul. Oh, no way. This cannot be real. Ming Dan glanced around to ensure no one was watching, discreetly summoned her flying sword, and hurriedly headed toward her residence. This furtive scene was once again witnessed by the disciples concealed in the distant forest. What on earth? I cannot coexist with that old scoundrel. Some male disciples at the scene fainted from rage. As long as that old rogue lives, the mysterious Cloud sect shall surely perish. A few disciples even spat blood in their fury, nearly choking on their breath. The following day, the entire mysterious Cloud sect erupted in chaos. News of Xiao keeping a female disciple, and even her master, in his care spread like wildfire, becoming a ubiquitous topic of conversation among countless inner and outer sect members. Now, every male disciple, regardless of age or sect, regarded the old lecher as their ultimate foe. Even the officers of the enforcement team began to strike. No, Elder Ming is my goddess. Elder Su, how could you do this? What the hell? What are you even arresting for? In a fit of despair, Laozi lamented that even his dream lover had been taken by an old man. The elderly enforcers of the law, each one clutching their chests in anguish, were overwhelmed with sorrow. The mere mention of Elder Ming made them retch with blood. Utterly unable to fathom such a reality, Ludanian sat in the hall of law enforcement, his honest visage devoid of color. Master, this is excessive. At Ming Danfu. Bai Qiao rushed into the hall, her face awash with panic as she bowed before her master. Master, outside. Outside, there are rumors about you. And Elder Su, and me. She was nearly in a state of shock. The entire outer mountain was abuzz with gossip, even dragging her into the fray, labeling both master and disciple as scoundrels. Ming Dan, with her enchanting beauty glowing with vitality and joy after consuming a top-grade longevity pill, shook her head at Bai Qiao's words. These are mere rumors, Qiao. When you find yourself lacking resources in the future, seek assistance from Elder Su. I have already arranged for him to cover all your expenses within the inner sect. Do not believe those idle tales. What? Bai Qiao stared at her suddenly more beautiful master, momentarily stunned. She had a nagging feeling that perhaps the rumors were, in fact, rooted in truth. She felt utterly bewildered. The matter was of such magnitude that countless disciples were discussing it, and it soon reached the ears of De Guling. That wretched senior brother. How could he still be entangled with that Ming Dan? Humph. A green light shot forth from the inner mountain, heading straight for Su Zhao's residence. With a forceful kick, De Guling burst through the door. Senior brother, come out. What on earth is happening? Are you seeking out an old flame? Do you still have any dignity left? De Guling was furious, her stunningly beautiful face tinged with anger. A fleeting dalliance was one thing, but the return of an old lover posed a significant threat. My senior brother is only allowed to love me. Su Xiao sprang up from his cushion, approaching with a smile. These are merely rumors. Junior sister, remain calm. Let us converse amicably. He gestured for her to take a seat and poured her a cup of spiritual tea. Fuming, De Guling retorted. I labor diligently for the sect every day, tirelessly preparing for next month's journey to the celestial realm. Yet you, senior brother, squander your time on little mistresses. And now you have even entangled yourself with that Ming Dan. Do you have any idea how the entire sect is gossiping about you? Where will you hide your shame? Su Xiao blinked, momentarily disregarding her other comments, and suddenly inquired, the celestial realm? Is it set to open soon? Of course. I am overwhelmed with work. Do you think I have time to deal with your nonsense? De Guling was beside herself with frustration. Do you realize how busy I have been? Everyone is vying for the treasures of the celestial realm, and if we fail to secure anything worthwhile, my position as the leader of the Miao Miao sect may be at stake. You have truly disappointed me. Su Xiao recalled the matter of the celestial realm. It opened once every 300 years, allowing practitioners below the transformation stage to enter. The greatest treasure is the divine pill of the Great Dao, rumored to possess effects akin to those of the 3,000 Dao pills. With brightening eyes, I stepped forward and said, Junior sister, why did you not mention this sooner? Rest assured, I will take charge of matters concerning the celestial secret realm. Is it not merely the divine pill of the Great Dao? You are my one and only beloved, before I draw my last breath. I shall ensure that I return with the divine pill to present it to you and assist you in advancing to the ethereal realm. Upon hearing these words, she gazed at Su Xiao in bewilderment, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with astonishment and doubt. Chapter 62. The request of Xian senior brother. Are you jesting? Even if you have somewhat restored your cultivation to the first level of yuanying, what use is it? In the secret realm, any item infused with the essence of the transformation of spirit will result in immediate expulsion. Those talismans of yours are useless. De Guling gazed at the foolish old man before her. Despite his youthful appearance and handsomeness after reaching the yuanying stage, he remained an old man with little time left. Su Xiao smiled mysteriously. Do not worry, junior sister. I inherited more than just talismans from the cave of that esteemed predecessor. Now, tell me, which 4 individuals do you intend to send? De Guling pondered for a moment, her eyes twinkling as she replied, the eldest disciple, Shouyuan, will lead, accompanied by my second disciple, as well as Elder Zhu's and Elder Lu's disciples, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. They are all at the 9th level of yuanying, each possessing several high-grade magical artifacts, and Shouyuan has access to her family's exceptional artifacts. It should be manageable. Su Xiao stroked his goatee and nodded. The selection is fine, but that second fellow is the weakest and lacks discipline. He should remain behind to cultivate properly. I shall take his place. With me in the fray, junior sister, you can await the arrival of the divine elixir of the Great Dao. Haha. De Guling regarded her overly confident senior brother with a hint of hesitation. Could it be that he had gained other benefits from the predecessor's cave? Senior brother. This is no trivial matter, she furrowed her brow. The competition for the divine elixir of the Great Dao has always been exceedingly brutal. If one lacks strength, they may not even be able to activate their life-saving talismans before meeting their end. Other sects will undoubtedly fight fiercely for their lives. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Not to worry, junior sister. Trust in your senior brother. I have squandered my life thus far. This time, I wish to make a final contribution for you and the Piaomiao sect. The prosperity of Piaomiao sect ensures your well-being. His face, earnest and charming, ignited a spark in Duguling's heart. She seemed to see the once omnipotent and striking Su Gu in the village once more. Senior brother, she exclaimed, embracing Su Xiao. Tears of fragrant emotion streaming down uncontrollably. Senior brother, this is a final desperate effort at the brink of death. You truly love me. Only me. Firm in his resolve, Su Xiao ultimately persuaded Duguling to allow him to replace her second disciple in venturing into the celestial secret realm. After she departed, a smile graced Su Xiao's aged face. The celestial secret realm was indeed tailor-made for him, with a nod of satisfaction and a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He reflected on his current state. As a Yuanian cultivator, he wielded the dual powers of earth fire and human fire, bolstered by 3 magical treasures. He could contend even against transformation of spirit cultivators without talismans, let alone the Yuanian practitioners within the secret realm. Returning from the secret realm with newfound prowess would provide a legitimate excuse to present a gift to his junior sister. Furthermore, there were plentiful treasures within the realm to be claimed. That arrogant Wang Xiaomu would undoubtedly also wish to witness the events unfold. He had not forgotten the overarching mission of the system. In the time leading up to his departure, Su Xiao thoroughly familiarized himself with the magical artifact, the 9-fire Liuli shield. Once the fiery canopy was summoned, 9 colossal fire dragons fell under his command. These dragons, embodiments of pure earth fire, perfectly aligned with his mastery of the elemental realm, allowing him to unleash their formidable power. As for the exquisite enlightenment pills, he found no immediate use for them and chose to set them aside for the time being. In the early morning, Su Xiao soared on his sword, departing from the outer mountains and heading toward Tiger Roar City. Before venturing into the secret realm, he intended to restock his spatial inventory at the Zilai Trading Company. In the refined chambers of the 3rd floor of Zilai Trading Company, Ziyun, draped in delicate purple gauze, presented a striking figure with her fair complexion. With a charming smile, she brought forth the items Su Xiao requested. Recognizing her accuracy, he paid 700 superior spirit stones after the discount, bringing a radiant joy to the enchanting woman before him. He procured 120 essence gold pills for 120 superior spirit stones, 40 transformation pills for 400 superior spirit stones, and 4 Yuaning thunder symbols, 3 Yuaning ice sword symbols, and 3 Yuaning earth fire symbols, totaling 200 superior spirit stones. After securing his purchases, Su Xiao retrieved 10 transformation pills, remarking, I did not expect that Manager Ziyun has advanced to the first stage of Yuaning. He offered the 10 transformation pills as a gift for her cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ziyun's expression brightened with delight. 10 transformation pills are worth 100 superior spirit stones. Elder, you are simply extravagant. Thank you, Elder Su. You are becoming more youthful and handsome by the day. Accepting the transformation pills, Ziyun's charming face glowed with joy. As a fragrant breeze wafted by, she naturally linked her arm with Su Xiao's. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 10 transformation pills. You have been rewarded with 10 spirit refinement pills. Su Xiao felt a twinge of surprise. Spirit refinement pills? Such rare elixirs were typically reserved for those at the divine transformation stage and were seldom seen in the market. Not long after, Ziyun seemed to recall something. Her breath fragrant as she inquired, Elder, I have heard that this time, the celestial secret realm in South Zhan Kingdom will also see your Piaomiao sect participating? Su Xiao smiled at her words. Indeed, you have inquired correctly, Manager Ziyun. I shall be leading our Piaomiao sect's expedition into the secret realm. What? You are going too, Elder? Ziyun's expression turned to one of astonishment. The celestial secret realm was known to attract practitioners at the 9th stage of Yuaning. And here was an elder who had just regained his Yuaning strength intending to lead the expedition. Wasn't he on the verge of old age? Do not be surprised. I still possess considerable strength. Moreover, the other 3 members are all prodigies of our Piaomiao sect, so it is but a trivial matter. Su Xiao reassured her. Ziyun blinked her beautiful eyes, suddenly shedding 2 glimmering tears as she began to sob delicately. What troubles you, Manager Ziyun? Su Xiao inquired. Leaning against Su Xiao's shoulder, her tear-filled eyes shimmered with a soft light as she murmured, Elder, may I ask a favor of you? Do not regard me as an old man. Speak freely, and if it is within my means, I shall assist you, Su Xiao replied with a gentle smile. Ziyun felt a surge of joy. Though the elder's lifespan was limited, his recent fame across the Panlong continent instilled fear in many. If he were willing to lend his support, The Zilai Trading Company would surely prosper under her direction. With a tone of feigned vulnerability, Ziyun expressed, "Thank you, Elder. This time, our Donglai Kingdom will also send 4 individuals to the Celestial Secret Realm, one of whom is the young master of our Zilai Trading Company, Shangguan Jinyu. Elder, that Shangguan Jinyu is the youngest prodigy of our Zilai Merchant Guild, and indeed the entire Donglai Kingdom. Having reached the remarkable 9th level of the nascent soul stage at merely over 100 years of age, his formidable strength is complemented by an exceptional artifact. However, Shangguan Jinyu possesses a lecherous disposition, always attempting to cast his gaze upon me." At this juncture, Ziyun discreetly glanced at Su Zhao's expression, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. Upon hearing this, Su Zhao's aged eyes flickered, comprehending her thoughts. Just as he was about to speak, the voice of the system resonated. "Detected arrival in fortune, Shangguan Jinyu. Identity, young master of the Zilai Merchant Guild in Donglai Kingdom. Mission issued, eliminate Shangguan Jinyu. Mission reward, guaranteed 10,000-fold critical strike on the next gift." The system indeed possesses an uncanny intuition. Su Zhao's aged eyes sparkled, and he could not help but chuckle inwardly. He then turned to Ziyun, his demeanor resolute as he confidently proclaimed, "Rest assured, Manager Ziyun. That lecher has dared to cast his eyes upon you. This is utterly unacceptable. I shall ensure he does not leave the Celestial Secret Realm alive." "What?" Ziyun was utterly bewildered upon hearing this. She had never suggested that he should resort to murder. Chapter 63. Return of the Primordial Chi Pill. Ziyun was still somewhat dazed. "Elder, this promise is rather absolute, isn't it?" she exclaimed, embracing the elder in excitement, her presence exuding an enchanting fragrance, her figure regal. The two shared a tender moment. Once Ziyun donned her upper garment, Su Zhao smiled and remarked, "Ziyun, if you do not mind this old man, I have little to repay you with. I still have some time left in this life, and as for Shangguan Jinyu, leave him to me. I shall ensure he does not return to Donglai Kingdom." Ziyun gazed at the composed and confident Su Zhao, her eyes brimming with delight. In that instant, she felt that this elder gentleman had become increasingly handsome, wealthy, and powerful. His dominance was palpable. Should Shangguan Jinyu truly perish in the secret realm, her family would undoubtedly become the true authority of the Zilai commercial firm. "Elder, I am profoundly grateful to you," she expressed. "Upon your return, I am willing to serve you faithfully, Elder Su." A glimmer flickered in her eyes. The elder's wealth was astonishing. It was said he had excavated a grand cultivation cave. The treasures he must have possessed before his demise were undoubtedly plentiful. If he could assist her in eliminating the formidable enemy, Shangguan Jinyu, then serving him would be a trivial matter. Su Zhao chuckled. "Do not worry, Ziyun. This matter is entrusted to me." "Thank you, Elder." Ziyun rejoiced exuberantly. Days later, the day of departure arrived. Several beams of light descended upon Su Zhao's courtyard. "Senior brother, we are setting off," announced Dugu Ling, accompanied by Zhu Luwen and 3 other protective elders to ensure the successful retrieval of their spoils from the secret realm. Su Zhao, clad in a gray robe, stood tall and majestic. His graying hair was perfectly styled, radiating not only charm but also the dignity of an elder. "Master Uncle, you are alive. How wonderful." A petite young woman rushed towards him, colliding directly into his embrace. A refreshing and delightful fragrance enveloped him. "Shuiyue, be gentle. I am not as resilient as I once was." He laughed heartily. "I primarily missed you, Master Uncle." The diminutive girl released Su Zhao and chuckled. She was petite, almost 2 heads shorter than him, adorned in a form-fitting white dress that accentuated her charm. Her porcelain-like complexion was beautifully complemented by delicate dimples, her skin radiant and tender. Her lustrous black hair cascaded to her shoulders, and her charming little tiger teeth added an adorable touch, exuding the elegance of youth. This young girl was Shuiyue, the eldest disciple of Dugu Ling. In less than a century since her initiation, she had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Emerging as a new prodigy following Dugu Ling, detected Fate's Chosen, Shuiyue Fate Level, S, Return Multiplier, 30, Bond Level, 1, Su Zhao's aged eyes twinkled. This eternally youthful girl was also a chosen one of Fate, and at an S level? "Shuiyue, your master uncle is nearly ancient. You have not come to visit. And I have missed you dearly," he said with a smile, nodding in satisfaction at her presence. A 30-fold return was no small feat. Being at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage made her even more valuable. "Ah, Master Uncle, I had been in seclusion for a while. Recently, it was my master who summoned me. So, as soon as I emerged, I came to see you." Shuiyue waved her small hand, which was only half the size of Su Zhao's. Her eyes sparkled with a strange hue as she gazed at him, giggling foolishly. Master Uncle, I heard there have been some matters in the sect recently. Is it true? All right. Shuiyu, it has been quite some time since I last saw you. Here are 10 transformation pills. You can make good use of them now. I shall gift them to you as a token of our reunion. Su Xiao produced 10 transformation pills, and as soon as he finished speaking, everyone around him looked utterly bewildered. Du Guling blinked in surprise. The 3 elders swallowed hard, while the young men, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, gazed greedily at the transformation pills in Su Xiao's hand. Goodness, Elder Su is quite extravagant, isn't he? 10 transformation pills are worth 100 high-grade spirit stones. Even as disciples of the sect's guardians, they could not afford such a luxury. Huh? You're giving these to me? So many transformation pills? Shuiyu blinked her large, sparkling eyes in disbelief as she looked at Su Xiao. She snatched them away and stuffed them into her storage bag. Then, swallowing hard, her eyes filled with stars, she exclaimed, Master Uncle, do you perhaps want to favor me? I am willing. As long as you give me good things, I too wish to earn your affection. Boom. Shuiyu's words struck the gathering like thunder, leaving everyone utterly stunned, including Su Xiao, who gazed at her in astonishment. Where on earth did this little girl learn such things? Shuiyu, silence. Come here. Du Guling's expression darkened, her tone laced with anger. Shuiyu, pouting, returned to her side, yet still cast a sparkling glance at Su Xiao, implying, Master Uncle, please consider. Su Xiao was utterly speechless. The 3 elders and the 2 young men awkwardly fidgeted, creating an atmosphere that was exceedingly peculiar. Ahem. Hee. Shuiyu's nature is still that of a little girl. Junior sister, esteemed elders, and my 2 disciples, please do not mind her playful words. Su Xiao quickly attempted to ease the tension. Now that everyone is present, let us depart. The heavenly man's secret realm is of great importance, and we must discuss matters on site. Yes. Elder Su is quite right. Let us set off before the hour grows late. Elder Zhu and Lu quickly chimed in. Let us go, senior brother. Du Guling cast a cold glance, seemingly reluctant to engage with this elder brother any further. With an awkward smile, the group summoned their flying swords and headed south towards the Zhan Kingdom. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 transformation pills. The first gift to Shuiyu triggered a tenfold critical hit, granting the primordial chi pill in return. Primordial chi pill, upon consumption, it bestows an indestructible and eternal primordial true energy, which, when combined with spiritual power, exponentially enhances the efficacy of spells and magical artifacts, offering boundless possibilities. Chapter 64. The Might of Fire in the Southern Country. There exists a grand and magnificent estate on the outskirts. Within the estate, buildings are densely packed, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings. At the heart of this expanse stands a colossal black stone that rises abruptly from the ground, towering over 20 zhang. Reminiscent of a mountain, both imposing and majestic. Its exterior shimmers with a faint glow, as if an enigmatic energy swirls around it. This is the entrance to the celestial secret realm of the Southern Country, the mystic light divine stone. At this moment, the open area is filled with individuals from various factions seeking to explore the celestial secret realm. Among them are the bloodthirsty demon sect, the heavenly corpse sect, and the 10,000 poison sect, alongside the Dao Tian sect, the harmony sect, and the 10,000 Buddha temple. Additionally, nearly 50 to 60 forces from the 10 nations and various second and third-tier righteous and demonic sects gather, amounting to several hundred of the most prominent figures from the Panlong continent. Elder Su, I never expected that after a year apart, you have grown younger. Your black hair and beard have returned, and you have even regained your nascent soul cultivation, truly becoming increasingly handsome. You stir my heart. Hiki. Su Xia and the members of the Misty sect have also arrived, with Du Guling leading 3 elders and other sect leaders in their customary social interactions. However, Su Xia finds himself pulled aside by the fragrant leader of the Harmony sect, Yuling Long, who links arms with him, leaving him feeling rather awkward. There are simply too many people. Could we not be a tad more discreet? Upon arrival, he had consumed the primordial essence pill, which now fills his body with an indestructible primordial true energy. Yuling Long has siphoned 1 point of fortune, returning 50 points of fortune. Yuling Long has siphoned 1 point of fortune, returning 50 points of fortune. Leader Yu, there are so many people watching. I should take my leave, he insists. Not at all. Elder, my Harmony sect and your Misty sect are both among the 4 great righteous sects. Your Dugu sect leader is my dear friend, and she will not utter a word. Yuling Long leans against Su Xia, unwilling to let go. Behind her stand 2 elderly women with silver hair, The senior elders of the Harmony sect, their eyes glimmering with intrigue as they observe Su Xia. What boundless fortune he possesses. It is truly infinite. Their aged faces are filled with astonishment as they gaze at the old man ahead, their eyes sparkling with insight. Yet, upon seeing Yuling Long and Su Xia, the two elders shake their heads with a sigh, lamenting the leader's swift advance. Beside the elderly women stand four beautiful disciples of the Harmony sect, chosen to enter the secret realm. Like their elders, they too perceive the immense fortune emanating from Su Xia, their bright eyes filled with envy. Their lovely faces are flushed with admiration. No wonder the leader does not care about this grand Tao divine pill. With Su Xia present, the leader's success in the void refinement realm is all but assured. Look, Yuling Long of the Harmony sect indeed has an affair with Su, the old man. They are brazenly entwined in broad daylight, utterly unashamed. What a decline in societal morals. The enchanting women of the Harmony sect do not even spare this nearly decrepit old man. It is simply outrageous. Yuling Long has truly lost her discernment. Why should that wretched old Su enjoy such treatment? I refuse to accept it. Almost everyone around is surreptitiously scrutinizing the unfolding scene. They were utterly baffled, unable to comprehend how a decrepit old man could possibly win the favor of the renowned beauty of the Huan sect, Yuling Long. It was simply inconceivable. According to rumors, this elder Su not only openly nurtured female disciples at the Miao Miao sect, but was now also keeping their masters under his care. Such tales have spread like wildfire within the Miao Miao sect, and Elder Su has become the target of everyone's disdain, his reputation utterly tarnished. Goodness, it was truly hypocritical. He has earned the moniker of the terrifying old lecher among the sect, and no beautiful female cultivator could escape his clutches. How outrageous. Such a scoundrel deserves nothing less than demise. Around him, male cultivators glared at Su Xiao with hostility, wishing they could tear this vile old lecher apart. Dugu Ling and three elders glanced over, their expressions grave as they distanced themselves, feeling embarrassed to even acknowledge their acquaintance with him. Dugu Ling, however, chose to disregard it. She realized she couldn't control the situation. In her heart, she comforted herself, knowing her senior brother loved only her, viewing the rest as mere trifles. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li scrutinized Yuling Long's figure, their faces flushed, barely able to maintain their composure. The elders, was it not enough to raise a line of disciples? Now even the enchanting beauty of the Huan sect was not spared. How ruthless. Oh, so this is how Elder Su prefers it. This is how one should indulge in such relationships. I must learn well. So Elder Su continues to bestow gifts upon me. The petite and adorable Shouyuan blinked her large eyes, fixated on Yuling Long's movements, even swaying along, nearly losing her balance. It posed a challenge, but I shall not be defeated. Come on, Shouyuan. As they observed Yuling Long and Su Xiao, some of Yuling Long's admirers could no longer bear it. They could not tolerate seeing a nearly deceased old man treating their goddess in such a manner. Old lecher, release my goddess. I shall slay you. A burly male disciple, on the brink of mental collapse, disregarded the presence of esteemed cultivators from the Panlong continent. Drawing a long knife from his storage pouch and charging at Su Xiao, the overwhelming aura of a fourth-level nascent soul erupted. He was determined to eliminate this shameless old lecher. No, Lao Lu, what are you doing? His companions realized too late, unable to stop him. The hulking man charged forward, his eyes ablaze with fury, a volcanic wrath surging uncontrollably. Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered, slightly bewildered. Have today's youth forgotten the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Before Yuling Long could react, he waved his hand. Instantly, a subtle manifestation of the Great Dao enveloped the charging disciple. The latter staggered, his eyes ablaze with fury that suddenly transformed into a tangible force. Brilliant and terrifying red flames erupting from his gaze. In an instant, the crimson flames emanated from his heart, engulfing him from within, resulting in a heart-wrenching scream. This scene left everyone around utterly stunned, including the leaders and elders of these sects. In less than 10 breaths, the burly man was utterly reduced to a charred heap, collapsing into a pile of black ash upon the ground. Su Xiao chuckled leisurely. Which disciple is this? Come forth and claim your own. I've never encountered such a ferocity that could incinerate oneself. Chapter 65. Old Su, the public enemy. What is happening? The nearby cultivators were astonished. They gazed at the charred remnants on the ground, each frozen in disbelief, their eyes filled with suspicion as they looked towards Su Xiao. Was this the work of old Su? Impossible. He was merely an elderly man on the verge of death. His cultivation had waned. How could he possess such formidable powers? Where are the others? The burly man's companions rushed over, encircling the blackened ash on the ground, their faces etched with sorrow. You met a tragic end. They were merely elders from a third-rate sect, having ventured to the heavenly realm in hopes of fortune. Yet, before they could even enter the secret realm, one of their own had perished. Old Su, it must be your sinister hand at play. May you suffer a terrible fate. The sect leader, an elderly man, scooped up a handful of ashes, weeping alongside the other two elders. They had once been 6 brothers. Now, only the 3 of them remained. The heavens are unjust. Old Su, we, of the Flying Blade sect, shall never rest until we see your downfall. In the front, Yulinglong's expression darkened as she clutched Su Xiao's arm, asserting, Xiao Fantong, you shall not speak to Elder Su in such a manner. The oppressive aura of her 9th-tier transformation surged forth, leaving the trio gasping for breath. Should you continue to disrespect Elder Su? The Flying Blade sect may very well cease to exist. She then turned to Su Xiao, her authoritative demeanor softening into one of concern and charm. Elder, I hope I did not frighten you just now. Feel free to reprimand them. The members of the Flying Blade sect are far too impudent. Su Xiao glanced at the trembling trio, blinking his aged eyes. Are they your people? Indeed, they are a subordinate sect of my Haoan sect. Yulinglong's eyes sparkled with surprise and admiration as she looked at Su Xiao. Just moments ago, as she stood close to him, she had sensed a trace of an inexplicable, profound power emanating from his being. This must be the reason behind the invader's wrath. Elder Su, how remarkable you are. There is certainly a secret to you. I find myself quite enamored. You sect leader, you must not be deceived by this old Su. He is known as a lecher among the disciples of the mysterious sect. Xiao Fantong and his companions knelt, fervently denouncing Su Xiao. Not only had they lost their 6th brother, but they also could not bear to witness their exalted goddess sect leader in such close proximity to a lecherous old man. This was more painful than death itself. To slander my Elder Su is to seek death. Yulinglong scoffed, raising her hand. In an instant, a pink mist silently emerged, enveloping Xiao Fantong and his companions. No, you sect leader. He is a lecher. Everyone knows it. The pink mist seeped into their skin, and they let out a final, anguished wail. Their skin began to swell and turn crimson. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, they erupted into a mist of blood. The scene was gruesome and terrifying, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Yulinglong chuckled softly, saying from now on, anyone who dares to speak ill of Elder Su shall find themselves as my enemies. Having spoken, she continued to absorb the endless fortune emanating from her counterpart. Oh, the Jade Master, we are all comrades here. This is excessive, Su Xiao sighed with a smile. Excessive? How could it be excessive? They slandered Elder Su. The enchanting beauty of Yulinglong flushed a delicate shade of red, utterly unfazed by the bewildered expression surrounding her. For the sake of this lecherous old man, Yulinglong had even annihilated her own affiliated sect. How utterly ruthless. I cannot accept this. What is it about this old lecher that captivates the Jade Master? I am young and handsome. Why am I not the one? A shameless old lecher, disgraceful in his old age. He deserves to be reviled by all. I admire those 4 brave souls who dared to speak out. As long as this old lecher lives, the future of our human race remains bleak. The young cultivators who followed their elders felt a pang of anguish in their hearts. Yet, due to the status of the 4 major sects of the Harmony sect, none dared to step forward and curse the old lecher. The pool of blood on the ground served as a grim reminder. Old lecher, may you not find peace in death. Amitabha, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Su, you would find enlightenment at my temple of 10,000 Buddhas. Liao Qin clasped his hands together, reciting a sutra to guide the souls of the wronged deceased. Dao, the true man, stroked his long beard and remarked to the nearby Duguling, Dugu Master, Elder Su has been in your company for a millennium. Yet now he has been taken by Yulinglong. Do you not feel anger? Duguling, with her sparkling eyes, chuckled nonchalantly. What is there to be angry about? My senior brother only loves me. That Yulinglong is merely a passing fancy for him. Duguling had witnessed Su Xiao's display of the Heartfire technique, effortlessly vanquishing a cultivator at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Truly formidable. He is deserving of her admiration. Furthermore, the old man has little time left. There are things I cannot do, so let that one take care of it. After all, my senior brother does not love her, and I suffer no loss. Ah? Dao was momentarily taken aback, observing her infatuation with a silent gulp. Is there no one normal left in the Misty sect? Just as Su Xiao and Yulinglong drew everyone's attention, becoming the focal point of the gathering, a melodious flute sound resonated, accompanied by familiar petals drifting through the air. The master of the extreme demon sect, Xiaomu, had arrived. The 8 demonesses lifted the palanquin, placing it in the center of the open space. As Xiaomu stood tall, eagerly anticipating the attention of the crowd, he suddenly realized that not a single person acknowledged him. What is happening? His once exuberant spirits were doused with cold water. Following the gaze of the crowd, Xiao felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, instantly petrified in place. What the hell? They are completely disregarding me. In front of him, the old man Su Xiao was embraced by his jade wife, completely overshadowing him and capturing the attention of everyone present. I can't believe this. Old lecher, I shall tear you to pieces. It would be one thing if they merely secluded themselves in a grove, but now they are publicly flaunting their affection. That is his jade wife, the future spouse of a super genius. Consumed by rage, Xiao was about to advance and eliminate the old lecher. He could no longer contain himself. Master, you must not. As Su Xiao neared the twilight of his life, the Grand Elder had issued a decree. One must not oppose Su Xiao. Once the old man passes away, Yu Linglong shall merely be a pawn in the palm of the sect leader. The three elders hastily stepped forward to dissuade him. Xiao face turned a shade of green with rage as he suppressed the fury within. Glaring at Su Xiao with venomous intent, let that old fool enjoy his remaining days. Indeed, he was merely an old man on the brink of death. Hardly worth the effort. Accompanying Xiao into the hall was the newly appointed sect leader of the Breaking Heaven Demon sect, Yuan Hao, along with his entourage. Dressed in black, the young and handsome Yuan Hao exuded an air of humility. Yet, amidst the crowd, his sharply defined features flickered with a hint of mockery. The old man, on the verge of death, dared to provoke the enchanting temptress of the Harmony sect. Did he not fear being drained of his very essence? Such arrogance, such audacity. He relished witnessing the despair and reluctance etched upon the faces of those ostentatiously defiant in their final moments. Chapter 66. Entering the Secret Realm. Detected opponent of fate. Yuan Hao. Identity. Sect leader of the Breaking Heaven Demon sect. Mission issued. Eliminate Yuan Hao. Mission reward. Obtain a 10,000-fold critical hit chance. Yuan Hao, the new leader of the Breaking Heaven Demon sect? Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered. He inquired of the nearby Yu Linglong. You sect leader. Have you heard that the Breaking Heaven Demon sect has a new leader? With a charming smile that blossomed like a flower, Yu Linglong replied, Of course. But rest assured, Elder Su, with me around, they will not dare to retaliate against you. Such an infinitely fateful and surprisingly captivating old gentleman had genuinely stirred her heart. Who is he? What is his name? Yuan Hao, the son of the Grand Elder of the Breaking Heaven Demon sect. Yes, that is the one. Yu Linglong pointed to an inconspicuous man in black among the crowd. Su Xiao's discerning gaze fell upon him. Indeed, the man was quite low-key. So much so that he could easily be overlooked if not observed closely. Yuan Hao felt a jolt as Su Xiao's sharp eyes scrutinized him. He stared back in astonishment at the renowned Elder Su, his brow furrowed. After Su Xiao bestowed upon him a warm and benevolent smile, he ceased to regard him further. How could this be? Yuan Hao was taken aback. The kindness emanating from Su Xiao's gaze had inexplicably instilled a sense of threat within him. This look bore malice. It should not be. The secret technique he practiced was designed to completely obscure his aura and fortunes, rendering him undetectable even by fortune tellers. How could he be singled out by that old man? He had not even expressed a desire for vengeance against that fool, Emoji Tian. He had never even met that old dog, had he? This was peculiar. Yuan Hao, who prided himself on his covert dealings, began to harbor a sense of vigilance. Dare to look at me? I shall ensure you suffer for it in the shadows. Observing Su Xiao and Yu Linglong, the group of cultivators felt as though they had ingested something foul. They internally scorned Su Xiao once more before settling at the makeshift long table erected before the mystical light divine stone. The celestial secret realm was guarded by the royal family of the Southern Zhan nation, with the esteemed Elder Emperor personally overseeing the smooth conduct of the exploration. The 9 major sects occupied the foremost seats, exuding an imposing aura. The seated leaders and elders were all at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, exuding extraordinary power. After a few pleasantries, the Elder Emperor waved his hand, causing the divine stone to shimmer with light. In an instant, a radiant white beam shot skyward. As the beam dissipated, a circular portal large enough for 2 appeared at the base of the divine stone. The celestial secret realm is now open. Esteemed friends, please enter. With that, the Elder Emperor stepped down, awaiting the crowd of cultivators to proceed. The 50 or so factions below began their final instructions. Reiterating the rules of the celestial secret realm, Duguling glanced at Su Xiao and said with a huff, Senior brother, once inside the celestial secret realm, you shall lead the team. Everything that needed to be said has been said, and I have provided you with the life-saving talismans. In case of danger, activate the talismans. The aura of the transformation stage within will reveal itself, and the realm will transport you out. Remember, the realm is only open for 10 days, so plan accordingly. Duguling gazed at Su Xiao, her beautiful phoenix eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy, although her senior brother loved only her. Seeing him with Yu Linglong in public left her feeling quite displeased. Rest assured, junior sister, with me, senior brother, around, it's merely a trifling matter. Su Xiao remarked with a smile. Shuiyu lowered her head, lost in contemplation, occasionally stealing glances at her senior uncle. What could this girl be secretly pondering? It feels somewhat amiss. A procession of 4-member cultivator teams entered the luminous portal, vanishing into the divine stone. The individuals entering the secret realm were predominantly the most formidable nascent soul 9th layer practitioners from various major factions. One can only imagine the intensity and brutality of the ensuing competition for the Dao Divine Elixir. As Su Xiao, accompanied by Shuiyu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li, approached the portal, the scene erupted in astonishment. The Qiaomiao sect is actually led by that old lecher? Impossible. Isn't he that old lecher on the verge of death? He is participating in this exploration of the celestial secret realm? What is the Qiaomiao sect attempting to achieve? Are they intending to unleash this old lecher into the realm to cause chaos? Chaos indeed. The use of transformation talismans is prohibited within the secret realm. This old man has only just regained his nascent soul cultivation, even with a few tricks up his sleeve. Wouldn't he still meet his demise against the prodigies of the various sects? The scene was filled with astonished sect leaders and elders. They could scarcely fathom that the Qiaomiao sect would send this old dog into the fray. Upon witnessing this, Xiaomi's eyes gleamed brightly. He hurriedly detained several nascent soul prodigies from the polar demon sect who were about to depart. You lot, apart from obtaining the Dao Divine Elixir, your most crucial task is to... At this point, Xiaomi's expression darkened as he gestured across his throat. The 4 nascent soul 9th layer disciples instantly understood. Their eyes sparkling with determination. Rest assured, sect leader, we have long harbored disdain for this old dog. Even if we have to consume 3 cold refinement fire pills, we will dismember him into pieces, not even allowing him to activate a life-preserving talisman. Xiaomu nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Upon success, there will be bountiful rewards. Meanwhile, Yu Wenhao from the Broken Sky Demon sect discreetly instructed his 4 disciples, thereafter maintaining silence as he smiled knowingly. In terms of cunning, no one in the world could rival him. Su old dog, perish already. I, on behalf of the vast sisterhood of female cultivators, shall bring your end. Once Su Xiao and his companions entered, Yu Linglong gracefully approached Duguling and seated herself beside her. She linked arms with Duguling, chuckling, do not be upset. Dear sister Dugu, the old man is simply too exceptional. I couldn't help myself. Duguling scoffed, sister Yu. Senior brother is merely indulging in a fleeting dalliance with you. You cannot win his heart. She scrutinized her counterpart from head to toe, a smirk gracing her lips. Senior brother would never be enamored by such peculiarities. Sister Yu, senior brother shall forever love only me. Even in death, he belongs to me. Duguling exuded confidence, her beautiful phoenix eyes radiating disdain. After all, she had once exchanged vows with senior brother and shared a childhood bond. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong was momentarily taken aback, batting her alluring eyes. With a soft laugh, akin to the enchanting Queen of Roses, she exclaimed, Indeed, Elder Su's heart belongs to Sister Dugu. I shall certainly not claim it. All I desire is Elder Su himself. Let us each fulfill our desires and remain good sisters. Hee. Chapter 67. I have contracted this prairie in the mystical realm. The groups were teleported at random. Su Xiao and his companions found themselves in a vast meadow adorned with crimson foliage. The surroundings were shrouded in a hazy mist, illuminated by an ethereal light devoid of sun or moon, permeated by an indescribable gray fog. Little Wang and Little Li, gazing at the clusters of fiery red grass, twirled with excitement. Master Su, junior sister Shui, look, it's all fire pattern grass. Our luck is extraordinary. They hurriedly retrieved the map compiled by their predecessor, eagerly pointing it out. Master Su, junior sister Shui, we are in the eastern part of the mystical realm, the firegrass plains, renowned for its abundant fire pattern grass. This grass is a crucial ingredient for concocting transformation elixirs. Each plant can yield at least 2 elixirs. We've landed in an opportune spot. We might just strike it rich. Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled. Excellent. What are we waiting for? Hurry and harvest it all. Pack it into your storage bags. Yes, master. The 2 immediately drew their swords, zealously gathering the nearby fire pattern grass, their faces alight with ecstasy, utterly oblivious to fatigue. Shuiyu, with her doll-like features radiating charm, blinked her large, beautiful eyes at Su Xiao. Suddenly, she began to move beside him, her petite form twisting and contorting as she awkwardly imitated some obscure posture she had seen from Yu Linglong. Shuiyu, what are you doing? Why aren't you harvesting the fire pattern grass? Stop flailing about. Su Xiao turned, his brows slightly furrowed. This was a valuable resource, and she should join little Wang and little Li in the harvest. Oh, all right, master, I'll go right away. Shuiyu frowned, drawing her sword with uncertainty, and began to cut the fire pattern grass. What is going on? It seems master isn't very interested. Uncertain, but determined. Shuiyu resolved to uncover the secret of her master's affections. Putting aside her thoughts, she became engrossed in the vibrant field of crimson grass, fervently slicing away. This was all spiritual stone material. Outside the mystical realm, before the Xian Guang divine stone, disciples from all sects had entered the realm, while the sect leaders and elders remained. Soon, representatives from the southern Zhan kingdom brought over 9 colossal spiritual walls and placed them before the gathered crowd. 9 Yuanian cultivators from the southern Zhan kingdom sat behind the spiritual walls, channeling their energy, and in an instant, images began to manifest on the walls. It was a view of the disciples from the 9 major sects, including those from the Piamiao sect who were busy harvesting fire pattern grass. The perspective was a bird's-eye view, courtesy of the image-transmitting flying shuttle placed within the mystical realm by the royal family of the southern Zhan kingdom, designed for on-site personnel to observe the conditions within. Due to the shuttle's rarity, only 9 had been deployed, typically following the movements of the 9 major sects' disciples. The people from the Piamiao sect were directly teleported to the firegrass plains. What unbelievable luck! Good heavens, they've already started harvesting. That lecherous old dog has such remarkable fortune. Various high-ranking members from different sects privately complained about Su Xiao, their voices barely above a whisper. Mindful that the Piamiao sect members were seated nearby, the disciples from the demonic sects and the other 3 major sects were not as fortunate, with some having fallen into a river and now searching for a place to change their clothes. Some fell into the depths of the stony abyss, desperately attempting to ascend with their swords. The most unfortunate were the 4 disciples of the extreme polar demon sect, who had directly landed in a den of ferocious beasts, being relentlessly pursued and bitten by 3 massive tigers. The beasts of the secret realm possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of the nascent soul. Having lived for centuries within the confines of the secret realm, their strength far surpassing that of their human counterparts of the same rank. Without 3 or 4 teams coordinating their efforts, no one dared to lay a hand on those demon creatures. Damn it! What kind of luck is this, Su, old dog? Upon observing that the disciples of the mysterious Cloud sect were joyfully harvesting spirit herbs while he himself was nearly devoured by the beasts, Xiao Mu felt an overwhelming sense of inequity. His heart seethed with anger directed towards Su Xiao, his displeasure for the old man growing with each passing moment. Dugu Ling and Yu Linglong sat together, both nodding in satisfaction. The 4 disciples of the Hehuan sect were not faring poorly either, having landed in the forest of 10,000 woods, where they were busy felling spirit trees. Although these materials could not compare to precious herbs like fire pattern grass, they were still excellent for crafting magical artifacts and talismans. At this moment, Elder Su was not harvesting spirit herbs, but instead sipping tea. The 3 elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wen, felt a twinge of regret. Their opponents had set up a complete table and tea set, neglecting the nearby spirit herbs, behaving like lords. What was happening? Was this a waste of such a promising beginning? If others arrived to harvest, it would undoubtedly result in losses. Dugu Ling chuckled. No need to worry. Brother is old, let him rest a bit longer. Yu Linglong covered her mouth and giggled, Sister Dugu. I think Elder Su has grown disdainful of these spirit herbs after excavating the senior's cave, haha. Meanwhile, 2 teams of 4 descended upon the firegrass prairie, representing the 2nd and 3rd-rate sects of the demonic path. Upon landing and seeing the dense expanse of fire pattern grass surrounding them, their eyes widened in astonishment. It was all fire pattern grass. They struck gold. Quickly, let us get to work. Can't you see that others are already harvesting over there? If we delay, they will take it all. The 2 teams seemed to recognize one another, swiftly drawing their magic swords, ready to showcase their skills. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them. Clad in a gray robe, it was Su Xiao. Su, old man, how did you get in here? The 8 individuals were momentarily bewildered. While others had entered as disciples, how had this lecherous elder from the mysterious Cloud sect also gained entry? Su Xiao furrowed his brows at their words and coldly inquired, which sect do you belong to? The 2 leading figures, both clad in black, smirked and replied, We are disciples of the Demon Flame sect and the Soul Devouring sect, affiliated with the Breaking Sky Demon sect. Old man, step aside and do not hinder our herb gathering. Their complete presence of the 9th level of nascent soul erupted forth, revealing no hint of fear upon their faces. This was a secret realm where divine transformation talismans could not be utilized. This old lecher was nearing his end, hardly a threat. Moreover, if it weren't for the unspoken rules of the realm, forbidding mutual slaughter before the contest for the divine pill, they would have even considered giving this repugnant old man a good thrashing. This prairie is under the jurisdiction of the mysterious Cloud sect. You have 3 breaths to leave, or face dire consequences. Xiao raised his brows and smiled faintly. The affiliated sect of the Broken Sky Demon sect? The sect master, Mo has been slain, and he remains indifferent to such contemptible individuals. Moreover, the system has assigned him a new task concerning the new sect master, Yuan Hao. A mere glance reveals that the latter is a cunning adversary, intent on scheming against him. Otherwise, the system would not have classified him as a foe of destiny. What? Old Su, have you lost your mind? The secret realm has its rules. Before contending for the divine pill of the Grand Dao, no one is permitted to resort to violence. The expressions of the 8 individuals shifted in astonishment, nearly bursting into laughter at the absurdity of his words. Had they been allowed to fight, they would have eagerly descended upon this despicable old lecher. That is an unwritten rule. Additionally, 3 breaths have passed. Boom. Xiao, with a single hand gesture, summoned 9 colossal red and yellow fire dragons that soared skyward. Each dragon was as thick as a barrel. They emitted an intense heat, gaping their massive jaws wide, furiously charging towards the 8 individuals ahead. The flames reached for the heavens, and the very air seemed to ignite. The 8 practitioners of the demonic path gazed in shock at the oncoming fire dragons, their eyes wide with disbelief. The old lecher. He truly dares to strike. Chapter 68, Senior Brother. I can no longer control what the members of the Mo Flame sect and the Soul Devouring sect felt the overwhelming heat waves brought by the 9 colossal fire dragons. Each of them wore expressions of alarm, hastily summoning their defensive artifacts for protection. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. Even though these fire dragons had yet to reach them, they could already sense the formidable aura radiating from the dragons. The old lecher. He is undeniably more than a mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Boom. The 9 fire dragons enveloped the 8 demonic disciples, their searing bodies entwining and the extreme heat annihilating their protective artifacts. 2 disciples of slightly lower cultivation realms could not even endure for 2 breaths before being incinerated by the crimson and golden fire dragons, wrapped in flames. What kind of divine ability is this? Old lecher, cease at once. You are breaking the rules. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragons unleashed their devastating flames, swiftly consuming the 2 disciples. The intense heat evaporated their flesh in an instant, turning them into swirling black ash carried away by the wind. Retreat. Immediate retreat. The 2 middle-aged leaders, terrified to the core, shouted urgently. The old man disregards the rules and has begun to kill. How can an old man on the brink of death possess such formidable fire magic? It is impossible. This power far exceeds that of the nascent soul stage. Yet, it was already too late to retreat. The remaining 6 individuals were each surrounded by at least 1 fire dragon, relentlessly assaulting their protective artifacts. Under the overwhelming might of the fire dragons, they could only barely defend themselves, with no opportunity to counterattack. This was a complete crushing of strength. In this brief moment, 2 more cultivators had their defensive artifacts incinerated, their bodies reduced to black ash by the penetrating flames. Old lecher, you are openly violating the rules of the secret realm. Once we exit, we will not let you off the hook. The 2 leaders watched in horror as their disciples were devoured one by the fire dragons, their faces turning pale and their brows furrowing in fear. It is over. The old man will never forgive them. Haha. As an elder of the Piao Miao sect, what can you 2 insignificant demon sects do to me? Xiao said with a faint smile. Why don't you summon your sect leader to come and deal with me, you little shrimp? The 9 fire dragons were manifestations of the power released by the 9 fire Lioli shield from his spatial storage. His spatial storage was different from ordinary storage bags. It was attuned to his will. Artifacts like the 9 fire Lioli shield, which allowed for long-range attacks, could be utilized directly by infusing spiritual energy without the need to be taken out. The commotion had already attracted the attention of Shuiyu, Xiao and Xiaoli. Holding fire pattern grass, they stood frozen in shock as they witnessed Xiao dispatching the disciples of the demonic sect from a distance. Uncle Master, he actually killed someone. This is unbelievable. Aren't we forbidden from engaging in combat until the very end in the secret realm? This has been the rule for countless millennia. Shouyuan gazed with wide, shimmering eyes at Su Zhao's imposing silhouette, then glanced at the demonic disciples being consumed by the fire dragons. A hint of astonishment and admiration quietly emerged in her eyes. Uncle Master, how powerful! Even she felt that the 9 formidable fire dragons were beyond her capability to confront. Master Shi was truly remarkable. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also disregarded the established rules of the secret realm. How I adore Master Shi. That lecherous old man. I, a practitioner of the demonic path, shall not coexist with you. Prepare to meet your demise upon your emergence. As she witnessed her fellow disciples being consumed in flames one by one, the 2 middle-aged captains, who were barely holding on, reluctantly retrieved their life-saving talismans. With a swift motion, they vanished from sight, leaving the 9 fire dragons to strike nothing but air. Su Xiao withdrew the fire dragons, stroking his dashing goatee with a smile, and remarked, such a petty demonic sect, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Shouyuan, Xiaowang, Xiaoli, why are you merely standing there? Hurry and gather the spiritual herbs. Once we finish this harvest, we must proceed to the next location without delay. Xiaowang and Xiaoli gulped nervously and replied, Yes. Yes. We shall gather them at once. Shouyuan followed suit, her porcelain-like fair visage adorned with a hint of a smile. Already preparing for the next phase of their plan. Outside the secret realm, 2 middle-aged disciples, engulfed in flames, suddenly appeared before the Xuanguang divine stone. They rolled on the ground in agony, wailing, Master, Elder, help us. That lecherous old man is killing people. The leaders of the Moya sect and the Shouyuan sect, ready to rescue, rushed forward and summoned their divine powers to extinguish the flames engulfing the 2, saving their lives. The atmosphere was already charged with fervor. The old lecher openly defied the rules and committed murder. Such behavior is intolerable in our realm of cultivation. He must be severely punished. It was one thing to seduce beautiful female cultivators, but now he has even forsaken the rules. If this old scoundrel is not dealt with, I shall be the first to object. The Qiaomiao sect must provide an explanation. If this old rogue is not heavily penalized, our realm of cultivation will descend into chaos. This is only the first day, and the old dog has already begun killing. What chaos awaits us thereafter? They demanded answers. The disciples of the demonic path were in uproar, each clamoring for Du Guling to provide a satisfactory response. Though they shouted vehemently, their hearts were filled with astonishment. The old lecher's strength was astonishingly formidable. Although these 8 demonic disciples were not from major sects, several of them were genuine 9th-layer nascent soul practitioners. The prowess of the old lecher's fire control technique had reached such a level? No wonder the Qiaomiao sect sent this nearly expired old man to the forefront. It seemed they intended for Su Lao to exert his last efforts and bring back substantial benefits to the Qiaomiao sect. How shameless. Du Gu. I never anticipated that Elder Su's fire techniques were so powerful. Even a transformation stage cultivator might struggle against them. Huh. Yu Linglong chuckled softly beside them, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. The old man's secrets were manifold. Du Guling, Zhu Lu, and when listened to the chorus of condemnation around them, their eyes flickering with unusual light, yet they remained silent. Du Gu Master. 3 elders. Su Zhao's actions violate the regulations of the cultivation realm. Do you not have anything to say? The expressions of the leaders of the Moya sect and the Shouyuan sect darkened, their hearts ablaze with fury. The 2 factions of disciples initially sought to gain some advantage, yet in the end, they left empty-handed, having lost 6 members and forced 2 to retreat. This journey proved utterly futile. The other sect leaders and elders of the 9 sects turned their gazes towards the scene, among them Yu Wenhao, whose expression was grave, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. Old dog, how dare you target the affiliated sect of my Breaking Sky Demon sect? You shall meet your grim fate in due time. Xiao Mi was equally infuriated, his teeth grinding in frustration. Su, old dog, you are only worthy of arrogance before those of the nascent soul stage. As all eyes converged upon this moment, Du Guling raised her delicate brows slightly and murmured, Esteemed ones, Su Xiao is my senior brother, and he is but an old man nearing his end. I am merely a humble junior sister, lacking any authority in his presence. If anyone seeks an explanation, it would be best to wait for him to emerge and address you directly. His actions are beyond my control. Furthermore, I cannot simply enter and retrieve him, can I? The crowd surrounding her gasped in astonishment. The Qiaomiao sect. Is this truly an act of unscrupulousness? Chapter 69. The Super Yuanian Cultivator in the Secret Realm of the Scorching Grass Plain. Shouyuan, Xiaowang. and Xiao had completely harvested the nearby mature fire pattern grass, packing it all into their storage bags. The trio, their faces alight with excitement, rushed over, eyes brimming with joy. Master Uncle, we gathered several hundred fire pattern grasses, enough to refine over 1,000 transformation pills. Our Piao Miao sect is truly flourishing. Over 1,000 transformation pills could be exchanged for more than 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. This is an immense fortune for the 9 major sects. Su Xiao stroked his beard, chuckling. A mere 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones, and you all are so elated. It's a trivial matter. Bring out the map. Let us continue our harvest at the next location. Xiaowang and Xiaoli nodded eagerly, now understanding why the solitary leader had summoned Su Shirshu. An unorthodox yet formidable elder like him was indeed well-suited for this heavenly secret realm. Even if other sects sought trouble, who would dare confront a nearly decrepit old man? How thrilling! Xiaowang pointed at the map. Master Uncle, Junior Sister, Junior Brother. If we head north, we will reach the Iron Mountain Range within the secret realm. This range is abundant in mysterious iron, ice iron, and crimson iron ores, excellent materials for crafting magical artifacts. After 3 centuries of erosion, there must be many seed materials scattered about. We must hurry. Others may already be mining there. Su Xiao's brows twitched. Then let us proceed. With that, he summoned his jade-white flying sword, stepping onto the vibrant auspicious light, soaring ahead. Xiaowang and Xiaoli followed closely behind. Shui Wei gazed at Su Xiao, who appeared as a celestial being descending from the heavens, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Master Uncle is so handsome due to the restrictions within the secret realm. They could not fly too high, maintaining a low altitude of 2 to 3 zhang. As they passed through the depths of the scorching grass plain, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed nearby, seemingly aware of their presence. Xiaowang quickly cautioned, Master Uncle, those are the demonic beasts of the secret realm. Let us keep our distance to avoid being detected. The demonic beasts here are formidable. Generally, even Yuanian cultivators are no match for them. Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered as he turned to observe the location of the 2 beasts, a pair of massive black-furred demonic wolves, each towering as high as 2 men. With bloodthirsty jaws that instilled fear at first glance. Isn't their spirit grass within their territory? Su Xiao inquired, pausing his flying sword. Xiaowang squinted greedily yet regretfully. Master Uncle, that is spirit-condensing grass, the primary material for refining spirit-refining pills. Such heavenly treasures are typically guarded by demonic beasts. We can only gather other righteous sects and attempt to harvest it in the last few days. Su Xiao nodded slightly, pondering before stating, There's no need to wait until the last few days. Let us go now. Shuiyue, Xiaowang, Xiaoli, we shall confront the demonic beasts together. With me here. There's nothing to fear. Xiaowang and Xiaoli were startled. Master Uncle, the demonic beasts in the secret realm can possess the strength of the 1st or 2nd transformation of the Yuanian 9th level. We cannot engage them alone. They hurriedly urged him to reconsider. It's nothing to fret over, a trivial matter indeed. Su Xiao replied nonchalantly, I shall take the lead in the assault. You may assist me. Having said that, he took the lead and soared towards the 2 demonic wolves with his sword. Shuiyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, how magnificent. Uncle Master, no, this is too dangerous. Before they could finish their words, Su Xiao had already engaged in battle with the demonic wolves. 9 fiery dragons roared with flames, igniting the 2 wolves' eyes with a furious crimson hue. Awoo! They howled, their bodies enveloped in demonic energy, attempting to fend off the fire dragon's assault. Soon, they went berserk, relentlessly pursuing the human elder. Damn it! My brother and I just stepped out for a moment, and our skins are already scorched. That human elder is infuriating. He must be killed. Shuiyu, Xiaowang, and Xiaoli rushed over, witnessing their uncle being chased by the wolves, and quickly diverted one wolf's attention, launching a counterattack. The onlookers before the divine stone were dumbfounded. Did this old man Su intend to challenge the beasts alone? Had he lost his mind? This was sheer recklessness. It would be best if that old dog perished at the jaws of the wolves. The crowd wore expressions of mockery, eagerly anticipating Su Xiao's discomfiture. The wolf pursuing Su Xiao shimmered with demonic light, its gaping maw wide open, seemingly eager to snap the elder in half. Awoo! With a deafening roar, the wolf lunged at Su Xiao, poised to strike. Was this all? Too weak. Su Xiao lightly maneuvered his flying sword, with the 9 fiery dragons following closely. As they charged towards the wolf, amidst the chaos, a radiant long sword of fiery red and yellow suddenly shot forth, piercing straight toward the wolf's gaping mouth. The fiery sword expanded against the wind, its blade growing larger until it transformed into a colossal sword, plunging directly into the wolf's maw. This was the Southern Ming Fire Sword. Having reached the nascent soul realm, Su Xiao could now partially wield the might of this treasured sword. With a resounding thud, the Southern Ming Fire Sword pierced through the wolf's mouth, emerging from its hide. A single strike cleaved through, incinerating the wolf's innards. Without even a mournful whimper, the wolf collapsed, gruesomely slain on the spot. Meanwhile, Shouyuan summoned an azure blue gourd. From within, a torrent of deep blue water surged forth, inundating the surrounding ground into a vast ocean. The giant wolf found its movements hindered in the watery expanse, subjected to relentless strikes from Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's flying swords. This wolf's hide is too tough. My top-grade flying sword can't even pierce it. Junior sister, we should retreat. We can't kill it. It's impossible. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a blazing firelight surged forth. With a single thrust of the gigantic crimson sword, it eviscerated the wolf trapped in the weak water, slaying it instantly. Such a petty beast dared to act so brazenly. Su Xiao, stepping upon a spectrum of radiant light, retrieved the Southern Ming Fire Sword and the 9 fiery dragons. All right, Shouyuan, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li. Quickly gather the spirit condensing grass. I see dozens of them here. We could probably refine around 100 pills. Touching down, Su Xiao clasped his hands behind his back. Chuckling softly, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li stood in a daze. Shouyuan stored the weak water, clutching the crystal blue gourd, her large eyes filled with excitement. Uncle Master, you are so powerful. Uncle Master, you are incredible. Shouyuan suddenly leaped onto Su Xiao. Su Xiao shook his head with a sigh. Water Moon, could you not behave so recklessly? Please refrain from constantly pouncing on this old man. The brilliance in Water Moon's eyes sparkled. The fiery red flying sword wielded by my master was overwhelmingly powerful, truly a supreme artifact, the pinnacle of exquisite treasures. Not only is my master handsome, but he also possesses formidable strength and immense wealth. It is no wonder so many elder sisters desire his patronage. Master, I miss you. Hurry and harvest the spirit-condensing grass. Those 2 demon wolves and their demon cores are worth a considerable amount of spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Water Moon's eyes brightened. She nodded and promptly retrieved her sword, rushing towards the corpses of the 2 demon wolves to extract their cores. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, why are you still dazed? Hurry up. We must move on to the next location to gather more. Su Xiao urged. Yes, yes, the disciples will be on it right away. The 2 regained their composure and hurriedly grasped their swords to harvest the spirit-condensing grass. Incredible! Master Uncle is simply astonishing. They felt an overwhelming shock, their breaths quickening. Only now did they truly comprehend Master Su's might. He was a super yuan incapable of contending with the likes of Transformation Realm cultivators. Chapter 70. A complete explosion. The leaders and elders of the various sects outside the realm were utterly astounded by Su Xiao's formidable prowess, rendered speechless. Regardless of whether they hailed from righteous or demonic paths, witnessing his strength, far surpassing that of the nascent soul stage, left them bewildered. Was it not said that the tribulation had failed? With such might, could he truly not withstand the transformation tribulation? How preposterous! Oh dear. This Su old dog is no simple character. That blazing giant sword must be among the finest of the supreme magical artifacts. A pure offensive weapon. Perfectly attuned to his fire affinity, where did this old dog procure such a divine blade? Alas, with such strength, the only ones who might withstand him in this secret realm are likely the disciples of the 9 sects. And even that is uncertain. Cursed be this old dog. May he not find peace in death. One by one, the leaders and elders sighed in despair. Su Xiao had unearthed the cave of a mighty cultivator, not only amassing abundant resources but also elevating his own strength. The heavens are unjust. Now, the Piao Miao sect can no longer afford to ignore him. Su's might has transformed him into a terrifying bomb within this hidden realm. Why does his presence seem to loom everywhere? Truly, he is my senior brother, remarkably formidable. The beautiful Duguling's phoenix eyes sparkled with intensity as she glanced at the nearby Yuling Long, letting out a disdainful snicker. Within the secret realm, Su Xiao and his companions flew for quite some time before reaching the edge of the iron or mountain range. Uncle Master, we have arrived. Upon landing, Xiao Wang consulted the map, confirming their location at the southern edge of the iron or mountains. Look, Uncle Master, there are exposed iron ores everywhere. No one has come here yet. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were brimming with excitement. Under Su Xiao's instructions, they promptly retrieved their pre-prepared iron shoveling artifacts and began to excavate beneath the mountain range. The iron or seeds were generally buried underground, with only a small portion visible above. Thus, they had to mine slowly. Take your time, it's still early. Su Xiao adjusted his goat beard and sought a flat spot to rest. Having toiled tirelessly in his previous life, he vowed never to work again in this one. Such tasks were best left to the younger generation. Shui, why aren't you mining? What are you doing here? Su Xiao inquired of his younger disciple, blinking his aged eyes. Uncle Master, I believe I have been harmed by the aura of a demon wolf. Shui suddenly appeared weak, her large eyes rolling as she collapsed beside Su Xiao. What? Surely not. Did you not have that gourd for protection? Su Xiao asked, perplexed. At that moment, he noticed her pallor. Her beautiful face had drained of color. What is happening? Your strength is so formidable. Even Xiao Wang and Xiao Li have emerged unscathed. How could you be injured? He was utterly baffled. As a strand of his spiritual essence probed deeper, he discovered something amiss. Her meridians were entirely severed. It was indeed true. Wait, Uncle Master lacks medical skills. I shall summon Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. Su Xiao turned to call for help, but Shui restrained him, her gaze feeble. Uncle Master, there is no need. I know them well. They cannot assist. They cannot save me. What then shall we do? Perhaps we should send you out. For my junior sister is outside, and she will undoubtedly come to your rescue, Su Xiao said with urgency. Shui, who had entered the sect under his guidance, would leave him burdened with guilt should any misfortune befall her. No. Please, Master Uncle, I do not wish to go outside. Master Uncle, our Shui family possesses a method that can save me. Su Xiao's eyes flickered with interest as he inquired, what method? Shui's enchanting gaze sparkled with a hint of triumphant delight. Hiki, even my astute Master Uncle has fallen for my ruse. She feigned weakness, saying, Master Uncle, I possess the rare water spirit body of our family, which allows me to condense ice crystals within to heal. However, this healing method requires the family's spiritual fire for balance, and now we lack that. Only your fire technique can serve as a substitute. Su Xiao nodded. I see. That will suffice. Quickly, let the ice form, and I shall ignite the flames. Just tell me the necessary temperature. Yes, Shui replied, nodding her charming little head. As she began to channel her energy, she soon declared, It's ready. You may cast your fire technique now. Closing her eyes, she focused on healing. Su Xiao furrowed his brow, feeling a touch of awkwardness. She had instructed him to draw closer earlier. Yet the chilling aura emanating from her hinted that she had commenced her healing. He could only embrace the task of conjuring the ground fire to aid her. Suddenly, the unique fragrance of the young girl enveloped him. Shui Ling secretly smiled, thinking, this way, Master Uncle will surely grow more fond of me. To deceive Elder Su, she had indeed shattered her own meridians, utilizing her water spirit body for healing. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li exerted themselves nearby, laboring diligently in the mines. Outside the secret realm, the crowd was in a fervor. Chapter 71. A blatant threat. I am utterly incensed. This is beyond shamelessness. That is Shuyu, the newly emerged genius of the mysterious Cloud sect. I can no longer endure this. When he emerges, I shall personally exact vengeance upon that old dog Su. The assembly of sect leaders and elders gazed at the two, utterly aghast. That old dog must not live. It is an affront to justice. Come forth. I shall await him at the entrance. As a transcendent cultivator, I vow not to rest until I have dismembered that old dog. The existence of such a being is a desecration to our human race. I shall bring his end. Several elderly leaders, furious, puffed up their cheeks in outrage. They summoned their most treasured artifacts and positioned themselves in front of the divine stone, ready to strike down Su as soon as he emerged. The representatives from the 9 major sects stood in stunned silence. Even the usually benevolent and forgiving Abbot Liao Chen furrowed his brow, an aura of Buddhist light enveloping him. Amitabha. It appears that even our 10,000 Buddha temple cannot redeem one like Su. Xiao Miu's countenance darkened as he watched Su Xiao shake his head repeatedly. Just as the mysterious Cloud sect was engulfed in confusion, an elder, overcome with rage, spewed a mouthful of blood. That old dog Su must not live. I shall not rest until he is brought to justice. Wiping the blood from his lips, the elder brandished a massive wolf-tooth club, joining the ranks of those poised to confront Su Xiao. This latest turn of events spiraled the scene out of control. Tables were overturned, and cups shattered as demands surged to apprehend Su Xiao for his transgressions. Yu Linglong observed Lingbai, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Sister Dugu, do not be upset. I believe your disciple is merely injured, and the elder is assisting in her recovery. Dugu Ling and the 3 elders recognized that Shuyu was utilizing her water spirit body to crystallize ice for healing. However, they were left wondering when had Shuyu sustained such injuries. The 3 elders were utterly bewildered, at a loss for words. This was sheer madness. Dugu Ling gritted her teeth, her phoenix eyes dark as water. Upon our return, I shall confine Shuyu for 3 years. Esteemed leaders and elders, please, I implore you to remain calm. My disciple Shuiyu is injured while battling a demon wolf. This is a unique healing method of the Shui family. My senior brother Su Xiao is merely helping her dispel the cold. Let us not overthink this. Dugu Ling hurried with the 3 elders to the divine stone, urging the agitated elders to withdraw. Regardless of the might of the mysterious cloud sect, it could not stand against the entirety of the cultivation world. Sister, why are you still not here? Come quickly and join us in mining. Little Wang and Little Li, weary from their toil, approached for a respite. Upon seeing Su Xiao tending to Shuiyu's wounds, their eyes widened in shock, rooted in disbelief. What is happening here? Boom. It felt as though thunder had struck them, leaving them completely dazed. Master Uncle, Little Wang, Little Li, your junior sister is injured. I am using the earth fire to help her dispel the cold. As Shuiyu's injuries mended, she stepped forward, proclaiming, Master Uncle is merely healing me. I sustained severe injuries earlier, and it was entirely thanks to Master Uncle that I have recovered. The 2 individuals turned their gaze towards Su Xiao, their eyes filled with palpable fear. Elder Su, this is truly terrifying. Su Xiao, however, was disinclined to elaborate further. The South Ming Li fire sword soared into the air, transforming into a colossal blade clasped firmly in his grasp. He approached the 2, polishing the fiery red blade while chuckling. Ah, Wang and Li, my dear disciples. The Master Uncle is merely attending to Shuiyu's injuries. Should any inappropriate rumors arise within the sect in the future, I assure you, I will be quite displeased. With a swift flick of the divine sword, a crisp and resonant sound echoed across the heavens. Yes, yes, yes. Master Uncle, rest assured. You were undoubtedly healing just now. Without a doubt. The 2 men, overwhelmed by the menacing aura of the South Ming Li fire sword, felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Elder Su, is this a threat to silence us? This is truly frightening. Su Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, retracting the sword, and, with a gentle smile, patted the shoulders of the 2. I almost forgot to mention, within the secret realm of the 9 sects, there exists a special communication device that transmits images outside. Therefore, should any rumor circulate, it would not originate from us. The 2 trembled in fear, stammering as they spoke. It was clear that the rumors would spread, and they needed to distance themselves from any implications swiftly. Elder Su's formidable power was no trivial matter. They certainly did not wish to provoke him. Chapter 72. The Might of Wujishin Wat? There's a transmission shadow shuttle. Su Xiao blinked his weary eyes and looked up. Indeed, in the distant skies, a small black dot was circling above them, akin to a drone from his past life, seemingly capturing images from a vertical perspective. Su Xiao slowly shook his head with a sigh. Should I bring it down? It's too late now. I feel a twinge of guilt. With a clear conscience, one need not fear the shadows. My junior sister and old Lu surely know I am recuperating. Quietly nodding, Su Xiao steadied his thoughts, unwilling to dwell further. Master Uncle, thank you for aiding my recovery. Shuiyu exclaimed with a smile. Shuiyu, this cannot continue. Do you understand the decorum between men and women? Even in healing, one must maintain propriety. He scolded her with a stern expression. However, your injuries have just begun to heal, and your strength will undoubtedly be diminished. This secret realm is fraught with peril. Allow me to gift you a few items for your protection. Saying this, he produced 2 Yuan Ing Thunder Talismans, 1 Yuan Ing Ice Sword Talisman, and a high-grade magic ring. Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled. These 3 Yuan Ing Talismans and the high-grade magic ring are for you, to assist you in successfully completing this venture into the secret realm. Ah, another gift for me. Shuiyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the items without hesitation, exclaiming, Thank you, Master Uncle. You are truly wonderful. She gazed at the 3 Yuaning talismans and the high-grade magic artifact in her hands. Although the Yuaning talismans held little value for her, each was worth at least 20 high-grade spirit stones. As for the high-grade magic artifact, no cultivator would ever consider having too many. It was valued at 100 high-grade spirit stones. The casual generosity of her master uncle amounted to a staggering total of 160 high-grade spirit stones. Far more generous than her master. Indeed, gaining the favor of her master uncle meant an endless supply of cultivation resources. He is simply marvelous. This scene left Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, who stood nearby, utterly astounded. I can't believe it. Master uncle is truly spoiling his junior sister. They marveled at the extravagant gifts of a high-grade magic artifact and Yuaning talismans, precious commodities of great worth. Such lavishness was astonishing. Though they appeared to be reaping abundant rewards now, it was important to remember that these resources belonged to the entire sect, shared among thousands of disciples. With the master overseeing everything, 100 high-grade spirit stones represented a substantial fortune for them. All right, you two, hurry off to the mines. Once you finish, change locations and continue digging. Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Yes, master uncle. We shall go at once. The pair hurried off, not daring to utter a word. Scurrying to the mines, Shouyuan, elated with her newfound treasures, eagerly grabbed her shovel and joyfully hopped along to join them. Xiao observed the young girl's vibrant health and energy, stroking his goatee in puzzlement. Did she truly sustain injuries? Is she deceiving me? Lacking any evidence to the contrary, he acknowledged the reality of her severed meridians. Little girl, should I discover any deceit, beware of the consequences. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a high-grade magic ring. Returning the exquisite magic artifact, the flowing star-falling ring. Congratulations to the host for gifting 2 Yuaning Thunder Talismans. Returning 6 Transformation God 9th Layer Xiao Thunder Talismans. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 1 Ice Sword Talisman and receiving 3 Divine Transformation 9-fold Profound Ice Sword Rain Talismans in return. After mining this area for iron ore, the 4 individuals prepared to relocate and continue their excavation. The mysterious Cloud sect had equipped each of the 3 with 10 large storage bags, rendering their haul trivial. Who dares approach? This mining area has already been claimed by my Celestial Corpse sect. Depart at once. As the 4 ventured north to the next major mining site, they encountered a group of over a dozen figures clad in black, diligently excavating below. Xiao's aged eyes flickered. Celestial Corpse sect? They had encountered members of the 9 great sects. Was it not said that resources would be shared prior to the acquisition of the Great Dao Dan? It seems that strength still speaks volumes. Xiao of the mysterious Cloud sect alighted not far in front of the Celestial Corpse sect disciples, stroking his beard thoughtfully. This was one of the 3 small teams from the Demon Path, led by the Celestial Corpse sect. The foremost among them was a strikingly beautiful yet ominous woman adorned with black eyeliner. She bore numerous skulls at her waist, and upon recognizing Xiao, her eyes widened in shock. The lecherous old man. It is you. Splendid. Celestial Corpse sect. Hellgate. Evil Spirit sect disciples, heed my command. Let us eradicate this old lecher. Upon seeing Xiao's lascivious grin and frivolous beard, the dark woman was instantly consumed by rage. The lecher had crossed her path. She was determined to seek justice for her fellow female cultivators who had suffered at his hands. Xiao and his companions were momentarily stunned as the group of Demon Path disciples erupted with righteous indignation. Each drew their magical artifacts and summoned vengeful spirits, charging towards the 4. With a flick of her waist, the dark woman unleashed a horde of long-haired flying corpses who, without hesitation, bared their fangs and lunged at them. Little Wong and Little Li were taken aback. Their master's notoriety was indeed widespread. These Demon Path practitioners did not hesitate to attack. Aha, Xiao, you, a lecherous old man deserving of universal condemnation, dare to linger in the secret realm. I shall knock your teeth out. With that, the dark woman produced a black banner artifact and, with a wave of her hands, summoned another 50 or 60 lost spirits enveloped in dark energy. Xiao shook his head. Rumors can be detrimental. He had initially intended to approach with courtesy, but the opposition had chosen to escalate matters. Shouyuan, Little Wong, Little Li, you may observe. Leave the matter of combat to me. The old man's days are numbered, so I fear no enmity. With a swift gesture, he conjured the 5 Extremes Mountain, which transformed into a colossal iron mountain that obscured the sky. Boom. The Iron Mountain descended with the force of Mount Tai, directly suppressing all the specters unleashed by the 3 sections. Shouyuan, Little Wong, and Little Li had been moved by the spectacle and were about to assist. But the overwhelming presence of the Iron Mountain left them stunned in their tracks. Master is incredibly powerful. The Iron Mountain, seemingly burdened with the weight of 3 mountains and 5 peaks, combined with the extraordinary primal essence within Xiao, unleashed an unparalleled might, driving the ground of the mining site down by 3 inches. This scene left the dark woman and her disciples utterly bewildered. What kind of artifact is this? With a single lift of Xiao's hand, the 5 Extremes Mountain soared once more. Within the enormous crater, a multitude of flying corpses unleashed by the 4 disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect lay flattened into mere pancakes, with over 100 grotesque figures strewn about, rendering the scene utterly harrowing. No, my flying corpses. The disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect lamented in anguish, their hearts heavy with despair. Even the disciples of the Yellow Spring sect and the ghostly apparition sect bore expressions of deep regret. This colossal mountain artifact had not only squashed the zombies, but had also annihilated the wandering souls and vengeful spirits they had summoned, their most cherished allies. Such power. You old lecher. Before they could react, the Iron Mountain expanded once more, crashing down upon the 3 sect's disciples with a thunderous roar. In an instant, 12 individuals were destined to meet the same fate as the zombies, crushed into 12 more grotesque pancakes. Chapter 73. The imminent demise of Shouyuan Dan beneath the Great Iron Mountain. A deafening boom resonated, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Dare to strike first? Now the people of the demon sect have nothing to say, do they? Xiao stroked his beard with a smile and commanded, Shuiwei, Xiaowang, Xiaoli. Proceed to continue mining. The trio swallowed hard, gazing at the colossal iron mountain before them, their hearts trembling with astonishment. Master, where did all these extraordinary artifacts come from? This is incredible. A hint of trepidation flickered in the eyes of Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. They resolved that, under no circumstances, could they let the rumor of their master keeping the little junior sister spread. Otherwise, they would meet a grim fate. With a quick response, the two hastily began their mining work. Shuiwei stared at Su Xiao, momentarily entranced. Her pretty, cherubic face was flushed with excitement. Master, you are truly formidable. What are you gawking at? Go on. Yes, master. You are so handsome. Is that even necessary to mention? Off you go. Understood. Su Xiao retrieved the Iron Mountain, revealing 8 lifeless bodies beneath it, utterly deceased, beyond any chance of revival. It was a ruthless sight. They hadn't even had time to activate their life-saving talismans. Their protective artifacts crushed to a pulp. Yet, for had managed to flee. Su Xiao shook his head. Those who ran were just cowards. After all, it was they who had initiated the attack. He was justified. Outside the secret realm, a dark-haired woman and 3 other disciples appeared before the onlookers, their expressions vacant and ashen. The 4 were still in a daze, and upon seeing the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Corpse sect, the dark-haired woman burst into tears. Master, that old lecher killed people. He is a demon. He destroyed all my corpse puppets. The Grand Elder, Shitong Tian, wore a grim expression. He had witnessed the events unfold. It was hard to render a judgment, for this time, old Su had not struck first. Come back. Skill does not match. It is better to return early. Rest assured, old Su has someone who will deal with him. Filled with resentment, Shitong Tian cast a glance at Duguling, who remained composed and even offered him a faint smile. How infuriating. Shitong Tian felt a vain throb in frustration, yet he was powerless. They had broken the rules first and thus lost their standing. Moreover, even if the old lecher had acted first, the people of the mysterious Cloud sect would surely resort to trickery. Such a formidable old lecher, it was against the heavens. The other sect leaders and elders expressed their dismay. The invincible Iron Mountain of the old lecher appeared to be yet another pinnacle artifact. This is troubling. With such an artifact in play, its might could not be matched by a mere nascent soul cultivator. Where did this old lecher acquire such an abundance of top-tier artifacts? Were they all excavated from the caves of great cultivators? What terrifying fortune! The mysterious Cloud sect. Shameless. To send such a person into the secret realm. Utterly disgraceful. The leaders of the Huangquan sect and the ghostly spirit sect looked pale, slumped over their tables. Their elite talents had suffered catastrophic losses, with not a single individual escaping. This meant that this expedition into the secret realm had not only yielded no profits but resulted in a complete fiasco. Everyone had grown accustomed to Su Xiao's overwhelming strength. During this expedition into the secret realm, Su Xiao emerged as the primary focal point. Only the elderly sovereign of the southern Zhan kingdom, possessing the cultivation of the void refinement realm, discerned the peculiarities of Su Xiao's magical artifacts. His aged visage flickered with surprise as he murmured, "Is this truly a magical artifact?" A fleeting possibility crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. A nascent soul cultivator could not possibly refine treasures, let alone possess them. After mining, Xiaowang and Xiaoli eagerly leaped into the depression formed by the Iron Mountain, retrieving the storage bags from the Yellow Spring sect and the Evil Ghost sect. Master Uncle, these 2 sects have gathered quite a bounty of ore, along with their spirit stones and magical artifacts. A gruesome array of storage bags lay before Su Xiao, and both young men appeared exhilarated. You may divide the spirit stones and magical artifacts amongst yourselves, but leave the iron or for the sect, Su Xiao replied, lacking significant interest. As these nascent soul cultivators possessed at most a few dozen top-grade spirit stones, far beneath the dignity of such a revered elder. Thank you, Master Uncle. The 2 rejoiced and promptly summoned Shuiyu, dividing the spirit stones evenly among the three, each also receiving a top-grade magical artifact along with several mid- and low-grade ones. In high spirits, Xiao pulled out a map to continue their journey. After unearthing another mining site, they soared northward towards the vast woodlands. Detected the Daughter of Fortune, Su Mayer Fortune level, a return multiplier, 10, bond level, 1. The four landed in a magnificent grove. And Su Xiao heard the system's voice whispering in his ear. Looking ahead, he saw four maidens from the Huhuan sect felling spirit trees. Among them, the most enchanting, adorned in a yellow gown, gazed at him with a charming smile. Elder Su, it is truly wonderful to see you, Su Mayo exclaimed, dropping the spirit wood in her hands and approaching with her three companions. Upon witnessing the boundless high-quality fortune radiating from Su Xiao, their faces flushed with excitement. Unable to resist the urge to draw closer and bask in his aura. Yet, as Elder Su was the cherished figure of the Jade Palm sect, they hesitated. Su Xiao's aged eyes twinkled as he regarded the maiden named Su Mayer, offering a gentle nod in return. She was the disciple of Yuling Long, dressed in an exquisite yellow strapless gown. Her snow-white skin shimmered with an alluring glow, reminiscent of fresh milk, tender and captivating. Her beauty was a delightful blend of mature charm and youthful shyness, while her figure, though not as exaggerated as Yuling Long's, was still quite remarkable. With a waist that could be grasped with a single hand, her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, exuding an enchanting fragrance. In comparison to the other three female disciples, despite their own beauty, they were instantly overshadowed. Ah, it is Su Xiaoyu. Fear not, my dear friend. The Pamiao sect has always enjoyed amicable relations with your Huhuan sect. Feel free to continue your work. No one would dare disturb you. Su Xiao showcased his generosity in the presence of the Daughter of Fortune, for this was the essence of his longevity and cultivation. The four maidens blinked their lovely eyes in astonishment and promptly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Elder Su. Xiaowang, Xiaoli, Shuiyu. You should also join in the felling. There are still some spirit trees left for the sect's use. Yes, Master Uncle. Grasping their magical swords, the three scattered to commence their task. Su Mayer and her companions gazed at Su Xiao, who was seated on the ground, enveloped by a majestic aura that swirled around him, causing the four to swallow hard, their hearts racing with impatience. The desire to even chop down the spirit wood had vanished. Oh, more visitors? A distant team of four, alerted by the commotion, hastened towards the scene. Upon realizing the notorious Su Xiao was present, their expressions shifted dramatically, eyes widening in shock. They then noticed the four enchanting disciples of the Huhuan sect. Their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. A wave of dread washed over them. How audacious. The lecherous old man dared to entice female cultivators within the secret realm. Such behavior was intolerable. Fellow disciples of the Huhuan sect, with us here, we shall not allow this old rogue to lay a hand on you. A dashing young man clad in golden robes stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the four Huhuan sect beauties. The remaining three advanced, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Unmistakably individuals of high status. Su Xiao regarded the quartet with bemusement, feeling utterly perplexed. Had his reputation sunk to such depths that people recoiled at the mere mention of his name? Equally bewildered were the four Huhuan sect disciples, who cast disdainful glances at the newcomers. How dare they interrupt their private interaction with Elder Su? Who are you? Su Xiao inquired casually. I am Shangguan Jinyu from Donglai Nation, and these three are princes of Donglai Nation. The young man declared. Elder Su, while you may chop trees as you please, do not entertain any thoughts about them. There are surveillance crystals above, and everyone is watching. Shangguan Jinyu, with a flourish of his golden robe, shielded Su Mayer and her companions, fearing that the elder might act inappropriately towards the lovely maidens. Shangguan Jinyu, the young master of the Zile Merchant Guild? Su Xiao's heart stirred, and he blinked in surprise. Indeed. How did you know? Your knowledge is of little concern to me. Suddenly, the Nanfeng Li fire sword shot forth before anyone could react, piercing through Shangguan Jinyu's head with a resounding thud, reducing it to a mist of blood. You've provoked this elder. If you wish to live, leave the secret realm at once, Su Xiao declared coldly, sheathing his sword as he regarded the three princes, who were now pale and utterly stunned. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have slain the foe of fortune, Shangguan Jinyu. Task reward. 1 instance of 10,000 times critical hit chance acquired. Chapter 74. The Daughter of Fortune. Su Mayer and her companions stood in stunned silence. The three princes of Donglai Kingdom trembled in fear. Shangguan Jinyu, the strongest among them, had been slain by the old man with a single strike? Why are you still here? Su Zhao's voice resonated with anger. causing the three princes to feel a chill in their bones. Yes, Senior Su, we shall leave at once. Without hesitation, the trio produced their life-saving talismans and, upon squeezing them, vanished instantly. No one had informed them that there could be fatalities within this secret realm. They had no intention of contending for the divine pill of the Great Dao. Madness. The old man had gone mad. The death of Shouyuan Dan compelled them to flee without delay. The three were transported before the divine stone, utterly disoriented by fear. The old lecher was terrifying. In the distance, the ruler of Donglai Kingdom rushed forward to assess the condition of the three. Once he confirmed that none were injured, he let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his sons were unscathed, and Elder Su had shown him some consideration for Donglai Kingdom. Yet, he could not fathom how these individuals had managed to offend Elder Su. President Shouyuan remained calm. Su Xiao has even killed disciples of the 9 sects. This is beyond our control. The ruler of Donglai turned to the furious elder behind him, seeking to pacify him. The elder, known as Shouyuan Dan, was the president of the Zilai Chamber of Commerce. He suppressed his profound sorrow and rage as he gazed at the members of the Miao Miao sect. His aged eyes burned with a crimson intensity, as though he were prepared to confront them in battle. Seeing this, Dugu Ling rose solemnly and said, President Shouyuan, and the ruler of Donglai, please wait for my senior brother to emerge. I assure you he will provide both of you with a satisfactory explanation. Dugu's sect leader. Su Xiao has drawn the ire of heaven and humanity, indiscriminately taking lives. If this secret realm concludes without an explanation from my Zilai Chamber of Commerce, no matter how powerful your Miao Miao sect may be, I, Shouyuan Dan, shall not rest until I seek retribution. With a flick of his robe, he returned to his seat, determined to wait for the old lecher to reappear, to avenge his son. The ruler of Donglai shook his head with a heavy sigh, clasping his fists in respect to Dugu Ling, before returning to Shouyuan Dan's side with his 3 sons. What was the matter with Elder Su? Why had he inexplicably taken a life? Elders Zhu, Lu, and Wen sighed in dismay, lamenting that Elder Su had truly posed a challenge for their Miao Miao sect. Dugu Ling felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, she was pleased that her senior brother's strength had surged greatly, even surpassing his pre-transcendence level. On the other hand, she was troubled. If this continued, their Miao Miao sect would become the enemy of the cultivation world. This was not a favorable situation. Her position as sect leader would become exceedingly difficult. The other sect leaders and elders present shook their heads at the sight of Elder Su. To describe him as merely a lecher was an understatement. This old man was truly a devil of unparalleled wickedness. How had the Miao Miao sect produced such a disgrace? In the Wumu forest, the lifeless body of Shouyuan Dan lay sprawled on the ground. Su Meyer and her companions were filled with trepidation. Elder Su, his strength was astonishingly formidable. With a single move, he had dispatched the 9th-level nascent soul cultivator, Shouyuan Dan. The 4 of them swallowed hard, unable to believe that the old man, rumored to be on the verge of death, possessed such incredible power. Su Xiao rose with a smile and reassured. Do not be afraid. My conflict with that Shouyuan Dan is of an old nature, hence my intervention. Continue your work on the spirit wood, rest assured. As long as I am here, no one will dare to set their sights on you. Upon hearing this, the 4 women immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So, Elder Su harbored a grudge against Shouyuan Dan. Their eyes sparkled with newfound hope as their fears dissipated in an instant. They gazed at Su Xiao with heightened excitement. Not only was Elder Su formidable in strength, but his fortune was also remarkably abundant. They could hardly believe the rumors that painted him as a frail old man on the brink of death. Elder, you have worked hard, they exclaimed. These 4 have inexplicably come to seize our spirit wood. We are grateful for your timely intervention. The women contemplated rushing forward to draw upon Su Xiao's fortune but hesitated, unsure of how he might react. No need for concern. I have a good rapport with your leader. It is only fitting, he replied, settling down to rest and meditating with his eyes closed. He pondered how best to present a gift to Su Meyer, hoping to reap a significant return in fortune. At that moment, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li returned, startled by the sight of the headless corpse on the ground. After inquiring about the situation, Su Xiao simply stated that the individual had opposed him. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li trembled in fear. Elder Su, you truly kill without a flicker of an eye. Suddenly, Su Xiao asked, by the way, how much spirit would have you 2 gathered? Xiao Wang calculated and replied, Master Uncle, we have collected around 50 pieces. Hand it over to me, and you may continue your work, Su Xiao instructed. Though puzzled, the 2 handed over the storage bag filled with spirit wood and returned to find Shui Yu to resume their task. The latter examined the contents and confirmed there were about 50 to 60 pieces. Subsequently, he approached the trembling Su Meyer and smiled. "Little friend Su, my earlier actions delayed your wood gathering. Here are over 50 pieces of spirit wood, a gift for you." Su Meyer, her cheeks flushed with delight, accepted the storage bag, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Elder Su, you are bestowing gifts upon me. How can I accept this?" She stammered, her body quivering slightly. "It is of no consequence. You and I share a certain affinity, and I would not let you suffer a loss," Su Xiao replied, stroking his beard with a charming demeanor. "Thank you, Elder Su." Su Meyer yearned for the boundless fortune he exuded, linking her arm with his. Suddenly, a captivating fragrance enveloped the air. "Little friend Su? What is the matter?" Su Xiao inquired, his eyes narrowing. "Elder, 1 point of fortune was stolen by Su Meyer, returning 10 points. 1 point of fortune was stolen by Su Meyer, returning 10 points. The system's voice resonated, and Su Xiao instantly understood. It appeared that she had taken a liking to his fortune. This was fortuitous. The more she siphoned, the greater his own fortune would be returned. The 3 disciples of the Shouyuan sect watched with envy and jealousy. However, their senior sister had already taken the lead, leaving them only to watch in awe. "Su Xiao, you may freely absorb the fortune that resides within me. It is of no consequence." Upon hearing this, Su Meyer's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, which swiftly transformed into delight. Elder Su, did he truly comprehend that she was drawing upon his fortune? Moreover, he was encouraging her to do so. In that instant, she understood why her master held Elder Su in such high regard. "Elder, there is a cave over there. Let us proceed in that direction," Su Meyer suggested. Su Xiao chuckled softly, guiding her towards a concealed cave not far away. As fortune surged, it also provided an opportunity to trigger the task that would yield a 10,000-fold reward. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the spiritual wood. The first gift to Su Meyer has triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, resulting in the return of a 10,000-year spiritual root. 10,000-year spiritual root contains 3 drops of 10,000-year spiritual liquid, each capable of reviving the dead and healing grievous injuries, remaining 1 opportunity for a 10,000-fold critical hit. The next gift will trigger. Chapter 75, Return of the Xiaoyang Dragon Blood Pill within a concealed cave. Sumeyu extracted a fragrant mink fur blanket from her storage pouch and laid it upon the damp earthen floor. "Elder, please." Sumeya gently assisted Su Xiao in seating himself. "Elder, you wouldn't mind if I absorbed some of your fortune, would you?" Su Xiao shook his head with a smile, saying, "Not at all, my dear Su. Please feel free to absorb as much as you wish. My lifespan is limited. There is no need to waste it." "Thank you, Elder." A fragrant breeze enveloped her as she tenderly embraced him, channeling her energy to fully absorb the fortune emanating from Su Xiao. "Elder, you are truly generous." In that moment, she felt that this magnanimous and charming elder surpassed all the youthful talents she had encountered. Sumeyo has stolen 1 point of fortune, returning 10 points. Su Meyer has stolen 1 point of fortune, returning 10 points. Su Meyer has stolen 1 point of fortune. The system's notifications echoed continuously. Sumeya closed her eyes in concentration. Su Xiao chuckled. "Dear Su, our meeting feels fated, and I sense a special bond between us. Here, take this high-grade beauty pill. It serves little purpose for me, and I bestow it upon you as a token of goodwill." As he spoke, he gestured with his arm, retrieving a pill imbued with unique spiritual energy from his spatial storage. A beauty pill? And of high quality. Sumeya's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing his words. She gazed at the extraordinary pill in Su Xiao's hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. "Elder, are you truly giving me this high-grade beauty pill?" She was overwhelmed with joy. High-grade beauty pills were unattainable on the market. Even if available, one would need several hundred high-grade spirit stones to even contemplate acquiring one. The fact that Elder Su was willing to gift her such a precious item was astounding. Su Xiao reassured her, "We are fated. This high-grade beauty pill is but a trivial matter. Please accept it. I have no use for it." As she clutched the precious pill, her elation was palpable. "Elder, your kindness towards me is truly overwhelming. To have met you is a blessing I have cultivated throughout my life." She was utterly captivated by his generosity. He had gifted her spiritual wood, a high-grade beauty pill, and exuded an astonishing fortune. Where could she find someone so unconditionally kind in this world? Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the high-grade beauty pill, triggering a task reward with a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning the Xiaoyang Dragon Blood Pill. Xiaoyang Dragon Blood Pill, consuming it grants a trace of true dragon bloodline, enhancing internal organs and bones, and bestows the ability of limb regeneration. Shouyuan Dragon Blood Pill? Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The name alone promised extraordinary benefits. The ability to regenerate lost limbs was indeed a testament to the system's prowess. By the way, dear friend, I've heard that your Huan sect's techniques can absorb both fortune and spiritual energy? Su Xiao inquired. Yes, but absorbing spiritual energy can be somewhat troublesome. Su Meier's delicate features flushed a deep crimson. Oh. Su Xiao shook her head, conceding that it would be best not to trouble her young friend. Outside, 3 disciples of the Huan sect were felling spiritual trees. They felt a deep resentment and regret within themselves, lamenting that their senior sister had seized the opportunity first, leaving them unable to absorb any fortune. Where had their master uncle gone? Why had he not appeared for such a long time? Xiaowang, Xiaoli, and Shui Yu had not only finished cutting down the nearby spiritual trees, but they had also exhausted all the wood available in the entire Wanmu forest. The 3 female disciples pointed towards a distant cave. Elder Su and senior sister Su were inside the cave. Chapter 76. Advancing to the 2nd level of Yuaning, the petite and adorable Shui Yu nodded earnestly beside her, appearing deep in thought. The 3 women of the Huan sect sat cross-legged on the ground, patiently awaiting their senior sister. Xiaowang and Xiaoli stood at a distance, somewhat bewildered, whispering to each other, "Junior brother, I truly cannot comprehend this." Neither can I. Their hearts were a tumult of emotions. In the cave, Su Meier donned her dress and shyly inquired, "Elder, is it truly true that your lifespan is short?" Maya finds it hard to believe. She still felt a bit unwell, her cheeks flushed, lacking prior experience. Su Xiao chuckled. "Ah, indeed, my lifespan is quite limited." With that, he rose and approached the cave entrance. There were many matters to attend to in the secret realm, and he could not afford to waste too much time. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1009 years. Realm: 2nd level of Yuaning. Special physique: Earth Fire, Human Fire, Dao Body, Primordial True Qi. Blood of the True Dragon. Remaining lifespan: 300 years. Su Xiao consumed the 9-yang dragon blood pill. The effects were remarkable, making him appear younger. He glanced at the status panel and nodded in satisfaction. Ultimately, his spiritual energy was still siphoned away. However, logically, he should have suffered a significant loss in cultivation. Yet, thanks to the system's restitution, not only did he not lose ground, but he also ascended a level in cultivation. He had guessed correctly. The Huan sect could not only return absorbed fortune, but also spiritual energy. The rapid elevation in his realm was astonishing. With his keen eyes glinting, Su Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He was seasoned enough to know how challenging it was to enhance one's cultivation after reaching Yuaning. He had attained the 1st level of Yuaning at the age of 300, and it took him until 800 to barely reach the 9th level. An additional 200 years were needed to achieve the peak, enabling him to transcend the divine thunder tribulation. 500 years to cultivate to the 9th level. Then there was his disciple, Lu Dinyin, who, despite his considerable talent, had been stuck at the 6th level of Yuaning for decades. It was said he had only recently reached the 7th level. Would the system conjure any unforeseen complications in the future? Su Xiao chuckled inwardly. Aware that the system's restitution needed to be reasonable, excessive siphoning of spiritual energy would likely result in dire consequences. This phenomenon must also be contingent upon fate. Su Meier smiled and said, "Elder, after I refine the fortune, may I come to seek you again?" "Of course, you are always welcome to visit me. You may freely absorb the fortune I possess," Su Xiao replied generously, acknowledging the situation. "Thank you, Elder. You are truly wonderful," Su Meier exclaimed with excitement. Su Xiao then produced 10 transformation pills and handed them to her, saying, "Meier, take these 10 transformation pills. Should you find your resources insufficient in the future, come to the Piao Miao sect to seek me. The Elder has ample resources. Please do not hesitate." He noticed that Su Meier had recently reached the 9th level of Yuaning and still had a considerable distance to the peak. The transformation pill was the most suitable remedy at this stage. 10 transformation pills? Su Meier's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted them, exclaiming, "Thank you, Elder. You are truly exceptional." The 10 transformation elixirs are valued at 100 high-grade spirit stones. Such a significant sum of spirit stones is effortlessly spent. Furthermore, there are the previous high-grade beauty elixirs. Elder, you are exceedingly generous. There will be an abundance of fortune to utilize in the future. She was overwhelmed with excitement, embracing Su Xiao. A fragrant allure enveloped them, leading to another intimate moment. "Congratulations, host. Your bond with Su Meier has increased to 2. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 transformation elixirs. and receiving 20 divine elixirs in return. At the same time, at the periphery of the forest of 10,000 woods, dozens of individuals clad in black continued to gather, forming a formidable alliance. At the forefront stood a stern middle-aged man, his expression fierce as he inquired, "Where are the people from the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect?" "Senior Brother Gue. The 4 members of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect have already begun to set up formations in the forest of 10,000 woods," reported one of the gathered. The cold and stern middle-aged man sneered, "Excellent. This time, I have summoned the elite disciples of our demonic path, coupled with the formations laid by the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Su, old dog, your demise is assured." He commanded the group to set off and act according to plan. "If necessary, utilize the cold refinement fire elixir. We must ensure a decisive kill." "Yes, Senior Brother Gue." Outside the secret realm, everyone's gaze was fixed on the ethereal lingbai of the mysterious Mist sect, automatically disregarding all else. "Su, old dog, has emerged," someone shouted, and instantly, everyone present perked up, their eyes fixated on the cave entrance. Su Xiao appeared at the entrance, supporting Su Meiya as they slowly emerged. Upon seeing Su Meiya's flushed cheeks, her somewhat feeble form, and her unnatural gait, it became evident what had transpired. Damn it! The various sect leaders and elders slumped in their seats, sighing and shaking their heads. Some covered their faces, their expressions wrought with anguish and lamentation. Su, old dog, has succeeded once again. Chapter 77. Movements of the Demon Sect. As Su Xiao supported Su Meiya out, Yu Linglong furrowed her brow, while Dugu Ling mocked her. Most of the sect leaders and elders present had already lost their composure and were too weary to continue their criticisms. "Su, old dog, so infuriating. Alas, it is better to simply ignore him. Are the female cultivators of the Huan sect truly blind? Su, old dog, I curse your ancestors through 18 generations. Just wait until I see how you meet your demise. That old man is nearing death, so exasperating. Su, old dog, I shall tear you to shreds." With a resounding bang, Xiao Mu slammed his palm onto the table, his face flushed with rage, his whole body trembling. His eyes burned with fury, a crimson hue overtaking his gaze. He looked at Su Meiya's alluringly flushed face within the spirit mirror, and his envy and jealousy became nearly unbearable. How detestable! Su, old dog. Xiao Mu felt as though his heart and lungs might explode from his fury. He was unwilling to accept this. In a fit of despair, he roared, spewing a mouthful of blood that stained the table. "Master, please calm your anger." 3 elders nearby were startled. The sect leader was genuinely enraged. Gue Li and the others were already making arrangements. With the alliance of the demon sect, Su Xiao was surely doomed. The 3 elders hurriedly attempted to placate him. Xiao Mu glared at the 4 figures of Gue Li hurrying towards the Wanmu forest within the spirit mirror, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and forcefully restrained his fury as he sat down. "Very well. This time, I shall see how that old dog escapes." His eyes glinted with malice. His face twisted in resentment. He fixed his gaze on the spirit mirror, eager to witness the old dog's demise. "Useless. Merely a woman. And yet she has affected your resolve. A person like you is unworthy of being my disciple." A voice of reprimand resonated deep within his soul, dousing him with cold water and bringing him back to some semblance of clarity. "Master, I truly despise Su, old dog. Master, I implore you, rid me of him. I shall heed your every word from now on." After a moment, the great integration elder spoke coldly. "I shall say this one last time. That old man is peculiar. He likely possesses formidable talismans. Your best course of action now is to await his natural demise. The divine pill of the Great Dao is of no consequence with me here. Your breakthrough to the refining void is assured. Do not let anger cloud your resolve." Xiao Mu trembled with rage. He knew his master spoke the truth, yet he simply could not accept it. "Meiya, but she is the bride's dowry of Lady Yu. Meiya, my beloved. I loathe myself for not protecting you well enough." The commotion from Xiao Mu attracted the attention of several onlookers, who regarded him with a sense of shared empathy. Just look at how that old dog has driven this genius of the demon sect to such a state. He has even coughed up blood. As long as that old dog remains alive, it is an affront to justice. Yuan Hao cast a glance at Xiao Mu, his sharply defined features betraying no emotion. There was even a hint of anticipation in his demeanor. "Old dog, leap with more vigor. Soon, your demise shall arrive." Ha. At this moment, everyone finally took note of the commotion within the Lingbai sect. The extreme polar demon sect, the soul-devouring demon sect, the 10,000 poison sect, along with dozens of disciples from various second and third-rate demon factions, were hastening towards the Wanmu forest. Even the despicable disciples of the Broken Sky Demon sect were stealthily setting up formations around the forest. In no time, they had already placed over a dozen focal points for their arrays. Alas, the demonic faction is about to strike against my senior brother. Dugu Ling sensed the impending danger. Her phoenix eyes clouded with frost, revealing her worry. Yu Ling long observed the movements of the Lingbai demon sect members, her gaze unusually grave. The disciples of the Harmony sect were still within the Wanmu forest. The demonic factions are united in their efforts. They seek to take the old dog's life. How splendid! The four major demon sects are launching a simultaneous offensive with formations spread throughout the Wanmu forest. Even though the old dog is a transformation stage cultivator, he shall surely meet his end here. Oh dear! At last, I have witnessed a piece of good news. The expressions of the sect leaders and elders were filled with astonishment, their old eyes sparkling with anticipation for the demon sect to succeed in slaying that old dog. Whether it be the representatives of the 10 nations or the righteous sects, at this moment, they all nodded in approval as they watched the demon practitioners diligently executing their plans. The more they observed, the more they appeared to be noble heroes ridding the world of its scourge. In the celestial secret realm, there are rules. Casualties are normal within the secret realm and are not regarded as grievances. Should the old dog perish, the Miao Miao sect would merely make a fuss, and it would soon pass. Within the Wanmu forest, Sumaya slowly approached the three women. At this moment, Su Xiao noticed something amiss in the surroundings. Oh no! An ambush! Xiao Wang, Xiaoli, Shuiyu, be on high alert immediately. Chapter 78. 3 battlefields. A gasp escaped the lips of the three as they were taken aback, swiftly extending their spiritual senses to probe the surroundings. Indeed, in the distance, a multitude of yuaning auras were racing towards them with fervor. There was no need to guess the target, it was unmistakably them. Ha. Su Laogo, today marks your demise. Figures cloaked in black materialized in the distant sky. Some wielded swords or blades, casting a disdainful gaze upon Su Xiao and Mayer, their eyes brimming with intense fury and mockery. Guili, with his keen vision, discerned the flushed and enchanting visage of Su Mayer from the Huan sect. It was evidently abnormal. Damn you, Su Laogo. This is a secret realm. The disciples of the bloodthirsty demon sect and the 10,000 poisoned sect seethed with rage, their teeth clenched as they glared at the captivating Su Mayer, a torrent of jealousy and hatred surging uncontrollably within them. Old lecher, if I do not rend you into 8 pieces today, I shall not be the senior brother of the extreme demon sect. The demonic disciples previously dispatched for reconnaissance had already reported that the old man and Su Mayer had entered a cave. To their astonishment, upon arrival, they witnessed Su Mayer supporting Su Xiao. Damn it, Su Laogo, you shall perish. They were resolute in their desire to ensure Su Laogo did not survive even a moment longer. The 4 from the extreme demon sect summoned their magical artifacts, unleashing a brilliant icy blue light as they charged towards Su Xiao. Shuiyu, Xiaoli, Xiaowang, prioritize your safety. Mayer, use your life-saving talismans as the situation demands. The visitors from the demon sect bear ill intentions, and a great battle is likely imminent. Su Xiao observed the 4 assailants from the extreme demon sect and, with fierce determination in his eyes, raised a hand. Instantly, he was enveloped in a radiant, multicolored light, soaring into the sky. In the process, the 9 fire-glazed shield was summoned, with 9 colossal fire dragons swirling around him, their roars echoing like thunder. With a sudden surge, they lunged towards the 4 from the extreme demon sect. Is that old man wielding such formidable artifacts? Charge! Everyone advance. Not a single soul shall leave this place alive. Guili, the senior brother of the extreme demon sect, brandished an icy blue long knife, enveloped in a chilling aura. Upon contact with the fire dragons, a sizzling sound erupted. In less than 2 breaths, his premium-grade knife was scorched to a fiery red by one of Su Xiao's fire dragons, on the brink of destruction. How could this be? Not only Guili, but the other 3 were equally astonished. The extreme heat of these fire dragons sent shivers down their spines. Should they be ensnared by the fire dragons, they feared they would not endure even 2 rounds. Something is amiss with the old man's strength. Quick! Consume the cold refinement fire elixir. With a resounding explosion, Guili's icy blue long knife shattered into a heap of molten iron under the assault of the fire dragons. The extreme demon sect, alongside other demonic factions, directed their assault towards Su Xiao. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty demon sect and the 10,000 poisons sect executed their plan to besiege the disciples of the Misty sect and the Huan sect. The 2 factions clashed. and the battle within the forest of 10,000 trees shook the very earth. On one side of the forest, a crystal blue gourd swelled in the wind, transforming into a colossal gourd towering to the height of a person. Endless azure waters surged forth, washing away the pungent blood that stained the ground below. Bloodthirsty demon sect. How dare you challenge our esteemed Piao Miao sect? You shall be punished. Shuiyu, stepping lightly upon the void, gazed ahead at the four individuals wielding blood-infused techniques. In that moment, she seemed to shed her usual innocence, her large eyes ignited with fierce determination, her beautiful black hair dancing in the wind, resembling a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. Senior brother, let us swiftly vanquish them and assist Uncle Master. He faces dozens of enemies alone. As she spoke, the aura around Shuiyu surged, her form gradually becoming translucent. Harnessing the innate ability of her water spirit body, she transformed into a transparent azure figure in an instant. With a resounding splash, she dove into the cascading river of azure water. In that fleeting moment, the lake-like azure waters appeared to come alive, conjuring towering waves that surged violently toward the four members of the bloodthirsty demon sect. Truly, the newly acclaimed top talent of Piao Miao's sect possesses extraordinary prowess. The four, clad in black and red attire, widened their eyes in astonishment. Not daring to hesitate, their leader summoned a blood cauldron, from which thick, crimson blood erupted in torrents. This viscous blood bore a potent corrosive power. Any flora that came into contact with it was swiftly reduced to blackened remnants, dissipating into the wind. This was the bloodthirsty demon sect's prized artifact, the beast blood cauldron. Endless torrents of thick blood enveloped the four, bracing themselves against the oncoming azure waves. The beast blood cauldron trembled violently, barely sustaining the onslaught of Shuiyu's azure waters. Quickly eliminate the remaining two cultivators. Shuiyu is formidable. She has reached the peak of the nascent soul 9th layer. I cannot endure for long. Once you finish them off, return to assist me immediately. The middle-aged leader's face flushed as he exerted all his spiritual energy to control the beast blood cauldron. The endless azure waves crashed upon the sea of blood, each impact reverberating through his body, causing him immense discomfort. No doubt, she is the grand disciple of the Piao Miao sect's leader. What incredible strength! As the two engaged in their duel, the remaining three from the bloodthirsty demon sect unleashed their blood-drenched artifacts, without a moment's hesitation charging toward Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. The latter's expressions shifted, and they summoned several high-grade artifacts, surrounding themselves with flying swords to form the 7-star sword formation. United, the formation emitted dazzling sword light, transforming into a colossal transparent sword that hurtled toward the three adversaries. Meanwhile, the four from the Wan Poison sect pursued Su Mei and her companions from the Hehuan sect. Countless venomous insects, serpents, and ants surged from behind, causing the once beautiful faces of the four to pale in an instant. Junior sisters, defend against the enemy. Await the arrival of Piao Miao sect's reinforcements. Su Mei descended, positioning herself protectively before her companions. With a single gesture, she sent forth a brass bell that soared into the air, transforming into a massive copper bell. The deafening clang of the bell echoed through the forest, releasing a pink mist that dispersed the swarming insects and serpents. This was her exquisite artifact, the Hehuan bell. Aha! Hehuan sect's enchantresses, prepare to meet your demise. Su Mei, you wretched woman, how shameless can you be? You are utterly despicable, abominable, wretch. For men clad in black hats emerged amidst the serpents, insects, and rodents. The leader was a young man of unseemly appearance, his visage marred by an array of pockmarks resembling the aftermath of a vicious insect bite, evoking both terror and revulsion. Chapter 79. The battle that captivated all eyes. The remaining three were not in a much better state. Within the Wan Poison sect, one could scarcely find a normal individual. Upon speaking, the lead, an unsightly middle-aged man, gestured with one hand, causing a black cloth bag to soar into the air and expand. A swirling mist of corrosive poison erupted from the bag, enveloping the surrounding area, where poisonous insects, snakes, and ants swelled under the dense black fog. A mere palm-sized poison rat leapt forth to the size of a cat. Black ants transformed into man-eating ants, and poisonous snakes morphed into gigantic pythons. These venomous creatures, as if invigorated by a stimulant, lunged wildly at Su Mei and her companions, baring their fangs and claws in a reckless frenzy. Ha ha ha! Enchantresses, prepare to meet your doom. These vile wretches shall not escape their fate. The four from the Wan Poison sect summoned their magical artifacts, which resonated with potent energy. Enveloped in deadly poison, the very moment they manifested, the surrounding trees withered instantly. The four women of the Hehuan sect turned pale, hastily invoking their own artifacts to counter the onslaught of toxic entities in their adversaries. Under the protection of the exquisite Huan Bell, they managed to hold their ground, preventing the enemy from breaching their defenses. At the onset of the confrontation, they had contemplated using their life-saving talismans to escape. However, the head of the sect only instructed them to act within their means, to take whatever they could carry, without imposing any strict demands. Yet, they soon discovered that within the vast forest, their life-saving talismans had inexplicably become ineffective. A concealed formation had been laid, rendering their protective charms useless. Devilish scoundrels! How utterly despicable! They aimed to annihilate us completely. In the sky, Xiao gracefully soared on his sword, commanding the Nanming Lihuo Sword to harvest the lives of the demonic disciples. Were these demonic practitioners insane? Even on the brink of death, they refused to utilize their talismans to flee? Was it that the old man evoked such hatred that they would risk everything to confront him? Xiao was somewhat astonished by the carnage. The colossal sword, conjured by the Nanming Lihuo Sword, wreaked havoc in every direction as 3 demonic disciples, consumed by terror, attempted to escape on their swords. Yet, none could match the speed of the Nanming Lihuo Sword. Its blade gleamed with a fiery radiance, imbued with searing flames. In the blink of an eye, the massive sword caught up to the 3. With a swift, decisive strike, they were severed in 2. Their remains charred and engulfed in flames, reducing them to ashes in mere moments. Curse you, lecherous old man! Where do you summon such formidable artifacts from? The 4 members of the extreme poison sect, besieged by 9 fire dragons, were now visibly shaken, their eyes wide with fear. They had consumed their second cold refinement fire pill, significantly boosting their internal energy, nearly reaching the early stages of the transformation realm. Yet, faced with the old man's 9 fire dragons, they found themselves retreating in disarray, devoid of any hope of victory. How could the old man possess such formidable strength? One individual stands against our elite demonic sect without faltering, and he has already slain so many of our disciples. Now, aside from their quartet, only 2 or 3 teams of a dozen individuals remained desperately holding their ground. Xiao smiled silently, uninterested in the plight of the extreme poison sect. As he soared on his sword, he continued to manipulate the Nanming Lihuo Sword to unleash further devastation. Ah, lecherous old man, may you meet a wretched end. A disciple was pierced by the blazing sword, his body ignited, instantly reduced to ashes. The others trembled in terror, their fighting spirit extinguished, wishing only to flee. Yet, it was not that they did not desire to escape, but rather that an array had been set up nearby, rendering their life-preserving talismans ineffective. The treacherous heavenly demon sect had long warned them against such insidious tactics. Now, the boomerang had returned to strike them. No, the South Ming Lihuo Sword soared back and forth, leaving the remaining disciples of the demonic path with no chance of escape. One by one, they perished beneath the searing blade. A few disciples' hearts swelled with boundless resentment, and upon reaching a certain threshold, this hatred ignited into a tangible flame. Crimson fire erupting from within, consuming them entirely. Soon, the skies fell silent, as the second-rate demonic cultivators met their tragic end at Xiao's hands. None escaped. It seemed an array had been set in place, preventing the use of their talismans. The despicable demonic cultivators were truly treacherous, courting death. Xiao's expression darkened as he retracted the South Ming Lihuo Sword. He cast a gaze upon the 4 struggling against the fire dragon from the extreme polar demon sect, a murderous intent emanating from his eyes. Outside the secret realm, all eyes were fixed on this ultimate battle. The sect leaders and elders shook their heads in dismay, sighing in lament. These elite demonic disciples were utterly useless, pathetically weak. The old lecher hadn't even unleashed his full strength yet. His Iron Mountain artifact had yet to be employed, and the demonic disciples had already fallen. Too powerful. The heavens are unjust. Why must Su the old dog be so formidable? The members of the extreme polar demon sect had already consumed their second cold refinement fire pills. Yet they could not escape the 9 dragonfire array. Utterly pathetic. Su the old dog was insufferably arrogant. He only bullied nascent soul cultivators. Once he emerges, I shall show him what a true transformation into divinity entails. The sect leaders and elders seethed with indignation, clenching their fists in frustration at the incompetence of these demonic disciples. Almost everyone present sided with the demonic disciples, hoping they would slay the old lecher and uphold justice. Yet they were continuously met with humiliation. Su the old dog. How dare he be so brazen? Xiao stood up once more, his face contorted with fury. Old lecher, I curse your entire family. The battle had raged on, and he had begun to discern the trend. The cold refinement fire pill would not suffice for a third dose. It was impossible to break free from the 9-dragon fire array, let alone slay the old lecher. What are you waiting for? Hurry and consume the third cold refinement fire pill. Yet, no matter how loudly he shouted, it was in vain. Those inside could not hear him. And only the crowd outside looked on helplessly, filled with sighs of despair. To consume 3 cold refinement fire pills in such a short span would undoubtedly exhaust their cultivation. The new leader of the extreme polar demon sect was truly ruthless. Dugu Ling watched Ling Bai anxiously. Although worried, her eyes sparkled with admiration and excitement. Senior brother. So formidable. How incredible. Truly deserving of being the one who loves her alone and has married her. She adored him immensely. Her heart raced with exhilaration. This is the very senior brother she admires. So handsome. Yu Linglong looked at the excited Dugu Ling beside her, scoffing softly. Her eyes filled with a hint of concern as she gazed toward the Hehuan sect's arena, above the Wanmulan forest. Guili struggled to fend off 3 or 4 fire dragons. Observing the lifeless bodies of the demon sect disciples around him, and the oncoming Su Xiao wielding his sword, his face reddened with fury, and he could no longer contain himself as he bellowed. Refine the pills. The third cold refined flame pill. Breaking heaven demon sect. How much longer must you wait? Hurry up and come out. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed through the sky, and beams of light appeared above the 5 individuals. Shortly after, 4 figures emerged on the horizon, brandishing exquisite artifacts, charging madly towards Su Xiao. Haha. The primordial 5 elements formation has been activated. Old lecher, prepare to meet your end. Even in the secret realm, you dare to pursue women. I curse your ancestors. Just as the words left his mouth, the sky flickered with light. Immediately, countless heavenly fire, thunder, ice swords, and golden rays locked onto Su Xiao, crashing down with relentless force. Their might was formidable, each strike bore the power of a peak nascent soul. At that moment, the 4 from the polar demon sect had also consumed their third cold refined flame pill, their spiritual energy erupting, their skin turning a vivid red. Their rage surged. Their faces contorted as they unleashed boundless spiritual power to repel the 9 fire dragons, summoning the top-grade artifact, the Millennium Ice Crystal Soul. It seemed as though the very air began to freeze, charging fiercely towards Su Xiao. This time, they aimed to take the old dog's life. Outside the secret realm, nearly everyone stood up anxiously, their gazes fixed on Ling Bai, holding their breath. The fate of the old dog rested upon this moment. Yet, just as the 4 from the polar demon sect and the 4 from the breaking heaven demon sect prepared to encircle Su Xiao and claim his life, they appeared to witness something extraordinary, their movements abruptly halting, terror evident in their eyes. Old dog, what are you doing? Do you not realize? In this secret realm, you must not use the transformation talisman. Chapter 80. Su Xiao's transformation talisman above the vast forest of trees. A colossal iron mountain hovered over Su Xiao's head, effectively shielding him from all assaults of the primordial 5 elements formation. An endless barrage of lightning, fire, ice blades, and golden swords struck the iron mountain, only to be repelled by its unyielding exterior. It remained utterly motionless. Su Xiao stroked his goat-like beard with a faint smile, while in his other hand, he held 4 talismans. 2 were the 9th level purple cloud thunder talismans, and the other 2 were the 9th level profound ice sword rain talismans. Over the past period, he had deciphered the rules of the secret realm, while the might of the transformation realm could exist. The source of that power would be teleported out of the realm upon release. In other words, using the transformation talismans would result in an instant expulsion from the secret realm. However, the effects of the transformation talismans would persist within the realm. This was precisely why the members of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect and the Extreme Polar Demon Sect dared not approach him. Old dog, you are rendering it impossible for the mysterious Cloud Sect to obtain the divine pill of the Great Dao. Quickly relinquish it, utilizing transformation talismans in the secret realm. Even if you escape, the various sect leaders and elders will not let you off easily. The 4 members of the Extreme Polar Demon Sect were profoundly shaken, their eyes filled with unrelenting terror. On the other side, the 4 shadowy figures of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect mirrored their fear. The 2 factions sensed the elusive aura of the transformation talismans in Su Xiao's grasp, leaving them pale and trembling uncontrollably. Old dog, how could there truly be 9th level transformation talismans? And yet, you have 4 of them in an instant. By the heavens, how many treasures did this old dog unearth in his secluded retreat? Ha! Come now, come at me. Come and try to defeat me. Watch as I obliterate you insignificant pests. Su Xiao let out a hearty laugh, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction, grasping the power of a nuclear bomb. He wielded an unparalleled aura of intimidation. A being of the 9th level transformation realm like Mo Tian had been obliterated by 3 talismans. One could only imagine the fate of these drug-using nascent soul cultivators. Stand down. Let us converse amicably. The members of the Breaking Heaven Demon sect were paralyzed with fear, too terrified to make a move. They deeply regretted their earlier actions. Damn it. Why did we set up the shielding life-preserving formation? Now we cannot even use it ourselves. How infuriating. The reputation of the opponent's 9th level transformation talismans reverberated throughout the cultivation world. Their shielding formation was utterly futile. The former sect leader, Mo Tian, had not survived 3 of those talismans, and for these nascent soul cultivators, encountering them would mean instant annihilation. Old dog, how shameless you are. Well then, I shan't entertain you any longer. I am somewhat fatigued. Let my disciples handle your remains. Xiao smiled slightly and simultaneously hurled the 4 9th level transformation talismans, infusing them with spiritual energy. In an instant, the 4 talismans shot forth, dispersing in 4 different directions. As they activated, they transformed into wisps of ash, dissipating into the air. Boom! The misty sky suddenly darkened as ominous clouds gathered, with countless arcs of lightning crackling within, exuding an overwhelming pressure. By the heavens! Old dog, you have truly lost your mind. The members of both the Breaking Heaven Demon sect and the Extreme Polar Demon sect turned pale, quaking in fear. They sensed that it was not merely the thunder in the sky. The temperature in the air suddenly plummeted as 2 massive deep blue ice orbs materialized from the void, exuding an overwhelming pressure towards both factions. Shuyu, Xiao, Xiaoli, Master has stepped out for tea. Do not forget to collect the remains of the demonic disciples later. The supreme divine elixir shall be entrusted to you, Xiao declared, channeling spiritual energy as he addressed the battlefield of the Hahuan sect in the distance. Mayer, you shall follow the disciples of the Piao Miao sect from now on. The demise of these demonic disciples in the secret realm poses no further threat. Take your time to harvest and ensure that you bring back ample treasures for your Jade Palm sect. With that, the laws of heaven and earth descended upon the secret realm, and Su Zhao's imposing figure vanished in an instant. His actions were deliberate, for by eliminating the remaining members of the 4 great demon sects, the demonic presence in the secret realm would be utterly annihilated. Shuyu, possessing exceptional talent and being at the peak of the nascent soul stage, would dominate the secret realm with her presence, effortlessly obtaining the supreme divine elixir. Suddenly, the 2 deep blue ice orbs surged forth, unleashing countless ice swords that fell like rain, striking fiercely at the members of the Patian demon sect and the Polar demon sect, as they felt the incomparably overwhelming aura of the peak of the transformation stage. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes widened in horror. It's over. The peak transformation stage ice swords are beyond our defense. Su, old dog, how could you do this to us? The sound of shattering echoed as the 2 factions found themselves unable to evade. Their summoned artifacts were shattered in an instant by the barrage of ice swords, with a series of thuds and mere moments. 8 individuals from the 2 great demon sects were reduced to mere ice figurines, frozen solid by the chilling essence of the ice swords. The 8 figures collapsed, shattering upon impact and leaving behind a scattered mess of ice shards, marking their complete demise. On the scene, only the exquisite artifact, the 10,000-year ice crystal breaker, and a demonic blade from the Patian demon sect remained intact. All other artifacts were obliterated into fragments by the rain of ice swords. This was the formidable power of a peak transformation stage talisman. In 2 other battlefields, Shuyu and Su Meier were taken aback by Su Zhao's words. Sensing the unparalleled aura of the transformation stage in the sky, their eyes brightened as they deduced that Elder Su possessed a transformation talisman and had activated it. Master, rest assured, I shall bring back the supreme divine elixir. Shuiyu's bright eyes sparkled as she witnessed the fall of all members from the Patian demon sect and the Polar demon sect, her heart racing with excitement. Master, this is simply amazing. I love it. Su Meier gazed at the impending thunder of the transformation stage in the sky. A purple lightning bolt aimed squarely at the advancing members of the Wandu sect. The elder used a priceless transformation stage talisman just for me to deal with the Wandu sect's disciples. Such devotion from the elder. What is happening? Su old dog has actually used the transformation talisman? The old lecher has gone mad. I can't believe it. The 4 grotesque men from the Wandu sect felt the impending thundercloud above, their hearts pounding in terror. That talisman belongs to the peak of the transformation stage. The old lecher possesses such a treasure. No. The sky rumbled ominously. Two colossal purple lightning bolts descended with a thunderous roar, targeting the captain designated by the bloodthirsty demon sect and the 10,000 poisons sect. The two factions were nearly paralyzed with fear, hastily summoning all their artifacts, bracing themselves to withstand the divine thunder. There was no escape. Absolutely no escape. No one could elude the divine thunder's lock-on at the 9th level of the transformation stage. Crack. The protective barrier above the forest of 10,000 trees disintegrated upon contact with the purple lightning, reduced to mere fragments. The formation was utterly annihilated. Chapter 81. Departing the secret realm in that fleeting moment, the disciples of the two sects sensed the vanishing of the surrounding formations. Their faces lit up with joy as they hastily reached into their pockets to retrieve their life-saving talismans, yearning to escape the secret realm and survive. However, the purple lightning tearing through the formations descended with astonishing swiftness and overwhelming force. Just as the two groups managed to produce their talismans, the colossal purple thunderbolt struck them mercilessly. The lightning surged forth, enveloping the 8 individuals in a tempest of unrelenting thunder. This was the might of a peak 9th layer transformation god expert. Su Laogo, I curse you to be born without a shred of skin in your next life. With boundless despair and reluctance, the 8 individuals were reduced to ashes amidst the onslaught of the thunder. Their protective artifacts were likewise shattered into fragments. Utterly powerless against the divine thunder's might, the dazzling pillars of lightning persisted for 10 breaths before gradually dissipating. Shui Ling and Su Meier, along with their companions, were thrown back by the residual waves of thunder, though fortunately, they emerged relatively unscathed. Shuiyu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li approached in trepidation, gazing at the charred and sunken earth before them, their eyes filled with lingering fear. Su Shirshu's talisman was truly formidable. Dear brothers, now that Su Shirbua has departed, I am your leader. Shuiyu's fair and lovely countenance broke into a grin. Let us see if there are any remnants of artifacts left behind. We should salvage whatever we can find. Very well, sister. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as they rushed forward to inspect the remains. Meanwhile, Su Meier and her 3 companions rose to their feet. Having been relatively close to the strike, their delicate skin bore the faint marks of the lightning's burn. Yet, these were mere trifles for them, and they would heal in due time. Elder, you have been exceedingly kind to Meier. To have a partner like you is indeed a stroke of fortune. Su Meier gazed longingly at the spot where Su Xiao had vanished, lost in thought. Kiki, senior sister, do not dwell on it. You are now Elder Su's beloved. The fortune he possesses is now yours and the sect leaders. The 3 junior sisters beside her giggled, their eyes sparkling with envy. They were exhilarated that Elder Su would bestow such a precious 9th layer transformation god talisman for the benefit of their Hahuan sect. Such a generous man exuded an irresistible charm. We envy you, senior sister. We envy the sect leader. Senior sister, we also wish to be close to Elder Su. Could you perhaps introduce us? Su Meier chuckled softly, her cheeks flushed with pride. An introduction is certainly possible, but dear sisters, whether Elder Su would take a liking to you is another matter entirely. His standards are quite elevated. The 3 girls vied with one another to curry favor, each one eagerly proclaiming, no worries at all. As long as you introduce us, we would be content. As they spoke, the 4 girls stifled their laughter. The battle at Wanmu Forest left those outside the secret realm in stunned silence. Su Laogo, he truly possesses transformation god talismans. And furthermore, he unleashed 4 at once. What a revelation. The battle concluded with the annihilation of the demonic disciples. The leaders and elders of the demon sect slumped in their seats, their expressions vacant, devoid of any passion for life. Xiaomu was utterly bewildered, and Yuan Hao fared little better. The 2 of them resembled lost brothers, their gazes blank as they sat, their faces ghastly pale. Su, old dog, I, Xiaomu, shall ensure that you meet a most gruesome end. Once again, fury coursed through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. A bitter taste filled his mouth as he nearly spewed blood. Xiaomu was consumed by rage. Yuan Hao's eyes were as dark as water, struggling to contain his shock. Despite his meticulous planning, he had not anticipated that the old lecher possessed so many transformation talismans. Moreover, that old dog dared to use them. Xiao, Su, old dog, congratulations. You have become my lifelong adversary. His intense anger was interwoven with an exhilarating thrill. The joy he would feel upon finally vanquishing his foe would be unparalleled. The assembly of sect leaders and elders sighed in dismay. The old lecher had ultimately eluded destruction. Such a pity. Demon disciples. Trash. Nonsense. The Xin Guang divine stone flashed, and in an instant, Su Xiao, clad in a gray robe and exuding an ethereal presence, appeared before the crowd. His handsome visage bore a gentle smile. His body, invigorated by the 9-yang dragon blood pill, stood tall and full of vitality. He seemed even more youthful than before. "Junior sister, I have returned." With a light chuckle, he gazed at the starry-eyed Du Guling, who was infatuated with him, her beautiful phoenix eyes sparkling. "Old lecher, how dare you return?" she exclaimed furiously. "I'm going to end this perverted old fool." Before the Misty Sect could react, the presence of Xiao sent ripples of unrest through all present. They eagerly brandished their supreme-grade magical artifacts, channeling their spiritual energy into them, eager to demonstrate what true transformation prowess looked like. Old pervert, prepare to descend into hell. They were itching for a fight, particularly the elders of the demon path, who were seething with rage, waiting for someone to take the lead and dismantle the old lecher piece by piece. "What are you all planning?" Xiao observed the middle-aged cultivators polishing their supreme-grade artifacts with calmness. He leisurely retrieved 3 or 4 transformation talismans from his storage bag, fashioning them into a small fan to cool himself. "I advise you all to remain calm. It is a rule in our cultivation world that grievances from the heavenly human secret realm cannot be carried outside. Esteemed leaders and elders, do not act rashly. Furthermore, it was your demon sect that initiated the encirclement against us." With an air of nonchalance, even as a throng of transformation experts stirred with anticipation before him, Xiao remained as composed as an old dog, unfazed by the tempest surrounding him. After all, he possessed not only 8 pinnacle transformation talismans, but also a top-tier talisman from the Void Refinement Realm, the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. If displeased, he could annihilate them all. Observing the divine talismans in Xiao's hands, the onlookers stood frozen in place, resembling deflated balloons, their faces pale with terror. "Old lecher, may your entire family, across 18 generations, suffer," they exclaimed in disbelief. How could there be so many divine talismans? That old dog must have had a talisman shop in his cave. Chapter 82. A direct confrontation. Buy one get one free senior brother. "Are you unscathed?" Du Guling was the first to rush forward, embracing Xiao. "Senior brother, you were incredible. Wow, you still have so many transformation talisman in your hand." "Haha. Junior sister, how could I possibly be harmed? Those disciples of the demonic sect are merely trifles before me." Du Guling's face flushed with excitement as she gently pulled Xiao back to their seats at the mysterious cloud sect. The elder leaders around them were left bewildered, their faces contorted with fury. "Su, the old dog, you're still entangled with Du Guling. How could these women be so blind? Heaven has no eyes." Xiaomu, he gazed at Xiao and Du Guling, his throat tightening as he involuntarily coughed up blood. I, you old wooden block." His face, filled with rage, twisted in fury. It was akin to a beautiful flower being thrust into a pile of dung, and his mind was on the verge of explosion. "I will kill you, you lecherous old man." His skin flushed crimson as his spiritual energy erupted, nearly overwhelming his emotions. "Fool, if you cannot control yourself any longer, then just perish." The voice of the combined essence cultivator echoed, laden with palpable anger. "I shall end you and find another disciple." Shamui gritted his teeth in hatred, yet he felt utterly helpless. The old dog still possessed transformation talismans, making him a formidable opponent at present. "Master, once I achieve the Void Refinement Realm, the first thing I shall do is avenge myself on Su the old dog." The combined essence cultivator replied solemnly, "There is no need for that. That old man has surpassed 1,000 years. He failed his transformation thunder tribulation and will not live to see your breakthrough. Be patient and wait for him to pass away. As my disciple, you must exercise patience and wisdom." Xiao and Du Guling returned to their seats, where Yuling Long embraced Xiao, a gentle breeze of fragrance wafting by. "Elder, you truly are full of surprises. I truly adore you." Stolen 1 point of fortune by Yuling Long, returned 50 points. Stolen by Yuling Long. Xiao felt a twinge of awkwardness as he glanced at Yuling Long, shaking his head and smiling. "Sister Yu, my senior brother could never harbor feelings for you. Senior brother, you must declare that you love only me. Say it now." This scene rendered everyone present speechless. Su the old dog, truly a beast of a man." The elder leaders behind seethed with rage, nearly bursting with indignation. The elders Zhu Lu, and when beside them dared not look at each other. Su the elder, truly a paragon of middle-aged cultivators. "Xiao, while it is understandable that those disciples of the demonic sect acted first, and I have no objection to you slaying them, my son, Guo Jinyu, has done you no harm. On what grounds do you dare to take his life?" As Su Xiao pondered how to respond to Dugu Ling's inquiry, an elderly man clad in a brocade robe materialized before the table of the mysterious Cloud sect, denouncing Su Xiao. Behind him stood the East Lai Kingdom's ruler, his expression one of awkwardness, casting an apologetic glance at Su Xiao. Helpless, he could not intervene, though internally he felt grateful that Su Xiao had spared his 3 sons. Who might you be? Su Xiao squinted his eyes. I am Songguan Feilian, the president of the Zile Merchants Guild, and the father of Songguan Jinyu. With an overwhelming aura of the 6th level of the transformation stage, Songguan Feilian was resolute today. Others might hesitate to confront the notorious elder first, but he would not. He sought justice for his deceased son. Su Xiao rose, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze laden with disdain. Your son, Songguan Jinyu, brazenly harassed Su Meyer of the Harmony sect and assaulted this elder. He deserved death. President Songguan, a wretched individual such as him. Why should this elder refrain from exacting justice? A cold scoff echoed in his heart. A mere 6th level transformation stage cultivator dared to act defiantly before him. You. My son is not that kind of person. Su Xiao, you are courting death. Songguan Feilian's face flushed crimson with fury, hurling curses. I believe it is you who seeks death, Su Xiao retorted coldly, producing a transformation talisman before the assembled crowd. An elder openly insulted him. Such a person must be eliminated if he wished to maintain his standing in the cultivation world. He should arrange a buy one, get one free for Ziyun. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered overhead, a tempestuous aura of the 9th level of the transformation stage swirling within. Purple arcs of lightning danced, signaling the arrival of the Xiao Thunder Talisman. You, how dare you invoke a transformation talisman here? Songguan Feilian's countenance shifted dramatically. Realizing he was ensnared by the impending storm of thunder, his face turned ashen. The leaders and elders of the surrounding sects gazed in disbelief. Su Xiao, indeed, possessed the audacity to employ talismans here. You old dog, I shall take your life first. Songguan Feilian brandished his magical artifact, intent on striking down Su Xiao. However, both Dugu Ling and Yu Linglong acted simultaneously, launching Songguan Feilian away, crashing him against the Xianlight Divine Stone. Boom. The purple lightning cascaded down, striking Songguan Feilian directly. Ah, you old dog. Even in death, I will not spare you. After a few futile struggles, Songguan Feilian was reduced to ashes amidst the 9th level transformation stage thunder. The ruler of East Lai stood in stunned silence. Xiaomu, Hiyu, and Wen Hao remained quiet. All the sect leaders and elders were left dumbfounded. The old dog truly seemed unafraid, even as his end approached. Chapter 83, Obtaining the Divine Pill of the Great Dao Dan. How dare you lay hands on an elder of the Piao Miao sect, the ruler of Donglai Kingdom? Is this appropriate? Dugu Ling restored her authoritative demeanor as the sect leader, her phoenix eyes glacial as they fixed upon her adversary, manifesting the formidable might of the 9th level of the transformation stage. The ruler of Donglai was struck with profound shock, glancing at the ashes that were once Songguan Feilian. He swallowed hard and hastily exclaimed, Please, sect leader, forgive my transgressions. Elder, I beseech your mercy. It is my incompetence as the ruler of Donglai that has brought trouble upon your esteemed sect. Songguan Feilian's provocation of Elder Su was indeed a grave offense. And now he had met his just deserts under the punitive measures of Elder Su's talisman. The ruler's heart was flooded with an unending dread as he looked towards Su Xiao. The old man was on the brink of death. Truly an opponent not to be trifled with. Moreover, 2 prominent sect leaders of the righteous path stood firmly by his side. Sect leader Dugu, Elder Su. I must take my leave. There are pressing matters in the palace that require my attention. The ruler of Donglai hastily retrieved Songguan Feilian's remaining storage bag, dragging his 3 stunned princes along as he fled on his sword. He had long wished to depart, but Songguan Feilian had refused to let him go. Now, his very life was at stake. The talisman of the 9th level of transformation was overwhelmingly powerful, instilling fear and reverence among the assembled sect leaders and elders. They dared not provoke such an elder, a man nearing death, yet wielding such unchecked authority. Now even Dugu Ling and Yu Linglong felt compelled to protect this old man. Merely gazing upon him was infuriating. The leaders of the 2nd and 3rd-rate demonic sects took their leave from the aging emperor of the Southern Zhan Kingdom. They had initially contemplated confronting the old dog Su, but now their spirits were wholly diminished. It was far wiser to patiently await his demise. Su the old dog was currently not to be provoked. He could be rightfully classified as the most formidable figure beneath the realm of the void in the Panlong continent. Half the assembly had already departed, most of whom belonged to the demonic sections. Apart from the 5 great demonic sects, the rest had made their exit. The Tianshi sect among the 5 great demonic sects cast a resentful glance at Su Xiao before silently departing. The remaining 4 sects lingered, waiting for the righteous faction to emerge and reclaim their abandoned supreme artifacts. The situation within the secret realm had tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the righteous path. Shouyuan had ascended as the matriarch of the righteous faction, and in the ensuing 2 days, led her disciples to thoroughly harvest the resources within the secret realm. The Piao Miao sect had filled their storage bags, claiming over 30% of all available resources. Ultimately, the Righteous Alliance ascended to the Central Island, uniting to vanquish the beasts guarding the divine pill of the Great Dao, successfully securing this edition of the coveted pill. It was not every session of the celestial secret realm that allowed human cultivators to obtain the divine pill of the Great Dao. If the conflict between the righteous and demonic factions had escalated severely, leaving too few survivors, they would have been unable to contend with the guardian beasts. Master, I have obtained the divine pill of the Great Dao. This is for you. As the entrance to the Xian Guan divine stone sealed. This session of the celestial secret realm concluded prematurely, with Shouyuan of the Piao Miao sect emerging victorious, claiming the divine pill of the Great Dao. Excellent. Duguling gazed at the radiant, fist-sized pill in her hand, her beautiful countenance brimming with delight. Master, this is all thanks to my uncle's efforts. I merely basked in his glory. Upon witnessing this, Duguling furrowed her brows slightly and remarked with a smile, Shouyuan, you have performed admirably. After you complete your 3 years of seclusion in the sect, your master shall reward you with abundant resources and promote you to an inner sect steward. Shouyuan, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and exclaimed, Thank you, master. However, a flicker of realization crossed her mind, and she blinked, saying, Master, what do you mean by 3 years of seclusion? Duguling chuckled coldly and replied, This is a small punishment I have decided to impose upon you. Once the punishment is over, the rewards will follow. Shouyuan was left in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? I haven't committed any wrongdoing. Master, I do not wish to be confined. A note of fear crept into her voice as she repeatedly begged for mercy before Duguling. Enough of your pleas. Shouyuan, my decision is final. You shall earnestly reflect upon your actions in seclusion on the back mountain. You have gathered sufficient resources to adequately prepare for your ascension to the transformation realm. Duguling's exquisite visage remained cold and indifferent. She had discerned that Shouyuan's injuries were intentionally inflicted. Uncle Master, please intercede on my behalf. Shouyuan implored, hoping her Uncle Master would assist her. Su Xiao's expression darkened as he placed Shouyuan beside Duguling and silently instructed, set up additional protective formations to ensure this girl does not escape. Shouyuan, you shall reflect in seclusion on the back mountain. Su Meyer and the other 3 quietly approached Yu Linglong, presenting their gains from the secret realm. Meyer, do you acknowledge your mistake? Yu Linglong inquired, her breathtaking face adorned with a gentle smile, her eyes shimmering with subtle light. Hearing this, Su Meyer's countenance shifted dramatically as she hastily knelt and repeatedly bowed her head, pleading, Master, it is not as it seems. I merely wish to absorb the fortune for cultivation. Please do not punish me. The 3 junior sisters beside her were equally terrified and knelt in supplication. Astonished by the master's apparent concern, I simply disapprove of your unilateral actions without my consent, Yu Linglong stated, her floral smile devoid of anger. Yet her tone was commanding. Should there be a next time, I will expel you from the sect. Realizing the gravity of Yu Linglong's words, Su Meyer sighed in relief. Weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom as she expressed her gratitude, disciple understands her mistake. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. All right, you may rise. Yu Linglong said, stepping forward to assist Su Meyer to her feet. The righteous path returned the exceptional artifacts they had collected to the 4 demonic sections. Xiao Miu, with a grim expression, cast a glance at Su Xiao, having acquired the Millennium Ice Crystal Soul, brimming with fury and impulsiveness as he boarded the palanquin. Carried away by the 8 demons. Su Old Dog, you are utterly detestable. I shall reclaim everything, with interest, one day. Chapter 84. Reporting the results, Yuan Hao retrieved the exquisite demonic blade from the Breaking Heaven demon sect, stealthily departing with 2 elders. Before his exit, he cast a venomous and yearning gaze at Su Xiao. Old man, continue to leap about. Pursue those beautiful female cultivators. When the moment of your demise arrives, I shall undoubtedly be by your side, witnessing the despair etched upon your face. Death by old age? Impossible. I shall exhaust all my means to ensure your demise. You shameless old pervert. You are my lifelong adversary. Su Xiao discreetly observed the despondent departure of Xiao Miu and Yuan Hao. One was the favored child of fortune, while the other was his sworn enemy, both marked for death by the system. Yet, presently, open confrontation was unwise. Meticulous planning was required. After all, one was protected by the soul of a high-level cultivator, and the other was the son of a grand elder of the Breaking Heaven Demon sect. Even if he bore no fear, he had to consider the thousands of disciples of the Pyamyao sect. Aha! Congratulations, Master Dugu. Your sect is truly enviable to have Elder Su among your ranks. Elder Su, still vigorous in his advanced years and possessing extraordinary strength. I, as an old Taoist, am in awe, truly in awe. Dao Yizhenren wore a congenial smile, exuding excitement as he congratulated the members of the Pyamyao sect. The trip to the 10,000 Buddha temple of the Dao Tian sect had yielded substantial gains, encountering little resistance, as the Pyamyao sect handled all the conflicts. Besides acquiring the Great Dao Divine Pill, they enjoyed numerous benefits. Ahmedba, Elder Su shares a special bond with our Buddha. Should the opportunity arise, I would like to invite Elder Su to visit our 10,000 Buddha temple, the amiable abbot Liao Chun remarked with a smile. At that time, I shall personally elucidate the teachings of Buddhism to wash away any worldly afflictions you may carry. Su Xiao politely clasped his fists, but inwardly scoffed. What nonsense is this old monk spouting? I have no worldly afflictions. These practitioners of Buddhism must have lost their senses in their chanting. After bidding farewell to Yu Ling Long and Su Meyer, Su Xiao and his companions took their leave of the elderly emperor of the southern Zhan kingdom and returned to the Pyamyao sect. Su Xiao, along with Dugu Ling and the elder Zhu Luan, radiated joy. Although the journey had its share of grim moments, the outcome was undeniably favorable. The Pyamyao sect emerged as the greatest victor in this iteration of the heavenly human secret realm, returning not only with the Great Dao Divine Pill but also an immense wealth of resources. For the next 300 years, the Pyamyao sect would firmly hold its position atop the 9 great sects, standing as the leader of the righteous path. However, Shuiyu and the 2 juniors, Wang and Li, bore expressions of concern. The latter 2 gazed apprehensively at Su Xiao, worried that their knowledge of their master's secrets might lead to dire consequences. Shuiyu, on the other hand, sighed, her beautiful and charming visage marred by a hint of worry. If her master did not speak on her behalf, she would undoubtedly face confinement upon her return. Something feels amiss. The more Shuiyu pondered, the more she sensed that something was off. If her master truly cared for her, he would surely advocate for her. Yet, he did not, and even supported her master as punishment. No, there must be some misunderstanding. My master has not genuinely taken me under his wing. Her large eyes spun in confusion. She racked her brain, but could not fathom where the misunderstanding lay. In the Pyamyao sect, at the cave dwelling of the Grand Elder on the back mountain, Su Xiao retreated to his small courtyard to enjoy his retirement, while Shuiyu was confined on the back mountain. After the 3 esteemed elders, Dugu Ling and Zhu Luan, reported to Zhuge Wufang on the achievements from the celestial secret realm, Zhuge Wufang, with a beaming smile illuminating his rosy visage, repeatedly gestured his approval with a thumbs up towards the 4 of them. Excellent, 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 my dear disciples. You have truly brought great honor to our Miao Miao sect this time. When our senior brothers and sisters emerge from their seclusion, they will undoubtedly be immensely gratified to learn of such remarkable gains from the celestial secret realm. Indeed, well done. It is no wonder you are all members of the Miao Miao sect. His eyes sparkled with joy, and he expressed deep satisfaction. The bounty included countless spirit herbs, including a substantial harvest of divine herbs. Resources such as spiritual mines, spirit wood, and spirit stones filled their storage bags, and they even returned with precious divine pills. Such a yield surpasses that of previous generations combined. In the coming 3 centuries, our Miao Miao sect shall surely witness a surge of prodigious talents and formidable strength. The elder took a sip of spirit tea and chuckled heartily. Dugu Ling replied with a smile, Master, aside from Shuiyu and the others, the key to our success in this exploration lies primarily with my senior brother. He unearthed a cave within the great mountain, not only acquiring numerous powerful artifacts but also a trove of transformation talismans. It was thanks to him that we triumphed over the demonic forces within the secret realm. Zhuge Wufang nodded in agreement with a smile. That rascal finally accomplished something worthwhile. It is a testament to the efforts our Miao Miao sect has invested over the millennia. He has repaid our sect's kindness before his demise. Given his talents, reaching the 9th level of Yuan Ying would have been a distant dream without the sect's support. Even achieving Golden Core would have been a remarkable feat. He even experienced the divine tribulation of transformation before his end. Cough. So it can be said he lived a fulfilling life. Elder Zhu clasped his hands in laughter. Master, Elder Su truly exerted tremendous effort this time, annihilating the 4 major demonic sects with 4 transformation talismans. It was Elder Su who also vanquished the Celestial Corpse sect. His contributions are monumental. Zhuge Wufang set down his teacup with a chuckle. Young Su performed admirably this time. Elders, regarding the rumors about him, please keep a watchful eye and clarify them as much as possible to safeguard his reputation in his later years. As for the cultivation resources, he has no need for them. Instead, let us focus on his female disciples and ensure they support him over the next 50 years, so he does not suffer any grievances. Dugu Ling blinked in surprise, while the 3 elders exchanged peculiar glances, swallowing nervously. Master, we are not yet aware of Elder Su's situation. Can he truly endure such grievances? He is becoming a public enemy. At that moment, Zhuge Wufang's expression turned serious as he focused intently on Dugu Ling. My dear girl, young Su has unearthed a grand cave of cultivation, possessing numerous exquisite artifacts and a wealth of 9th-level transformation talismans. These are coveted treasures for all cultivators. You and young Su have grown up together, though not officially partners. You share a spiritual bond. Before Xiao Su's demise, you must keep a close watch on him. These items must not fall into the wrong hands. They must be firmly held in your grasp. Ling, do you comprehend the meaning of your master's words? Zhuge, observing Dugu Ling, cast her a knowing glance. She understood immediately. Chuckling with great confidence, rest assured, master, although my elder brother is flirtatious and entangled with many, in his heart, he loves only me. We have once exchanged vows and become a formally recognized couple. All his magical artifacts and talismans will rightfully belong to me when he departs from this world. Chapter 85. Elder Su, I apologize. Observing the unwavering confidence of Dugu Ling, Zhuge Wufang felt a profound sense of relief. Young Su's failure in the tribulation rendered him beyond salvation. If his relics could find their way into the hands of the spirited girl, combined with the divine pill of the Great Dao, the Misty sect would surely give rise to another top-tier cultivator of the void refinement realm. Excellent. Fortune has indeed favored the Misty sect. Dugu Ling took her leave, returning to prepare for the upcoming sect conference to share this joyful news with all disciples. Elders Zhu, Lu, and Wen remained, engaging in a discreet conversation with their master. Details, we need details. Has that young Su stirred up another earth-shattering incident? I have already received communication from several old friends urging me to eliminate the threat in the cultivation world and confine that rascal. Zhuge Wufang furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. The 3 elders swallowed hard. How to explain this? Elder Zhu sighed heavily, a troubled expression crossing his face. Master, Elder Su, has been rather ambiguous in public with the head of the Huan sect, Yuling Long. It seems the sect leader is indifferent to the situation. With her Purian constitution, she cannot possibly become a partner with Elder Su, and even if she wished to intervene, it would be futile. Zhuge Wufang stroked his beard gravely. Yuling Long, is the standard for female cultivators in the Huan sect so low now? Not even sparing an old man. It seems she has taken a liking to young Su's talismans. You must advise Ling girl to be cautious. We cannot let her be the one to bear the consequences in the end. Is there more? Continue. The 3 elders exchanged glances. And Elder Zhu lamented, not only Yuling Long, but Elder Su also has an entanglement with Yuling Long's disciple, Su Meyer, and it is not merely a rumor. Furthermore, it is common knowledge that Elder Su's reputation in the cultivation world has deteriorated considerably. Zhuge Wufang was momentarily taken aback. Yuling Long's disciple? That scoundrel seems to be quite fortunate. The Huan sect truly spares no effort, sending both master and disciple to pursue him. It appears Ling girl is a significant threat. No, you must go find Ling girl and ensure she keeps a watchful eye on that rascal. While he may be permissible, his belongings must not be lost. Zhuge Wufang was left utterly speechless. That wretched boy, as if the beautiful female disciples from the outer sect were insufficient, now even entangles with the female cultivators of the Huan sect. Truly remarkable. Is there more? I have heard he has acquired a new moniker in the cultivation world, known as the perverted Old Casanova. Is it true that he has become involved with 2 female cultivators from the Huan sect? The 3 elders felt a jolt of fear in their hearts, daring not to speak further. You are concealing something from me. Speak up. Zhuge Wufang's expression turned severe, his gaze imposing. Elder Zhu trembled, Elder Lu turned pale, and Elder Wen appeared utterly embarrassed. Ultimately, under the pressure of their master's threat, Elder Zhu finally spoke. Master, please do not be upset by what I am about to say. Elder Su is also acting out of a desire to save others. How could I possibly be angered? Zhuge Wufang chuckled softly. I am not unaware of that boy's antics. He must have gotten involved with some female cultivator again. Speak up. It was like this. At that time, Shuiwei was injured. Thus, Elder Zhu briefly recounted the origins of Su Zhao's nickname. What? Zhuge Wufang was taken aback, rising in shock, an overwhelming aura of virtual refinement uncontrollably emanating from him, enveloping the three individuals entirely. That insolent brat. He is nothing short of a beast. Even Shuiwei. The energy of virtual refinement rippled, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Master, please, calm down. Do not be angry. Elder Su had no such intentions. It was all Shuiyue's foolishness that led to this. The three were utterly stunned, hastily kneeling and fervently pleading for Elder Su. Should this accusation fall upon Elder Su, he would not live to see old age. Their master would likely send Elder Su on his way forthwith. After a moment, the energy of virtual refinement subsided, and Zhuge Wufang managed to regain control of his emotions. How could he even do such a thing? Had it not been for that boy's contributions in the Heavenly Man's secret realm, I would have already sent him to his demise. Zhuge Wufang's anger was palpable, his face a thunderous shade of blue. Shuiwei was the hope for the next generation of the Piaomiao sect, the best candidate to inherit the position of sect leader. With extraordinary talent and a water spirit physique, she was a rare prodigy in cultivation. That insolent boy was courting death. Save her. Master, Elder Su was only helping. He certainly did not mean it. We assure you. Seeing his three disciples so resolutely vouching for Elder Su, Zhuge Wufang begrudgingly accepted their words. With a dark expression, he muttered, Shuiwei must be confined for 3 years without exception. No earlier release, not even a moment. That insolent boy shall bear the consequences. Let him live in seclusion on the outer mountain from now on. The third elder sighed in relief and quickly bowed. Yes, master. Days later, in the Piaomiao sect's outer gate plaza, an inspiring sect conference was held. Almost all members of the Piaomiao sect gathered for this event. Every disciple from both the inner and outer sects, elders, stewards, and miscellaneous personnel were present, amounting to thousands. The main speaker, Zhuge Ling, elaborated on the achievements and successes from this session of the Heavenly Man's secret realm. Throughout the discourse, he unequivocally acknowledged and emphasized Elder Su Zhao's significant contributions during this expedition, elevating him to the stature of a venerable hero within the sect. This laid a solid foundation for the sect's position at the forefront of the righteous and demonic 9 sects for the next 300 years. Thanks to the immense resources brought back from the Heavenly Man's secret realm, all sect members would receive double the resources each year for the next decade. The disciples in the crowd were left dumbfounded. Once they regained their composure, they erupted into cheers, their excitement palpable as they danced with joy. Such generosity. The sect was truly magnificent. In my next life, I wish to be a disciple of the mysterious sect once more. Some individuals have already begun shedding tears of remorse. They should never have defamed Elder Su, labeling him as a lecherous old man. It turns out that Elder Su has been quietly contributing to the sect all along. Even as he approached the end of his lifespan, he resolutely participated in the celestial secret realm, risking his frail body to bring back vast resources for their cultivation. Elder Su, we are truly sorry. How could we have misunderstood you? Is it such a grave matter to provide support for a few female disciples? Have we not seen Lin Yenner, Jin Liuxiang, and Bai Qiao delighting in it? This is not exploitation. It is evidently an act of charity. Elder Su, we apologize. The disciples who once hurled the harshest insults now weep with profound guilt. They have wronged Elder Su. Chapter 86. The Supreme Enlightenment Pill in the Presence of Genuine Cultivation Resources. Elder Su's other concerns are trivial and unworthy of mention. Ultimately, Zhuge Ling revealed that Su Xiao had consumed a longevity pill, granting him an additional 50 years of life. The gathered elders, stewards, and disciples erupted in applause, exclaiming that heaven had indeed opened its eyes. Such an esteemed elder of the sect should not meet his end so swiftly. In these final 50 years, they vowed to ensure that Elder Su would enjoy a complete and beautiful twilight of life. As the meeting concluded, Meng Dan, accompanied by Xiao, who was in tears. Master Elder Su is truly wonderful. I cannot bear to see him pass. The voluptuous and graceful Meng Dan gently patted by Xiao's back, her enchanting visage adorned with pride and comfort. Xiao, every cultivator must eventually face death. Only a rare few achieve true immortality. It is a precious thing that Elder Su, in his twilight years, is so cherished by his disciples, dispelling all previous rumors. In these last 50 years, let us treat Elder Su with kindness and not heed the slanderous whispers from outside. The elegant by Xiao nodded vigorously. Yes, master. The elder has been so good to us, so great. I will certainly cherish him from now on. Meanwhile, Jean Luxiang and Lin Yanair were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces. Elder has 50 years left. This means he can protect us for at least another 50 years. How wonderful. Such a benevolent elder should not depart so soon. Sister, there is no need to worry now. The charming Jean Luxiang grasped Lin Yanair's small hand. With the elder's 50 years, we can repay his kindness together. Lin Yanair wiped her tears and nodded slightly. Senior sister, I will work hard after the meeting. The noble and graceful Dugu Ling, adorned in a blue dress like a swan, arrived at Su Xiao's courtyard. Upon entering, she found Su Xiao meditating on a mat. Sister, how did it go? Su Xiao's eyes lit up with curiosity. Dugu Ling closed the door and sat at the table, chuckling, I've cleared your name. Now those disciples feel so guilty that they regard you as a hero of our Miao Miao sect. You can rest easy now. No one will avoid you anymore. They've declared their intent to ensure you enjoy a happy old age in these next 50 years. Su Xiao rose and sat beside Dugu Ling's sister. This is indeed good news. The rumors circulating in the sect were utterly absurd. Dugu Ling's gaze flickered with a hint of coldness. Brother, Shuiyu is foolish. But you should not be as well. Our master is furious. Had it not been for the intervention of 3 elders, you might have been sent on your way. Su Xiao explained, it's merely that mischievous girl's scheming that led to my predicament. Sister, you must strictly guide her, though Shuiyu possesses great talent. Her mind has yet to mature, and she needs to be closely managed. Dugu Ling nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Mei frowned and remarked, I see you harbor similar thoughts. What is this talk? Su Xiao, with a serious countenance, responded, Brother, are you not aware? In this lifetime, I shall love only you. Seizing the rare opportunity to bestow a gift, Su Xiao's face softened with a slight smile as he retrieved a luminous white elixir from his spatial repository. The pill, suffused with an aura of profound principles, resonated with a palpable energy the moment it was unveiled, causing both of them to experience a jolt of exhilaration. Junior sister. This is an exquisite enlightenment pill, a treasure I acquired from the abode of a senior. I had initially intended to keep it for myself. But as you are about to challenge the bottleneck of the refinement void stage, this divine pill will significantly enhance your chances of success, albeit not enough to assuage my concerns. Su Xiao continued with a gentle smile, thus, I shall gift you this supreme enlightenment pill, with both pills aiding you. Your ascension to the refinement void will be assured. In that moment, Su Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Dugu Ling gazed at the elixir in Su Xiao's hand, her stunning visage glowing with a flicker of excitement, perhaps overwhelmed. A faint blush graced her cheeks as she looked at Su Xiao in disbelief, her phoenix-like eyes brimming with astonishment and joy. A supreme enlightenment pill? This. Brother, you possess this legendary elixir. Previously, she had heard that consuming an enlightenment pill could propel one into a state of sudden clarity, allowing for breakthroughs that seemed effortless. The method of crafting such a pill was said to remain solely with the Dao Tian sect, and the concoction itself was exceedingly rare. For centuries, the Dao Tian sect had only produced a single middle-grade enlightenment pill. Even then, the revered Dao Yi would boast daily about its merits, claiming that ascending to the refinement void was as easy as drinking water. To her utter astonishment, her brother was willing to bestow upon her a supreme enlightenment pill. Brother, you are truly too generous. She eagerly accepted the supreme enlightenment pill, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. With this and the divine pill, the refinement void bottleneck would become a mere afterthought. Perhaps it would be but a matter of years. Her brother truly loved only her. In an instant, the matter of Shuiyu was cast aside, and even her other disciples faded from her thoughts. Junior sister, do not be overly excited. It is merely a small token, Su Xiao reassured her. What belongs to me is yours. Dugu Ling embraced Su Xiao, her heart aflame with exhilaration, the enchanting fragrance emanating from him enveloping her senses. Brother, I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Perhaps it is best to forego the pure Yin body. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting the supreme enlightenment pill and receiving 3,000 Dao pills in return. Chapter 87. The True Fire of Samadhi. A quarter of an hour later. Senior brother, what are you doing? Did you not say it was unnecessary? He sighed, perhaps it is best to let it go. Master will surely punish me upon his return. Su Xiao lay down, a sense of desolation clouding his gaze. His junior sister was indeed correct. He could not jeopardize her potential. Dugu Ling smiled gently beside him, adjusting her dress, her radiant complexion glowing with beauty. Do not be disheartened, senior brother. I will be entering a period of secluded cultivation to prepare for my breakthrough in refining the void. You must behave yourself and refrain from frivolities in my absence. And do not dwell too much on me. As the sect leader, I am rather occupied. With that, she opened the door, her excitement palpable, transforming into a streak of azure light as she departed. The realm of refining the void. I am on my way. Xiao exhaled heavily. Although he understood the necessity of preserving his junior sister's path, this was not the outcome he desired. Shaking his head with a smile, he donned his garments and tidied his bed. Another batch of the 3,000 Dao pills. Seated upon the mat, Xiao consumed the returned elixir. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the heavenly fire of the 3,000 Dao. Heavenly fire. Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this was the system aiding him. Among the 3,000 Dao, he had grasped the three aspects of earth fire, heavenly fire, and human fire. It was undoubtedly no coincidence. With a subtle movement of his fingers, dark clouds gathered outside the room, and arcs of electricity danced in the air. Pure white flames descended at an astonishing speed. Striking the trees ahead, the white fire, imbued with an overwhelming celestial might, incinerated the trees upon contact. Xiao swiftly contained the rapidly spreading flames. Nodding slightly while seated on the mat, the power of heavenly fire rivaled that of earth fire and human fire, perhaps even surpassing them. With the convergence of the three fires, the true fire of Samadhi was born. Enlightened by the principles of heaven and earth, Xiao's gaze sharpened. In an instant, a deep red flame materialized in his hand. The flame, vibrant with hues of crimson and violet, though only the size of a fist, radiated an intense heat, crashing against everything in its vicinity like a surging wave. He swiftly reined in the flame, fearful of setting the house ablaze. Such potency! His eyes glimmered with wisdom. Although he could only summon a fist-sized true fire of Samadhi at present, he believed that if this eternal flame touched an enemy, they would surely succumb to despair. Subsequently, he summoned both the South Brightly Fire Sword and the Nine-Fire Glazed Shield. Having comprehended the true fire of Samadhi, he could now attach it to his divine sword and fire dragon, significantly enhancing their might. He reasoned that he might not even require talismans to wield the power of the late stage of divine transformation. A smile graced Xiao's lips as he retrieved his two artifacts. Seated on the mat, he immersed himself in the cultivation of the ethereal longevity technique, feeling a sense of joy despite the pang of regret concerning his junior sister. However, the growth in his power offered a modicum of solace. Days later, the Panlong continent erupted in chaos. What? The old lecher has another 50 years to live? He consumed a longevity pill? Where on earth did he procure such a thing? Elder Su, has the Miao sect truly forsaken the sanctity of sleep? Amitabha, how splendid! The realm of cultivation may once again experience peace for half a century. The grand halls of the first, second, and third-tier sects erupted in chaos. The sect leaders and elders were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom this turn of events. Such a precious item as the longevity pill, reserved for a failed Thunder Tribulation elder instead of promising disciples? Has the Miao sect gone mad? The leaders of the various sects were in a frenzy. The longevity pill is exceedingly rare. Even a low-grade pill that merely extends life by a decade is fiercely contested in the market. For some inadequately gifted cultivators, those 10 years might just be the key to breaking through to the next realm and embarking on the path to immortality. And now, the Miao sect claims it has bestowed the longevity pill upon a failed elder? Insanity. The extreme demon sect. How utterly outrageous. Su, you rascal. Miao sect. I, a genius destined for the pinnacle, shall be the first to obliterate you. Xiao, the leader of the sect, was beside himself, nearly bursting with rage. He furiously smashed the furnishings within the hall, causing the disciples of the extreme demon sect below to tremble in fear. I will not rest until I confront you. I initially thought that enduring a year of resentment would lead to liberation. Yet now, 50 years of madness looms. No. The three elders beside him wore expressions of dark foreboding. Xiao, how could he have consumed the longevity pill? The Miao sect has truly outdone themselves. This move was utterly unforeseen. Their faces flushed crimson, eyes ablaze with fury. Unable to contain himself, Xiao continued his rampage. Fool, cease this madness. Is it merely a longevity pill you consumed? Look at yourself. There's not a trace of the dignity befitting a disciple. Still you persist. A voice of anger resounded from a combined stage elder, compelling Xiao to suppress his extreme rage and return to his seat. Master, 50 years. How can I endure? I cannot tolerate him. The combined stage elder pondered for a moment, then coldly remarked, that old man is rather detestable for having consumed the longevity pill. However, fret not. It merely extends his life by another 50 years, a mere blink in the eyes of a cultivator. The second Thunder Tribulation is tenfold stronger than the first. He remains merely a nascent soul cultivator. Achieving the void refinement stage, he will not fear the adversary's talismans. Should the opportunity arise, I shall assist you. Hearing this, Xiaomu's eyes brightened, and he eagerly responded, Yes. Master, I understand. Thank you, Master. Clenching his fists. His eyes sparkled with murderous intent. The Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Yu Wenhao was elated upon hearing this news, excitement radiating from him. Heaven does not forsake the earnest. Old dog, your demise approaches swiftly. He had been concerned that the opponent might suddenly perish, thwarting his plans for vengeance. Now, however, there are a full 50 years to devise his strategy. Victory is assured. Old dog, continue to revel. The higher you soar, the more painful your fall will be. The despair shall be exquisite. Chapter 88. Mother of Watermoon, Shui Ro Hihi. I mentioned that Elder Su did not resemble a man on the brink of death. And indeed, I was correct. In a fragrant chamber of the Hahuan sect, Yu Linglong reclined on a soft couch, draped in light gauze. Beside her, Su Meier exclaimed excitedly, Master, do you think Elder Su has any chance of transcending the divine thunder tribulation, reaching the divine transformation stage, and returning to the celestial path? Yu Linglong chuckled. That old man is dreaming. No matter how many magical artifacts and talismans he possesses, he has no opportunity on the celestial road anymore. Meier, is it that you have feelings for Elder Su and do not wish for him to pass away? A flicker of melancholy crossed Su Meier's eyes as she silently nodded. Elder Su was her first companion on the path of cultivation, and he had treated her with such kindness. He was so charming, so graceful, and so extravagantly wealthy. She could not bear the thought of her beloved companion being reduced to dust 50 years hence. Yu Linglong sighed gently, Meier. I understand your sentiments, but the Thunder Tribulation is unparalleled. Even if that old man's strength exceeds his former self, he cannot ascend to the divine transformation stage again. The power of the second Thunder Tribulation is unfathomably immense. I have yet to hear of anyone failing the tribulation and succeeding in a subsequent attempt. She rose, playfully tapping the tip of Su Meier's nose. Meier, 50 years is ample time. Perhaps the fortune that radiates from that old man will remain with us for decades. Treat him well, he is our chance. If you manage to comfort him, he may leave us some of those exquisite artifacts before he departs. The path to immortality is fraught with challenges, and as a disciple of the Hahuan sect, do not let emotions hinder your cultivation. In the main hall of the Miao Miao sect, 2 beams of light shot from within the hall and landed in the plaza before the outer mountain hall. As the brilliance faded, one figure emerged, clad in an octagonal blue robe, Lu Dazheng. The other was a beautiful woman in a blue dress. Madame Shui, rest assured. The master is truly only treating Sister Shui's injuries, Lu Dazheng stated with a solemn expression. The master is not that kind of person. You must not believe the slanders circulating outside. Just now, our master assured you that such matters will never occur in the Miao Miao sect. You can be at ease. Opposite him, the woman in the blue dress bore a slightly pale complexion. Clad in a water blue gown, her alluring figure radiated the unique charm of a mature woman. Her beauty was striking, with delicately arched brows that captivated the beholder. Her curvaceous form was enchanting, with a waist that could easily be embraced. Her proud bosom garnered endless attention. Her beautiful black hair was elegantly pinned atop her head, adorned with a jade hairpin that shimmered with a soft glow. With every movement, the exquisite allure of a mature woman followed her. She was Shui Ro, the mother of Shui Yu. Lu Elder, I understand your words. I certainly believe the words of the solitary sect leader. Elder Su would not engage in such actions. Shui Ro's silver teeth gently clenched as a hint of worry crossed her exquisite visage. However, I still harbor some concerns. I wish to meet Elder Su and speak with him personally, as the head of the Shui family. Upon hearing the rumors circulating among the various sects regarding Shui Yu and Elder Su, she immediately took to the skies on her sword, hastening to the Miao Miao sect. With no ulterior motive, he was merely concerned about his daughter being bullied at the Miao Miao sect. Shui Yu, endowed with extraordinary talent, was recognized as the water spirit body in the family records, promising an illustrious future. If this matter were to affect her resolve in the Tao, he could not bear it. Lu Danian wore a troubled expression. His master uncle was now a distinguished hero of the Miao Miao sect. Having achieved great feats in his twilight years, he did not wish to disturb his master uncle over this misunderstanding, thus embarrassing him. Shaking his head with a sigh, Lu Danian said, In that case, Madame Shui, please follow me. My master uncle resides in the small courtyard on the outer mountain, not far from here. Shui Ro nodded. her demeanor graceful as she followed him away from the square toward the small courtyard. Wow, that woman is stunning. Elegant. This is what elegance looks like. She exudes such charisma. Even Elder Lu treats her with such courtesy. Her status must be extraordinary. The outer disciples practicing in the square gathered around, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at Shui. At that moment, a few disciples privy to inside information approached, eager to enlighten the curious crowd. What are you all staring at? This is Shui, the president of the Bihui Commerce Association in the capital of Beifeng Kingdom, and the eldest disciple of the esteemed Dugu sect master, Shui. Do not be deceived by her youthful beauty. She is a renowned transformation stage cultivator, reportedly having reached the 7th level of the transformation stage decades ago. In our sect, she would easily qualify as an inner elder. The disciples listened intently. The 7th level of transformation stage? No wonder Elder Lu is so courteous. She is indeed a formidable cultivator. Wait, are they heading towards Elder Su's courtyard? Could they be looking for Elder Su? The expressions of several knowledgeable senior disciples turned somewhat awkward. Unable to suppress their curiosity, they began to share the story. They briefly recounted the events involving Su Xiao and Shui that had transpired in the secret realm. What? Impossible. Elder Su, in his twilight years, engaging in such affairs, let alone with Sister Shui? The outer disciples were left in disbelief. Elder Su could not possibly be so depraved. No. They could not fathom that Elder Su, who had always sought their welfare, could be such a person. Calm down. It was said that Sister Shui was gravely injured at the time, and Elder Su selflessly saved her, leading to that situation. They truly have no relationship. These are merely rumors propagated by other sects. President Shui may have heard these rumors and came to the Piamiao sect to seek confirmation about Sister Shui's well-being. Only then did the outer disciples feel reassured. That is what we thought. Elder Su is such a selfless figure. How could he possibly engage in such conduct? Absolutely impossible. The outer disciples, now fully convinced of Su Xiao's character, held him in high regard. A great hero. Elder Su is revered and possesses high moral integrity. He would never do such a thing. Those despicable demonic sects must be the source of these malicious rumors, attempting to tarnish our Elder Su's reputation. Their collective outrage was redirected towards the practitioners of the demonic sect. In the small courtyard, Lu Danian led Shui to the door, where Su Xiao greeted them. When Shui caught sight of Su Xiao's smile, her beautiful eyes blinked, and a trace of doubt emerged in her heart. The other party exuded an extraordinary aura. His smile benevolent, possessing an ethereal grace reminiscent of an otherworldly sage. Could such a person truly be the rumored lecherous old pervert? Chapter 89. The startled Water Row. I have encountered Elder Su before. At the entrance, Water Row slightly bowed, gracefully greeting Su Xiao. She observed him with a furrowed brow, burdened by an array of concerns. It is often those who present a virtuous facade that engage in the most perverse actions. Recently, Elder Su has been embroiled in scandalous rumors with female cultivators, earning him the dubious title of a lecherous old man. It is imperative to preemptively address this situation, nipping any potential issues in the bud. Ah, it is Lady Shui. I recall the last time I saw her was several decades ago. And she has changed not at all. The old man still retains a vivid impression. Su Xiao chuckled, stroking his beard, though a hint of awkwardness flickered in his eyes. She is the president of the Bishi Trading Company in Xinyue City, and also the mother of Shuiyu. If she has come to see him, it is needless to say that she must have caught wind of the rumors circulating outside. Please, Lady Shui, come in. My humble abode may be modest, but I hope you will not find it lacking, he invited. Thank you, Elder Su, Watero replied, her beautiful eyes blinking. She too recalled Elder Su's appearance from decades past, when he was not so aged and remarkably handsome. Even now, despite the passage of time, he still retained some of his former charm. Elder Lu, you may wait outside, Su Xiao instructed Lu Danian. I shall converse with Lady Shui for a moment. Lu Danian glanced at the two, his large eyes moving, and respectfully bowed, yes, Master Uncle, upon entering and closing the door. Su Xiao poured a cup of spirit tea for Watero and took a seat opposite her. The moment Watero stepped inside, the room was filled with her enchanting fragrance. It seemed to be a delightful blend of various floral essences, sweet and gentle. Lady Shui, I have a few speculations regarding your visit. Su Xiao began with a smile. Rest assured, Shui Yu is my junior. When she was gravely injured, it was due to her water spirit body crystallizing into ice. I had no choice but to assist her. The rumors circulating outside are utterly unfounded. Without preamble, Su Xiao directly addressed the matter. Watero's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. The exaggerated rumors surrounding him had left her feeling uneasy. Although she was a formidable cultivator at the 7th level of the transformation stage, Elder Su's reputation in the cultivation world was formidable, wielding talismans of immense power. Even the likes of Mog Tian and Shangwan Feilian had fallen to his might. One must never underestimate him as merely an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. A softer approach is required. Suddenly, without uttering a word, Watero began to weep. Tears glistened in her beautiful, reddening eyes as she elegantly retrieved a handkerchief to dab at her tears, creating a heart-wrenching and pitiful sight. Elder, what is the matter? Su Zhao's brows furrowed in concern. Why are you crying? Elder, Shui-Ro wiped away her tears, her exquisite and beautiful face displaying a pitiful expression. Shui-Yu is my only daughter. I have raised her since she was little, while also managing the affairs of the Shui family. The journey has been fraught with challenges. Her father sacrificed himself for our family before she was even born. Now, Shui-Yu is my only kin. If anything were to happen to her, I would no longer wish to live. The clear tears fell, and through her silk scarf, Shui-Ro cast a furtive glance at Su Xiao. In her beautiful eyes, a faint light flickered. Su Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile. Madam, there is no need for such distress. The old Taoist has already stated that this is merely a rumor. You need not be heartbroken. Shui-Yu is my disciple's niece, and we will take good care of her in the future. Just as he finished speaking, a voice from the system echoed. Detected the daughter of fate. Shui-Ro, fate level. A. Return multiplier, 10, bond level, 10. This widow is also a daughter of fate. Su Xiao felt a slight tremor within, gazing at the stunningly beautiful and voluptuous woman before him, his old eyes blinking slightly. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The Shui family held a high status in the Northern Wind Kingdom, with the family line continuing through the female heir, and their talent in the Shui Dao was unparalleled. Even without the Shui spirit body, Shui-Ro's innate gifts were rare, and her beauty was striking. He must seize this opportunity to strive for an initial critical return. Hearing Su Xiao's firm assurance and witnessing her captivating demeanor that inspired confidence, Shui-Ro felt her worries slightly ease, speculating that this was indeed just a rumor. Moreover, with the presence of the esteemed Master Dugu and the Grand Elder of the Miao Miao sect overseeing matters, Su Elder would not dare to act recklessly towards Shui-Yu. Just 50 years, and Shui-Yu would surely evade the storm. Just as she was about to express her gratitude and take her leave, Su Xiao smiled and retrieved a beautiful ring radiating a fiery red glow from his spatial pouch. Madam, this is a superb magical ring I recently acquired. The flowing light meteor ring. When used, it can summon blazing meteorites, wielding great power. Shui-Ro glanced at the exquisite ring shimmering in Su Xiao's hand, her beautiful eyes subtly shifting. A superb magical artifact. Su Elder possesses yet another superb artifact in the form of a ring. Su Xiao provided an explanation. Given the distress caused by these rumors, I sincerely apologize, madam. Shui-Yu is my disciple, and I hold her dear. This flowing light meteor ring is a gift for you, as a token of my remorse. Gazing at the fiery and radiant superb artifact in his hand, Shui-Ro could hardly believe her ears. Su Elder is gifting her a superb magical artifact. Her eyes widened in disbelief as her heart raced. A superb magical artifact is exceedingly precious. Even her Shui family's green water trading company possesses only 2, and one of them was given to Shui-Yu. This. Her voice trembled slightly, her ample and fair figure flushing with excitement. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she looked at Su Xiao with a hint of fear in her eyes. Su Elder, could it be that you harbor intentions towards me? Could it be that there are ulterior motives regarding Shui-Yu? Perhaps an intention to win her, a mother, over with a supreme magical artifact? As her thoughts spiraled into this disturbing direction, Shui-Ro could only perceive the once benevolent and kind smile of the old man transforming into something grotesque and lecherous. This old rascal, truly a lecherous old man. For the sake of her and her daughter, he was willing to part with a priceless magical item. She could not fathom any other rationale behind his actions. Her thoughts had taken such a twisted turn primarily because of the overwhelming attention she had been receiving from suitors, including the ruler of the North Wind Kingdom. No, Elder Su, I cannot accept this gift. It is far too valuable. Shui-Ro's initially flushed complexion gradually turned ashen. The old lecher had only 50 years of life left, along with a 9th-level talisman of transformation, holding a prominent position within the Miao Miao sect. Confrontation was not an option. Regardless of whether his intentions were directed at her or at Shui-Yu, she could not acquiesce. Seeing her pallid face and the terror in her eyes, Su Xiao shook his head with a sigh. having prepared his reasoning, only for it to be dismissed. Not willing to relent, he smiled and clarified, "Madam Shui, this gift is not solely for you, but also for Shuiyu. She is my beloved disciple, and she is about to undergo the tribulation of divine transformation. The fiery meteorite summoned by the flowing light starfall ring is an excellent means to withstand the tribulation. Prior to her crossing the tribulation, you may also present it to her for refinement and use. As an old man nearing death, the magical artifact would serve no purpose for me. Gifted to you, it is a way to prevent our Miao Miao sect's prodigy from following in my footsteps. Madam, surely you do not wish for your daughter Shuiyu to fail during her thunder tribulation, do you?" Chapter 90. Shui Ro's desperate measure. Shui Ro was momentarily stunned as she gazed upon the kindly old man before her, thoughts of her daughter flooding her mind. Indeed, the tribulation of transformation was fraught with peril. Her daughter had nearly perished during her own trial years ago. The possession of an exquisite magical artifact would undoubtedly enhance the chances of success. She could not bear the thought of her daughter encountering any misfortune amid such a daunting ordeal. Yet, Elder Su, even now, she remained uncertain as to whether his intentions lay with Shuiyu or herself. It was utterly terrifying. With a smile, Su Xiao placed the resplendent luminary starfall ring before Shui Ro. "Dear madam, do not feel burdened. I am merely considering the well-being of Shuiyu." Shui Ro beheld the radiant, exquisite artifact on the table. Truth be told, she yearned to accept it and present it to Shuiyu. But she feared the repercussions of such an action. Would he subsequently seek out Shuiyu? His reputation was already renowned across the realm. "If you have any reservations, it matters not. I initially intended to present this artifact directly to Shuiyu." Su Xiao sighed with a smile, preparing to retract the ring. If she did not want it, he could not insist, and he would simply bestow it upon Shuiyu later, for that girl would never refuse it. Wait. Just as Su Xiao was about to reclaim the ring, Shui Ro seemed to have an epiphany and grasped his hand in terror. "No, Elder Su, I must have it. Please do not seek out Shuiyu. She is currently in seclusion at a critical juncture. If you wish to bestow it, please give it directly to me." Shui Ro's heart raced with dread. If she declined, would he still pursue Shuiyu? Absolutely not. "Oh, haha. In that case, it is for the best." Su Xiao replied with a chuckle. "Rest assured, my only intention is for Shuiyu to successfully navigate her tribulation. If you have no further matters, you may take your leave. I have said all that I needed to." As Shui Ro stood, clutching the luminary starfall ring, she regarded Su Xiao with a complex expression in her beautiful eyes. What should she do? She had accepted his exquisite artifact, while her desire for it was great. Her fear of potential consequences loomed larger. Biting her silver teeth, a resolute glimmer flashed in Shui Ro's eyes. She could not allow him to harbor any intentions toward Shuiyu. "Elder, you bestow upon us such a precious artifact. I hardly know how to repay you." Shui Ro's stunning visage suddenly brightened with a smile as she entwined her arm with Su Xiao's. The unique floral fragrance emanating from him enveloped her senses. "Madam, what are you doing?" Su Xiao, taken aback, blinked in confusion. "Elder, my husband has passed, and I am left with only Shuiyu, who must be cared for within the Miao Liao sect." Shui Ro endeavored to maintain her composure. She understood that this was the only way to ensure Shuiyu's safety. "Of course, I shall look after her. But madam, there is no need for such gestures." Su Xiao swallowed hard, still bewildered. "Elder, there are no outsiders present. Why must you say such things?" Shui Ro smiled gently. "If you are willing to gift us this precious artifact, ensuring Shuiyu's successful tribulation, then you are indeed my benefactor." A subtle smile graced Shui Ro's lips. Although aware that this was merely a tactic to temporarily distract the old man and redirect his intentions towards herself, Shui Ro whispered into Su Xiao's ear, "Elder, do you disdain me for having a former husband?" Su Xiao's expression shifted slightly, his incredulity evident as he gazed at the woman before him. "What nonsense is this, my lady? How could one harbor such disdain for a beauty like you?" He instinctively replied. A soft chuckle escaped Shui Ro's lips, yet inwardly, she scoffed. The old lecher had finally revealed his true intentions. He indeed harbored feelings for her. Nevertheless, for the sake of Shuiyu, she was willing to keep him intrigued. Setting aside the treasures he possessed and the fact that his lifespan was but 50 years, perhaps by tantalizing him, she could secure not only this exquisite magical ring but also even greater rewards in the future. Having taken this step, she would undoubtedly maximize her gains. And if he dared to covet her, he should be prepared to be thoroughly drained. "Elder, I am grateful for your magical ring," Shui Ro said. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. After a tender exchange, Su Xiao took a seat. Shuai donned her upper garment, her stunning visage aglow with a rosy hue, her eyes brimming with affection. "My lady, there is no need for further words, elder," Shuai replied with a bashful smile, adding that she merely hoped the elder would care for Shuai as if she were his own daughter, which would suffice for her contentment. Su Xiao shook his head with a sigh. Shuai's beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of brilliance as she spoke. "Elder, I have pressing matters at home and cannot linger longer. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall visit the mysterious cloud sect to see you and Shuai." With that, she rose. Now that they shared this connection, she could rest assured about Shuai. As for becoming her partner in the Tao, that was out of the question. At most, she would offer him some sweet temptations to secure benefits. Simultaneously, she aimed to extinguish any romantic notions he might have toward Shuai. Su Xiao stood and retrieved 10 refined spirit pills from his robe, presenting them to her with a smile. "Madam Shuai, here are 10 refined spirit pills, a gift for your cultivation. If you do not mind this old man with a waning lifespan, I ought to make some gesture." Shuai stood frozen as she beheld the 10 golden pills in Su Xiao's hand, her incredulity palpable. She looked at him with beautiful eyes, a mixture of shock and delight illuminating her features. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the Flowing Star Fallen Ring. The first gift to Shuai has triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the treasure, the Xiantian Bagua Ring. Xiantian Bagua Ring, a defensive treasure. When infused with spiritual energy, it generates the Xiantian Bagua Ray beneath the feet to repel foes. Chapter 91. 3 years later, the elixir of refining divine spirits. It is an extremely rare treasure, unattainable in the marketplace. Shuai was utterly stunned. The elixir of refining divine spirits is incredibly precious. Although various major sects possess the methods to concoct it, the raw materials are exceedingly difficult to procure. Each elixir that enters the market is not something ordinary individuals can encounter. They are exclusively found in the most prestigious auction houses. Elder Su has actually gifted her 10 of them at once. Her fingers trembled slightly as she dreamily received the elixirs. Throughout her cultivation up to the 7th level of divine transformation, she had only consumed a mere handful, relying on her innate talent for the remainder. She lifted her gaze to meet Su Xiao's benevolent smile. In that fleeting moment, she suddenly realized how remarkably handsome and charismatic this elder was. "Elder, you have truly been too generous to me." Shuai was overwhelmed with joy. "Congratulations, host, on successfully receiving 10 elixirs of refining divine spirits, returning 10 void sky pills." Despite the recipient's somewhat tarnished reputation, the sheer abundance of precious gifts left her unable to contain her elation. A peerless artifact and 10 elixirs of refining divine spirits. What extravagance from this elder. "Rest assured, madam, I shall take good care of that girl Shuai. With me around, she shall not lack for cultivation resources in the future. Thank you, elder. You truly are wonderful to us." Su Xiao waved his hand, saying, "Shuai is my disciple and your daughter. It is only right." Upon hearing this, Shuai felt completely at ease. She embraced Su Xiao warmly. After sharing a tender moment, Shuai, exuding an enchanting floral fragrance, donned her upper garment, reluctantly stating, "Elder, I have matters to attend to and cannot stay longer. If the opportunity arises, I shall return to visit." As she opened the door, Su Xiao accompanied Shuai outside. There, Lu Dajing stood. And upon seeing Shuai's exquisite visage slightly disheveled, his fair skin flushed ever so slightly, and her voluptuous figure appeared somewhat unnatural. He was dumbfounded. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had been turned to stone. In the distance, a group of outer disciples who had come seeking to catch another glimpse of her beauty were equally speechless, staring at Shuai in disbelief. No, Elder Su. That's a formidable practitioner at the 7th level of divine transformation. Sister Shuai's mother. Time flowed swiftly, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the rear mountains of the Miao Miao Mountain, following a surge of spiritual energy, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Within a certain cave, a charming young girl clad in a white dress opened her eyes, brimming with excitement and anticipation. He. The formation set by my granduncle has finally dissipated. Shuai, you are free at last. Shuai leapt up in exhilaration and entered the room. She performed a water-based technique to enjoy a refreshing bath, then changed into a pristine new white dress. Although she had been permitted to venture out once a month during the past 3 years, it was limited to the inner mountain, which had been exceedingly dull. Now, she was finally free. Granduncle, I wonder how you have fared these past 3 years. Shuai sat before her vanity, combing her hair. Her lovely visage shimmered with a radiant glow. A year ago, as she prepared to undergo the tribulation of transformation, her mother gifted her an exquisite magical ring along with 10 divine refining pills. Additionally, she possessed her own crystal blue gourd and a magical artifact lent by her master. Successfully navigating the tribulation, she had now ascended to the first level of the transformation realm. Moreover, she still had 3 divine refining pills left, sufficient for an extended period of cultivation. Her mother mentioned that these were all bestowed upon her by Master Su. Master Su is truly benevolent towards me. Having reached the transformation realm, Xueyu seemed to have matured slightly, standing a bit taller than before. Nevertheless, she still bore the appearance of a young girl. She tidied her lengthened hair into an elegant twin ponytail, her heart brimming with anticipation as she left the inner mountain, soaring into the sky on her sword. She reveled in the joy of newfound freedom, soaring through the heavens. Then, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she chuckled. I shall surprise Master Su first. He will undoubtedly be thrilled to see me. But how shall I trick him this time? After pondering for a while without a solution, she decided to proceed and figure it out later. As for her master and granduncle, Humph, they had confined her for 3 years. She wouldn't bother with them. Quietly landing amidst the foliage on the mountainside, Xueyu cast a spell upon herself, rendering her completely invisible. This invisibility technique, combined with her water spirit body and current cultivation level, made it nearly impossible for even a transformation realm cultivator to detect her. With a skip and a jump, Xueyu merrily made her way to Su Zhao's courtyard. Arriving outside the small courtyard while remaining unseen, she stealthily leaped inside. The door was closed. Is Master Su inside? Curiously, she circled around to the window, gently prying it open just a crack to peer inside. Behind the inner mountain, in Zhuge Wufang's cave abode, she calculated the time and thought that the little girl Xueyu should have emerged by now. Why hasn't she come out? Shouldn't she be the first to greet her granduncle upon leaving seclusion? Zhuge Wufang stroked his beard and chuckled. She is probably off playing somewhere again. Now that she has reached the transformation realm, she has lost her decorum. Taking out an 8 trigrams compass, Zhuge Wufang's pure spiritual energy began to fluctuate in his hand. Soon, his brow furrowed as he realized. Why has she gone to little Su's place? How infuriating. These two must not meet. His expression shifted, and Zhuge Wufang transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the spot. Chapter 92. The enraged Zhuge Wufang not far from the small courtyard. A wraith descended from the forested mountains, landing with grace. Concealing his presence with a spell, he strode coldly towards Su Zhao's abode. A surge of anger welled up within Zhuge Wufang towards Su Xiao. Never mind. It's not worth dwelling on. Overthinking could disrupt his path of cultivation. With the aura of a formidable practitioner well concealed, he swiftly approached the rear of the courtyard. In an instant, he sensed the presence of Xueyu. Activating his mystical vision, he caught sight of the girl peering curiously through the window. What mischief is that little rascal up to? Is she drooling? Zhuge Wufang felt a flicker of irritation. She must be brought back for strict punishment. It seems Xueyu will need to endure several more years of confinement. Silently approaching the window, Zhuge Wufang intended to apprehend the girl for a proper reprimand. However, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the interior of the room, and he froze in place. Moments later, within the fragrant confines of the small courtyard, Su Xiao poured a cup of spiritual tea for the enchanting Ziyun. Thank you, Elder. Ziyun beamed with delight, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Ever since Su Xiao had rid the Z family of the troublesome Shangguan Jinyu and Shangguan Fei Lian 3 years prior, the Z family had firmly established control over the Z Lai commerce. As the daughter of the family head, Ziyun had ascended to the position of the young master of the commerce, all thanks to Elder Su's assistance. Su Xiao chuckled lightly. There is no need for such formalities between us. Over the past 3 years, he had cultivated his Dao body and benefited from an influx of resources, reaching the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. During this time, Yuling Long and Su Meyer had visited him twice to absorb fortune, with Su Meyer even drawing upon spiritual energy during their encounters. However, as he had anticipated, the system merely returned double the energy. Throughout these 3 years, Su Xiao had judiciously bestowed various resources upon these fortunate women. Presently, his stock of high-grade spirit stones had swelled to over 900, along with 390 transformation pills, 120 spirit refinement pills, and 30 void sky pills. The void sky pill, utilized in the void refinement realm, was something he had never heard mentioned by others, indicating its extreme rarity. At that moment, Su Xiao felt a terrifying aura descend, causing his heart to race. Suddenly, the door was flung open by an overwhelming force. What is the meaning of this? Su Xiao, as an inner elder of our mysterious cloud sect, What is this behavior? I, as the Grand Elder, shall enforce discipline today. Zhuge Wufang, clad in his Taoist robes, bore a stern countenance, filled with righteous indignation, glancing at Su Xiao and then at Ziyun. His anger flared. Look at what you are doing. Upon recognizing his master, Su Xiao's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly exclaimed, Master, I was merely enjoying a cup of tea. Zhuge Wufang paused for a moment but then retorted, and what of before? Come here at once. With that, he unleashed his magical prowess, and 2 ropes shot forth, binding the pair together like dumplings. Ziyun was left in a state of shock. Grand Elder Zhuge, could he possibly be the formidable Zhuge Wufang of the mysterious Cloud sect? Upon this realization, her complexion turned pale. She had visited this place numerous times over the past 3 years, yet no one seemed to care. Why today had Elder Zhuge chosen to apprehend her? Come. Elder Zhuge's expression darkened as he cast the 2 individuals into the courtyard. Shuiwei, you have emerged from seclusion? Su Xiao beheld Shuiwei, who was bound like a rice dumpling. Grinning foolishly, how is it that you 2 have been captured? Su Xiao found himself at a loss. Yet, the latter offered no response, seemingly rendered dull-witted by his confinement. Su Xiao shook his head. Turning to the side, he consoled Ziyun with a smile. Do not worry, shopkeeper Ziyun, my uncle, though sharp-tongued, possesses a heart of compassion and will not trouble us. Perhaps he is simply in a foul mood today. Ziyun replied with a forced nod, her spirit somewhat calmed. Elder Zhuge glanced at Su Xiao, who was laughing and chatting, and at the foolishly grinning Shuiwei, shaking his head in despair. You troublesome brat. Why can you not simply live a quiet life? Instead, you stir up trouble wherever you go. Come with me. None of you shall escape today. You must face strict punishment. Elder Zhuge's fury ignited as he soared into the air, 3 ethereal arms grasping the 3 individuals and propelling them towards the inner mountain. As they passed over the outer mountain plaza, the outer disciples below gaped in astonishment at the sight of Su Xiao and Ziyun bound in the sky. I can't believe it. Elder Su has been captured, and shopkeeper Ziyun is here as well. My heavens! After 3 years, the elder has finally taken action. If no one intervenes for Elder Su, what will happen? Chapter 93. The imposed task. A group of outer disciples pounded their chests in frustration, spewing blood from their mouths. Elder Su, truly, a dog cannot change its nature. They calculated the days, realizing that Sister Shui had seemingly just emerged from her seclusion. How much can one endure? The illustrious reputation of the heroic elder Su Xiao's gradually diminished over the past 3 years. Jin Liuxiang, Lin Yenner, Elder Meng, by Xiao Xiao. Ziyun. It was a sight that was hard to bear. The situation had crossed the line. They could no longer tolerate it. Elder Su must be severely punished. In the inner mountain hall, 3 figures stood within, their expressions somewhat nuanced. Zhuge Wufang untied the ropes and, with a stern face, gazed at Ziyun, slowly speaking. Young lady, at such a tender age, you possess the cultivation of the 6th level of the nascent soul. Your talents are extraordinary. How could you possibly fall for this nearly deceased scoundrel? Speak honestly. Were you coerced? Fear not, should you affirm it. This elder shall intervene and break this scoundrel Su Xiao's legs for you. Ziyun, taken aback, looked toward the exalted figure of the void refinement grandmaster before swallowing hard. Blinking her beautiful eyes, she cautiously replied, No, Elder Zhuge. I truly love Elder Su. I love him. Su Xiao's nodded with a satisfied smile. Shuiyu gazed on with envious glimmers in her eyes. Zhuge Wufang felt a sharp pain in his chest. What? Stepping back a few paces, he nearly fell into the master's seat, almost spitting blood. What on earth is happening here? This scoundrel possesses such peculiar charm. How utterly perplexing. The thousands of years of cultivation allowed him to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. In a deep voice, he asked, You are Ziyun, daughter of Zixian? Yes. Ziyun nodded timidly. In the past, Zixian served as my alchemy apprentice for a time. We shared a slight master-disciple bond. For his sake, I shall spare you this once. Upon hearing this, Ziyun's eyes sparkled with joy. She had not anticipated that her father had such a past. Thank you, Elder Zhuge. Young lady, I advise you to focus on your cultivation. The entanglements of the mortal world are but stumbling blocks for practitioners like us. Zhuge Wufang earnestly advised, This scoundrel Su Xiao's is not worthy of your trust. Prioritize your training. Convey a message to your father, stating that I am quite displeased with your affair with Su Xiao's, and he should handle it himself. Ziyun's eyes dimmed as she glanced at Su Xiao's beside her, silently murmuring, Yes. Elder Zhuge, you may leave now. Thank you. Thank you for your leniency, Elder Zhuge. Ziyun cast one last look at Su Xiao's before preparing to depart. Wait a moment. Su Xiao smiled and stepped forward, retrieving 10 transformation pills and a high-grade talisman from his spatial pouch. Zhu, take these 10 transformation pills and this high-grade talisman. Use them well. Ziyun gratefully accepted the items, holding them close. Elder Su is truly wonderful to her. How touching. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 transformation pills, receiving 20 spirit refining pills in return. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a high-grade talisman, receiving an exquisite artifact, the golden light protective pendant, in return. The system's voice resonated, and Su Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Previously, when the other party enhanced their bond, the system had delivered a critical reward, returning an exquisite enlightenment pill. This opportunity, of course, could not be missed. Zhuge Wufang was left bewildered. 10 transformation pills and a high-grade artifact? Such generosity? This amounted to over 200 high-grade spirit stones, didn't it? Could it be that every encounter resulted in such lavish gifts? He gazed at Su Xiao in disbelief, wanting to intervene but unable to find a reason. In a fleeting moment, he suddenly discerned the source of Su's unusual charm. This rascal, what kind of hidden treasure did he uncover? Ziyun departed. While Xueyue wore an expression of envy, Zhuge Wufang remained in a state of confusion. Rising, he exhaled deeply, glancing at the petite and adorable Xueyue. Then at the troublesome old man who had caused chaos before his demise, he furrowed his brow, unable to look directly at him. After a brief contemplation, he seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly laughed. Su Xiao, it's all right. My uncle allows you to atone for your misdeeds. Huh? Atone for my misdeeds? Su Xiao blinked in surprise. What wrong had he committed? He had no romantic partner. What issues could arise from simply dating? Surely, his uncle had grown senile. Zhuge Wufang suddenly smiled kindly, his tone gentle. You've only a bit more than 40 years to live, and you still possess the transformation talisman. There happens to be a task here, perfectly suited for you. Since your energy is so abundant, let us not waste it. Contribute more to the sect during this time. Su Xiao's body tensed, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Zhuge Wufang patted his shoulder and chuckled. Recently, the demon clan has promoted 2 void-refining demon cultivators, and their movements have become rather significant. Iron Curtain City is struggling to cope. Major sects are preparing to send a 9th-layer god transformation expert for support. Originally, Ling was to take up a position for a while, but she is currently in seclusion and will soon enter closed-door training, leaving her no opportunity. This is a splendid chance for you to gain experience. Su Xiao, my uncle has faith in you. Do not disappoint me, haha. Zhuge Wufang observed the bewildered Su Xiao, feeling a sense of relief. Excellent. Finally, he could send this lad away. Xueyue was now safe. My uncle. This may not be appropriate. Su Xiao regained his composure, blinking his weary eyes. Others are to be 9th-layer god transformation cultivators. I am merely at the 9th-layer nascent soul stage. How can I take the place of my junior sister? Perhaps my uncle should consider sending someone else. What a jest. With the system at his disposal, he was on the verge of the Tao while reclining in meditation. Why would he need to venture to Iron Curtain City for training? Wasn't this redundant? No. Your renown in the cultivation world is well known and rivals that of Ling. It is you who shall go, personally assigned by me, Zhuge Wufang declared. Pack your belongings, report to Iron Curtain City in 10 days to seek Elder Duan Hongling. I will send her a message. Su Xiao still wished to resist. Zhuge Wufang's expression darkened. If you are unwilling, then move to the inner mountain cave, where your master uncle will care for you daily, ensuring you enjoy a splendid old age. Su Xiao swallowed hard. This is akin to forcing a duck onto a perch. Xueyue was bewildered. Master uncle is leaving. I refuse. Master uncle, I do not want you to go. I still wish to learn techniques from you. Learn what? Xueyue. Starting tomorrow, you shall resume your seclusion. You are not permitted to emerge until you reach the 2nd stage of transformation. Zhuge Wufang was determined to bring her back to the right path. If she dared to disagree, her master uncle would impose strict confinement, and she would not be allowed to step out for an entire year. What? No. Master uncle, I do not wish to be in seclusion any longer. Chapter 94. Arrival at Iron Curtain City. Xueyue ultimately could not withstand the stern gaze of Zhuge Wufang, her pitiful eyes pleading with Su Xiao. Her beautiful, large eyes reflected a mix of longing and distress. Just as she had emerged, she was to be confined once more. No. Master, do say something. Su Xiao observed the peculiar expression on her face, sensing that she was harboring some mischief. Master, you are indeed correct. Xueyue must be properly guided. Otherwise, she might inadvertently cause trouble. Zhuge Wufang nodded in agreement. This impudent boy finally uttered a sensible remark. Did he harbor feelings for Xueyue? That seemed unlikely. Yet he must bear the responsibility for leading her astray. The young rascal in Iron Curtain City shall not escape. Ah, master, please no. Shuiwei rushed in front of Su Xiao, tugging at him with her delicate hand, utterly reluctant. Su Xiao sighed with a wry smile. Shuiwei, this is for your own good. Focus on your seclusion. Your master is departing for Iron Curtain City and may not return for some time. As he spoke, he retrieved 10 golden elixirs from his robe. These are spirit refining pills. Keep them for yourself. When you have exhausted them, simply come to Iron Curtain City to claim more from me. Your master truly cares for you. A smile graced Su Xiao's face as he thought of Madame Shui, shaking his head in amusement. 10 spirit refining pills. This. Thank you, master. You are simply the best. Shuiwei exclaimed, her excitement overwhelming as she embraced Su Xiao, the refreshing fragrance enveloping him. Patting her head gently, Su Xiao turned to Zhuge Wufang, saying, Master, since your decision is resolute, I shall take the place of my junior sister to report to Iron Curtain City. Let her dedicate herself to quiet cultivation at the sect, striving to reach the realm of void refinement as soon as possible. Zhuge Wufang was utterly bewildered. Oh, be careful on your journey. He swallowed hard, staring at the 10 spirit refining pills in Shouyuan's hands, lost in thought. 10 spirit refining pills? Just like that? And when they run out, she can simply ask for more. How extravagantly generous. This impudent lad. What other treasures does he possess? Even during his own ascension to the divine transformation realm, he had scarcely had the opportunity to consume such pills. Now, calculating it, Shuiwei had received 20 spirit refining pills from him. Zhuge Wufang was left speechless. In such a manner, he suddenly felt that Shuiwei had struck an extraordinary bargain. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 10 spirit refining pills. You have received 30 void sky pills in return. Several days later, Su Xiao prepared to set out. In a cave dwelling within the inner mountain, Meng Dan, clad in a white robe, sat before her bed, her expression filled with yearning. Her gentle, enchanting visage bore a hint of blush, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Her voluptuous form was captivating, and a fragrant aroma wafted around her. Dan, as I embark on this journey, Elder Zhuge did not mention how long it would be before I return. Here are 10 spirit refining pills. Keep them for your use. Should you run out, come to Iron Curtain City to find me. There is no need for formality between us. Su Xiao's face bore a subtle smile. Over the past 3 years, with Su Xiao's assistance, Meng Dan had transcended to the transformation stage and returned to the inner sect as a steward. By Xiao Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er had also successfully established their core and entered the inner sect. Under the tutelage of Elder Wen, they had become Meng Dan's disciples. Now, the 3 apprentices stood gracefully at a distance, watching as Elder Su bid farewell to their master. Ah, Elder, you have been exceedingly kind to me. Dan will always be by your side. Meng Dan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she clutched the 10 spirit refining pills in her hands. She was well aware of the pill's rarity. Without Elder Su, acquiring even a single one would have been a formidable challenge. Glancing at Bai Xiao and the others, her cheeks flushed as she said, You 3 go ahead. I need to discuss a few matters with Elder Su. Yes, master. The trio swallowed nervously, their faces aglow, and hurriedly exited, closing the door behind them. 2 hours later, after bestowing resources upon Jin Liuxiang and the others, Su Xiao returned to the small courtyard. The system had returned a total of 40 embryonic transformation pills, 400 high-quality spirit stones, and 20 void sky pills. Greetings, Martial Uncle. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were already waiting in the courtyard. They had also reached the first level of the transformation stage and were set to accompany Su Xiao to Iron Curtain City for support. Since you are here, let us set off, Su Xiao declared. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, I have heard that the demon clan has unleashed 2 formidable void refining demons. We must be cautious upon reaching Iron Curtain City, as advancing to the transformation stage is no easy feat. Su Xiao, with his hands clasped behind his back, imparted solemn warnings. The mobilization of the sects to Iron Curtain City suggests that there is significant unrest among the demons. Otherwise, the leaders of the 9 sects would not have come to offer assistance. Humph. Xiao Bi Wang, Yu Wenin, we shall meet again, Su Xiao mused. His spirit stirred by the news, grateful that Master Zhuge had insisted on his participation. Fortune had favored him with this opportunity. Indeed, Martial Uncle, your disciple understands. The 2 disciples exchanged anxious glances, swallowing hard. Goodness. Martial Uncle, you have been summoned to Iron Curtain City by the Grand Elder. The cat is out of the bag. Martial Uncle, I heard you were caught red-handed by the Grand Elder. Impossible. It can't be that outrageous. they exclaimed internally, though their faces remained courteous and respectful, concealing their unease. They were acutely aware that any displeasure from Su Xiao could spell their doom. Having reached the transformation stage? Nonsense. It was the extreme demons who had perished at the hands of their martial uncle. With trepidation in their hearts, the two mounted their swords and followed Su Xiao northward. Iron Curtain City is nestled within the vast mountainous expanse of the Panlong continent, adjacent to the territory of the human race. For millennia, countless cultivators had been dispatched to Iron Curtain City to safeguard it, ensuring the security of the human spirit stone mines. Beneath the towering iron walls, throngs of human cultivators lined up, eagerly awaiting passage through Iron Curtain City to extract gold from the mines. Su Xiao, accompanied by Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, descended upon the city walls, bypassing the queue. The former produced the insignia of the Miao Miao sect for the guards to inspect. Are you the leader of the Miao Miao sect? Upon the sight of the token, the guard's expression shifted dramatically, and his demeanor immediately became exceedingly respectful. Su Xiao stroked his beard and smiled. No, I am Su Xiao, an inter-sect elder of the Piao Miao sect, here on behalf of the sect leader, Duge Ling, to offer support to Iron Curtain City. Oh, so it is Elder Su. Please, come in. Just as he finished speaking, the countenance of the Yuan-ing Realm Guard captain froze. Observing the kind and benevolent elder before him, he trembled uncontrollably. Su Xiao, the esteemed Elder Su of the Piao Miao sect. Could he possibly be the notorious lecherous old man who instills dread in female cultivators throughout the cultivation realm? Su Xiao. The nearby cultivators at the city gate, upon hearing the name Su Xiao, gradually began to register their horror and anger. Could this man truly be the infamous lecherous old man, Su Xiao? Male cultivators clenched their fists, while female cultivators broke into a sweat. Instantly, the atmosphere at the city gate turned peculiar. Detected the woman of fortune, Lu Lingling, fortune level, C, return multiplier, 10, bond level, 1. Has the woman of fortune been discovered? Following the system's guidance, Su Xiao glanced nearby and spotted a slender, fair-skinned, and beautiful young female cultivator. She was gazing at Su Xiao, her expression fraught with anxiety, her lovely eyes glimmering with hints of terror. Su Xiao smiled and nodded, noticing that she was at the foundation establishment stage. He approached and retrieved 10 foundation establishment pills from his robe. My dear young lady, I see a connection between us. Here are 10 foundation establishment pills, a gift for you to foster a good bond. His benevolent smile radiated the essence of a venerable elder. Gasp! The young female cultivator, Lu Lingling, stared at the smiling old man, her face turning ashen, trembling in fright. The onlookers were utterly astonished by this scene, as if struck by lightning. What the hell? The lecherous old man. He arrives at Iron Curtain City and immediately begins to scout for beautiful female cultivators. Which scoundrel allowed this perverted old man to come here? Iron Curtain City. We are doomed. Little Wang and Little Li stared in disbelief at their senior uncle's adept flirtation skills, their spirits plummeting to an abyss. Uncle, is this never-ending? This is Iron Curtain City. After all, Chapter 95, the furious disciples of Chui Mountain Gate at the city gate. The crowd held their breath, their fists clenched tightly, sweat pouring down their backs. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li swallowed nervously, frozen in place alongside the guards, hesitant to step forward and intervene. The notorious reputation of the perverse old lecher resonated like thunder. He was unafraid even of the leaders of the 9 sects. Although he had failed the tribulation of transformation, he possessed top-tier talismans for this very purpose. If he were displeased, he could easily obliterate Iron Curtain City. Silence enveloped the scene. Yet the flames of indignation burned fiercely within everyone as they fixed their gaze upon Su Xiao, who was attempting to flirt. They dared not speak, their anger stifled. Ah, little girl, what is your name? The old Taoist's lifespan is short, and these foundation establishment pills are of no use to me. So I shall bestow them upon you, Su Xiao said, stroking his grizzled goatee with an air of calm detachment. Only cultivators above the foundation establishment stage could enter Iron Curtain City. Those present were disciples who had fallen from grace in the outside world, hoping to work as miners to earn spirit stones. 10 foundation establishment pills were an offer no one would refuse. Elder I am Lu Lingling, the beautiful but terrified maiden, trembled uncontrollably. She glanced at her companions on either side, but they remained silent, none daring to come to her aid. Even the senior brother avoided her gaze, unwilling to make eye contact. Take them, for cultivation is arduous. Since fate has brought us together, I hope you can progress further on your path, Su Xiao said, opening his palm to reveal 10 shimmering foundation establishment pills, radiating a captivating aura. Indeed, 10 foundation establishment pills. and of exceptionally high quality. Including Lu Lingling and several of her fellow disciples, the nearby scattered cultivators stared in astonishment. The old lecher truly was willing to invest for the sake of courting. As Lu Lingling beheld the pills, a faint blush crept onto her pale face. Excitement surged within her. Su Elder intended to gift her 10 foundation establishment pills. Yet, the mere thought of his fearsome reputation sent shivers down her spine, making her hesitate to approach. Elder, I fear not. I shall not impose upon you. I merely wish to assist you, Su Xiao reassured. His unparalleled demeanor coupled with a benevolent smile, gradually dissipating Lu Lingling's apprehension. As she gazed at the 10 foundation establishment pills in his hand, something she had never dared to dream of, Lu Lingling, her face flushed with exhilaration, reached out with trembling hands to accept them. Refusal? Unthinkable. No cultivator would turn down free resources for cultivation, especially those who had come to mine in Iron Curtain City. As Lu Lingling accepted the pills, her breaths grew heavier. Her complexion was as red as an apple, the excitement in her eyes impossible to conceal. 10 foundation establishment pills. Su Elder had directly gifted her 10 foundation establishment pills. She was merely a lowly disciple of an insignificant sect, practically a scattered cultivator. And yet she had suddenly received such a generous boon. Looking at the elder before her, exuding an aura of celestial grace and exceptional charm, she found herself realizing that Su Elder was not as dreadful as the rumors suggested. In fact, the more she looked, the more handsome he appeared. Thank you, Elder Su, she exclaimed gratefully. The beautiful Lu Lingling could no longer contain her excitement. With her long legs kneeling before Su Xiao, she bowed her head in gratitude. The other party, renowned in the realm of cultivation, regarded her with a favorable eye, which was an immense opportunity for her. This scene left the nearby cultivators in a state of bewilderment. Old lecher, they exclaimed. He truly is using resources to entice beautiful female cultivators. Shameless. Utterly despicable. Su Xiao nodded with a smile and said, Lu Xiaoyu, I will be residing in Iron Curtain City for the time being. Should you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek me out at the residence of the Misty Sect within the city. We are fated to meet, and I shall not turn a blind eye to your plight. With that, Su Xiao led the bewildered Xiao Wang and Xiao Li into the city. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills. The first gift to Lu Lingling has triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning an exquisite enlightenment pill. As Lu Lingling watched Su Xiao depart, she rose, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Clutching the 10 foundation establishment pills tightly, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Her chest rising and falling with anticipation, still struggling to grasp what had just transpired. Was this gentle and kind senior truly the notorious old lecher of rumors? Her heart wavered greatly. Junior sister, stay alert. Do not be deceived by that old lecher. He is after your body. Several male disciples hurriedly approached to warn her, their faces etched with anxious concern. Junior sister Lu, you are the most beautiful female cultivator of the cooling sect. Moreover, you are the goddess of their dreams. They lamented. How infuriating. That old lecher. This is utterly outrageous. Who brought this old pervert here? I will confront him. The surrounding male cultivators shared similar sentiments, their fists clenched, wishing they could strike down the old lecher on the spot. How can this be happening right after arriving in Iron Curtain City? What will happen in the future? However, the few female disciples and nearby female cultivators remained mostly silent. They looked towards Lu Lingling, each harboring boundless envy and jealousy. The way Elder Su had presented the gifts was simply too dashing. No. Why isn't at us? Elder Su, I am willing. I too am willing. Rest assured, senior brothers and sisters with so many cultivators in Iron Curtain City. Elder Su will not do anything to me. Besides, I believe Elder Su is not that kind of person. The rumors must be erroneous. Lu Lingling excitedly tucked away the foundation establishment pills, her charming face entirely flushed. Upon hearing this, the male disciples turned pale. No, junior sister. How can you defend that perverted old lecher? Junior sister, that old lecher is truly after your body. Several male disciples were so furious they nearly spat blood, gazing at their beautiful junior sister, whose face was now a deep crimson. Their hearts felt as if they were shattering. Old lecher. Heaven will punish you. In Iron Curtain City, where cultivators thrived and trade flourished, the place gathered sects from all corners of the human territories of the Panlong continent, making it the foremost city for humanity. At the residence of the Misty Sect, a hunchbacked old man welcomed several nascent soul disciples. Haha, Elder Su, my old friend, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. The hunchbacked old man approached Su Xiao, chuckling softly. Elder Su, I have heard much about your recent affairs. Truly enviable. His mischievous grin belied a profound sense of envy in his eyes. Meanwhile, the other nascent soul disciples regarded Su Xiao with a blend of intrigue and peculiarity. Su Xiao waved his hand, laughing. Elder Mu, you jest. Rumors are unreliable. My longevity is waning, merely nurturing a few juniors. The hunchbacked elder before him was Elder Mu, one of the 3 inner sect elders stationed in Ironvale City, a 7th-layer transformation stage practitioner, clad in a white robe, resembling an archetypal old man. They were old acquaintances, sharing camaraderie as they made their way to a beautifully adorned guest chamber, while the remaining nascent soul disciples led Xiao Wang and Xiao Li to their quarters. What of the senior sister and Elder Yi? In the room, Su Xiao seated himself and poured a cup of spiritual tea for both. Elder Mu savored the tea, remarking, Elder Yi is stationed at our sect's spirit stone mine. As for the senior sister, she has been refining alchemy in her quarters, and it has been nearly half a month since she emerged. Su Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. What is she refining for? Elder Mu sighed deeply. What else could it be? She refines elixirs to sell. Elder Su, our senior sister, endures greatly. Her hidden ailment remains unresolved, and her 9th-layer transformation stage cultivation has stagnated. She has toiled in Ironvale City for hundreds of years. At her age, she is over 2,800 years. If her ailment does not heal soon, no matter her formidable talent, she will ultimately stagnate at the transformation stage and meet her end. Chapter 96. The misfortunes of the senior sister. Su Xiao felt a wave of sorrow upon hearing those words. The senior sister, Duan Hongling, was the disciple of the esteemed Elder Shi Ganglai of the Miao Miao sect. Elder Shi had been in seclusion within the secret realm for several centuries, leaving the management of the sect to Master Ji Shui and the second elder Zhuge Wufang. As the most senior and oldest internal elder, the senior sister was initially the one most likely to transcend the tribulation and attain the realm of void refinement. However, she had sustained severe injuries during a battle with the demon race hundreds of years ago, leaving her with a hidden ailment that hindered her progress. With her cultivation at the 9th level of the transformation stage, she had been delayed in her advancement. The transformation stage only afforded a lifespan of 3,000 years, and the senior sister barely had a little over 100 years left. Moreover, to heal her hidden ailment, she needed to reach the pinnacle of the transformation stage, granting her a chance to face the void refinement tribulation within that limited time and return to the path of immortality. Alas, old Mu, is there truly nothing the sect can do? Su Xiao reminisced about the breathtaking figure of the senior sister when he and Duge Ling first entered the sect. A millennium had passed, and like him, the senior sister had reached the end of her lifespan. Elder Mu sighed. We have done all that we can. The sect has shown its utmost compassion. Now that the master is absent, the senior sister must rely on herself. Curious, Su Xiao queried, what does the senior sister require? Given her constant pill refining and selling, is it expensive? Elder Mu shook his head. She has only one opportunity remaining, the golden body relic from the 10,000 Buddha temple. That relic is a divine elixir left behind by a great void refinement cultivator of the temple, capable of reconstructing meridians and reconstituting the physical form. Only the golden body relic can cure her hidden ailment, but the monks at the 10,000 Buddha temple demand 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. He sighed. Moreover, the senior sister must purchase various pills annually to maintain her cultivation level. It is truly tragic. Old Su, let us cease our discussion about her. Every thought of the senior sister's plight brings me to tears. Su Xiao chuckled softly. Then why not lend her a hand? What can I do? 10,000 high-grade spirit stones is beyond my means. Elder Mu waved his hand. I barely have a few hundred high-grade spirit stones left. I need to cultivate too. Otherwise, I will inevitably follow in your footsteps. Su Xiao smiled in silence. In the path of cultivation, resources were paramount. Without them, no matter the realm, progress would be stifled. It was inconceivable for any cultivator to willingly part with their resources unless it was for someone they held dear. Old Su, you should rest well. The base will have nascent soul disciples on duty. Just instruct them if you need anything. Once the senior sister returns, I will arrange tasks for you. The demon race has been causing quite a stir lately, and everyone is quite busy. At that moment, a commotion emanated from Elder Mu's talisman. Damn it! Those beasts of the demon race are starting to seize spirit stones again. Elder Su, I must take my leave. I will head to the mines to repel the demons. Hastily, he rushed outside, mounting his sword and transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the city outskirts. A day later, at the encampment of the 9 major sects in Iron Curtain City. By the heavens, that perverse old lecher. As soon as he entered the city, He began to flirt with the beautiful female cultivators. Is the esteemed Xiao sect truly so foolish? Have they sent this old pervert to Iron Curtain City? Do they wish for him to wreak havoc here? Alas, such a predicament. This lecherous old man, a man of insatiable desires, has arrived at Iron Curtain City. Surely this will bring us nothing but trouble. How infuriating. Foolish Xiao sect. Elder Su has truly arrived. Xiao sect. What a perplexing situation. Ba, how delightful. Yuan Tong, accompany me to pay a visit to Senior Miaoyu. I must offer her counsel to send Elder Su to the realm of the demon race. Perhaps it will yield extraordinary results. At the residence of the Polar Demon Sect, clad in a white robe, the handsome and androgynous Xiao was seething with rage. That old lecher is utterly disgraceful. He just arrived in Iron Curtain City yesterday and already brazenly flirted with a beauty. He has no shame whatsoever. The mere thought of that lascivious old man with the enchanting female cultivator unsettled Xiao, stirring feelings of anger and restlessness within him. How detestable. I shall not allow that old lecher to leave Iron Curtain City alive. After sipping some tea, his fury subsided slightly. Remembering his master's promise, he felt a surge of anticipation. He was resolute in his intent to take the old lecher's life. Master, the time has come for the opening of the BU Trading Company. The news is accurate. For Madame Shui has personally come to preside over the event in Iron Curtain City. Oh, my beloved Shui. Xiaomu's expression brightened with sheer joy, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Shui has truly arrived. This is fantastic. He now has another opportunity. The thought of her voluptuous and stunning figure made him tremble with exhilaration, utterly captivated. Such an exquisite mature woman is precisely the object of his desires. For now, he would leave the Jade and Dugu wives in the hands of the old lecher, but he must take action regarding Shui. She must be won over. Ha. Old lecher, while I secure Shui, you may frolic with that insipid Shui. When you meet your end, you might even call me father-in-law. Ha. The mere thought of this delightful scenario flushed his face with color, leaving his heart in turmoil. Shui, I am coming. Let us summon the 3 elders of the residence. Today, the Polar Demon Sect shall wholeheartedly support the BU Trading Company. By as much as we can. At the residence of the Breaking Sky Demon Sect, Yuan Hao let out a cold laugh. This old dog is utterly brazen in his lechery. Now, he has even set his sights on foundational female cultivators, clearly judging solely by appearances, utterly disregarding all else. In just a day, the news has spread throughout the city. How splendid. Dance on. Continue your ostentatious display. Only when the old lecher meets his demise under the gaze of the masses will he experience true bliss. This is the essence of accomplishment. Master, the envoy from the Ape Clan is waiting outside the city. Oh, they have arrived so soon. Good. Change your attire and discreetly accompany me out of the city. In Yuan Hao's eyes, a brilliant light sparkled as he donned the spirit stone, vowing to himself that this time he would not let his adversary escape. The old lecher, at the residence of the Harmony sect, Yu Linglong and Su Meyer were absent, engrossed in refining their fortunes within the sect, leaving no time to offer assistance. Instead, the Grand Elder of the Harmony sect, Wu Pinger, had arrived. She was a venerable matron with flowing white hair, seated gracefully upon a jade couch in the chamber. Elder Su. Once again on the prowl for beautiful female cultivators. Indeed, it seems that men, regardless of age, are perpetually enamored with youthful and lovely maidens. Though the elder's visage bore the marks of age, with a few wrinkles, traces of her former elegance still shone through, suggesting that in her youth, she must have been stunningly beautiful. Linglong, it is not that I covet what is yours. Rather, I am in need of abundant fortune due to my dwindling lifespan. As she spoke, Wu Pinger invoked an enigmatic secret technique, enveloping herself in a radiant aura. In merely 10 breaths, she transformed from a frail, elderly woman into a striking young beauty with lustrous black hair. Her countenance was nothing short of enchanting, her eyes shimmering with a subtle glow. Elder Wu, is that you? A few female disciples outside heard the commotion and entered, their expressions turning to shock upon witnessing the rejuvenated Elder Wu. There is no need for concern. I have merely assumed a youthful appearance to facilitate my tasks. It is of no consequence, Chapter 97. The bold 8 maidens in the residence of the Misty Sect. Within Su Zhao's chamber, several disciples on duty hurriedly approached the door and respectfully announced, Elder Su. There are visitors at the entrance who wish to pay their respects. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Su Zhao's aged eyes flickered with interest as he inquired, Oh? Do they reveal their identities? No, Elder. The disciples exchanged peculiar glances, swallowing hard as one of them stammered, Elder Su. They're a group of young female cultivators, and they are quite beautiful. These women were disciples stationed at the residence. And it was indeed unusual for such elegantly dressed maidens to seek an audience with Elder Su. The disciples could hardly conceal their astonishment. Goodness! The elder's charm is truly remarkable. He has only just arrived in Iron Curtain City. The tales of his illustrious deeds had long circulated among the disciples of Iron Curtain City, although he had secured benefits for them within the celestial realm. His lifestyle had taken on an unsettlingly bizarre nature. Rumor had it that their inner sect senior sister, Shouyuan, had an ambiguous relationship with Elder Su. If that were not peculiar enough, it appeared that Elder Su also had an unclear connection with Madame Shouyuan, Shouyuan's mother. How scandalous! Yet, they dared not utter a word, even hesitating to dismiss the beautiful female cultivators outside. The elder was known for his particular tastes, and they were wary. Su Xiao furrowed his brows. A group of beautiful female cultivators? He did not recognize them, just as he was about to instruct them to disperse. A sudden thought crossed his mind. You, summon them to my room. The disciples were taken aback. Elder, should they all come in? How many are there? Approximately 7 or 8, Su Xiao replied nonchalantly. Oh, it matters not. There is room enough for them. Let them in. With a mixture of fear and awe, the disciples swallowed hard. Yes, Elder. Goodness. The old lecher. How enviable. They were soon to return to the arduous task of mining at the spiritual vein, while Elder Su seemed to be indulging in a vacation amidst such company. Moments later, 8 exquisitely beautiful women entered Su Xiao's chamber and closed the door behind them. Upon seeing the distinguished elder seated upon the bed, their faces flushed with embarrassment. And one by one, they knelt and greeted him. Elder, you are truly magnificent. It is an honor beyond measure to behold your true form. The 8 maidens bowed reverently, their eyes brimming with longing. They had heard tales of the elder's peculiarities and had come in hopes of fortune, wishing to serve him and perhaps acquire some cultivation resources in return. One maiden, Lu Lingling, had garnered 10 foundational pills simply due to her beauty. The guard's decision to allow them entry indicated the elder's intentions. They had a chance. Su Xiao surveyed them with a discerning eye. Each possessed a degree of beauty, demonstrating a hint of self-awareness. However, he shook his head inwardly. The system's criteria for selecting the daughters of fate were exceedingly stringent. Though these female cultivators could be deemed attractive, they lacked the extraordinary beauty required for such a title. As expected, the system offered no hints, and Su Xiao's plans were thwarted. He had initially hoped to encounter a daughter of fate among them. Please leave. I had mistakenly thought you were a friend, but it appears otherwise. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively, urging them to take their leave. The expressions of the 8 women changed dramatically. Their eyes filled with disappointment. They ranged in age from their teens to their 30s, each possessing confidence in their appearance, which emboldened them to visit the lofty abode of the Piaomiao sect. Yet, it seemed that Elder Su held no fondness for them. Elder, I am willing to be your maid, to serve you. A slightly older and beautiful woman hurriedly knelt and approached, her face a mask of reluctance. Whatever the elder desires, I shall fulfill. With that, she delicately grasped Su Xiao's arm, her complexion flushed, her gaze shimmering. Su Xiao could immediately discern her intentions. I am willing too. I am willing. The remaining 7 quickly followed suit, some clinging to Su Xiao's arms, others to his legs. Those who made it here were bold at heart. They had long cast aside their reservations. Being scorned by those outside was far preferable to toiling in the mines day in and day out. You are not destined for me. Leave at once. Shaking his head, Su Xiao released a wave of spiritual energy that sent the women flying. While they were indeed beautiful, he could not afford to accept them now, as resources were scarce and must be reserved for the daughters of fate. Elder, the 8 stunning women gently landed, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with indignation. Why can Lu Lingling and other beautiful female cultivators be accepted, while we cannot? No. It must be that we failed to impress the elder. Elder, I shall do anything you request. I only ask for a chance. 2 beautiful cultivators gritted their teeth and began to loosen their belts. What are you doing? If you do not leave, do not blame me for being impolite. Su Xiao's expression darkened. Were the female cultivators today so desperate? Was the competition becoming excessively intense? As the remaining women prepared to demonstrate their resolve to Elder Su, a voice resounded from outside. Get out. The voice, infused with the overwhelming spiritual power of a 9th-level cultivator, shook the 8 women to their core, causing blood to flow from their orifices. Several foundational female cultivators, unable to withstand the sheer force of the spiritual energy, spewed blood in shock, their gazes darting towards the door. With a resounding crash, The door was kicked open, revealing a radiant figure bathed in brilliant sunlight. If you do not leave now, you shall pay with your lives. The 8 women, upon seeing the newcomer, were struck with terror, their hearts pounding in fear. Regardless of Su Xiao, she fled desperately without properly dressing. Duan Hongling. It must be the esteemed elder of the Piamiao sect. Duan Hongling. Curse it. Why has she arrived at this moment? They were on the verge of success. Bold as they were, they could not gamble with their lives and had to seek another opportunity. The 8 of them swiftly escaped the mansion, some even with bare arms. The Yuanying disciples at the entrance gazed at these enchanting female cultivators, swallowing hard and shaking their heads in terror. My goodness, the old lecher truly intends to have them all. Thankfully, thank goodness. Elder Duan, your arrival is most fortuitous. To rid the world of evil, overthrow the old lecher. Su Xiao looked at the breathtaking woman in the flowing red dress at the entrance, who appeared ethereal and divine, and couldn't help but blink his aged eyes. Senior sister, your timing is impeccable. I merely allowed them to enter to ascertain whether they were my friends. Who would have thought they would immediately harbor ulterior motives? Now, under my gentle persuasion, they have begun to disrobe. Su Xiao rose, smiling as he sighed. Chapter 98. The gift of the eternal tree root. Su Xiao, you have become increasingly audacious with age. The woman in the crimson dress cast her gaze towards him, causing Su Xiao to involuntarily raise an eyebrow. Clad in a form-fitting gown as vibrant as blazing flames, her appearance stood in stark contrast to her frosty, exquisite visage. Her skin, fair as snow, glimmered under the sunlight, radiating a delicate beauty akin to polished jade. With long, slender legs that exuded grace, her perfect curves ensnared the eye. Her lustrous black hair danced lightly in the wind, ethereal and enchanting, a vision of unparalleled beauty. She resembled the most exquisite red plum blossom, proud and aloof, standing apart from the world. However, a hint of profound weariness lurked in the elegant lines of her brow, mingling with her frosty demeanor, evoking a sense of inexplicable distance. Su Xiao shook his head inwardly. After so many years without seeing his senior sister, her appearance had not changed in the slightest. She remained as beautiful as he remembered. Who would have imagined that such a stunning woman had already surpassed 2,800 years of age, with merely 100 years left to live? Senior sister. Do not heed the rumors. I am not that kind of person, Su Xiao remarked with a smile. Duan Hongling snorted disdainfully. Your character is irrelevant. What matters is that I do not wish to see them. Su Xiao, I truly did not expect that. Even as you near the end of your days, you would still harbor such thoughts. If Master Ji were to hear of your antics, she would undoubtedly put an end to you herself. A faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from Duan Hongling, blending with her natural fragrance, creating a delightful and refreshing scent that was soothing to the soul. Su Xiao found no desire to explain. With her temperament, any explanation would be futile. Detected fortune-bearing woman. Duan Hongling fortune level. A return multiplier. 10. Bond level. 1. To his surprise, his senior sister was indeed an A-grade fortune-bearing woman. Su Xiao was not particularly astonished. Before her injury, Duan Hongling had been among the top talents in their sect, blessed with stunning beauty as well. However, it seemed that her incessant alchemical endeavors had rendered her temperament increasingly irritable. Nevertheless, nearing the twilight of his own life, Su Xiao could empathize with her plight. He simply smiled slightly, choosing not to engage in a dispute. Come with me to the main hall. I have a task to assign you, he urged. Duan Hongling's stunningly cold visage flickered with a trace of disdain as she shook her head and turned away. Once, she had admired this agile-minded, handsome junior. Yet now, he had not only failed his tribulation and transformed into an old man, but he also squandered a precious longevity elixir. What she found most intolerable was that he brazenly took on female disciples within the sect, even engaging in exchanges with the enchantresses of the Harmony sect. News of this had spread throughout the entire Piamiao sect and the Pan-Dragon continent. Su Xiao had undoubtedly become a lecherous old pervert. The thought of him harboring intentions towards the sect's prodigy, Shuiyu, only intensified her ire. She felt no inclination to grant him even the slightest favor. Master Zhuge, how could you send such a person to Iron Curtain City? Is it merely because he possesses a few talismans for transformation? This is utterly ridiculous. In the Grand Hall, Duan Hongling summoned Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, her expression cold as she pointed to the map. The main spirit mine of our Piamiao sect is overseen by Elder Yi, while the spirit mines of the affiliated sects are under the joint supervision of Elder Mu and myself. Recently, the demon clan has become rampant, frequently seizing spirit stones, resulting in considerable losses for us. Elder Mu and I find it increasingly challenging to manage. From now on, the 3 spirit mines being excavated by Baichao sect, Xinbing Pavilion, and Wulei sect will be entrusted to your guardianship. Seeing Su Xiao about to protest, Duan Hongling's expression hardened. Do not even think of refusing. With your 9th level transformation and numerous talismans, you should have no trouble dealing with those demons. Su Xiao smiled and shook his head. Very well, since senior sister has spoken. It shall be done. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, and the other Yuanying disciples nearby exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. Look, look. Just how tarnished is Elder Su's reputation now. Elder Duan shows him no respect whatsoever. That perverse old lecher deserves every bit of disdain. Elder Duan, punish Elder Su severely. After issuing the mission and handing over the communication talismans, Duan Hongling prepared to return to her alchemy. Her brows knitted together. She had no energy left to ponder Su Zhao's affairs. With only 150 years of life remaining, if she could not break through to the void refinement stage within 50 years, the effects of the mid-grade beauty-preserving pill would gradually diminish in her last century. At that time, she would become a frail old woman with white hair, a reality she could never accept. For her, only 50 years remained. Senior sister, wait. Su Xiao smiled slightly and addressed Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. You all go ahead. I have something to discuss privately with Elder Duan. The others looked bewildered, glancing at the stunningly beautiful Elder Duan and then back at Su Xiao's lecherous grin. In an instant, it felt as if lightning had struck them. They stood frozen in disbelief. What the hell? Elder Su, don't tell me you're having thoughts about Elder Duan again? She is over 2,800 years old. You old pervert, your tastes are simply too heavy. But they dared not express their thoughts, swiftly slipping out of the grand hall to wait outside, trembling with fear. Elder Su is utterly bizarre. We're on the verge of tears. What is it? Duan Hongling's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of frost. Su Xiao replied, Senior sister, how is your injury? Duan Hongling paused at his words, her eyes dimming as she responded perfunctorily, It's fine. No need to worry. Even if my lifespan is limited, my strength remains undiminished. It will not affect you. Su Xiao gazed at the stubborn and proud woman, shaking his head inwardly. With a light laugh, he took out a piece of Huai tree root exuding rich spiritual energy. This is a millennium spirit root, which I found in a grand cultivator's cave. It contains 3 drops of spirit liquid capable of healing all wounds in the world. Senior sister has taken good care of me in the past, so I wish to give you this millennium spirit root to help treat your hidden ailment. Upon hearing this, Duan Hongling's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at the dark yellow root in the other's hand, which exuded a profound aura of spiritual energy. She stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. A millennium-old spiritual root, a millennium-old spiritual essence. Could it truly be this extraordinary artifact? Suffering from a hidden ailment. She had meticulously studied every medical text available. The only remedy for her meridian afflictions, aside from the rare golden body relics, was this elusive millennium-old locust tree root. Su Xiao, is this genuinely a millennium-old root? Duan Hongling's tone grew urgent, her once haughty visage flushing with excitement. As if I would deceive you, considering my advanced age. Su Xiao chuckled lightly, placing the millennium root into her delicate, porcelain-like hand. Take it. Each drop of this essence should possess the potency of a golden body relic. Use 3 drops for safety. Duan Hongling stared at the treasure in her grasp, swallowing hard as she felt the brilliant spiritual force and enigmatic aura emanating from it. She was certain, beyond any doubt, that this was indeed the fabled millennium-old locust tree root, and Su Xiao intended to gift it to her. In that moment, her breath quickened dramatically. Shock, exhilaration, and disbelief surged through her mind, overwhelming her senses to the point of trembling. Yet, recalling Su Xiao's notorious reputation throughout the cultivation world, she cast him a particularly complex glance. Su Xiao, could it be that he harbors feelings for her? Beyond this possibility, she could fathom no other reason for him to bestow such a precious treasure upon her. Chapter 99. Excited Duan Hongling, congratulations, host, for successfully gifting the millennial tree root. This marks your first gift to Duan Hongling, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the pure jade bottle. Pure jade bottle. Within it, one can condense a millennium of spiritual liquid. Bathing in it eliminates all ailments and heals injuries. As the voice of the system resonated, Su Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight, and he nodded inwardly. It seemed he had received a substantial return in the form of a millennial spiritual root, one that would be inexhaustible. How exhilarating! Noticing the complex and peculiar expression on her face, Su Xiao waved his hand with a smile. Do not worry. The rumors outside are unfounded, senior sister. Feel free to use it. I shall not impose anything upon you. Her gaze was indeed multifaceted, a mix of excitement and concern. causing him to appear as if he were some lecherous old man. Duan Hongling observed his nonchalant smile while tightly gripping the millennial tree root in her jade-like hand. Her delicate brows furrowed, and the colors in her beautiful eyes shifted. Her exquisite face flushed slightly as she wrestled with an internal dilemma. Su Xiao, the junior brother. There could only be one reasoning behind this. He desired her physical appearance. With less than 50 years of life remaining, spiritual stones and elixirs were of no use to her. Considering his lifestyle, it was likely that Su Xiao was indeed captivated by her beauty. Yet, perhaps due to their familiarity, he had not explicitly stated it. However, she was nearly 2,000 years his senior. Casting a glance at the enigmatic millennial tree root enveloped in spiritual energy, Duan Hongling's expression gradually cleared. This was an extraordinary opportunity. She could not afford to let it slip away. Returning to the path of immortality, what did her appearance matter? Su Xiao shook his head, reiterating, "Senior sister, you should return to heal. If you can advance to the void refinement stage, I will have contributed to our sect before my demise." Duan Hongling turned to him. Her beautiful eyes now imbued with a cold determination. She would not owe anyone anything. Extending her hand, polished and smooth as jade, she grasped Su Xiao's palm. A gentle, cool sensation coursed through him. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" He felt her rapidly pulsing heartbeat. Duan Hongling's gaze remained steely as she declared, "Su junior brother, I, Duan Hongling, will not owe anyone anything. You are nearing the end of your life. Spiritual stones and elixirs hold no value for you, and I know what you desire. This is merely interest. Once I recover, I shall repay you." At this moment, a hint of resolve flickered in her eyes. "What? Senior sister, you misunderstand. I have no such intentions." Su Xiao frowned and shook his head. After all, she was a venerable woman of over 2,800 years. She was several hundred cycles older than him. He truly harbored no such thoughts. "Humph." Duan Hongling scoffed. "Rest assured, when I, Duan Hongling, speak, I do not go back on my word. Junior brother, thank you for the millennial spiritual root. It is immensely valuable to me right now. Should I return to the path of immortality, you shall be my greatest benefactor." With that, she released Su Xiao's hand and carefully stored the tree root away. Filled with tremendous excitement and yearning, her cheeks flushed as she stepped out, still somewhat dazed. This peculiar junior brother, who had somehow obtained a millennial spiritual root within the Grand Cultivation Cave, had bestowed it upon her. It is beyond my wildest dreams that she would encounter such an opportunity. The lecherous old man. If I were to recover from my affliction, I would certainly wish to ascertain whether you truly embody the rumors that circulate about you. A somewhat dazed Duan Hongling meandered past the disciples at the door. What in the world? The disciples, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, were struck dumb, like thunder had crashed upon them, as they beheld Duan Hongling's demeanor. Upon glancing at the old lecher, who was grinning benevolently while pinching his own palm, the disciples collectively crumbled under the weight of their astonishment. This is outrageous. The old lecher. How utterly depraved. Elder Duan is a venerable female cultivator of over 2,800 years of age. Is no one spared from this madness? Good grief. Including Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, and the rest of the disciples, they could hardly believe their eyes. Just from Elder Duan's dazed expression, it was evident that the old lecher had indeed extended his insidious grasp, compelling Elder Duan to submit. Elder Duan, you must hold firm. You cannot allow the old lecher to prevail. How could this happen? What are you all doing? Su Xiao cast a sidelong glance at the group of frozen, bewildered disciples, a slight frown creasing his brow. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li. The 3 sects of Bai Chaomen are now under our jurisdiction. Take the communication talismans and proceed to patrol the 3 spirit mines immediately. These affiliated sects must remit half of their spirit stone profits to our Piao Miao sect. Do not allow them to fall prey to the demon race. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li snapped back to reality, trembling as they responded, "Yes, Master Uncle." Elder Duan, a seasoned 9th-layer transformation cultivator, found herself at a disadvantage against the old lecher. The thought of them, mere disciples, offending the old lecher was a path to certain doom. Terrified into silence, the group dared not even draw a breath. The old lecher is truly terrifying. Days passed, and Duan Hongling remained in seclusion, healing her injuries with her millennial-old spiritual root, unseen by anyone. Elder Mu became increasingly busy, supporting the affiliated sect's mining points alone, and at times even dragging Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, both transformation cultivators, to assist. The mining points under the jurisdiction of Piao Miao sect outside Iron Vale City were primarily worked by Foundation Establishment and nascent soul disciples. The Foundation Establishment cultivators toiled relentlessly, digging day and night to earn spirit stones. The nascent soul cultivators fared somewhat better, taking turns to return to Iron Vale City to rest at the residence for a few days. Su Xiao's 3 spirit mines were currently uneventful, with Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, and the strong individuals dispatched by the affiliated sects they could manage without him. In the garden of the residence, Su Xiao finished his training and wandered to a small pavilion for tea. Detected the Daughter of Destiny. Moonwear, Destiny level. B. Return multiplier. 10. Bond level. 1. Oh. Su Xiao's eyes sparkled as he turned toward the direction indicated by the system. At the entrance of the residence, a contingent of nascent soul cultivators was returning to take their posts, engaging in handover with the previous group. Among the returning nascent soul cultivators was a beautiful female cultivator clad in a green dress, with fair skin and striking features, appearing no older than 20. Upon seeing her, Su Xiao smiled and shook his head. Isn't this the granddaughter of the old man Mu, that cantankerous fellow? I never anticipated that she would also be a daughter of fortune, and of B rank no less. How remarkable that such a beautiful granddaughter could emerge from the unkempt old man. Perhaps I should bestow some gifts upon her, surely. The miserly old Mu would be overjoyed to the point of sleeplessness. Haha. Chapter 100. Lu Lingling's visit at the entrance. A group of over a dozen nascent soul disciples preparing to descend into the mine glanced at Su Xiao, who was leisurely sipping tea in the distant courtyard, and quickly pulled Mu Yuer aside. Junior sister, you are here. Please, exercise utmost caution. The nascent soul disciples looked at the youthful and captivating female cultivator before them, their eyes filled with concern. She was the gem of their mind. With the lecherous old man guarding the estate, their hearts were laden with anxiety. What's wrong? Senior brother? Mu Yuer blinked her beautiful apricot eyes, somewhat perplexed. Elder Su has arrived. Surely, you have heard of his notorious reputation over the past few years? Yes. It is indeed Elder Su Xiao. Alas, perhaps it's best if you don't return for your shift, junior sister. Why not continue mining with us instead? The nascent soul disciples were on edge, fearful that the perverse old man would extend his grasp towards their goddess, junior sister Yue. Even the 2,800-year-old crone had drawn his attention. How could they possibly allow their stunningly beautiful junior sister to be at risk? Curse that old lecher. May he meet a wretched end. Oh, Elder Su has arrived? Mu Wei followed the gazes of her peers and spotted the amiable old man in the distance, smiling gently at her. Her beautiful eyes blinked in curiosity and bewilderment. Senior brother, are you certain there hasn't been a misunderstanding? I've heard the rumors, but surely it cannot be that serious. Sister Shui is still a young girl. Moreover, Elder Su is the elder brother of the sect leader and holds a venerable position within the sect. He wouldn't engage in such conduct, would he? Having spent considerable time in Iron Curtain City with Elder Mu, Mu Wei had not experienced the trepidation felt by the disciples of the mysterious Cloud sect. A middle-aged senior brother quickly interjected, there is no mistake. Junior sister, Elder Su is precisely that kind of person. Just a few days ago, upon arriving in Iron Curtain City, he extended his vile hand towards a beautiful female cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage. This scandal has spread like wildfire throughout the city. Furthermore, Elder Su has plans for... Well, never mind, I want to elaborate. Junior sister, please, do take care. The returning nascent soul disciples swallowed hard, their apprehension palpable. That old lecher, he had the audacity to come to Iron Curtain City. Casting a glance at the distant Su Xiao, who was smiling and sipping tea, they felt a chill run down their spines, ensnared in the suffocating terror that surrounded the perverse old man. Mu Wei remained skeptical but ultimately decided to stay back and rest. She was quite fatigued from mining and had long desired a moment of respite. With a heavy sigh, the nascent soul disciples, seeing her resolve, had no choice but to offer one last word of caution. After the handover was complete, the group approached Su Xiao with trepidation before retreating to their quarters to rest. Due to her senior brother's warnings, Mu Wei stood timidly at the back of the crowd, hesitant to approach. She merely stole a glance at the old man before swiftly slipping away. Su Xiao chuckled softly, shaking his head. These youngsters. Surely they are spreading more rumors about me again. Alas, the fear of public opinion is formidable. In the afternoon, outside the estate of the mysterious Cloud sect, 2 ordinary-looking women exclaimed in delight. She has entered. Junior sister Lu has been brought inside by the disciples of the Misty sect. How wonderful. It seems Elder Su truly has an interest in junior sister Lu. Although his reputation was somewhat tarnished, it was rumored that Elder Su was extraordinarily wealthy. The 2 women were filled with excitement. If junior sister Lu were to receive Elder Su's favor, Even a small portion of her bounty would suffice to cover several months of their arduous mining efforts. Their persistent persuasion of junior sister Lu to seek out Elder Su had not been in vain. They were acutely aware of their own lack of allure. Realizing that establishing a connection with Elder Su required someone of junior sister Lu's caliber, the two hid in a secluded corner of a narrow alley, evading the watchful eyes of their fellow disciples from the Green Mountain sect. Unbeknownst to them, they had been shadowed by various factions throughout their journey with Lu Lingling. Now, the nearby tea houses, taverns, inns, and shops were brimming with an array of onlookers. Lu Lingling, with her striking beauty, had already caught their attention. They were eager to witness just how depraved this lecherous old man truly was. In Su Xiao's chamber, two nascent soul disciples, filled with trepidation, escorted Lu Lingling into the room. "You may leave," Su Xiao said, nodding at Lu Lingling with a smile. "Yes, Master Uncle." The two disciples exchanged glances, taking in the stunningly beautiful Lu Lingling, and then the elderly, gray-haired man. A chill ran down their spines, and they felt as if the ground had been pulled from beneath them. "No, this can't be real. Elder Su, you mustn't do this." Yet, they dared not utter a word, trembling as they exited the room. Junior Lu Lingling pays her respects to Elder Su. Lu Lingling, her face flushed with anxiety, knelt and bowed her head in gratitude for the foundation-building pills he had gifted her previously. After toiling for several days in the mines, she had come to a realization. Elder Su had offered her 10 foundation-building pills, a sum that would require months of labor to earn back. Her senior sisters had advised her against squandering her opportunities. And now she found their words to be true. Since Elder Su had mentioned fate, surely he would assist her. Su Xiao observed the young woman before him, his aged eyes flickering with interest. Clad in a simple white dress, her attire did little to conceal her exquisite figure. Her youthful beauty was striking, with lustrous, thick black hair. Without the adornment of makeup, her complexion was as fair as milk. Her slightly slender frame boasted perfect proportions, a visual delight. Her long, graceful legs were a sight to behold, radiating vitality and charm, reminiscent of a beloved neighbor. No wonder she was recognized as the fated daughter of destiny, capable of overshadowing any of the previous 8 female cultivators. Su Xiao smiled and said, "Rise and take a seat." "Yes." Sitting at the table, Su Xiao poured her a cup of spiritual tea. "Young friend Lu, what is your current cultivation level?" "9th layer of foundation building." "That's a bit lacking." Su Xiao chuckled, stroking his beard. "Since you have come to seek me, it must mean you are facing some troubles in your cultivation, am I correct?" As he spoke, he pondered for a moment before retrieving 20 superior spirit stones from his bosom. "Here are 20 superior spirit stones. This should suffice for you for a considerable time. Our fates are intertwined, so there is no need for formality. At the 9th level of foundation establishment, the system should acknowledge these 20 stones as a worthy gift." Lu Lingling gazed at the 20 superior spirit stones, utterly bewildered. 20 superior spirit stones. This is equivalent to 200 foundation establishment pills, or 20 essence gathering pills. Even upon reaching the core formation stage, I wouldn't exhaust them. These are spirit stones that I could never hope to amass even after several years of arduous mining. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her eyes sparkled with disbelief. She felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Gently, Su Xiao placed the spirit stones before her. She extended her delicate, jade-like fingers, trembling as she carefully gathered the stones. She was nearly dazed, experiencing for the first time how being a woman could be so extraordinary. As she looked upon Su Xiao's increasingly handsome visage and his benevolent smile, she swallowed hard, recalling the words of her senior sisters. In that moment, she was wholly vanquished by the 20 superior spirit stones. The advice of her sisters was indeed sagacious. Reflecting on the countless days and nights spent mining, she suddenly felt a wave of absurdity wash over her. How foolish she had been. She gazed at the benefactor before her, and the last remnants of her mental fortitude crumbled. "Thank you, Elder. I shall repay your kindness in due time." Her cheeks flushed with modesty as she cautiously stole a glance at Su Xiao, entwining her arm with his. "Elder, Lingling no longer wishes to toil in the mines. Congratulations, host. Successfully gifted 20 superior spirit stones, returning 200 superior spirit stones."